When Yi Chen was given a second chance at life, landing in the ordinary world depicted in everyday domestic films, he discovered a unique twist. Every season brought with it a brand new superpower. This unexpected gift transformed his daily routine into something extraordinary. One season, he unlocked the ability to mimic a crane's focused gaze and agility. Thinking of himself as "crane calculates turtle age," Yi Chen saw an opportunity not just for personal growth but also clever ways to save money. Another season bestowed upon him the strategic brilliance akin to Zhuge Liang, though with a distinct feminine flair. Embracing this twist, he declared his version of Zhuge male and playfully asserted its supremacy over any conventional interpretations. Continuously evolving superpowers colored his journey through this urban landscape brimming with elements lifted straight from beloved film and television dramas like those depicting everyday joys, youthful struggles, second chances at love, coming-of-age stories, and complex familial dynamics. Yet, amidst these narratives of romance and hardship, Yi Chen found himself observing a trend. The male lead seemed passive while the female characters grappled with overwhelming emotions. Yi Chen quipped about the impermanence of youth and beauty, playfully challenging the contemporary standards of attractiveness. Confidently stating that older generations held a timeless radiance superior to current trends, he proposed a spectacle, witnessing these once iconic actresses reclaim their spotlight through extraordinary abilities. In essence, this story unfolds as a delightful blend of everyday life and outlandish superpowers, where seasoned charm triumphs over fleeting trends. Ringside, his motto became, "I'm not dissing anyone, but compared to your mothers, you all pale in comparison. Open up a separate admirer account." Delivering witty commentary on contemporary appearances, he exclaimed, "It's a whole generation gap. Even with filters, they can't compete." Adding a dash of playful fantasy, a line from a fictional Louis Fay-inspired character emerged: "If we combine 7 of MES, could we at least stand a chance against them?" Room 301, on the third floor of Building 17 in Countryside Garden Community. It was Monday, August 29, 2011. A gentle voice roused a delicate girl sleeping inside. "Ruan Zheng, high school starts today, sweetheart. Time to wake up. Your brother's already out for his morning run. Rise and shine, don't rush now. Wash up and head to school with your brother later. We'll grab breakfast together on the way." The young girl, Ruan Luzheng, stirred in her slumber. She mumbled a reluctant agreement after hearing her mother's repeated reminders fade away outside the door. The second it clicked shut, she buried herself back under the covers and let out a frustrated outburst. "Ugh, so annoying. Yi Chen isn't even my brother." Composed, she peeked at the sliver of sky beyond her window. Knowing there was no point in staying put any longer, she quickly sprang out of bed, splashed water on her face, slipped into her Chunfeng middle school uniform, grabbed her backpack, and hurried downstairs. In the distance, a cluster of people huddled beneath a towering pine tree, their whispers and muffled laughter carried on the breeze. Ruan Luzheng immediately felt a blush creep up her cheeks, heat prickling her embarrassment. She knew exactly why everyone was staring. Hurrying to avoid their gaze, she attempted a hasty retreat, but was intercepted by a voice. "Ruan Luzheng, Yi Chen's still practicing, why don't you wait for him?" The poised Qian Sanyi, Chunfeng Middle School star scholar, leaned against his mountain bike at the corner, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he glanced toward the figure leaping under the pine tree. Ruan Luzheng felt trapped. She dreaded the thought of Yi Chen's downstairs neighbors spilling the beans to her mother about their unspoken arrangement, pretending to wait for him but secretly dreading the encounter. Reluctantly, she walked towards the onlookers, standing beside Qian Sanyi while enduring the curious eyes of everyone present. The young man in question performed an elaborate routine under the pine tree, a spectacle that was equal parts impressive and utterly ridiculous. A symphony of exaggerated movements unfolded before them, stretching arms backward in wide sweeping arcs, balancing precariously on one leg while fanning the air with both hands. These displays alone would have been outlandish enough, but amplified by Yi Chen's embodiment of an eccentric Ming Dynasty emperor reenacting forgotten rituals, it transformed into something undeniably side-splitting. Despite the open amusement from the spectators, Yi Chen remained utterly oblivious, his focus unwavering as he tirelessly repeated each sequence. Finally concluding his impromptu morning exercise class, he concluded with practiced flourish and, much to Ruan Liuzheng's resigned acceptance, recited a self-composed rhyming invocation in a booming voice. "I have trained my form to mirror the crane, 2 scriptures inscribed beneath 1,000 pines. When seeking wisdom, I declare the azure heavens above and water contained within." A ripple of genuine applause arose from the onlookers, a mixture of sincere appreciation and good-natured ribbing. "Yi Chen, drink some water." A spirited girl with a pixie haircut and spectacles, also in the Chunfeng uniform, eagerly clapped and thrust a bottle towards him. This small gesture irked both Qian Sanyi and Wan Luzheng watching from their secluded corner. They exchanged unspoken glances laced with quiet displeasure. Thanks, He Chen accepted the water bottle from the spirited girl, taking a gulp and turning his gaze towards Wanli Vastan Lu Zhang and Qian Sanyi observing from afar. The little girl with the pixie haircut, whom He Chen referred to as Little Carrot Top, followed his line of sight and beamed at them both. Hey disciple, Wan Luzheng, you're here too. Let's head to school together later. Wan Luzheng and Qian Sanyi felt cornered, powerless against this outgoing child's enthusiasm. They could only nod dumbly, resigned to watching as He Chen nonchalantly loaded 2 stacks of books, deliberately placed beneath the pine tree, into his school bags. Ruan Luzheng had complained more than once about this peculiar ritual, but He Chen insisted it was essential for authenticity, meant to mirror a chosen poetic passage. Recreating the scene fully was key, he claimed, much like his insistence on practicing amidst a pine tree, even risking public amusement, rather than at home. He Chen arrived on his bicycle, and the little Carrot Top, whose real name was Lin Miao Miao, hopped onto her own short-legged ride and hurried to catch up. Stopping before them, she clapped her tiny hand against the whiteboard of his bike and declared with open generosity, Ruan Luzheng, hop on. I'll give you a lift. Forget it, Lin Miao Miao, are you even managing this alone? Qian Sanyi chided. Dragging someone else along for the ride too much? Awaiting her refusal, He Chen cheerfully invited his adopted sister, Ruan Luzheng, come up. Although it's not far from school, remember how many miles we've covered? Lin Miao Miao eagerly filled the silence when Ruan Luzheng hesitated. Ruan Luzheng, want a lift? Climb aboard my chariot. I'll perch behind He Chen, saves me energy anyway, hey. Lin Miao Miao, today is just a report for the start of term, and tomorrow's the senior high entrance exam mobilization meeting. Shouldn't you be called for that as a parent? Qian Sanyi interjected quietly. Ruan Luzheng and He Chen act like siblings, it doesn't matter if they ride this way. Entering the school like this? The teacher would pull you both down at the gate, believe me. Dejected, Lin Miao Miao accepted reality's sting. Ruan Luzheng finally settled in the back of He Chen's bicycle, and the 3 bikes departed the community towards Chunfeng Middle School. Shuffled into the back seat, inhaling his masculine scent carried on the breeze, Wan Luzheng couldn't hold back and tugged at his clothes softly. Can you please stop with this? At least not in public? He Chen responded with a clear smile and a steadfast refusal, crushing any lingering flicker of hope in her heart. Ruan Liuzheng's frustrated exasperation threatened to erupt. Wouldn't it be equally embarrassing to practice these routines during summer break as opposed to now, after school had already started? Unfazed by his sisterly unease, He Chen rode on, undeterred even though she possessed the face likened to a youthful Louis Fei, a classic heroine in domestic dramas. But in this grand scheme of cultivating strength, her presence was a mere distraction, a fleeting inconvenience at best. Let alone the little Louis Fei, even if the real Louis Fei came and begged him not to do this, he would not change at all. After buying breakfast at a roadside snack stand and eating, he ignored Wan Liuzheng's expression, ate by himself, and sank into the system panel. System name, Seasonal Superpower Refresh System Host, He Chen age, 17 years old, 17/35 plus, innate magical power, none that's right. He Chen is a time traveler with a system. It has just been less than a month since he traveled to this seemingly daily domestic urban film and television drama comprehensive world. After exploring, he knew that this system would refresh a superpower every season. If used properly, this superpower can become the innate magical power, and he will have this superpower from then on. Otherwise, it will be refreshed when the season changes, and this superpower will be lost. Now this first superpower, Crane Calculates Turtle Age, comes with 2 sets of exercises, 1 set of Immortal Crane exercises and 1 set of Turtle Breathing exercises. Immortal Crane exercises are exactly what Emperor Jiajing practiced in the Great Qing Ming Dynasty 1566. Emperor Jiajing looked like a joke and a psychopath when practicing, but every time He Chen practiced seriously, the system would prompt that his lifespan was +1 day. The same is true for turtle breathing exercises, both of which are Taoist Wudong Qigong. Practice a set of Immortal Crane exercises every morning and evening, and practice a set of turtle breathing exercises during lunch break and night sleep, and you will have +4 days of life in 1 day. This kind of life enhancement is worthy of the name of this superpower. As you practice, you will be as long-lived and healthy as a crane and a turtle. This alone makes him, who inherited the short-lived body of his predecessor, full of motivation, and he doesn't care about the strange looks of others at all. Not to mention that after practicing for a long time, he really practiced something extraordinary. Didn't Aunt Ruan make breakfast for you at home? Lin Miao Miao, who had eaten at home and had to wait When Yi Chen was given a second chance at life, landing in the ordinary world depicted in everyday domestic films, he discovered a unique twist. Every season brought with it a brand new superpower. This unexpected gift transformed his daily routine into something extraordinary. One season, he unlocked the ability to mimic a crane's focused gaze and agility. Thinking of himself as "crane calculates turtle age," Yi Chen saw an opportunity not just for personal growth but also clever ways to save money. Another season bestowed upon him the strategic brilliance akin to Zhuge Liang, though with a distinct feminine flair. Embracing this twist, he declared his version of Zhuge male and playfully asserted its supremacy over any conventional interpretations. Continuously evolving superpowers colored his journey through this urban landscape brimming with elements lifted straight from beloved film and television dramas like those depicting everyday joys, youthful struggles, second chances at love, coming-of-age stories, and complex familial dynamics. Yet, amidst these narratives of romance and hardship, Yi Chen found himself observing a trend. The male lead seemed passive while the female characters grappled with overwhelming emotions. Yi Chen quipped about the impermanence of youth and beauty, playfully challenging the contemporary standards of attractiveness. Confidently stating that older generations held a timeless radiance superior to current trends, he proposed a spectacle, witnessing these once iconic actresses reclaim their spotlight through extraordinary abilities. In essence, this story unfolds as a delightful blend of everyday life and outlandish superpowers, where seasoned charm triumphs over fleeting trends. Ringside, his motto became, "I'm not dissing anyone, but compared to your mothers, you all pale in comparison. Open up a separate admirer account." Delivering witty commentary on contemporary appearances, he exclaimed, "It's a whole generation gap. Even with filters, they can't compete." Adding a dash of playful fantasy, a line from a fictional Louis Fay-inspired character emerged: "If we combine 7 of MES, could we at least stand a chance against them?" Room 301, on the third floor of Building 17 in Countryside Garden Community. It was Monday, August 29, 2011. A gentle voice roused a delicate girl sleeping inside. "Ruan Zheng, high school starts today, sweetheart. Time to wake up. Your brother's already out for his morning run. Rise and shine, don't rush now. Wash up and head to school with your brother later. We'll grab breakfast together on the way." The young girl, Ruan Luzheng, stirred in her slumber. She mumbled a reluctant agreement after hearing her mother's repeated reminders fade away outside the door. The second it clicked shut, she buried herself back under the covers and let out a frustrated outburst. "Ugh, so annoying. Yi Chen isn't even my brother." Composed, she peeked at the sliver of sky beyond her window. Knowing there was no point in staying put any longer, she quickly sprang out of bed, splashed water on her face, slipped into her Chunfeng middle school uniform, grabbed her backpack, and hurried downstairs. In the distance, a cluster of people huddled beneath a towering pine tree, their whispers and muffled laughter carried on the breeze. Ruan Luzheng immediately felt a blush creep up her cheeks, heat prickling her embarrassment. She knew exactly why everyone was staring. Hurrying to avoid their gaze, she attempted a hasty retreat, but was intercepted by a voice. "Ruan Luzheng, Yi Chen's still practicing, why don't you wait for him?" The poised Qian Sanyi, Chunfeng Middle School star scholar, leaned against his mountain bike at the corner, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he glanced toward the figure leaping under the pine tree. Ruan Luzheng felt trapped. She dreaded the thought of Yi Chen's downstairs neighbors spilling the beans to her mother about their unspoken arrangement, pretending to wait for him but secretly dreading the encounter. Reluctantly, she walked towards the onlookers, standing beside Qian Sanyi while enduring the curious eyes of everyone present. The young man in question performed an elaborate routine under the pine tree, a spectacle that was equal parts impressive and utterly ridiculous. A symphony of exaggerated movements unfolded before them, stretching arms backward in wide sweeping arcs, balancing precariously on one leg while fanning the air with both hands. These displays alone would have been outlandish enough, but amplified by Yi Chen's embodiment of an eccentric Ming Dynasty emperor reenacting forgotten rituals, it transformed into something undeniably side-splitting. Despite the open amusement from the spectators, Yi Chen remained utterly oblivious, his focus unwavering as he tirelessly repeated each sequence. Finally concluding his impromptu morning exercise class, he concluded with practiced flourish and, much to Ruan Liuzheng's resigned acceptance, recited a self-composed rhyming invocation in a booming voice. "I have trained my form to mirror the crane, 2 scriptures inscribed beneath 1,000 pines. When seeking wisdom, I declare the azure heavens above and water contained within." A ripple of genuine applause arose from the onlookers, a mixture of sincere appreciation and good-natured ribbing. "Yi Chen, drink some water." A spirited girl with a pixie haircut and spectacles, also in the Chunfeng uniform, eagerly clapped and thrust a bottle towards him. This small gesture irked both Qian Sanyi and Wan Luzheng watching from their secluded corner. They exchanged unspoken glances laced with quiet displeasure. Thanks, He Chen accepted the water bottle from the spirited girl, taking a gulp and turning his gaze towards Wanli Vastan Lu Zhang and Qian Sanyi observing from afar. The little girl with the pixie haircut, whom He Chen referred to as Little Carrot Top, followed his line of sight and beamed at them both. Hey disciple, Wan Luzheng, you're here too. Let's head to school together later. Wan Luzheng and Qian Sanyi felt cornered, powerless against this outgoing child's enthusiasm. They could only nod dumbly, resigned to watching as He Chen nonchalantly loaded 2 stacks of books, deliberately placed beneath the pine tree, into his school bags. Ruan Luzheng had complained more than once about this peculiar ritual, but He Chen insisted it was essential for authenticity, meant to mirror a chosen poetic passage. Recreating the scene fully was key, he claimed, much like his insistence on practicing amidst a pine tree, even risking public amusement, rather than at home. He Chen arrived on his bicycle, and the little Carrot Top, whose real name was Lin Miao Miao, hopped onto her own short-legged ride and hurried to catch up. Stopping before them, she clapped her tiny hand against the whiteboard of his bike and declared with open generosity, Ruan Luzheng, hop on. I'll give you a lift. Forget it, Lin Miao Miao, are you even managing this alone? Qian Sanyi chided. Dragging someone else along for the ride too much? Awaiting her refusal, He Chen cheerfully invited his adopted sister, Ruan Luzheng, come up. Although it's not far from school, remember how many miles we've covered? Lin Miao Miao eagerly filled the silence when Ruan Luzheng hesitated. Ruan Luzheng, want a lift? Climb aboard my chariot. I'll perch behind He Chen, saves me energy anyway, hey. Lin Miao Miao, today is just a report for the start of term, and tomorrow's the senior high entrance exam mobilization meeting. Shouldn't you be called for that as a parent? Qian Sanyi interjected quietly. Ruan Luzheng and He Chen act like siblings, it doesn't matter if they ride this way. Entering the school like this? The teacher would pull you both down at the gate, believe me. Dejected, Lin Miao Miao accepted reality's sting. Ruan Luzheng finally settled in the back of He Chen's bicycle, and the 3 bikes departed the community towards Chunfeng Middle School. Shuffled into the back seat, inhaling his masculine scent carried on the breeze, Wan Luzheng couldn't hold back and tugged at his clothes softly. Can you please stop with this? At least not in public? He Chen responded with a clear smile and a steadfast refusal, crushing any lingering flicker of hope in her heart. Ruan Liuzheng's frustrated exasperation threatened to erupt. Wouldn't it be equally embarrassing to practice these routines during summer break as opposed to now, after school had already started? Unfazed by his sisterly unease, He Chen rode on, undeterred even though she possessed the face likened to a youthful Louis Fei, a classic heroine in domestic dramas. But in this grand scheme of cultivating strength, her presence was a mere distraction, a fleeting inconvenience at best. Let alone the little Louis Fei, even if the real Louis Fei came and begged him not to do this, he would not change at all. After buying breakfast at a roadside snack stand and eating, he ignored Wan Liuzheng's expression, ate by himself, and sank into the system panel. System name, Seasonal Superpower Refresh System Host, He Chen age, 17 years old, 17/35 plus, innate magical power, none that's right. He Chen is a time traveler with a system. It has just been less than a month since he traveled to this seemingly daily domestic urban film and television drama comprehensive world. After exploring, he knew that this system would refresh a superpower every season. If used properly, this superpower can become the innate magical power, and he will have this superpower from then on. Otherwise, it will be refreshed when the season changes, and this superpower will be lost. Now this first superpower, Crane Calculates Turtle Age, comes with 2 sets of exercises, 1 set of Immortal Crane exercises and 1 set of Turtle Breathing exercises. Immortal Crane exercises are exactly what Emperor Jiajing practiced in the Great Qing Ming Dynasty 1566. Emperor Jiajing looked like a joke and a psychopath when practicing, but every time He Chen practiced seriously, the system would prompt that his lifespan was +1 day. The same is true for Turtle Breathing exercises, both of which are Taoist Wudong Qigong. Practice a set of Immortal Crane exercises every morning and evening, and practice a set of Turtle Breathing exercises during lunch break and night sleep, and you will have +4 days of life in 1 day. This kind of life enhancement is worthy of the name of this superpower. As you practice, you will be as long-lived and healthy as a crane and a turtle. This alone makes him, who inherited the short-lived body of his predecessor, full of motivation, and he doesn't care about the strange looks of others at all. Not to mention that after practicing for a long time, he really practiced something extraordinary. Didn't Aunt Ruan make breakfast for you at home? Lin Miao Miao, who had eaten at home and had to wait for He-chan and the others to go to school together, stood outside and couldn't help asking. As soon as she asked, without waiting for He-chan and the others to answer, she slapped her forehead and said, "Oh, what's wrong with my brain? Aunt Ruan is so beautiful. She must have been a school belle like Ruan Lujing back then. How could she cook like the one in our family?" As soon as these words came out, He-chan frowned unconsciously. It's not that he thinks there is anything wrong with these words. Lin Miao said the truth. Ruan Luzheng might be a little reluctant to say that she was a school belle, but Aunt Ruan was 100% a school belle back then, and even saying that she was a national flower girl would add glory to the national flower girl. It's just that beauty fades and beauty withers. No matter how beautiful she is, she can't resist the ravages of time. Graceful and graceful is a compliment to an ordinary woman. Didn't you see the scumbag Richard in Love Apartment praising Hui Fei and the others, making them laugh like crazy? But for the once stunning beauty, changing from stunning beauty to graceful and charming is like falling from heaven to earth. He didn't frown because he felt sad about the beauty's old age, but he was uncontrollably aroused by a strong emotion. "Boss, give me a steamed bun. 2 buns. Another serving of dumplings." Lin Miao just said casually, watching He-chan eat deliciously, swallowed her saliva, and regardless of having already eaten breakfast at home, she directly reached out to buy breakfast and stuffed it into her mouth. Shen-san, who was standing quietly waiting by the side, kept shaking his head watching this scene, complaining about this little foodie in his heart. If she wasn't in school, she would keep stuffing food into her mouth. In the past 2 years, she could even stuff food into her mouth whenever she had the chance during class. After eating, the 4 of them continued on their way and rode into Chunfeng Middle School. Just as they were about to go to the bicycle shed, they heard a horn behind them, accompanied by the roar of an engine. Oh my god! Lin Miao didn't expect that there was a car with a roaring engine following her after entering the campus. She turned her head in shock, her body was unstable, and her short legs couldn't reach the ground, so she almost fell off the bicycle. He-chan, who was riding in front, seemed to have eyes behind his head. He stopped suddenly, reached back, and grabbed the front of Lin Miao's bike quickly, holding her bike firmly, so that she didn't fall off. Ruan Luzheng blushed and got off the car quickly, one hand protecting her chest and the other hand supporting Lin Miao, who was a little scared. Everyone looked back together and saw a very sexy red Ferrari sports car moving slowly. In the driver's seat, a teenager in a racing suit glanced at He-chan and the others with a cold face, and continued to drive forward. Chapter 2. Such awesome people are not allowed to exist in Suzhou City. Who is this? Lin Miao shouted angrily. The 3 of them parked their bicycles and walked over together. They found that the sexy red Ferrari sports car had parked under the teaching building, attracting crowds of people to watch. The school security guard caught up with him panting, pulling the boy in the racing suit who ignored him at all. "You are a student, you must wear a school uniform, and only faculty and staff can drive in." "I was not paying attention, how could you drive? Come in? Which class are you in? Who is the head teacher? Let go of your hands." The boy in the racing suit looked down at the shoulder being held by the security guard, and then looked up at the extremely cold command. The security guard was stared at by the cold eyes of the young man in the racing suit. He glanced at the valuable sports car and could only let go in frustration, leaving the words, "Just wait, don't leave, I'll call someone," to show his respect. Just laughed. Domineering. He-chan looked at this scene and couldn't help but smile at Xian-Sanyi next to him. "Xian-Sanyi, it's your turn to speak. What did you say?" Xian-Sanyi was stunned. Such an awesome person is not allowed to exist in Fortnite City. He-chan joked. "Why me?" Xian-Sanyi didn't know that He-chan meant his father, so he chewed on this sentence silently, feeling that it was very domineering. "Because you were so awesome before," Lin Miao said loudly without waiting for He-chan's explanation. "When you were a freshman in high school, you came to Chunfeng Middle School as the top pick in the district. You were so awesome at that time. But you rely on strength. Unlike some people who rely on their parents." "Who are you talking about?" The boy in the racing suit stopped and turned around, looking at Lin Miao unhappily, but looking at He-chan. Because He-chan's words just now, "such an awesome person is not allowed to exist in Suzhou City," were also heard by him, and he only felt that it was cool for him to say this, instead of being said that about him. Besides, he has also watched the movie Let the Bullets Fly, and he knows that the sentence after the domineering exposure, which is similar to the domineering side leakage, is courting death. As for why he changed his domineering attitude from exposed to domineering and sideways, it was probably because he was mocking his sissy. This handsome-looking schoolboy named He-chan was cursing him in a roundabout way. Wasn't it just that you honked the horn just now and scared He Chen's riding companions? She was probably jealous that he stole the limelight from the school idol by driving a sports car. She's talking about you, Ji Yang. A young man who was filming with a mobile phone holder pointed his camera at the young man in a racing suit, raised his eyebrows, and looked like he was just watching the fun and not taking it too seriously. What are you taking pictures of? Ji Yang, a boy in a racing suit, was thinking about how to get angry through Lin Miaomiao and He Chun, who was irritating him. When he saw that Fang Yifan had already put the phone camera on his face, he stopped immediately. No one is allowed to be photographed. One must be photographed. The two chased around the sports car. Fang Yifan, the young man who was doing the live broadcast, was also angry. Ji Yang was so angry that he threw his school bag over. But Fang Yifan dodged it and hit a girl who was watching. This made Fang Yifan furious. You dare to hit my goddess? He immediately stepped forward and grabbed Ji Yang. Lin Miaomiao and others quickly pulled up the girl Huang Jitao who was hit. Taozi, are you okay? It's okay. Huang Jitao rubbed her forehead that was hit. When she saw He Chen coming to her side, she immediately expressed her embarrassment that she was okay. Since it's okay, go up and try to persuade her. He Chen smiled and motioned for her to look at the two people who were still fighting for her on the field. What did you say? Qian Sanyi asked thoughtfully. Of course I mean, stop, don't fight anymore, you can't kill anyone. He Chen joked. Ha ha ha. Someone nearby laughed out loud after watching the idol drama Top of the Forbidden City. Because this is the most classic and funniest scene in that TV series. Huang Jitao is Fang Yifan's goddess, but she is close to Ji Yang. Their relationship is ambiguous and there are faint signs of love. The two got into a fight because of Huang Jitao, so this line was indeed appropriate for the occasion. Especially now that the school boss He Chen added, you can't kill anyone like this, it was even more hilarious. After the person who laughed out loud explained the story to the people next to him, the whole audience burst into happy laughter. Girls laugh a lot and laugh very loudly. No way. Even if you don't know the jokes told by the school boss are the kind that make people want to laugh and make them laugh so hard that they can't stop laughing. Huang Jitao was implicitly regarded as the heroine of an idol drama. She didn't have time to feel embarrassed and looked worriedly at the two people fighting on the ground. Sure enough, the two people who had been fighting so lively stopped fighting when they heard the roar of laughter from the onlookers, and each let go of their hands. After all, fighting is mainly about face and coolness. But now they have been turned into a laughingstock by just one sentence, so what a slap in the face. Ji Yang got up and rushed directly to He Chen. You're so cute. Why did he insist on driving a sports car onto campus in violation of school rules? Isn't it just trying to show off and be cool? Now he was pretending to be cool, but first He Chen's weird words ruined his good mood, and now he said another weird words, which directly made him a laughingstock. This is absolutely intolerable. To deal with this kind of old on Myoji, don't force it if you can. Ji Yang, don't be impulsive. Huang Jitao quickly stepped forward to stop him. However, her dissuasion seemed to add fuel to the fire. This made Ji Yang even more excited. I wish I could fly over the heads of Huang Jitao, Lin Miaomiao and many other girls who were blocking He Chen and him, and punch He Chen in the face. Let me remind you, I don't need to support my family, and I can't bend down under the pressure of money, and I have to succumb to your so-called cold and domineering security guard. He Chen kindly reminded. So I won't be scared by your eyes and momentum just because your father is the deputy district chief. And I have practiced before. If you attack me, I will beat you to tears. Don't cry for your parents when the time comes. If it weren't for the security guard who had to work to support his family, such a pretentious person would have been educated into a fool in minutes. Let's see who will be beaten and who will cry. Ji Yang became more and more angry, and he couldn't bear it anymore. He stretched out his hand and pulled Huang Jitao and the others away, and rushed up. He Chen stood there, motionless. Just when everyone was worried that he was going to be hit, Ji Yang, who rushed up, let out a shocking scream. Ah! He Chen didn't make any move at all. Ji Yang had already fallen to the ground, curled up into a ball, with an extremely painful expression. A female teacher finally separated the crowd and rushed over. Seeing this scene, she immediately looked around at everyone with a sharp look and said sternly, "Who did it?" Everyone stopped laughing immediately. Because the person who came was Li Mang, the most famous head teacher of the 3rd grade, the grade group leader, and the Jianghu people gave her the name Li Taigun. She was very strict. Many people were afraid of her. He attacked me despite warnings, and I was defending myself. He-chan raised his hand, and he fell down before I even used any strength. You are still right after beating him like this? Li Taigun shouted sternly while squatting down to care about Ji Yang. You must be right. He-chan was not afraid of her at all, and said straightforwardly, so many people are watching, right is right, wrong is wrong. You must distinguish right from wrong, and reasonable from unreasonable. Are you right? No one else is right? Li Taigang looked at He-chan sternly. Do you want to put aside the facts? He-chan looked back at Li Taigang with a trace of sarcasm on his lips. You! Li Taigang felt that he could no longer suppress his anger. Why should I ignore the facts? Now is not the future. After all, she is a role model and cannot be proud of saying things that ignore the facts. She can't even admit it frankly. To do reading comprehension, you have to read the questions first. Do you know what happened? He-chan said with a smile, this does not mean to ignore the facts. What does it mean to ignore the facts? Xiaoingzi, tell me. Li Taizhang was extremely angry, but he could only look around, and his eyes fell on Huang Jitao's best friend Xiaoingzi, who was looking down at her. Xiaoingzi is a good student and seems to have nothing to do with this matter. He should be able to explain it more neutrally. As expected, Xiaoingzi quickly explained the matter and basically restored the truth, and his attitude was not biased. Now things are clear, but that still doesn't excuse you from beating people up like this. Li Taigang said sharply again. You're already a senior in high school, and you're still fighting? Is there anything you can't tell the teacher and let the teacher solve it? What kind of situation has the school become with people doing things like you? So I can only get beaten first and then wait for you to deal with it? He-chan was unmoved and said calmly, this matter is so clear, but until now you still only know how to criticize me for self-defense, but you don't care about the real thing. Turn a blind eye to people who repeatedly break school rules. You are not the security guard who clashed with young Master Ji due to your duty. In order to support your family, you could only be scared away by young Master Ji's domineering and cold eyes. If you have enough food for one person, the whole family will not be hungry. What are you afraid of? Why don't you dare to fight with the eldest son of the district chief's family? Oh, I'm sorry, you really don't dare. So I seriously doubt that even if I'm weak enough to listen to you and get beaten first, I won't get the fair treatment I deserve afterwards. He-chan, stop talking. Ruan Luzheng saw that Li Taigang, who was always known for being stern and majestic, turned green and red after being sprayed by his adopted brother. He pulled He-chan with some fear in his heart and whispered to him. The people watching all had strange expressions on their faces. They were completely opposite to what Ruan Luzheng had in mind. They wanted to say, He-chan, you are so good at talking. Please say a few more words. We all would like to hear it. Well done. Stay up. Don't lose your place. This teacher was mercilessly criticized by the students. He was in tune with everyone's wishes and did things that everyone wanted to do but didn't dare to do, which made everyone feel very involved and happy. And it was teachers like Li Taigang who were sprayed. That's even more exciting. Not to mention that He-chan also likes to quote famous quotes from TV series. This classic quote from Li Yunlong, the famous swordsman, makes people laugh even more. In terms of entertainment, it may not be as good as the previous one, don't fight anymore, you won't kill anyone. But the level of excitement is even greater. If it weren't for the glimpse of Li Taigang's murderous look and the depressing atmosphere before the storm, some people would have burst into laughter uncontrollably. What are you talking about? Ji Yang, who had reluctantly left the matter of finding a place to the teacher temporarily because of the severe pain in his body, heard He-chan once again connoted that he was just a second-generation man who relied on the district chief's father, and immediately said again furious. He is him and I am me. I never rely on him. Ha, I can't tell you are quite humorous. He-chan was overjoyed. Yuan Hua, who was in the 2nd grade, is now in the 12th grade of the 3rd grade, at least wrote an article about my father, the district chief, using words I thought carefully and used my brain somewhat to win the prize. It would be better for you to just drive your Ferrari into the school and show off, without even thinking about it. You just pretend like that. How dare you say that you never rely on your father, the district chief? That Ferrari belongs to my uncle. Ji Yang hurriedly defended. If I were your uncle, I would immediately interrupt you and say, don't come over. He-chan said with a smile, your uncle gave you a high school student to drive a 3 million sports car, how come he is so rich? Or why are the relatives of the leader's family so rich? Is this a coincidence or inevitable? Have you thought about this problem? If you can't even think of this, then you are either bad or stupid. Which one are you? Ji Yang became even more angry. If others hadn't stopped him, he would have gotten up and fought with He-Chen again. That's enough. Li Taiguan could no longer listen to these heart-stirring words and interrupted sharply. He-Chen, Ji Yangyang, and you, Fang Yifan, all of you come to the office with me. Seeing the crowd of students gathering more and more, they didn't want to leave at all, so they immediately yelled, "We're not going to school anymore? It's time to leave. It's time to leave." Everyone reluctantly began to disperse. The truth becomes clearer with more debate. You can no longer say right or wrong in public. It's time to see the art of trading in private. He-Chen shook his head, and the sound of sigh reached everyone's ears. If you can't solve the problem, you can't solve the person who raised the problem. With these sarcastic words, Li Taigang almost wanted to stop everyone. He continued to argue with He-Chen in public, but a small young male teacher grabbed him and persuaded her in a low voice, which finally made her endure it. He strode towards the teacher's office in a hurry. Teacher's office. As soon as Li Taigang came in, he ignored He-Chen and the other two. He picked up the phone and called the parents of the three people according to the registered phone book, asking them to come to the school immediately. No need to call my Aunt Ruan, just tell me if you have anything. He-Chen knew it was useless to say it, but he still had to remind her. Unless you don't dare to argue with me about the truth and right and wrong, the reason can't convince me, and you want to use crooked ways to force me to subdue me, just think about it in your dreams. And even if you call Aunt Ruan, it will not have any effect except to trouble her, but will only have a counterproductive effect. If you trouble her a little more, you will have 10 times more trouble later. I said it. Are you threatening the teacher? Li Taigun sneered. I have to make this call today. I want to see if your parents can't control you. Remember, I said this too. Just be mentally prepared, don't say I didn't warn you. He-Chun looked at her expressionlessly. Don't say I didn't warn you? Li Taigun laughed angrily. How dare you use this? Sorry. My fault. He-Chen nodded and admitted his mistake. You really don't deserve me to use this sentence. He-Chen, you are going too far. How can you talk to the teacher like this? Pan Shui, the short young teacher who persuaded Li Taigun before, couldn't help but speak. Teacher Pan, don't talk. He-Chen glanced at him and kindly reminded, although the school only opposes student love, now is not the right time for you to engage in sister-brother love and pursue older women. Also, you seem to be the racing track coach of someone's rich uncle's family. You have no position to speak now. Pan Shui, it's not what you think, Pan Shui wanted to explain, but was directly interrupted by He-Chun, showing the classic half-smile expression of the bespectacled female doctor in Love Call Transfer. No need to explain it to me. It must be a coincidence, and there is absolutely no benefit in it. One is Lang Yuan immortal, and the other is beautiful Jade. If there is no romance. Oh, I am wrong. One was thirsty for talent, the other was motivated by interest, and they hit it off right away. And young Master Ji is not the older young woman you want to pursue. Oh, to borrow Fang Yifun's words, she is a student in your goddess's class, let alone your student, and the other party will not give you any benefits. I understand. It's just that although there will be a class placement test in a few days, if I guess correctly, with the results everyone knows about young Master Ji, he will definitely not be able to keep up with your goddess's class. At that time, 80% of the students will be assigned to your class. Isn't this a coincidence? What a coincidence that the leader's brother-in-law is so rich, and it's a coincidence that the American stock market god is in the White House. How could it be such a coincidence? That's enough. Pan Shui's expression changed suddenly when he was told that, and he was speechless, but Li Taigang couldn't help it anymore and slapped the table directly. How do you know that Ji Yan Yang will be assigned to Teacher Pan's class? Let me tell you, this is nonsense. Don't slander Teacher Pan. I'm just reminding him. He-Chen mocked, there is no such thing as love without reason, and teachers are the same, they are also human beings and they have to make money to support their families. Especially now, it is becoming more and more just a profession and a job. Make money, don't be shabby. Do you know why I said Ji Yan Yang will not be in your class? That's right. And Fang Yifun. Because their grades seriously hindered your chances of getting into higher education. As for what the enrollment rate is linked to, I don't need to explain it clearly, right? Isn't it still money? As for what nonsense you said? Could it be that Ji Yan Yang and Fang Yifun won't be assigned to Teacher Pan's class in a few days? At this point, he slapped his forehead and said, Oh, I understand. Teacher Pan, be happy, you are still in the eyes of your goddess. Although she doesn't want to make money for herself because of the influence of these two people, she doesn't want to let you bear the risk of transferring benefits, although she may not have thought of this at all. But that doesn't stop you from being able to relate. Congratulations! So there is only one truth. She plans to let Ji Yang and Fang Yifan repeat the grade. Oh, high emotional intelligence is called squatting, right? Pan Shui was speechless. He looked at He Chen as if he had seen a ghost. He carefully looked at the goddess Li Taigang. He saw that the goddess's face was turning blue and white, and he was even more worried. When the school held a meeting for the third-grade students just now, the goddess really ignored the objections of the principal and firmly proposed that some poor students should be forced to stay in class. The typical ones mentioned were Ji Yang and Fang Yifan. He-chan, you have misunderstood Teacher Li. She is doing it for the good of Ji Yang and Fang Yifan. I understand. The lights must be turned off for this kind of thing. I mean, there must be an honest reason. Let me take a guess. 80% of them say this is for the good of all the students. After all, bad students who are not interested in studying at all and just want to show off and pick up girls will definitely destroy the good learning atmosphere of the school and prevent many students from focusing on their studies. At the same time, this is also done for the benefit of Ji Yang and Fang Yifan. Because their grades are so poor, they will definitely not be able to get into any good schools. It is better to stay in class and repeat the grade to lay a solid foundation, and avoid being unable to keep up and destroy their confidence. Rotten. Anyway, it's good for everyone, but she won't mention that the biggest benefit of doing this is herself. Again, make money, don't be shabby. With the lights off, it's even less disgusting. I understand. Professor Ruan, a prestigious professor, how could he adopt you like this? Li Taigang was already furious. Again, the truth hurts the most. He Chen, on the other hand, was completely upright and hurt your head. He was not only saying things that she didn't want to mention in her heart, but also some truths that even she didn't realize that she had really beautified herself and moved her. But these, indeed, cannot turn on the lights. Otherwise, not only would others find it disgusting, but she herself would be a little unbearable that she might be that kind of person. That's right. Even she herself was confused by He Chen's well-founded and logical words that could even predict the unknown. She was no longer confident in her professional ethics and her defenses were broken. Therefore, she could only put aside these facts and subconsciously began to attack He Chen's pain points. For a teenager whose biological parents are gone and can only be adopted, no one knows where his sensitive skin is better than a homeroom teacher like her. It just comes out without thinking at all. It's not adoption. He Chen corrected subconsciously, I'm just staying at Aunt Ruan's house temporarily. I will be an adult soon and I can make my own decisions. So I just said, if you have anything, just tell me directly. If you don't listen to good advice, you must trouble me, Aunt Ruan, to give up her work and come over immediately. I told you, you won't like the next 10 times the trouble. Everyone looked at He Chen in shock. I didn't expect that He Chen's cruel words before were not just said casually, let alone spending the night. There was not even a break, it was too exciting. Other teachers in the office should have left politely, or joined in scolding He Chen. After all, it was outrageous for a student to talk to a teacher like that. If everyone was like this, how could they lead students as teachers? But they knew that He Chen's Aunt Ruan would come over later, and they really couldn't get up or move their legs, and they didn't want to get involved, so as not to cause Professor Ruan's displeasure. Of course, such small thoughts are secondary now. What really made them watch silently and not speak out to support Li Taigun and others was He Chen's fighting power. Too strong and too fast. They didn't want to be so embarrassed. Didn't you see that Teacher Li, who was the head of the senior grade group at a young age and always arrogant, now began to disregard his dignity and started to attack students personally? No matter what, He Chen is just a child. Ji Yang and Fang Yifan standing next to He Chen didn't know what expression to make. They are all young people who don't like to study and like to act cool. They also think they are not afraid of teachers and dare to face the anger of teachers and parents. They think they are great. But now seeing He Chen firing on all cylinders, spraying whoever he sees, spraying Li Taigun like this, it is still amazing. Even if he doesn't say it, he has to admire him in his heart. Especially Ji Yang, he complained in his heart, this He Chen really likes to quote lines from movies and TV series, especially let the bullets fly, Teacher Li, don't do this. Pan Shui has been looking at the goddess worriedly. Seeing that the goddess was so angry that she was about to step forward, he was afraid that she would break the defense and start, so he quickly blocked in front of her and stopped her, and kept persuading her. Teacher Pan also watches Teacher Luo's movies. He Chen laughed, yes, Teacher Li, don't do this. Pan Shui's body stiffened, and his face showed an expression of despair. He did watch Happiness 59 centimeters during the summer vacation, and he had a deep memory of the scene in which teacher Luo slapped himself in the mouth, but he really didn't mean to imitate it. Isn't this like saying that his goddess is slapping herself in the face? Although it is somewhat appropriate, but in all conscience, he really didn't mean that. P.S. The contract has been signed, and the update time will be stable at 12 noon every day, 2 updates. He-Chen, stop talking, go to class first. Pan Shui felt the goddess' body trembling, knowing that this was not a good thing, and said something that was beyond his authority. Yes, Teacher Pan, let's go then. Fang Yifan's eyes lit up, and he said with a playful smile, turning around and leaving. I didn't say you. No. He-Chen flatly refused. What's wrong with you guys? Seeing this, Pan Shui could only ignore He-Chen and started to talk to Ji Yangyang and Fang Yifan. You are still fighting in your 3rd year of high school. Ji Yangyang, you are a high school student driving such a car to show off your wealth, and you drive the car into the school, which is a serious violation of school rules and regulations, do you know? I don't know. Although Ji Yangyang wanted to give some face to Coach Pan, who had great driving skills, he certainly couldn't give in front of so many people, and with He-Chun who had been mocking him for violating school rules, he was beside him. Don't know? Pan Shui didn't need to speak now. Li Taigun, who was so angry that he couldn't speak, took over the conversation directly. Good. You don't know the school rules and regulations. You should read the school rules and regulations carefully and recite the rules for middle school students later. When he said this, he saw Fang Yifan laughing secretly, and immediately turned to Fang Yifan. What are you laughing at? You should learn how to be a high school student with him later. Fang Yifan stopped laughing immediately. Seeing that Li Taigun didn't seem to turn his head to look at He-Chen, he immediately said unconvincedly, Teacher Li, what about He-Chen? Him? He is the same. Li Taigun said without hesitation. Pan Shui secretly said bad, but it was too late to stop it. Sure enough, He-Chen directly refused, putting aside the facts again, we're going to give each other 50 lashes, right? You are a famous teacher in a famous school, and that's it? Everyone can smooth things over, do you deserve your reputation and bonus? How am I smoothing things over? Li Taigun exploded, they are wrong, but don't you have any fault at all? What are you laughing at? At this point, seeing the playful smile on He-Chen's handsome face, he immediately became even more angry. Ji Yangyang wants to beat you, isn't it because of you? Are you going to be sarcastic to him from the side? I laugh at your rhetoric of they are wrong, don't you have any fault at all, which is a typical classic rhetoric that ignores the facts. He-Chen laughed and said, this so-called one mistake is very interesting. What is the ratio of this one mistake to their mistakes? Is it 50%? So you want to punish each of them with 50 slaps? If I am 1% and they are 99%, then what does it mean that you always hold on to my 1%? I can do it this way. They are wrong, don't you, the teacher, have no fault at all? There has been a saying since ancient times that if you don't teach strictly, you are lazy. It's their fault, you as a teacher should not be too responsible. What? They are still fighting in the 3rd year of high school? They have been like this in the 1st and 2nd year of high school, okay. Why weren't they disciplined properly at that time? In 2 years, did you not know how to manage them, or did you dare not manage them? If you don't know how to manage them, you are already in the 3rd year of high school, and you are blowing your beard and glaring at me now, not at them, but at me, the so-called student who made a little mistake. How can you be so embarrassed? They are like this now. They violated school rules and regulations, but they still acted cool and careless. You spent 2 years carefully disciplining them. Don't say you only teach senior high school students. You didn't teach them before. It's not your fault. Just tell me if you are a teacher. As a teacher, don't you have any faults? Not to mention that you are the great leader and a small leader. If you don't dare, then you can eat chow chow rice, that's not surprising. A history teacher in the office who was eating melons almost laughed out loud, coughing repeatedly to cover it up. He was helpless in the eyes of his colleagues who blamed him. He had watched the TV series of the new 3 Kingdoms. Now that He-Chen said this, he immediately remembered that scene. Now is not the era of countless online memes. He really didn't expect that it could be used like this. How could he not laugh? Pan Shui was so anxious. Now it's awkward here. Parents are rushing to take time. Looking at this situation, he seriously doubts whether his goddess can hold on until that moment without being angry to death. Fortunately, someone finally came to help them out. He-Chen's sophomore class teacher heard the news and finally rushed over and called He-Chen out. In Pan Shui's expectant eyes, He-Chen gave face to this class teacher who was good to his predecessor and followed him out, but he stopped at the door, making it clear that this matter was not over yet. Ji Yang, why did you drive to school? Do you have a driver's license? Li Taigun adjusted his mood under the comfort of the licking dog. Pan Shui looked at Ji Yang and said in surprise after Ji Yang took out his driver's license. When did you take the test? I'm over 18, just took the test. Ji Yang said lightly. Seeing Li Taigun flipping through the driver's license, Fang Yifan immediately leaned over, almost touching his face to Li Taigun's. Li Taigun scolded him, and he said with a joking smile, Teacher, let me help you check it, it's not a fake license. Who are you looking down on? Does young Master Ji need a fake license? Just as Li Taigun closed the driver's license and was about to turn the page on this matter, He Chen's leisurely voice came from outside the door. What we should really look at is the time when he got the license. Push it back further, deduct the minimum 1 month required to learn to drive a driver's license, and see if he learned to drive when he was underage. If so, which driving school opened the back door? This is the 99% of the facts that should be paid attention to. When these words came out, Pan Shui and Ji Yang changed color at the same time. He Chen did not finish and said the reason for their change of color. With such a rich uncle at home, he gave her a Ferrari worth 3 million yuan when she was in the 3rd year of high school. You can imagine how spoiled she is. There is also a racing track. Look at this, she has to wear a racing suit to school. She doesn't study hard. She fantasizes about being another Han Han all day long. She has the conditions and impulses, and her personality is unscrupulous and bad. Who would believe that she has never learned to drive a car before she became an adult? He-chun, talk less, go back to class first. The head teacher in the 2nd year of high school quickly persuaded. No. He-chen refused, my Aunt Ruan will be here soon. I'm afraid that someone will bully her and treat her as a soft persimmon. Everyone was speechless. Just because your Aunt Ruan's surname is Ruan, you can't think that she is the soft one who is easy to be bullied, right? It's just that everyone thinks of Professor Ruan's face and temperament. If he plays a weak and pitiful role, it is indeed very suitable and full of charm. For example, the bullied Xiao Bai Kai. For example, Lin Daiyu who was forced by the wind and frost. From this point of view, the soft that He Chen mentioned is Professor Ruan's Ruan, which is really interesting to some extent. Professor Ruan is soft. Then who is the hard is self-evident. Li Taigun's face is livid. She really didn't expect that He Chen, who was called the schoolgrass because he was too handsome, had always been low-key and peaceful. Why did he completely change into a person after a summer vacation, becoming so lawless, sharp-tongued and aggressive? The teacher's office fell silent. But everyone knows this is the calm before the storm. Once a student has made up his mind not to listen to the teacher before the parents arrive, not to mention Li Qianjuan's stick, let alone Li Qianjuan's stick, is useless. Who is not a man who is destined by fate? Who doesn't have a Rui golden cudgel? Who can't stand up to the critical moment? Some of the other teachers in the office were secretly happy. After all, although Li Taigang was a teacher, he was also a junior leader. He was always arrogant and known for his toughness. He was often persuaded to be softer, but she always pushed back. Now the hard meets the harder. It also allows her to feel how everyone usually feels. Only Pan Shui, a licking dog, really feels for his goddess and is worried that she won't be able to get off the stage and won't be able to accept this tone. Especially looking at Yi Chen, who looked carefree and didn't take what just happened seriously at all, he was even more worried. Time passed by. The first people who hurried over were a pair of middle-aged women. As soon as they walked in and introduced themselves, they apologized to Li Taigang. One is Ji Yangyang's mother, with a gentle voice. The other one is Fang Yifan's mother. She has a very irritable temper at first glance. She didn't even apologize to the teacher, then turned around and yelled at her son, and even rolled up her sleeves to take action. After the teacher's persuasion, she temporarily stopped. Suppress the anger. When the matter was discussed, Ji Yangyang's mother's expression changed, and she pulled her son to start caring about his body. Ji Yangyang avoided him uncomfortably, and when her eyes fell on Yi Chen standing at the door, she was already dissatisfied. Whose son feels sorry for him? She usually has to save face for her husband and show her virtuous and down-to-earth side, but if it were Fang Yifan who was fighting with her son, she could look at the matter gently from the other side's point of view. But the premise is that the son cannot scream and cry after being beaten. That is of a completely different nature. I warned him repeatedly in advance, but he didn't listen and insisted on beating me. Just because he is the eldest son of the district chief's family, I can only follow teacher Li's teachings and learn from the low-level security guard brother who supports the family. First, let's take a beating from the eldest young master, and then you will provide justice to us little lords. Then take your eldest young master home and punish him with 3 glasses of wine. Is that the end of it? He Chen's words made Ji's mother unable to maintain her graceful ladylike posture. Li Tiegong's face turned dark, and Pan Shui, the dog licker, had a wry smile on his lips. Sure enough, there is no end. Goddess, why do you want to provoke such a student? Why are you so weird? Ji's mother couldn't speak, but Li Taigang couldn't bear it and scolded. Who punished himself with 3 cups? What else can I do if I don't punish myself with 3 drinks? He Chen said sarcastically, do you really want to do anything to your precious son? Besides, can you control it? If you can control it, there won't be so many cheaters. Having said this, he looked at Ji Yang, who was angry again. Oh, by the way, he is aloof and awesome, and he can't rely on his father, the district chief. He, a high school student, can drive a 3 million Ferrari because of his very rich uncle. And he is very proud to say that his very rich uncle did not get rich from his father, the district chief. It just so happened that his very rich uncle's sister came here. Can you answer my previous question? Why are all the family members and relatives of the leader so rich? Are they really all so talented and so rich? Still so rich and talented? Someone with a higher emotional intelligence would rather say that princes, generals, and prime ministers would rather have their own kind? Someone with a lower emotional intelligence would say, dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes, and the son of a mouse can dig holes? But how can there be such a saying that a tiger father and a dog son cheat the father and ruin the family? So what's going on? I'm so confused. We are talking about your fight, don't talk nonsense. After Fang Yifan's mother, who had been watching, figured out the situation, she immediately spoke up to help Ji's mother, who was being reprimanded and could not speak. Am I rambling? He Chen looked at this familiar face and mocked, you look like a so-called social elite in your outfit, why are you pretending to be confused? Don't you know that what I'm saying now is the real decisive factor in the final resolution of this matter? What is the truth and what is the truth is not important. Big fists are the last word. You are too extreme and cynical. Ji's mother frowned. Really? He Chen said with a smile, the sons raised by your 2 families are all quick to attack if they disagree. Teacher Li said that children's first teachers are parents who teach by words and deeds, and parents should raise the kind of children they want. So she didn't reason with us or argue the truth at all, and insisted on calling the parents directly. Isn't it just to see whose fists are stronger? The problem will naturally be solved by then, right? If you really think that I am cynical and that it is too extreme to think that big fists are the last word, why do your children and their teachers all believe that big fists are the last word? Ji's mother and Fang's mother were both at a loss for words. It's hard for Ji's mother to say that she and her husband have left their children with their grandparents since they were young due to work reasons. They are basically the children's uncles when they attend parent-teacher meetings. They have just come back now. As parents, they have not done what they said as parents in the past. Arrive. Mother Fang, on the other hand, was completely speechless. Because she had a short temper at home and would get angry at any disagreement. When she first came here, she almost couldn't help but give her son a few blows. According to Chen, her son's fight was caused by her, which was a topic she didn't want to accept but didn't want to talk about. Because it seemed like she was just saying bad things but not making sense. Li Taigan's face turned pale, and she was furious when Chen kept mocking her. But was Chen talking nonsense? When she was angry just now, she did say something like Professor Wan is a professor at a prestigious school, how could he adopt someone like you with the intention of hurting Chen? And according to Chen's current rhetoric, this statement can indeed be understood as her agreement with the statement Teacher Li said that the first teacher of a child is the parents who teach by example, and what kind of parents should raise what kind of children. It wasn't her original words, but she did mean that. But when did she say that parents should compete in who has the strongest fist? Even if it seems that she meant that, she really didn't mean it that way. This Chen is more than just extreme, he is simply vindictive. If she had known he was like this, she probably shouldn't have. She quickly interrupted the thought that was coming to her mind. How could she give in to a radical and troublesome student like this? Not to mention that she was in the right. When she thought that she was forced to have such thoughts, she was ashamed and angry, and her face became uglier. The dog licker Pan Shui was so distressed. Professor Wan. Just when the scene was dead silent again because of the cold little genius Chen, the happy voice of Chen's second-grade head teacher came from outside the door. Professor Wan is here. When the middle-aged beautiful woman with a classical and graceful temperament and a gentle and elegant expression walked in, there was an unstoppable commotion in the office, and everyone greeted her. Ji's mother and Fang's mother were also quite pretty, especially Fang's mother, who dressed fashionably and carried a brand name bag worth up to 70,000 yuan, and tried to maximize her own advantages. She did it, and made people shine through her careful dressing. But when compared with Professor Wan who came in, people immediately understood that the words of ancient literati such as several times or even dozens of times better than me, a slow horse is better than a unicorn, a jackdaw is better than a phoenix, and the stars are better than the bright moon were not all exaggerations, but true. Professor Wan, this is what happened. Pan Shui did not wait for Li Taigun to speak, but took the initiative to speak and quickly told the story again, only talking about objective facts, not attitude. He was really afraid that the goddess would not be able to figure it out and introduce it with emotion, and then he would be attacked by He Chen, which would turn the good thing that had the dawn of resolution into a bad thing. Although he did not like He Chen's attitude. But he had to admit that some of He Chen's words made sense. For example, young people nowadays can't be managed at all, otherwise there wouldn't be so many idiots. Since Ji Yangyang's parents can't manage Ji Yangyang, can't Professor Wan, whose parents are only aunts, really manage He Chen, who is not afraid of even the teacher, and is obviously more opinionated and more difficult to manage? He didn't dare to have too much hope for this. Under the attention of the crowd, Wan Lu glanced at He Chen, and seeing that he did not refute, he looked at Li Taigun. Teacher Li, why don't you let them go back to class first? I do want to, Li Taigun said self-deprecatingly. He Chen, you go back to class first. Ruan Lu said softly. He Chen and Ruan Lu looked at each other, and this time they did not insist, nodded, and then looked at Li Taigun with a raised eyebrow, stared at him for a few seconds, and then turned and left. This made Li Taigun tremble with anger. Those standing here are not fools, but they are all smart people, so they can see the threat of He Chen. Li Taigun, who was shaking with anger, really did not dare to get angry immediately, and could only look at Ruan Lu, hoping that Professor Wan, who was also a teacher, could take the initiative to say a fair word for her. However, Ruan Lu did not look at her, and naturally looked at Ji's mother and Fang's mother, and greeted them. This made Li Taigun even more angry. He felt so sorry for Pan Shui, the licking dog next to him, but he could do nothing about it. If it were someone else, he would definitely fight for the goddess directly. But facing a goddess among goddesses like Ruan Lu, even if he felt sorry for the goddess, he could not raise the mind to ask the other party for an explanation for his own goddess. He Chen left the office, ignoring the two people following him, and walked straight to his class. But just as he turned the corner, he saw a little kid poking his head out, and immediately waved excitedly when he saw him coming. Who else could it be but Lin Miao? And there was a tall girl standing next to her, and when she saw He Chen's eyes sweeping over her, she lowered her head modestly. He Chen also knew her. This was Lin Miao's best friend Deng Xiaoqi, who was also known as the school belle. But unlike He Chen, the undisputed school hunk, who is the school belle of Chunfeng Middle School, there has always been a lot of controversy. For example, his adopted sister Ruan Luzheng is also known as the school belle. He Chen, are you okay? Lin Miao asked hurriedly. Seeing He Chen shaking his head, she felt relieved, glared at Ji Yangyang who was walking by, and then began to talk about this and that with a beaming face. Deng Xiaoqi, her best friend next to her, was so anxious that she quietly pulled her clothes, and she belatedly introduced her good best friend to He Chen. He Chen nodded and said hello, reminding that it was time to go back to class, and walked away first, leaving Lin Miao who was still reluctant to leave. You're leaving now. What else do you want? Her best friend Deng Xiaoqi said enviously. Miao, when did you become so familiar with him? How come I didn't know? Didn't I tell you? Lin Miao was a little confused. He Chen just moved to our community and now lives upstairs from me. The one living upstairs from you is Qian Sanyi. Deng Xiaoqi reminded with a guilty conscience. Originally, when she was in the first year of high school, she was very fascinated by the super academic master Qian Sanyi, but when she was in the second year of high school, she saw He Chen who transferred here, and she suddenly realized that being good at studying is not everything. Absolute appearance is absolute charm. Qian Sanyi's appearance is not bad, but when standing next to He Chen, he can only be said to be pretty. Then she began to fall in love with someone else. Of course, she would not think so. Instead, she thought that since Qian Sanyi was so short-sighted and liked her best friend Lin Miao, she should help her best friend and not steal her best friend's love. But He Chen was not in the same class with her, and he was always low-key and did not like to show off. He was always accompanied by his sister Ruan Luzheng, so it was difficult for her to get close to him. After all, she also wanted to save face. When she fell in love with Qian Sanyi at first sight, she made some bold moves to show her affection. The whole school knew about it. If she changed her mind rashly and He-Chen did not respond, it would be embarrassing. I said it wrong. My apprentice lives upstairs from me, and He-Chen lives upstairs from my apprentice. Lin Miao explained, they originally lived in the university, but now they are in their third year of high school. Aunt Ruan wanted He-Chen and Ruan Lujing to save time, so she rented the house upstairs from us to accompany them to study. Why don't you move to Shuxian Yayuan across the street? Deng Xiaoqi asked subconsciously, and then thought that it might be because of economic reasons, so she quickly covered it up and said sourly, Miao Miao, you are very lucky. What's good? Lin Miao Miao looked confused. Deng Xiaoqi looked at such a best friend and knew that she was not Versailles, but really only had 8 orifices of 9 orifices. She had to sigh that she didn't know how much she was blessed and didn't know how much she wanted to be like her, close to the water and get the moon first. He-Chun didn't care about these. He naturally saw that Deng Xiaoqi was interested in him, but he had long been accustomed to such admiration. Besides, including his stepsister, these so-called school beauties were a bit exaggerated in his eyes. Compared with the school beauties in his memory, their aesthetics were completely severely downgraded. It's hard to ruffle the lake of his heart and create any ripples. Besides, even if he really has some ideas, he has to wait a few months until he turns 18 after the Chinese New Year. Before that, it would be better to spend this time to figure out how to upgrade the first skill that is refreshed to his own magical power and keep it forever. With this idea in mind, He-Chen returned to his class, which immediately attracted the attention of many people, who asked questions one after another. He-Chen said a few perfunctory words and let everyone go, which made his deskmate Du Tian feel relieved. He was honest and simple and was not used to such a scene. He stared at He-Chen in a daze, and whispered after a while, you seem to have changed. Really? He-Chen smiled slightly, not surprised by this. Du Tian was a good buddy of the previous life. The two were relatively low-key. Not only were they deskmates, but they also had some sympathy for each other. The previous life had lost his mother since childhood and had just lost his father, while he had lost his father since childhood, so they naturally became good friends. He felt the changes in He-Chen more obviously. Yeah. Du Tian nodded vigorously. Is it getting better or worse? He-Chen smiled. It should be considered getting better, Du Tian said hesitantly. He is honest and simple, and has always lacked confidence. Even though he has good genes and a good family background, it can't change his character. He was shocked that He-Chen suddenly became so confident and even a little unscrupulous, but he couldn't hide his envy. Who doesn't want to be so high-spirited? Who is not young and energetic? That's okay. He-Chen smiled and patted his shoulder. Du Tian smiled innocently and did not continue the topic. Instead, he talked about life during the summer vacation. Today is the start of school report. Not attending class. When the teacher was away, they were all chatting in groups and laughing endlessly. Class 2, Grade 3. Ruan Luzheng sat there uneasily, out of tune with the lively atmosphere around him. Suddenly a figure sat next to her, put his arms around her shoulders, and felt the familiar touch. She was not surprised or repulsed, but looked sideways at the girl next to her, and heard the other person bite her ears and say, your mother is here, he's back in class. Ruan Luzheng immediately showed a troubled expression. Zhengzheng, what's wrong with you? The girl at the same table was puzzled. It was He-Chen who was called the parent, not you. Xiaoxue, you don't understand. Ruan Luzheng glanced at his deskmate and shook his head silently. Although they are roommates and best friends, they can't talk to each other about everything. For example, she is not the mother's biological child, but also adopted. Although he was raised by a relative since he was a child and has a closer relationship, there is no fundamental difference between him and He-Chen. Especially after He-Chen came over, she felt that her mother's care and love for her, which was not obvious, suddenly disappeared by more than half. It was hard for her not to doubt her mother's love for her, which was even worse than the love she felt for He-Chen later. Now that He-Chen was in trouble, her mother was called over. Although it had nothing to do with her, she was so sensitive that she couldn't help but wonder if her mother would be hurt if she got angry. After all, they are all adopted, not biological. If you dislike one trouble, you may not be angry with the other. Thinking about this sensitive worry, she felt a little inferior and embarrassed. How could she tell her deskmate Xiaoxue? Although Xiaoxue's family is a reorganized family with a stepmother, the family is unusually harmonious. She is always envious of the fairy tale-like interactions between her family members. Unlike her, the family may have good material conditions, but when it comes to the family atmosphere, it's really hard to describe.
I always feel that my mother is never happy. It has only gotten a little better recently. Most likely it's because of He-chun. I don't understand, just tell me. Xia Shui touched Ruan Liujing's head affectionately. Seeing that she really didn't want to talk, she changed the topic. Zhang, during the summer vacation, you said that He-chen would come every morning, noon and evening. I want to practice Qigong, is it true? How I wish it was fake. When Ruan Lujing heard this mentioned, he couldn't help but turn his head and glance at Qian Sanyi, who was sitting in the back row, surrounded by everyone, and complained softly to his deskmate, you don't know how embarrassing I am. Let's not talk about whether he is embarrassed or not. Has he developed any skills? Xia Shui was very interested. What kind of skills can you have? Ruan Lujing sneered, you really believe in martial arts or something? Those are all things in martial arts novels, they are all fake. You forgot. You have practiced it yourself. Whether it is true or false, you should know best. Xia Shui was a little embarrassed. Lu Xing, the younger brother brought over by her stepmother, stood up for her biological brother Xia Yu and beat the children who bullied her biological brother Xia Yu. This attracted the child's uncle to block Lu Xing, which led to a series of escalating conflicts. During that period, the three siblings were all obsessed with practicing martial arts and had to protect their own safety. In the end, the matter was resolved satisfactorily in a peaceful and joyful way, and her path to martial arts training naturally came to an end. Mainly because I haven't practiced anything yet. Naturally, there is no motivation to continue. But for her who wants to be strong, this is not a glorious thing. Therefore, she was embarrassed and retorted harshly, that's not to say, Lu Xing's sister-in-law has real martial arts. Not only is she a third-degree black belt in Taekwondo at a young age, but what's even more powerful is her family martial arts. I heard that martial arts it's worth it, but it's a pity that Lu Xing is a loser, and because he changed his surname, his sister-in-law is not willing to teach him. Otherwise, I would also learn it, and I would definitely be very good. Seeing that Ruan Lujing was not interested at all, she quickly changed the subject. Okay, the matter is over, there is no use thinking about it, and I think He-chen is right. You also have a crush on him? Ruan Lujing looked sideways at his deskmate. No. Xia Shui immediately became anxious, I'm just discussing the matter. Don't you think what he said makes sense? For example, he mocked Yuan Hua from class 12, grade 3. I am absolutely amazed and couldn't agree more. Ruan Lujing quickly comforted his deskmate. She knew that Xia Shui had always studied well and was very competitive. She also participated in the district's essay competition. She thought she could win first place as usual, but this time she was forced to do so by an article titled, My Father, the District Chief. Sheng pressed it, and Xia Shui was so angry that she almost made a scene, and insisted on an explanation from the organizer of the district's essay competition. In the end, although I was comforted by my parents who understood the society, I still harbored a grudge. Now seeing He-chen talking about it in public, Xia Shui praised He-chen all the time, which is reasonable. It doesn't necessarily mean that she has a crush on He-chen. Of course, this possibility cannot be ruled out. With He-chen's face, unless he was blind, there were really very few girls who wouldn't be tempted by it. Don't think too highly of him. He is not the kind of person you imagine who hates evil and insists on justice. Ruan Lujing shook his head to cool down Xia Shui. Why not? Xia Shui was unconvinced, who else would dare to do this except him? If he didn't hate evil and insist on justice, why would he offend Ji Yanyang first and then Yuan Hua? These two can easily win the first prize for writing My District Chief Father. Do ordinary people have this courage? Ruan Lujing heard this and felt something in his heart. He-chen confronted Ji Yanyang for Lin Miaomio. Then why did he mock Yuan Hua implicitly? She was not as naive as Xia Shui, who thought that He-chen hated evil and hated it. Most likely, he couldn't stand Yuan Hua and was hostile to Yuan Hua. But why? There is something mysterious here. The morning report was over in the blink of an eye, and the students dispersed. School will officially start tomorrow. The parents also dispersed. The morning events seemed to have passed silently. He-chen did not wait for the call, so he followed the crowd after school, said goodbye to Du Tian, went to the bicycle shed to get the bicycle, picked up his sister who was waiting on the side, went out of the school gate, and rode towards the community. I thought there would be no conversation along the way. Who would have thought that when he rode to a corner where no one was, Ruan Liujing's faint voice suddenly came from behind, do you like Choya? What's Choya like? He-chen was surprised for a moment, then laughed. Ruan Lujing blushed immediately, loosened her hand that was holding the corner of He-chen's clothes, and subconsciously made a chest-protecting action again,
and then was ashamed and angry at Hee-chan's questioning.
Xiaoya, from class 12 of grade 3, is Yuan Hua's classmate and even her deskmate. She is also a celebrity and one of the strong candidates for the school beauty. But unlike them who rely on their faces, Xiaoya relies more on her figure. That bulging, extremely eye-catching figure. This is why she thought of Hee-chan's hostility towards Yuan Hua, and chose to mock him without hesitation. Well, it's not what Xia Shui said about hating evil, but Hee-chan, like other boys, is greedy for Xiaoya's body, which is cheap. Hold it up. When Hee-chan saw that there was no sound behind him, he didn't take it seriously and reminded him. However, this sentence made Ruan Luzhang, who was sitting in the back seat of the car, extremely angry. He was thinking of Hee-chan's sudden stop when he entered the campus in the morning. Although I knew he was trying to help Lin Miao Miao. It's not like those gangsters who deliberately speed up and stop suddenly to take advantage. But now that she heard Hee-chan say this, she still couldn't help but think about it. What's the meaning? Does it mean that her figure is not as good as Xiaoya's, so even taking advantage of her feels like she is at a disadvantage? There is no elasticity, does it hurt you? Hee-chan didn't expect that his adopted sister would be so full of inner drama, so he rode straight into the community, parked the car downstairs, turned around and looked, and found that she was no longer there. After locking the car, he was about to go upstairs to go home when he saw Lin Miao Miao standing by the window on the first floor, shouting to him loudly, "Hee-chan, come to my house for dinner at noon. My mother specially made a lot of delicious food." "No need." Hee-chan politely refused. "Hee-chan, come here, I've heard all about it. Thanks to you for helping Miao Miao today, Auntie is grateful to you. You won't dislike Auntie's craftsmanship, right?" Lin Miao Miao's mother also came over and stood behind her daughter. Greeted Hee-chan with a smile. "Auntie, you are so polite." Hee-chan looked at Lin Miao Miao's mother's heartwarming face and smiled. After all, he grew up watching Wulin Gaiden. He had read it no more than 20 times, so it was not much different. He still had a good impression of the charming Tong Xiangyu, and subconsciously he would not regard her as an outsider. "Where's Ruan Luzhang? I'll call her." Lin Miao Miao slapped her forehead and ran away, going upstairs to fetch Ruan Luzhang. Hee-chan went upstairs to his room first. Seeing that Aunt Ruan was not there, Lin Miao Miao went into Ruan Liuzhen's boudoir and chattered her together to have a dinner. After thinking about it, she picked up the phone and called Aunt Ruan. As soon as the phone rang, the boudoir became quiet. Hee-chan said a few words briefly, hung up the phone, and said to the two women who were also waiting for news, "Aunt Ruan won't be back at noon today. Let's go and disturb Aunt Wang and Uncle Lin. Let's go, let's go." Upon hearing this, Lin Miao Miao immediately pulled Ruan Luzhang and walked out. "Mom didn't say anything else?" Ruan Luzhang tested Hee-chan as he walked out. "What did you say?" Hee-chan followed and joked, "Aunt Ruan scolds me, and you are satisfied?" Ruan Luzhang pouted, feeling even more uncomfortable. For contradicting the teacher like that, no matter how right you are, you should be reprimanded, but my mother didn't seem to even mention it. What does this mean? The bias is too obvious. On the first floor, where Lin Miao Miao's family rented a house for accompanying students, Lin Miao Miao's mother Tong, the shopkeeper, was Wang Shengnan, who was bringing out dishes from the kitchen one after another. The table was filled with various dishes, truly worthy of a feast. Sit, Lin Miao Miao, you are responsible for greeting your classmates." Wang Shengnan greeted while telling his daughter, "Don't worry about eating for yourself. They are all our own people, no need to be pretentious." Lin Miao Miao said nonchalantly, but she still pulled Ruan Luzhang to sit next to her, and in a very Indian way of eating, she reached out and grabbed a chicken drumstick and stuffed it into her hand. Here, Ruan Luzhang was urged to eat. "Try my mother's roast chicken, it's delicious." After some greetings, everyone started to eat. While Wang Shengnan was greeting him, he saw that Hee-chan was eating deliciously and asked with some pity, "Is Professor Ruan usually very busy? How do you eat?" "We have been eating in the university cafeteria before." Hee-chan explained, "Now that we are in our third year of high school, after moving here, Aunt Ruan is going to continue bringing us meals from the cafeteria at noon. Today is the beginning of school, and there are things that happened in the morning, so there is no it's too late. Professor Ruan is very similar to Qian Sanyi's mother upstairs." Wang Shengnan couldn't help laughing. "That's it." Lin Miao Miao chewed heavily in her mouth, and did not forget to complain about her mother, "Don't even look at Aunt Ruan and Aunt Pei. Completely different from you." In ancient times, there was no way that wealthy young ladies, who were proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, would have anything to do with the kitchen.
So I cook delicious food for you, a greedy little cat, all day long, and I turn into a mother-in-law because of the oil fumes. I also have to be despised by you for not being a wealthy young lady who doesn't have a finger in the sun." Wang Shengnan glared at his daughter angrily. Lin Miaomiao immediately laughed with her, praising that this was the good mother she loved most. He Chun also smiled and agreed, who was not a rich lady. If Aunt Wang was in ancient times, she must be the same. Shopkeeper Tong was a real rich lady back then. The guests and hosts enjoyed the meal thoroughly. He Chun and Lin Miaomiao immediately ate up the extra meals that Wang Shengnan had specially cooked. Lin Miaomiao, who was able to eat, leaned on the chair with her belly supported. She looked at He Chun, who was eating elegantly but far more efficiently than her, and whose belly seemed to never be full, with a look of admiration. "He Chun, this is the first time I've met someone who can eat better than me, you're awesome." Lin Miaomiao gave a thumbs up. "The main reason is that the food cooked by Aunt Wang is so delicious." He Chun complimented with a smile. In fact, it was after he refreshed his superpower of counting the age of a turtle that his appetite began to increase dramatically. "It's a blessing to be able to eat. If you like it, Auntie will make some for you." Wang Shengnan was very happy. He got up and was about to give He Chun another meal, but He Chun stopped him. After chatting for a while after the meal, He Chun left. "Are you going back to practice turtle breath kung fu?" Lin Miaomiao asked excitedly. He Chun glanced at Ruan Luzhang and nodded to Lin Miaomiao. Since the crane skill needs to find pine trees and is practiced outdoors, it is not surprising that people know about it, but the turtle breathing skill is a quiet and sleeping skill. If it weren't for Ruan Luzhang saying it, it would be difficult for outsiders to know about it. Ruan Luzhang avoided He Chun's gaze. This was indeed spread from her, but she only complained to her deskmate and best friend Xia Shui. She didn't expect that it had now reached Lin Miaomiao's ears. "I'm afraid everyone knows it." He Chun refused Lin Miaomiao's request to follow him and watch him practice the turtle breathing skill on the grounds that it was a quiet skill. He went upstairs to his bedroom, packed up, closed the door, sat cross-legged, and officially started practicing. There was no need to go to school in the afternoon. Ruan Luzhang finally dealt with the energetic Lin Miaomiao, and lying on the bed, she couldn't stop thinking about her worries. She couldn't accept that her mother didn't say a harsh word after He Chun did such a thing. After finally making it to the evening, her mother came back, and He Chun went down to practice under the pine tree without fail. She came to Ruan Lu's side, acted like a spoiled child for a while, and then asked about it tentatively. "Why do you blame He Chun?" Ruan Lu turned her head to look at her adopted daughter with a strange look. "His behavior is very masculine and manly. This is a real man. He lives up to his heroic face. He deserves to be the pillar of the family. I am very polite and restrained not to praise him in front of your teacher." Ruan Luzhang just felt very wronged and ridiculous. This is not how her mother educated her. If she dared to learn from He Chun to contradict the teacher, her mother would never react like this. What else is the pillar of the family? She is her mother's daughter. He Chun didn't even go through the adoption procedures. To be more precise, he was just an outsider who was staying there. How could he surpass her, the only child in the family, and become the pillar of the family? Doesn't her mother distinguish between inside and outside? Ruan Lu looked at her daughter's aggrieved yet charming face, frowned, smoothed her clothes, buttoned them tightly, and reminded her again, "He Chun is your brother, you must always remember this." "Didn't you hear it?" Ruan Lu's voice became a little stern. "I heard it." Ruan Luzhang shuddered and quickly agreed. Under her mother's gaze, she repeated, "He Chun is my brother." She just felt it was too strange. What about the pillar of the family? For her, who is in adolescence, He Chun, a school idol recognized by the whole school, is in front of her all day long. How could she not have ripples and fantasies? After all, she and He Chun not only have no actual brother-sister relationship, but even the nominal relationship is very reluctant. It is normal for boys and girls of the same age, handsome boys and beautiful girls, to have some fantasies. He Chun is not a child of a relative of her mother like her, but a child of a deceased friend. Is it necessary to care so much? If her mother treats He Chun as her child husband, as the only man in the family, it is understandable that he is regarded as the pillar. But some of her mother's actions always remind her, conveying that she does not approve of any possibility of her and He Chun going further. No. Not only disapproval, but firm opposition. This is very strange. Mom admires him so much, she and he are a perfect match, and they are about to become adults. Even if it is because they are in the third year of high school and their studies are the priority, they should not be so guarded. At least leave a loophole and give hope. Otherwise, when the college entrance examination is over, they will go their separate ways and go to college.
Facing all kinds of beauties from all over the world, what advantage will she have? She doesn't even have to wait until college.
Not to mention anything else, even now in Chunfeng Middle School, her figure is not as eye-catching as Choya, nor is she as good at singing and dancing as Deng Xiaoqi, who is preparing to take the art exam. She is not even as energetic and lively as Lin Miao. This is just a casual mention. Chunfeng Middle School is full of hidden talents and there are many outstanding girls in all aspects. Otherwise, the school bell crown has not been locked for a long time, and there are not 1, 2, or 3 school beauties, but more than 10 school beauties are called school beauties.
If not in appearance and figure, then in academic performance?
Her grades are good, but they are completely incomparable to those of Xia Shui, her deskmate, Xiaoingzi, and Huang Jitao, the female academic masters in the next class. It can be said that she is only above average in all aspects. For He Chun, who is the most beautiful and fully qualified to be dazzled by the choices, she is completely mediocre and inconspicuous. If there is really an idea of keeping the wealth within the family, except for the identity of a sister, who can spend time together and cultivate feelings in advance, she has no core competitiveness.
So she really can't figure out what her mother is thinking. But it's hard to ask.
Without mentioning Ruan Liuzheng's distress, He Chen returned home with satisfaction after practicing the crane kung fu under the pine tree.
Under the age of 18, everything is false. Only the crane counts the age of the turtle is true.
To be honest, the sense of fulfillment and improvement brought by practicing kung fu fascinates him far more than the things between men and women.
This is just practicing kung fu.
If it were to be changed to cultivating immortals, he dared not imagine how strong the pleasure would be. No wonder those who cultivate immortality do not feel lonely and desolate when they sit in the mountains for hundreds or thousands of years.
As soon as he got home and chatted with Aunt Ruan for a while, he went into the room to read. He and Ruan Liuzheng were not in the same class because his grades were much worse than hers before. She was in the key science class, while he was in the parallel class in the middle. There was no way around it. Who made him a firm mainstay in both his previous life and now? He has always been mediocre.
But now it is different. When the 2 superpowers of Hisuan Gue Ling were practiced, his IQ was improved, especially when he practiced Gue Shigong. If he does not take advantage of this time to improve his grades and rush to the university level, it would be a waste of a good opportunity. Now, with Aunt Ruan, a professor at a prestigious university, he can eat soft rice, so he is devoted to superpowers, and the rest is spent on studying. As for making money, which is the most important thing in rebirth and time travel, he has temporarily abandoned it. Even when he practiced the crane technique, he had to find a pine tree and try his best to imitate the artistic conception. He would not follow the wrong path of Emperor Jiajing, who practiced the crane technique and became a joke in the eyes of others. Emperor Jiajing was devoted to Taoism, and practiced both the crane technique and the turtle breathing technique, but why couldn't he calculate the turtle's age with the crane technique? In addition to taking drugs that harmed his body, he must have been calculating with him. In front of the emperor of the Ming dynasty, he said that he would not go to work or punch in, but in private, he was actually the minister of the Ministry of Revenue of the Ming dynasty. He was always calculating money, and he knew that it was all my money. He was obsessed with money. With such worries in his heart, could he fit the artistic conception of Taoism and longevity? Mental fatigue makes people old. He Chun now has only 3 months to turn the crane calculating turtle's age into a permanent innate magical power, so naturally he can't care about money. Once the Taoist master becomes a Taoist, with a sufficient lifespan, he will have everything he should have, and there is no need to rush. To put it bluntly, those who work so hard to earn money will die early once their health breaks down, and the hard-earned money they earn will be used by their wives and children to live longer. Why bother? Therefore, health and lifespan are the foundation. Everything else is empty. With such a mind, He Chen immersed himself in the positive cycle of learning, feeling happy, until he heard Aunt Ruan calling them for dinner, and then he came out and found that it was already dark. The 3 of them had dinner and went back to their rooms. He Chen was the first to pack his clothes and go out to the bathroom to take a shower. In the past year or so, he has been living with 2 unrelated beauties, one big and one small, day and night, and has developed the necessary habits. For example, he is the first one to take a shower. In order to avoid seeing all kinds of colorful, white, black, large and small private objects as soon as he enters, which will disturb his mind. Although it is just a cover-up, it is impossible to completely avoid drying things under the same roof, but it has avoided the embarrassment of being in a melon field and plum fields. After He Chen came out of the shower, he went into the bedroom and studied for more than an hour. When it was 9 o'clock in the evening, he put down the book on time, took off his clothes and went to bed, and took a side-lying posture to sleep. The savages lie in the immortal cave, and the southern stars are rotten in the water country at midnight. Sitting and forgetting the sun and the moon, the turtle breath, and laughingly pointing to the sky and the earth into the birdcage. Every time the turtle breath is in the trance, it is with the sun and the moon, the sky and the universe, and the big head and the small head are full of stars and the sea. Is it possible that the IQ and computing power will not rise? When Ruan Luzheng finished writing a set of papers and came out, she looked at Yi Chen's room and found that the lights were off. She couldn't help pouting. Her grades were much better than Yi Chen's. She was in the key science class, but she worked hard to get there. It was not as easy as Yi Chen. What made her even more nervous was that her dream, or her mother's expectation of her, was to study medicine and become a good doctor in the future. And studying medicine is very hard. Even if this kind of learning intensity is not lifelong, it is no joke to have another 8 to 10 years after the college entrance examination. However, the damage caused by the comparison was hurtful. She could only tiptoe into the bathroom to take a shower, fearing that the noise would be too loud and her mother would hear and scold her for disturbing Yi Chen's rest. It was only 9 o'clock in the evening. Many people's nightlife had not even started yet, but Yi Chen actually fell asleep. Those who didn't know him would think he was some kind of weird old man who was obsessed with health. With these inner complaints, Ruan Luzheng returned to her room after taking a bath. Taking advantage of the refreshing spirit brought by the bath, she had to continue to write a few more papers. That's right. As soon as school started, even if it was not officially started yet, she automatically entered the hell mode of the third year of high school without waiting for the mobilization meeting for the college entrance examination tomorrow. It's not that she likes it, but she doesn't want to disappoint her mother. Chapter 11. If there is no life for Jia Baoyu, it is not necessary to pretend to be Jia Baoyu's illness. The next day, the college entrance examination mobilization swearing-in meeting was held today. When Yi Chen and the others arrived at school, the playground was already filled with red flags and colorful flags, creating a lively atmosphere. Is everything okay? Du Tian, his deskmate, asked quietly when he saw him. What can happen? Yi Chen asked with a smile. The person being criticized was only the grade leader, not the principal, and the deputy district principal was also involved in some unspeakable remarks. Seeing that Yi Chen was someone who was not easy to mess with, he was naturally able to turn a big issue into a small one. Of course, there is also the factor that Aunt Ruan, a professor from a famous school, has certain influence. You're awesome. Du Tian smacked his tongue. Is your queen coming over today? Yi Chen asked curiously. My mother went abroad to investigate business, and it was my sister-in-law who came here. Du Tian said something, and complained, you really have changed a person after the summer vacation. How can you describe my mother as a queen? My mom is very gentle, not overbearing at all, not a queen. Yi Chen smiled and said nothing, thinking, your mother is not the queen, who is the queen? My predecessor had average learning, average memory, and was limited in other aspects, but these beautiful aunts were very attentive to me. Therefore, when Yi Chen combined his memories, he had a profound memory of his mother, whom he had only met once, and he immediately recognized the national treasure of the daughter country, her lady queen. Your sister-in-law is an emergency doctor and is busier than anyone else. She can come to your college entrance examination mobilization and swearing-in ceremony. Your mother is even busier than her. She is not the queen who runs a big company and has many things to do every day. There is no other way. I also want to come out and help her as soon as possible. Du Tian said distressfully, but my age doesn't allow it. If you change it to an ordinary second generation, it is definitely hypocritical to say that they don't want to inherit the family business, and they have to work hard on their own to win everything in a different track. In the end, after various failures in love and sex, they will naturally grow up in battlefield enlightenment and struggle. Success, it's great to go home and inherit the family business. Du Tian is not so pretentious. He is very frank. The purpose of studying hard is to return home and inherit the family business as soon as possible. Moreover, inheriting the family business is not to better show off and pick up girls, but to reduce the burden on single mothers. Tell your sister-in-law for me later, I want to ask her for a favor. Yi Chen didn't say anything more, patted Du Tian on the shoulder, and opened the door to a sutra that every family has difficulty reciting. What's the deal? Du Tian looked at Yi Chen in surprise. What business could Yi Chen have to ask his sister-in-law? Now he feels more and more that his deskmate has changed. He never mentioned this before, but now he mentions his family frequently without the embarrassment of a young man at all. It feels very awkward. Your sister-in-law is a doctor and her level is very high.
Ruan Luzhang wants to study medicine.
When your sister-in-law comes, I want to take Ruan Luzhang over and ask her for advice on what it is like to study medicine. He Chen explained, they are all girls. I believe your sister-in-law can give Ruan Luzhang a clear idea to prevent her from overestimating herself and underestimating the thunder-like degree of studying medicine.
So that's it. Du Tian understood. No problem, I will tell my sister-in-law when I meet her later, and she will definitely agree.
He said jokingly and looked at Yi Chen, I didn't see it, but you care about Ruan Luzhang.
My sister-in-law is a top student who has returned from studying abroad. She knows all about the medical situation at home and abroad. She can really think about it. The best guidance for people studying medicine is to avoid many detours. She is Aunt Ruan's daughter after all.
Yi Chen explained with a smile, then called Du Tian and followed the large group of people who were notified to leave the classroom and go to the playground. On the playground, class after class stood together. In the stands, the teachers were also greeting the parents who came to take their seats according to their children's classes, and there was endless chatter.
In the queue of Class 2, Grade 3,
Ruan Luzhang and Xia Shui stood together. Xia Shui was holding the manuscript and reciting it quietly silently, glancing at it from time to time. Because she was among the best in studies and sunny and cheerful, she defeated Huang Jitao and the others and became the representative of the third-year students.
She will go on stage to speak later.
I caught a glimpse of my best friend looking nervously into the stands, put down the manuscript and complained, are you still worried that Auntie won't come over?
I'm not worried about this.
Ruan Luzhang shook his head. What she cares about is whether her mother will sit in the parents' seat of Class 2, Grade 3, or Class 7, Grade 3 when her mother comes over. When she saw Ruan Lu entering the room, sitting with the parents of Class 2, Grade 3 under the guidance of the teacher, she couldn't help but smile. After Ichiban's entire senior class paraded along the playground, various speeches were given on stage. First, the principal. Then there are the parent representatives. Unexpectedly, but reasonably, the parent representative of this class is Ji Yangyang's father, who has just returned to the city. He actually surpassed Yuan Hua's father, the district chief, to speak on behalf of the parents. When Yi Chen was looking at this chubby and official-looking man giving a high-spirited speech on stage, he was keenly aware of a gaze coming over and followed it. A few classes away, Ji Yangyang was seen standing in the last row. He had turned his eyes away and looked at his father on the stage with disdain in his unruly and cold eyes. Yi Chen looked away with a chuckle. It's so childish to express your disdain for relying on your father in this way. Ji Yangyang had been paying attention to Yi Chen's reaction with his peripheral vision. His unruly and disdainful expression was frozen on his face, and he clenched his fists. Amidst the ridicule of the classmate next to him, young Master Ji, your dad is awesome. He responded with the word fuck off angrily. When you are pretending to be cool, someone must cooperate, otherwise you will easily look stupid. Yi Chen's heartfelt disregard and contempt were far more lethal than the cold contempt he showed. When Xia Shui took the stage as a student representative to give a speech and start the oath-taking ceremony, the whole playground suddenly went into an uproar with exclamations. But it was a student who was holding a camera and taking pictures from above the stands. He suddenly lost control and slipped, hanging on the shed, and might fall down at any time. This is neither a high nor a low height. If it falls, big problems are likely to occur. Everyone looked closely and saw who it was if it wasn't Fang Yifan. He has an ordinary appearance, is at the bottom of his class, and his family background is not very Roman, but he likes to be in the limelight the most. Nowadays, even if you don't have the limelight, you have to create it. The crowd gathered around him, who finally couldn't catch him and fell down and lay there motionless. There was a chaos, and his childhood sweetheart, the top student Xiaoingzi, and the goddess Huang Jitao all showed anxious expressions. I just want to take a picture for everyone. Fang Yifan raised his finger and explained weakly. Stop talking like this. The teacher doesn't blame you. Teacher Pan, go to the infirmary and ask the school doctor to get a stretcher. Li Tieguan knew what Fang Yifan meant and gave his assurance in a hurry, then raised his head and said, he ordered his licking dog for a moment, and when he glanced at Yi Chen, he was standing aside. He was not anxious at all, but seemed to be watching the fun. He immediately glared at Yi Chen, you are still watching the fun now, spread out, give it to Fang Yi every space breathes. Let me help you take a look. Yi Chen had long noticed that Fang Yifan was pretending, especially when the opponent's goddess Huang Jitao shouted anxiously beside him, which made Fang Yifan almost unable to hold back his expression of extreme enjoyment. It was obvious without Jia Baoyu's life, he still had to pretend to be sick. He-chun knelt down and touched it with his hand.
What are you going to do again?
Li Taigang stretched out his hand and was about to push He-chun away to prevent He-chun from moving. However, Fang Yifan jumped up and pushed away Li Taigang, who stretched out his hand to push He-chun.
The hands, that lively and fragrant look, don't look a little weak to the point of fainting. This almost made Li Taigang angry to death. He rubbed his arm that was sore from being hit by Fang Yifan's violent rebound. He still didn't understand what kind of monster Fang Yifan was doing. The teacher didn't blame you? Go to hell. Fang Yifan.
Before Li Tiguan could get angry, Fang Yifan's mother, who had been blaming Li Tiguan just now, "Why did you ask him to take photos if it's okay?" got angry in advance, yelled and rushed over.
Fang Yifan also had the same stress reaction.
He didn't care about the discomfort on his body and ran away subconsciously, shouting, "Mom, why are you chasing me?" Under the spotlight, the mother and son staged a chase and escape drama, turning the college entrance examination mobilization swearing-in ceremony into a joke.
Li Tiguan's face was so blue that he was about to drip.
He rubbed his sore hand and shouted to Fang Yifan's mother to stop having trouble with Fang Yifan.
Seeing that it was of no use, she walked towards the principal and complained, "Principal, do you still think there is something wrong with my previous suggestion? Teacher Li, are you hurt?" The principal was not very happy either. Before, he had righteously rejected Li Tiegang's utilitarian proposal to stay in class.
Now, as a typical example, Fang Yifan caused such a thing in public, which naturally made him unhappy, but that kind of principal issue cannot be discussed, and the topic can only be changed. After a long fuss, under the auspices of Li Taigang and Pan Shui, the college entrance examination mobilization swearing-in ceremony continued and entered the balloon release phase. Now let us write our college entrance examination wishes on balloons and let our hopes and dreams fly together.
Parents and students are asked to work as a family and each person receive a balloon.
Markers are provided on both sides of the podium.
Please line up. Receive. He-Chen and Du Tian walked to Class 2, Grade 3, to meet Ruan Luzheng and Aunt Ruan.
Du Shaoqing, Du Tiantian's sister-in-law, also followed. Next to him was Qian Sanyi's mother accompanying him, and Lin Miaomiao's parents who were dragged over by Lin Miaomiao from the liberal arts class.
Boy, okay, have you practiced? Xiaoingzi's father was kicked aside by Xiaoingzi's mother and his ex-wife. When he was embarrassed, he sought He-Chen and couldn't help but praise him out of curiosity.
This is called the sunflower acupuncture hand, which is best at creating miracles in the history of human medicine. He-Chen couldn't help but raise his fingers to make a gesture when he saw his face of Wulin Gaiden Laobai, who was no longer young but still cheerful at first glance.
Naughty!
Xiaoingzi's father understood what he heard, and then the curve of his mouth was harder to suppress than AK. You also think I look like the star who played Wulin Gaiden?
Let me tell you, I am not bragging to you.
In the early years when martial arts was popular in the outside world, Uncle and I were young. When I went out, people called me Thief Saint and Lao Bai, and they always asked me for autographs.
I can see it, I can see it.
He-Chen was very happy when he saw his sultry expression, so he smiled playfully.
Do you know who I learned this skill from?
I learned it from my Aunt Wan Shangnan. Yes, she is a university physical education teacher and has been practicing Chuan Wu under her formal training since she was a child.
He pointed over there and said, "Look, she's here." Xiaoingzi's father looked over and was immediately surprised.
After looking at it carefully for a few times, he reacted, turned his head and pointed at He-Chun with a bitter smile. "You are really good at teasing people."
That's right. If he calls himself Lao Bai and Wulin Gaiden, then Lin Miaomiao's mother Wang Shangnan is Lao Bai's favorite, Tong Xiangyu, the shopkeeper of Tongde. Now both parties are parents with children.
Although he is divorced, he has been living with a young yoga teacher for many years, and shopkeeper Tong also has a family. He was really embarrassed to continue being teased by He-Chen, his daughter's classmate. He-Chen also ordered it to stop, otherwise it would be his fault if it really ignited each other's flames. At this time, everyone gathered together as their own family units. Xiaoingzi called her dad over there, and the middle-aged version of Lao Bai quickly passed by.
"Dad, do you know He-Chen?" Xiaoingzi asked curiously. "We just met. He's a very funny kid." Xiaoingzi's father, Xiao Weidong, was a daughter slave.
Seeing his daughter's interest, he quickly told her his conversation with He-Chen with a smile. He is indeed quite funny. Xiaoingzi thought of the series of things that happened because of this humor, and nodded in agreement with her father's evaluation.
"Ingzi, we are at a critical moment now, so we can't be distracted.
Xiao Weidong immediately became vigilant, thinking of He Chen's appearance that was not inferior to his peak appearance when he was young, and couldn't help but implicitly remind him.
Dad, what are you talking about? Xiaoingzi said angrily, I am under a lot of pressure all day long, how can I have the energy to think about this? Dad knows, don't worry. With Dad here, you will definitely be able to relax. Xiao Weidong also knew about his ex-wife's tough parenting and looked at his daughter with distress.
Then Xiaoingzi was called over by her mother, and Xiao Weidong quickly followed. He heard his ex-wife scolding his daughter. What did you say to him?
He Chen? Xiao Weidong, you are going to die. Fan Yuan didn't tell you that he was a demon king with a greasy head and a pink face.
He was not a good person at first glance. You didn't tell your daughter to protect her from contact, but you dared to take the initiative to tell her this.
What do you want to do?
Xiao Weidong was trained like a grandson by his ex-wife, but he had nothing to say. He knew why his ex-wife was like this. First of all, she was a teacher. She was a famous teacher at Chunfeng Middle School before. Now she quit her job to do training outside and is also a teacher. She naturally disliked He Chun, who dared to contradict the teacher. Furthermore, He Chun was so handsome, as good as he had been when he was young, which made his ex-wife, who had always hated him and accused him of cheating, feel naturally disgusted and worried about seduce their daughter. Not to mention that the person He Chun was targeting, Zhongfang Yifan, was the son of her best friend. Everyone understood the American-style woodcutting mentality between best friends. Xiaoingzi felt so embarrassed that she covered her forehead and blocked her eyes, wishing she could crawl into the cracks in the ground. Especially when He Chen, who was not far away, glanced here, he was even more worried that He Chen had heard his mother's vicious comments about him, and he yelled at her mother before finally letting her withdraw her magical power. And her worries were not groundless. He Chen was now very smart, and these words did reach his ears, but he didn't have time to pay attention to them for the time being, so he secretly remembered them in his heart. At this moment, he was already standing with Ruan Luzheng and Ruan Lu, with a balloon in the middle. Ruan Luzheng handed the marker to He Chen. You write first. He Chen did not refuse. After taking it, he wrote 4 words without hesitation. Crane counts as a tortoise? Ruan Luzheng glanced at He Chen and gave He Chen a blank look. He felt that he was really crazy. This was what he was thinking about all day long. He Chen ignored her eyes and handed the marker to her again. Writing wishes and releasing balloons now is to let go of his best dream at this moment, and his best dream now is to completely turn the superpower of counting the age of a turtle into his natal magical power, and he has no other thoughts. After Ruan Luzheng took it, he thought about it and wrote, avoiding He Chen's eyes, Peking University School of Medicine. After finishing writing, I glanced at my mother and saw her nodding and smiling. She happily handed over the marker and said, Mom, you write one too. Okay. Ruan Lu did not refuse. After taking it, like He Chen, he wrote 4 words without hesitation. Sheng Tian Banzi. When they saw the good wishes written by Ruan Lu, Ruan Luzheng and He Chen were shocked. Ruan Luzheng suddenly blushed. Because she felt she understood everything. She also completely understood her mother's good intentions. What is Sheng Tian Banzi? What is half-child? A son-in-law and half a son. Mom clearly wants a son-in-law who is better than heaven. And is such a son-in-law so easy to find? Definitely not. So it can only be cultivated in advance. As for He Chen's appearance and figure, he is absolutely the pride of heaven and fits this standard very well. His personality was originally very stable, but he suddenly became unstable recently. Moreover, these achievements cannot be called a victory. However, if you cover everything, it is not the victory of half a son of heaven, but the victory of one son of heaven, better than the emperor. She thought she couldn't control such a son-in-law. So Sheng Tian Banzi is just right. As for why he kept reminding He Chen that he was her brother and insisted on not letting her fall in love with a young girl, it was also for her own good. When He Chen's grades were unreliable and the burden of supporting her family would rest on her shoulders in the future, she had to study hard, first get into a good university, and then find a good job and make more money so that she could support her family. When the time comes, He Chen will be responsible for her beauty, and she will be responsible for making money to support the family. Perfect. When the college entrance examination is over, as long as she gets admitted to the university of her choice, her mother will definitely have a showdown with her. Can't she just add the word brother in front of her? It happened to be her birthday at that time, and maybe this was the best Kamingafijin birthday gift that her mother had prepared for her. The more Ruan Luzheng thought about it, the more he felt that this was the only truth. He blushed, but his belief became stronger. We must work harder. Otherwise, with her current grades, it would be quite difficult to get admitted to Peking University Medical School.
He Chen had no time to pay attention to Ruan Liuzheng's little thoughts.
He was already shocked by these 4 words written by Ruan Lu, and a TV series he watched in his previous life could not help but come to mind.
No way.
These 4 words are so famous. Originally, he didn't think about it at all, because Ruan Lu's surname is not Liang, and although he is no longer as handsome as ever, he is not so old that even people would laugh at him for saying that he was the school belle back then. He is still a charming middle-aged man.
Beautiful woman. In addition, there is no memory of Ruan Lu's husband in the memory of her predecessor. Ruan Lu seems to have always been alone, and even her marital status is unclear.
This is a comprehensive world of film and television dramas, so there shouldn't be too many collisions, so Yi Chen really didn't think about it in that regard. But now Ruan Lu did not hesitate and solemnly wrote down the wish of Sheng Tian Banzi, which had to make Yi Chen think more. You must know that he did not hesitate to write down a crane counts the age of a tortoise. This was what he wanted most.
Ruan Liuzheng thought about it for a few seconds and glanced at Ruan Lu.
He also knew that this was not hers at all.
Sincerely wishing, she has always lived according to her mother's expectations, and I'm afraid she doesn't have any persistent wishes.
And Ruan Lu was so unhesitating, I'm afraid it was also his obsession all along.
But shouldn't this be Qi Tongwei's obsession? Why did it change to her? So weird. Yi Chen wanted to ask but couldn't.
Ruan Liuzheng was so overwhelmed that he had no choice but to suppress it, and it was impossible for him to speak. After Ruan Lu wrote it down, he looked at these 4 words in a daze. The 3 of them stood there quietly, no one spoke. It wasn't until the sound of a balloon bursting that they broke away from their emotions. Looking along the sound, they saw Xiaolingzi running away angrily.
Xiaolingzi's parents stood there looking embarrassed and helpless.
It turns out that Xiaolingzi's family of 3 were also writing wishes just now, and Xiaolingzi also wrote down her own wishes without hesitation, CNSA.
The English abbreviation of China National Space Administration.
Xiaolingzi's father, Xiao Weidong, has always paid attention to his daughter and immediately said that his daughter's wish was to join the space agency and explore the stars and the sea. When Xiaolingzi saw that her father not only knew about this, but also supported it, she immediately excitedly talked to him about her dream, and gave him high fives when she was happy.
This moment pricked Xiaolingzi's mother's eyes. She took the balloon and wrote a new wish for her daughter: choose one of Beijing University and Beijing University. Xiaolingzi stopped laughing when she saw it.
Xiao Weidong, who was watching from the sidelines, was embarrassed for his ex-wife. Seeing that his daughter was unhappy, he quickly took the balloon and added, enrolled in aerospace major. When Xiaolingzi's mother saw that her ex-husband's superfluous words made her daughter happy again, she immediately became unhappy and insisted that her daughter add another sentence on the balloon: you must get a score of 700. Xiaolingzi was not happy to be so straightforward and tacky, but her mother felt that way sincerely, and she was also very unhappy that her ex-husband was more popular with her daughter. She insisted on her daughter writing like this, which led to an argument and the balloon exploded during the push.
Dreams should be what you really like, not other people's expectations.
Yi Chen said to Ruan Liuzheng while waiting for Xiaolingzi's parents to run after their daughter, otherwise, not only will I be unhappy, but I will also end up making mistakes.
Wrong, you will regret it for the rest of your life, you will harm others and yourself. What do you mean?
When Xiaolingzi's mother heard this, she immediately became upset and stopped to stare at Yi Chen. If someone else had said this, she wouldn't have thought too much about it, but after learning about Yi Chen from her best friend, she determined that Yi Chen was deliberately mocking her, or even cursing her.
That's right, you don't understand. Yi Chen didn't deny that he was mocking her implicitly.
He really looked down on her style of pushing her child to grow up. Xiaolingzi studied hard, her grades were among the best, and she had her own romantic dream of the stars and the sea.
No matter how you look at it, she is someone else's child.
If it were someone else, they would have been so happy that they would have lost their minds. But Xiaolingzi's mother couldn't bear to see her daughter happy, and she looked down on the romance of the stars and the sea. She insisted that her daughter follow her own way and not be biased at all.
Not to mention scolding him like that.
Xiao Weidong had heard his ex-wife scold Yi Chen before, and he was embarrassed. In fact, he felt that his ex-wife was too much, so he quickly pushed his ex-wife away and reminded her that it was most important to find her daughter now. Xiaolingzi's mother glared at Yi Chen hatefully, muttered no education, pushed her ex-husband's hand away, and ran to find her daughter.
Yi Chen didn't chase her, just remember it first. Why do you always argue with everyone you see? Ruan Liuzheng complained.
By the way, it would be a waste if I didn't argue. He-chan smiled and said, "Besides, I'm mainly telling you that although Xiaoingzi's mother doesn't support her, she at least has her own clear dream."
What about you? Are you sure studying medicine is your dream? What do you mean? Ruan Luzhang was unhappy. In your eyes, I'm not as good as Xiaoingzi, right? Do you have any idea about studying medicine? He-chen did not deny it, but asked, "Do you know what doctors' daily work, life, and study are like?" "You will know soon." Ruan Luzhang said unconvincedly, "Didn't the school organize a college entrance examination consultation meeting?"
He-chan also knew that the college entrance examination consultation meeting would be held after the balloon was released. On the day of the senior high school entrance mobilization oath-taking meeting, Chunfeng Middle School invited the admissions offices of various universities in Beijing to give students and parents a round of consultation in advance. I have to admit that the educational resources are really heaven and earth. Thinking about him, let alone understanding what each major was before going to college, he didn't fully understand what his major was even after graduating from college. This is not to mention that the exam papers are generally recognized as the easiest, and the admission scores are lower than those in other provinces to enter top universities. There are all kinds of resource advantages, which are totally unmatched. The college entrance examination counseling conference is indeed good, but it is not a panacea. He-chen suppressed the emotion in his heart and reminded with a smile, just like teachers in universities help students find employment, many teachers have never gone out to find a job themselves. The suggestions they gave may have some reference value, but not much.
After releasing the balloon, I will take you to meet Du Tiantian's sister-in-law. She is a real doctor and has worked at home and abroad. If you ask her for advice, you can have a deeper understanding of your working status many years later.
That's great. Ruan Lu, who had been quiet all this time, said, "Thank you, brother." "Thank you." Ruan Luzheng twitched the corner of his mouth.
Mom is so biased.
He-chen's metaphor just now made sense even to her mother, a professor who had always been in the ivory tower of the university, and questioned her dream. This was the direction her mother had always wanted her to work towards. It turned out that my mother didn't mean to be angry at all, but now he wanted her to thank him. Even though Shengtian Banzi had smoothed out the underlying logic, she was still angry. The more the mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes her, but don't be so exaggerated. On the playground, small families are writing dreams around the balloons, waiting for the moment they will be released together. Xiaoingzi, whose dream was squeezed out by her mother, ran to the roof of the teaching building and complained to her best friend Huang Jitao, who had followed her. Fang Yifan, who had caused trouble before, also followed him and made some shameless jokes for a while, finally calming down the childhood sweetheart's petulant mood.
"Let me show you something good." Fang Yifan took out something from his pocket and proudly showed it to his childhood sweetheart and the goddess. "Micro binoculars for peeping, you are indeed a pervert."
The two women took a closer look. The goddess Huang Jitao looked disgusted, and Xiaoingzi scolded directly.
"This isn't mine, it's my dad's," Fang Yifan quickly explained.
"Hey!" Xiaoingzi felt even colder. Uncle Fang looks honest and honest, but it turns out he is like this.
"You are the perverts passed down from your ancestors."
"What are you talking about?" Fang Yifan said angrily. "This is a special telescope that my father bought for the concert. He brought it here today specifically so that he can see my handsomeness in the stands.
I have invited you to watch the fun. You don't have to explain it to us,"
Xiaoingzi said with an expression that said, "Just make it up, I don't believe it." Fang Yifan didn't care what his buddy Xiaoingzi thought, but he quickly used his actions to explain to the goddess the real purpose of his telescope. "Look, this way you can see other people's dreams.
You're not peeping into other people's privacy,"
Huang Jitao said with disgust when she saw Fang Yifan lying there looking down at the dreams written on other people's balloons.
"How can this be called peeping? This is called paying homage. It's not something shameful." Fang Yifan defended, "Let me take a good look."
"When it comes to shameful things, I want to take a look at that bastard first."
Are you spying on He-chen?" Xiaoingzi reacted immediately. Huang Jitao couldn't help but look over.
He didn't dislike it immediately, and was obviously quite curious.
Peking University School of Medicine. Fang Yifan read. "You can really see it." Xiaoingzi leaned over and said, "What did He-chen write? Let me take a look."
"This is Ruan Liuzheng's dream."
Huang Jitao also believed it.
"We were in the same class, we were chasing each other in terms of grades, and we were both girls. The most important thing was that Huang Jitao also planned to study medicine, so she knew Ruan Liuzheng's thoughts very well.
Unlike Ruan Luzheng, Huang Jitao's parents are both doctors in medicine sans frontieres. The couple has been abroad all year round.
She has not seen them for many years. She fully agrees with the saying, parents are true love, children are accidents.
But she didn't blame them for this accident.
Instead, she wanted to study medicine and join them in the future to become a real family.
I'll go.
Fang Yifan lay there with a small pair of binoculars and kept looking.
He finally found an angle and saw what was written on the other side of the balloon. A crane counts its age, but it's half a year old? Good guy. This is you bastard really want to live like a 1,000-year-old tortoise and have a lifespan comparable to that of heaven and earth? This is too weird. I'm Kong Kong. Upon hearing this, Xiaolingzi couldn't bear it anymore and just waited. She grabbed the binoculars directly, pushed Fang Yifan away, and lay there to look at it. It's really,
As she was watching, she suddenly exclaimed, moved her eyes away from the binoculars, and even made a backward movement.
What's wrong? What did you see? Huang Jitao said in surprise as he quickly stepped forward to help his best friend who was unsteady and almost fell.
Xiaolingzi put her hand on her chest to slow down her violently beating heartbeat, but she couldn't answer for a moment.
After a while, she stammered, He Chen seemed to have seen me and looked over directly. That's it? Fang Yifan snorted, you just think too much. From such a distance, even if he happens to look over, he can only see a blur. Only you can see him clearly from one side. As for what a fuss. You don't understand. Xiaolingzi didn't know how to explain to him. Huang Jitao was thoughtful and vaguely understood what her best friend meant.
My best friend was watching carefully, but suddenly the person who was being spied on turned his face and looked straight over, almost eye to eye. The other person was recognized by the whole school as the schoolboy. It is not an exaggeration to say that his eyes are like stars. My best friend loves the stars and the sea the most, and her family is rich. Her father spent a lot of money to buy a special astronomical telescope, and she does stargazing at night not only once or twice. Originally, peeping into other people's privacy was somewhat immoral, guilty, and irritating. Then there was the suddenness, touching, and interesting nature. With the 5 natures mixed together, the bestie was caught off guard, her heart pounding, and it was not difficult to understand that her violently beating heart almost jumped out of her chest. Fortunately, at this time, the host of the conference reminded her, and Huang Jitao quickly reminded her bestie to write down her dream on her balloon.
Xiaolingzi quickly wrote CNSA on her bestie's balloon. Let's count down together, 10, 9, 8, 2, 1, go. With the cheers of the crowd, red, yellow, and blue balloons flew straight into the sky from the playground, and Xiaolingzi and Huang Jitao also quickly released their wish balloons. On the playground, He Chen was also looking up at the released balloons. Just now, he did feel someone peeping, and then turned his head to look, and met Xiaolingzi's gaze. This is also one of the results of his diligent practice of crane counting turtle age. In 2 months, this season's superpower will expire. If he can keep it and turn it into his innate supernatural power, if the United States opens up the election for the president in the future, he will not be afraid of being sniped when he participates in the election. He can detect it at the first time, and even continue to practice the crane to calculate the turtle age to become stronger. Maybe he can learn from the legendary Reagan and face the sniper bullet calmly and calmly say, Miss, this is even more awesome than fight, fight, fight. Chapter 15 Crane counts as turtle age? I'll give you a big turtle. Come here. After releasing the dream balloon, everyone dispersed. Parents were led to the college entrance examination consultation meeting, and students were asked to return to the classroom. He Chen said hello to Ruan Lu, called Ruan Luzheng, and went to meet Du Tiantian's aunt Du Xiaoqing. You are He Chen. Du Xiaoqing looked at He Chen. At first, it was a question. When she saw He Chen's appearance, she didn't need He Chen to answer, and her tone was very sure. This good friend of my nephew is really handsome. Among the young and energetic boys and girls, he is also a unique one. Too recognizable. Aunt Xiaoqing, this is my sister Ruan Luzheng. She wants to go to medical school and become a doctor in the future, but she doesn't have a clear concept of the hardship and fatigue of doctors, so I want Aunt Xiaoqing to tell her. He Chen asked with a smile. Do you really want it, or is it the expectation of your family? Du Xiaoqing had already heard from his nephew in advance, and looked at Ruan Luzheng, who was a little reserved. Both, Ruan Luzheng opened his mouth, but didn't say what he wanted. Well, let me tell you about my experience and feelings. Du Xiaoqing loved his nephew very much, so he naturally wouldn't refuse his face, and patiently introduced to Ruan Luzheng his true feelings about studying medicine over the years. Ruan Luzheng was a little reserved at first, but gradually became fascinated. After all, that was the profession he would most likely pursue in the future, and Du Xiaoqing's medical experience at home and abroad was rich and full of twists and turns.
Especially in the details, the way of thinking and feelings that only girls have, which can especially move Huan Luzhang, making her feel the same, as if she had also experienced more than 10 years of studying and practicing medicine. He Chen was also listening with relish. He definitely didn't plan to study medicine in the future. After all, studying medicine is too hard and tiring, and it is a lifelong learning, which requires too much time and energy. He has a superpower refresh system every season, and the focus should be on the acquisition of superpowers, so he tries to be relaxed in his studies. He will go to any university he can get into, not a famous school. He will choose a major that is easy and free. This way he will have enough time and energy to develop skills and enjoy life. He will probably never work hard in this life. Not to mention eating gigolos. If a practical superpower is refreshed in any season, he will definitely be financially free if he works on it a little. But he doesn't learn it, which doesn't mean he is not interested. Doctors and lawyers are the professions that can best witness human nature, and it's not a bad thing to know more about them. Maybe some superpowers will be refreshed in a season, and if you are prepared in advance, you can better get it and make it your innate magical power. Today's time is limited, so let's stop here. If you are still interested, I will see if I can find a time for you to come to our hospital and follow me as a shadow doctor to experience what it is like to be a doctor. This is already very mature abroad. Du Xiaoqing raised her hand to check the time and suggested with a smile. Ruan Luzhang naturally had no objection and nodded in agreement, with a grateful face. Don't thank me, thank your good brother if you want to thank someone. Du Xiaoqing smiled and set her eyes on He Chen, and said with emotion, He Chen, you are a really good brother. Nothing. He Chen said modestly, the main thing is that I don't want her to hurt others and herself. How did I hurt others and myself? Ruan Liuzhang's original emotion disappeared, and she asked anxiously. Du Xiaoqing left a good impression on her, and she also wanted to leave a good impression in the eyes of the other party, so she naturally couldn't accept He Chen saying such words in front of the other party. And Xiaoqing should know. He Chen ignored her temper and said to Du Xiaoqing with a smile, there are some cancers and bad apples in every profession, and the medical profession is no exception. Especially some second-generation doctors with backgrounds, their minds are not on the hard and tiring practice of medical skills, they only want to put on white coats, pretend to be cool, pick up girls and fall in love. Being a doctor not only has the temptation of uniforms, moral halo and immoral stimulation, but also the separation of life and death, love and hatred of patients. These stimulating elements can serve as the best catalyst for pretending to be cool and picking up girls. Therefore, in recent years, not only have the second-generation doctors become more and more outrageous, and many rich second generations and powerful second generations have poured in, making the hospital a mess. Aunt Xiaoqing is so beautiful, she must have been harassed a lot. Oh, to be polite, she has been pursued for love, right? Aunt Xiaoqing is determined and dedicated to practicing medicine and saving lives. But Ruan Luzhang is like this, her temperament and will cannot be compared with Aunt Xiaoqing. Once she really plans to enter this industry, if she is not mentally prepared in advance, she may be fooled by others in the medical school and become a fool who only knows how to fall in love and does not know what to do in this industry before she graduates and enters the hospital. You are the fool. Ruan Luzhang complained in her mouth, but she was not as angry as before. Because He Chen praised her beauty. Although it was very subtle. But it was a compliment. He Chen, you really understand. Du Xiaoqing sighed. She has a deep understanding of this chaos, but she did not summarize it as well as He Chen did. That's it. They chatted for a while and then went their separate ways. Ruan Luzhang returned to class 2, grade 3, and saw Huang Jitao coming over. She was a little surprised. Do you know Aunt Xiaoqing? Dr. Du is also a very famous doctor in the emergency department. Huang Jitao explained, you also know that many MSF doctors are emergency doctors. I pay more attention to this aspect. Ruan Luzhang understood clearly that she missed her parents, so although they were not particularly familiar with each other, she still told him about He Chen's introduction to Du Xiaoqing. He Chen is really a good brother. Huang Jitao looked at Ruan Luzhang with a complicated expression. He's the only one who's a good brother? I'm good too. Fang Yifan jumped out of nowhere and directly interjected, without me, how could Ingzi live to this day? Taozi, as long as you say something, no, give me a look in your eyes, I will immediately become your good brother. Before he finished speaking, Huang Jitao replied, go away, and was chased and beaten by his childhood sweetheart Xiaoingzi. Fang Yifan, who had escaped, turned around and looked at the goddess in the class who was standing at Ruan Liuzhang's table with an envious look on her face, and felt very unhappy. I always feel green in my heart. How could he congratulate Chen and let his goddess praise him so much? I have done so much, but I never get a response from the goddess.
Why? Just because He Chen is a school idol?
He the Fang Yifan is still Wu Jianyu from Chunfeng Middle School.
The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He rolled his eyes and ran away. When he reappeared, he was already in Class 7, Grade 3. He called He Chen out and handed him a box. I heard that you spoke for Yingzi today. As Yingzi's good friend, I want to thank you.
Now, I'll give you a gift so that we can wipe away all the previous unpleasantness.
Don't like it?
It's not that your dream is to be a turtle. Oh, no, a crane counts the age of a turtle, but in vernacular translation, you still want to be a turtle. You should like this gift.
This is an authentic money turtle that my dad finally bought, and it's not cheap. Fang Yifan's deliberate provocation naturally had no intention of suppressing his voice.
Besides, He Chen's every move was originally touching. Therefore, when Fang Yifan finished his provocative words, the onlookers were in an uproar.
They really couldn't believe that Fang Yifan dared to do this. No wonder he is called Fang Ho.
His courage is really the same as the Monkey King who dared to make trouble in the Heavenly Palace. He just made such a scene at the conference, and now he is like this again.
He really wants to go to heaven. Haven't you figured it out yet?
This is the follow-up to the previous conference.
Fang Yifan fell down and pretended to faint because he was afraid that Li Taigun would cause trouble for him.
As a result, He Chen somehow exposed him, causing him to be chased and beaten by his mother in front of so many people.
How can he get over this? He must get back at her.
So that's the case, but the parents haven't left yet, and he's taking revenge now. This is too young and impetuous. If you are not impetuous, how can you be called a young man?
Fang Yifan is the kind of person who fights when he disagrees with something.
Besides, this time he used the excuse of giving gifts, and the gifts were valuable.
He used money to slap someone in the face. He is really rich. Not only that, you forgot the conflict yesterday.
Although He Chen mainly targeted young Master Ji, Fang Yifan was also affected.
Moreover, Fang Yifan likes to dance awkwardly.
I am afraid that the sentence "don't fight again" will make him more profound. Everyone talked about it, which made Fang Yifan more proud.
Sure enough, the eyes of the masses are sharp.
He did not deliberately target He Chen, but He Chen targeted him this time and again, making him embarrassed, and he was justified in revenge.
It is definitely not jealousy that made me unrecognizable. Fang Yifan, are you sick? Du Tian also came out.
Seeing Fang Yifan like this, and seeing that his friend He Chen at the same table did not say anything, he thought that he was really angry, so he mustered up the courage to scold Fang Yifan.
Sending this kind of thing, what's wrong with this kind of thing?
Fang Yifan argued, just tell me if He Chen practices the crane kung fu and turtle breathing kung fu all day, hoping to live as long as a turtle.
Even the dream of flying on a balloon is that the crane is equal to the turtle's age. I gave him such a valuable authentic golden turtle with good intentions, isn't it enough?
Your golden turtle was clearly a gift for Teacher Li yesterday.
Teacher Li was so scared that he threw it away and scolded you severely, and asked you to take it back. Du Tian exposed, you are now giving it to He Chen instead, which is clearly not a good intention. What is a bad intention?
Fang Yifan said with a playful smile, tell me. Du Tian was speechless. Some bad connotations involving turtles are understood by everyone, but it is not easy to say in public.
Too vulgar. You see, you can't tell. Fang Yifan said proudly, besides, if it wasn't a really good thing, would we carefully select it and send it to Teacher Li?
At this point, he saw He Chen staring at the turtle as if he hadn't recovered from the shock, and he became even more proud, laughing. Look, He Chen is so happy that he doesn't know what to say.
Are you sure this is an authentic golden turtle?
He Chen moved his eyes away from the palm-sized turtle and fell on Fang Yifan, who was jumping up and down.
That's a must. Fang Yifan patted his chest confidently, my dad studies this all day long.
There are all kinds of flowers, birds, fish and insects at home. It's almost like opening a small flower, bird and fish market.
He carefully selected this for Teacher Li's birthday.
He was afraid that Teacher Li would not know the goods, so he specifically asked me to remind her that this is an authentic golden turtle.
Teacher Li doesn't want it. Now I give it to you. It's like giving a sword to a hero and a good turtle to a turtle.
I wish you success in cultivation, and become a divine turtle as soon as possible, and live for thousands of years. Du Tian saw that Fang Yifan really said those unpleasant words in a roundabout way, and immediately looked at He Chen worriedly.
Fang Yifan can do things that are young and vigorous.
He Chen now dares to confront the teacher directly and make him lose face. He also dares to open up and mock the temperament of my father, the district head.
Can he bear such an insult? Do you think you are very humorous? He Chen looked down at Fang Yifan like a fool. I'm the little prince of humor. Although Fang Yifan felt something was wrong, he couldn't lose face in front of everyone, so he still said it with a smile.
Then he saw He Chen took out his mobile phone from his pocket and started dialing a number.
He was shocked and immediately said sarcastically, "What? Are you calling someone or telling tales? 110?
I'm reporting someone for illegally buying and selling the national protected animal golden turtle."
He Chen said something to the phone that made everyone pale.
Fuck! Everyone was spitting out foul language, stunned by He Chen's operation.
What a magical operation to call the police when there was a disagreement. It's not telling tales, but a big report.
Yes, I confirmed it with the other party again and again, and the other party was very sure that this was an authentic golden turtle, and spent a lot of money to give it to the teacher. Fang Yifan was even more stunned, staring at He Chen and the people at the police center confirming the specific information and hanging up the phone. Then he stuttered and couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time.
High school students bickering with each other, is it necessary to alarm the police? This is too much. Fang Yifan was in a trance, and suddenly had a strange idea.
He has always been called Fang Ho by his childhood sweetheart Xiaoingzi. He was very happy to be called the Monkey King who made trouble in the Heavenly Palace.
After all, who doesn't like the Monkey King? Who hasn't dreamed of becoming the Monkey King since childhood?
But now he felt vaguely that He Chen, who was standing in front of him, might be the one who really caused the trouble in the Heavenly Palace.
Laugh. Why don't you continue laughing? He Chen smiled at Fang Yifan, who couldn't laugh. You are so filial.
As expected, you are the one who can fight with young Master Ji, and you are all very filial. I would like to call you Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Child. You know your father is not gone yet, and you don't want him and the police uncle to go through more wrong paths, right?
That's great. Be happier.
Don't worry, nothing will happen. Your father studied legal affairs, and he won't break the law knowingly.
Even if you break the law knowingly, it's okay. This is called being more educated.
It means that lawyers, police, and other law enforcement personnel who know the law will be given lighter punishment when they violate the crime, because compared with the ignorant ordinary people, they are more decent and therefore more educated, so they can be given lighter punishment again and again. Even the so-called being attracted by the flowers of the country, directly in if you are strong in front of the camera in the workplace, you can also be acquitted, not to mention just buying and selling protected animals. Speaking of this, seeing that everyone looked confused and couldn't believe their ears, he pretended to be stunned and slapped his forehead. Sorry, my mistake.
I forgot that this is not America.
I was talking about the laws of America, which Fang Yifan's father is extremely friendly to. As he said, he looked at Fang Yifan with a smile. Here, knowing the law and breaking it is a crime of aggravation and severe punishment. There are always people who say that domestic law students envy their foreign counterparts to death. I was skeptical at first. Now I have learned a lot and I am sure. Your father who works in legal affairs will not think about these things all day long, mistakenly thinking that he is a great American lawyer, so he breaks the law knowingly and wants everyone to know it, right?
Why aren't you talking? You're so happy that you don't know what to say?
Taiwanese novel website. He Chen saw Fang Yifan was speechless and a little dazed, so he used Fang Yifan's boastful words on Fang Yifan.
Wu Jianman from Chunfeng Middle School. The Emperor of Prophecy? The funny little prince? Be more alert and don't lose face.
He Chen changed several names in a row. In his opinion, Fang Yifan was not the Monkey King who made trouble in the Heavenly Palace.
Don't insult the Monkey King. Fang Yifan was not even qualified to be a Black Myth Destiny person.
And Fang Yifan usually called himself not the Monkey King, but Wu Jianman from Chunfeng Middle School.
That's right.
Although it was only 2011, Wu Jianman had not officially returned to China and became famous, but He Chen had long stopped worrying about the timeline. After all, if the timeline is really followed, there would be no Yuan Hua and Xiuyet at this time. In this kind of comprehensive world where movies and TV series are mixed together, the timeline is automatically adjusted, and the actual timeline is used as the standard. He Chen has long been accustomed to it. Therefore, Wu Jianman already exists at this time, and he has become Fang Yifan's idol. Because Fang Yifan's long face, apart from Wu Jianman, said that he is very similar to the ordinary Louis Koo from Chunfeng Middle School, not to mention what others think, he really can't say it. And after Fang Yifan called himself like this, it was interesting in He Chen's opinion.
It tastes a bit like a prophet.
Wu Jianman finally went to jail, and this time if it's not good, the father of Wu Jianman from Chunfeng Middle School may be sent to rehearse by him first. The The reason for going in is because of his special hobby of knowing the law and breaking it.
Are you crazy? Fang Yifan came back to his senses and scolded He Chen. Classmates fight and play, you come and is it necessary to be so serious?
The key point is that this time, his dearest father is involved. Generally, sons are closer to their mothers, but he has such a hot-tempered mother, and his father is soft-tempered, more like a traditional mother, so he has always talked to his father about everything. Of course, he couldn't bear to see his father involved in this, not only because it would be embarrassing, but also because he would definitely be scolded and nagged by his mother when he returned.
That's right. He didn't think there would be any problem at all, and he didn't believe that his father would be arrested for this. He was just a turtle. Do you think this is a game? He Chen mocked. Everyone has the responsibility to report illegal acts. You are the son of a legal officer, but you don't even have the basic awareness of abiding by the law. Since your father doesn't teach by example, then I, as an alumnus, will take the responsibility to teach you for him. It will also prevent you from having a weak legal awareness and committing more and more serious illegal acts in the future, and then you will really go to jail and step on the sewing machine. This made Fang Yifan angry. When his temper got up, he rushed over to fight again, but was quickly stopped by other classmates. Someone had already run to inform the teacher. The scene of the college entrance examination consultation meeting. The principal personally accompanied Ji Yangyang's father and gave a personal explanation, introducing the arrogant traditional project of Chunfeng Middle School. Ji Yangyang's father nodded from time to time and kept talking. Suddenly, a fat face squeezed over and greeted Ji Yangyang's father. The principal almost stopped him and drove him away. Seeing that the two really knew each other, he stood aside and didn't say anything, but still looked at Ji Yangyang's father's expression, ready at any time. Xingli, long time no see. I'm Fang Yuan. Oh, Yuan. Why did you suddenly pop up? Are you a teacher here? My son goes to school here. The two exchanged a few pleasantries. Seeing that it was all meaningless nonsense, the principal immediately interrupted and asked Ji Yangyang's father to leave, leaving Fang Yifan's father who was constantly reminiscing. Fang Yifan's mother Tong Wenjie also came over at this time and said in surprise, "You really know him?" "Of course." Fang Yifan's father Fang Yuan said proudly, "What's the district head? One day I will meet the mayor, and when I recall, maybe we are cousins. You are so out of breath when I say you are fat." Tong Wenjie laughed and complained, "I just greeted him politely, not too warmly. Is it useful to know him?" Not too warmly? Fang Yuan realized it later, but he soon forgot about it and sighed, "Time flies so fast. He knows I am not the one who can be compared to him, and now he has become a district chief. We were childhood friends. I had good grades and was admitted to the University of Political Science and Law, but he failed the exam and had to repeat a year before he was admitted. We were one grade apart, and we gradually lost contact. As a result, we are completely different now. He is a district chief, but I am a small legal section chief who has not even passed the lawyer qualification exam. What's wrong with a small section chief? I like you like this, and I like your unwillingness to make progress." While the couple was chatting and laughing, Li Taigun came over anxiously. "Fang Yifan's father and mother, come with me." "Teacher Li, what happened?" Tong Wenjie's heart immediately skipped a beat. She knew best what kind of person her son was. It had only been 24 hours since the start of school, and he had already caused so much trouble. Now she gets a headache when the teacher calls her. Li Taigun waved his hand, signaling them to follow him, and called Wan Lu. After leaving the college entrance examination consultation meeting venue, he led them to the teacher's office while introducing the situation. "Call the police?" Compared to Wan Lu's calmness, Tong Wenjie and Fang Yuan were both shocked. Tong Wenjie immediately complained to her husband, and then looked at the calm Wan Lu angrily. "He Chen's parents, your He Chen is too much. They are all classmates, is it necessary to be so serious? He beat people so hard before, and now it's even more excessive. How can you call the police? Why can't you call the police?" Ruan Lu retorted in a calm tone, "It is the duty of every citizen to report illegal behavior when seeing it, and I am very pleased about this. Now is not the time to talk about this." Li Taigun quickly persuaded, "Fang Yifan's father, you should now think carefully about whether you have bought and sold the authentic national protected animal golden coin turtle." Fang Yuan was speechless. Can he say no? When he asked his son to send the teacher before, he repeatedly reminded his son to tell the teacher that this is an authentic golden coin turtle. What are you talking about? Although Tong Wenjie is not a legal worker like her husband, she is also a so-called working elite and immediately grasped the key point. "I told you not to waste your ambition on playing with things,
but you didn't listen and you were still addicted to being a novice.
Now you are slapped in the face, right? You can't even tell whether it is an authentic golden tortoise or not. What can you do? No wonder you can't even pass the lawyer qualification exam. Fong Yuan's fat face changed.
He knew that his wife had good intentions and reminded him to clear the legal responsibilities first, but his wife had just praised him for not striving for progress and said that she liked him like this, and now she said the exact opposite without hesitation and so smoothly. He didn't know which one was his wife's true words.
Teacher's office.
When Li Taigun received the report, he immediately called Fong Yifan and He-chan over, and also notified the guard to ask them to come here if the police arrived. So when she led the three parents over, she saw He-chan and Fong Yifan already standing there, and the two big hats also came over and were asking something. She couldn't hide her anger in her eyes. Needless to say, Fong Yifan, not to mention yesterday, has caused two big troubles in less than an hour today. First, he made such a scene in front of all the teachers, students and parents of the whole school, and now he has attracted the police. But compared with He-chan, her anger towards Fong Yifan should be slightly put aside. Why is he everywhere? What? This time He-chan is sitting in the classroom, and the trouble comes from outside the door? But one hand can't clap. If you, He-chan, hadn't been so high-profile and arrogant before, would you have attracted such troubles and conflicts? Why didn't you have these troubles when you were low-key before? His grades are average. He is already in the third year of high school, but he doesn't know how to work hard to improve his grades. He is also arrogant in an uncharacteristic way. These escalation of conflicts are all caused by you, He-chan. If Fong Yifan is responsible for 1 point, you, He-chan, are responsible for 99 points. After a brief greeting, under Tong Wenjie's repeated winks, Fong Yuan explained to the two police officers, "I'm sorry to bother you two police comrades. My son made a mistake. That is not an authentic golden coin turtle. People in the market call this type of turtle a golden coin turtle." He did not follow his wife's words and say that he had made a mistake. After all, he studied legal affairs. It would be fine if he didn't react at first. Now that he has reacted and admitted that he had made a mistake, doesn't it mean that he was planning to buy and sell authentic golden coin turtles from the beginning? So that's it. The two police officers are also well versed in the art of smoothing things over. Moreover, this is a conflict caused by two high school students. Of course, they will reconcile if they can. But their desire to smooth things over doesn't mean He-chan is willing to do so. He just said, "Is that true?" Ha ha. I don't believe it. He-chan, what are you doing? Li Taigun, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, saw that the matter was about to end, but He-chan was not giving up, so he immediately got angry and scolded He-chan, "Haven't you had enough? Teacher Li is still as ignorant of the truth as always, and is always smoothing things over. The matter has not been clarified yet." He-chan retorted, "I have repeatedly confirmed with Fong Yifan whether this is an authentic golden coin turtle, and he said it was very sure." He also emphasized that his father played with these flowers, birds, fish and insects all day long, and the flowers, birds, fish and insects bought at home could be used to run a small flower, bird and fish market. No one knows flowers, birds, fish and insects better than his father. And this was bought by his father at a high price as a birthday gift for Teacher Li. With so many elements superimposed together, a word of mistake, reason is it over if the interpretation is wrong? The real thing can't be fake. The fake thing can't be real either. Please ask the two police uncles to take the evidence back and ask professionals to issue a formal identification document, so that we can convince everyone. To be honest, I believe Fong Yifan can't lie. He is not smart enough to think that he is actually stupid enough to cheat his father. I also believe that his father is really knowledgeable in this regard. Fong Yifan's father is a top student from the University of Political Science and Law. He has been engaged in legal work for many years. It is impossible for him to say such imprecise words. Otherwise, there is no need to repeatedly emphasize whether this golden coin turtle is authentic. So I believe in his father's vision. This should be an authentic golden coin turtle, a national second-level protected animal. At this point, he took out his mobile phone and took several photos of the turtle in all directions while everyone's face changed again and again. Everyone understood what he meant. It was obvious that he didn't believe everyone and was afraid of being replaced. Tong Wenjie and Li Taigun's faces turned pale, while Fong Yuan's fat face was a little pale. As He-chan said, he plays with flowers, birds, fish and insects all day long, and is an expert in this field. The turtles he gave to his son and teacher must be the best. Otherwise, he would not have repeatedly reminded his son to tell the teacher the authenticity and high value of the golden coin turtle, just because he was afraid that the teacher would not know the goods, and would not appreciate it and cherish this treasure. He has been engaged in legal affairs for many years, so it is inevitable that he is cautious in choosing words and sentences. It is impossible for him to make such a low-level mistake and keep repeating it. So it's right. The turtle he gave is indeed an authentic golden coin turtle. And the reason why he broke the law knowingly is that wild ones are definitely illegal, while farmed ones are a gray area. Everyone knows that there is a protection law, but the law enforcement is not strict. It is also difficult to investigate and deal with them at home. It is a case of people not reporting and officials not investigating. Out of his love for authentic golden coin turtles, he just followed the crowd and forgot about it. But who knew that he would meet such a serious student now, who called the police directly and pursued it to the end? This serious student was right. His son Fang Yifan really cheated his father. Is this serious? Tong Wenjie saw her husband's face turn pale, and she couldn't help but feel nervous. Her face turned pale from anger to worry, and she whispered in his ear. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Serious? This is a national second-class protected animal. If it is confirmed, the circumstances are not serious, and it will not be sentenced to more than 5 years, but it will be sentenced to a fixed-term imprisonment of less than 5 years. The lightest sentence is detention. That is at least 1 month. More importantly, this is the criminal law. Once he goes to jail, he will have a criminal record and he will lose his job. Who would want a middle-aged man who has no lawyer qualifications and has been in prison to serve as the company's legal department chief? However, just because he didn't say it didn't mean that He Chen didn't say it. When He Chen expressed his worries, the whole place was in an uproar. Li Tieguan did not expect that He Chen lie was really so real, and it was not that he did not expect such serious consequences, but that he was prepared. In addition to anger, there was even a hint of fear that she was unwilling to admit. And Fang Yifan, who found out that he had tricked his father directly into death, was already mad and rushed to He Chen without saying a word. He Chen, I'm going to kill you. As Fang Yifan's mother screamed, she was stopped in time by the well-prepared police officer. You are really brave to do it in front of the police and even shout to kill someone. He Chen calmly looked back at the reedy Fang Yifan. You have broken the law and committed crimes, so you don't want others to tell you about it, right? At this point, he added, you two policemen, I would like to remind you that Fang Yifan's father is engaged in legal affairs, so he should be regarded as knowing the law and breaking the law. Please record it on the record. Professor Wan, please advise your child. Tong Wenjie couldn't help but suppress her anger as she was not tall enough. She looked at Wan Lu pleadingly, hoping that Wan Lu would step in and calm down the out-of-control gaffe. She really couldn't accept this serious consequence. Not only is her husband going out or losing his job, but also her son is facing the college entrance examination in his senior year of high school. If her husband is out, how much impact will the son have, and how will he take the exam? Moreover, he has a criminal record for being detained, which will affect his son's future public examination. And her nephew is coming over tomorrow and is also here to prepare for the senior high school exam. He is a top student at Beijing University and Jinghua. If she is also affected, how will she have the honor to see her own sister after she dies? Thinking of the consequences of this series of disasters, she cried bitterly. Professor Wan, Fang Yifan's mother is like this, please say something. Seeing that the incident had become so serious in the school and the parents of the students were crying so bitterly, Li Taigun was a little frightened by He Chen's seriousness, but she suppressed it immediately and tried to solve it, so she looked at Wan Lu. What's the matter? He Chen interrupted, can't you see that she is crying for joy? Crying for joy? Li Taigun stared at He Chen in disbelief. Is it fun to lie with your eyes open? I lie with my eyes open? He Chen sneered, I think you are a dog biting Lu Dongbin and not knowing the good heart. He Chen, watch your mouth. Ruan Lu finally spoke. Okay, Aunt Ruan. He Chen gave Aunt Ruan face and agreed, and continued, Teacher Li, let me ask you, do you know that being given a national second-level protected animal may also violate the law? You are not grateful to me for promptly discovering and correcting this illegal behavior that may affect you, but instead repeatedly glared at me. What does it mean? Are you blaming me for cutting off other parents' ways to give you gifts? That's right. If the gift this time is not the turtle you are afraid of, I'm afraid you will also accept it with pleasure. After all, there is no smoke without fire, the parents must have communicated privately. It's the third year of high school, and everyone knows what kind of personality each teacher has? If you really don't accept gifts at all, why would he go to such trouble? Could it be that Fang Yifan's father is too stingy and chose his favorite one?
His little idea is that if you like it, everyone will be happy. If you don't like it, return it, and his courtesy is up to the mark, and he can also legitimately ask his fierce wife to reimburse him for buying the one he wants most? If it's true that's right, you are so calculating. But even so, you should still thank me. Before, you had to waste time rejecting gifts from parents one by one. You are busy with work and don't even have time to fall in love. You are still single at this age, and the parents who give gifts are also responsible. Because I am so serious now, your previous insistence on everything is for the good of everyone and the good of the children, and I have no distractions, do not seek fame and fortune, and I will never accept gifts can be better implemented. You save trouble and time, and completely cut off the bribery risk and other legal risks that other parents may bring to you by giving you all kinds of strange and precious things. Other parents are also completely relieved and don't worry that you say one thing but think another, and they don't need to waste money. This is the real pursuit of you, me, and everyone. Do you want to thank me? I never accept gifts. Lee Taegun shouted angrily. Thank a ghost. She was almost furious. He also said that she was single and old. This hateful boy is really too vicious and vindictive. Those cruel words that I said before, I will pay you back tenfold or 100-fold, were not just said casually, but I really kept them in my heart and never forgot them. My life is so miserable. Seeing that teacher Lee Taegun was speechless again after being scolded by Hee-chun, Fong Yifun's mother, who was originally prepared to cry, began to cry and complain. Because tears, which were originally the most useful weapon for women, are no longer useful with Hee-chan, they were actually twisted into tears of joy by this little bastard. This kind of open-eyed lies without talking about the facts is too hateful. So she could only disregard her dignity and cry and tell her worries in person. For someone like her who is strong in the company and even stronger in the family, this is very embarrassing. But now she can't care about it at all. She just hopes that tears and complaints can really work, otherwise she will cry many more days in the future. Hee-chan's parent, Professor Ruan, please help our family, no need for Aunt Ruan, I'm just helping you. Hee-chan stood in front of Ruan Lu, facing Fong Yifun's mother, and did not forget to look at Lee Taegun and smiled. I said she was crying with joy, you still don't believe it? Don't show this unbelievable expression, listen carefully, listen to what she said. She said she was worried about her husband's job. But her husband is middle-aged and has not even passed the lawyer qualification exam. He may encounter talent transfer and social re-employment at any time. At worst, rent out the extra house at home, drive out the extra car in the garage, drive a taxi to deliver takeout and live a retrograde life. With their family carrying a bag worth 70,000 yuan and wearing a watch worth 50,000 or 60,000 yuan, this rich and noble style, at first glance it is not an ordinary family conditions, and are fully qualified to succeed in a counterattack, rather than being completely poor and hopeless after a little setback. The key is that she usually dislikes her husband for playing with things and raising fish and birds all day long. Now she takes this opportunity to thoroughly rectify and educate her husband, so that her husband can wake up, which will help to make the relationship between husband and wife harmonious. If she is locked up for a few months, she can still be reunited after a short separation. When Fong Yifun's big account is basically useless, she can open a small account again, and her family and life will have hope again. And her husband studied law. The reason why he did such a thing of knowing the law and breaking the law is that those who study law often lose their respect for the law, and even learn too much and even become numb and indifferent to morality and humanity. Now that I have reminded him, he can stop in time and avoid a greater tragedy, which will harm others and himself. Fong Yifun's mother is obviously a social elite, very smart. Seeing these benefits, how could she not cry with joy? As for crying and complaining, it looks really sad? Isn't this a very normal aspect of social people? Just like when a leader or competitor is in trouble, even if the heart is happy, the face will still be sad for a while, and the high-able ones can even shed a few drops of crocodile tears. You can't really be so rude and grin directly, right? I am really sad, not pretending. Fong Yifun's mother saw that Hee-chen twisted her crying into this, and she was immediately anxious. I understand. No need to explain to me. Hee-chen once again showed the classic expression of the female doctor in the movie Love Call Transfer. Let's talk about your son Fong Yifun's statement that you are worried about. That's even more funny, worrying about affecting Fong Yifun's college entrance examination results? With Fong Yifun's absolute advantage of being the last and second to last in the whole school, how bad can it be? If it really affects, it will only get better every day and prosper. After all, setbacks can make people mature. With his betrayal and the stimulation of you and your husband being ready to open a trumpet at any time,
Maybe he will completely give up the idea of pretending to be cool, picking up girls, fighting and making trouble all day long in the third year of high school, and he will really work hard. As for affecting the future civil service exam? Why talk about this unfounded thing? Besides, your son's nickname is Fong Ho. You want to ask a monkey to go to heaven to be a civil servant? Isn't this a joke? Another havoc in heaven? Don't say it's impossible. With his impulsive personality of imitating you and getting into trouble when he disagrees with you, and his posture of not respecting the law and daring to shout in front of the police uncle, he can really make such a big incident. Now it cuts off the hope of taking the civil service exam in the future and the possibility of harming more people. It's a good thing for you, me, and everyone. It also saves your entire Wagwashan family from being wiped out because of the big disaster he caused. Thinking of this, you were able to hold back from laughing out loud in your dreams, but instead secretly rejoiced and cried with joy in your heart, which was already very restrained. Everyone, Professor Wan, are you really going to say nothing and let him laugh at people with these fallacies? Seeing that Fong Yifan's mother couldn't help He Chen, she could only loudly question Wan Lu, who was blocked by He Chen. They are all grown up and have their own opinions. Ruan Lu gently pulled He Chen, who was standing in front of him, asking him to give up his position, and looked back at Fong Yifan's mother. Instead of blaming others, it's better to reflect on yourself. He Chen's tone was a little more fierce. There are some young people who are not arrogant. At least he never took the initiative to hit someone if he disagreed. And everyone said that he was too radical, but if he doesn't stand upright and even commits crimes, what is there to worry about? What he said may not sound good at first, but if you think about it carefully, it is not completely unreasonable. If we adults can't even refute these reasonable words, what can we say? Why don't we separate, do what we have to do, and go back and think about how to set an example for the young people? Teacher Li, what do you think? This was the second time he talked to Professor Ruan in 24 hours, but Ruan Lu's attitude made Li Tieguan know where He Chen's unscrupulous confidence came from. It was clearly Ruan Lu who indulged himself. Fortunately, she thought before, how could Professor Ruan, a famous professor from a prestigious school, adopt He Chen? But now it seems that Professor Ruan adopted He Chen and doted on him so much because of a similar odor. Thinking of this, although she felt a real sense of fear towards He Chen, when Ruan Lu took the initiative to stir up the topic and there were so many people watching, she couldn't help but feel depressed in her heart and said, He Chen's parents said that although there is a certain truth, you can't just look at others and not look at yourself. He Chen said that Fong Yifan became what he is now because of his parents' personalities and habits. So how did He Chen become so radical now? And He Chen said that if Fong Yifan keeps doing this, he will suffer big losses sooner or later. What about He Chen himself? He Chen's parents, I hope you will think about this carefully after you go back. You are a professor from a famous school, so you must be able to reflect on these principles better than us. Professor Ruan, what do you think? Teacher Li, you are right. Ruan Lu grabbed He Chen, who was obviously about to start a fight again, and nodded in agreement. Seeing that Aunt Ruan wouldn't let him speak anymore, He Chen thought about it and decided to listen to her. Firstly, I want to give Aunt Ruan this face, and secondly, I can't keep being like this, otherwise I will directly stun Li Taigang. The threshold of anger is too high, and it will be difficult to achieve revenge 10 times or 100 times. It's only been 24 hours, there's still a whole year to go. With Li Tiegang's style of doing things that people can't respect at all in this bloody TV series, there will be many opportunities for him to fight against him in the future. Let her slow down a little, just to store up more intense emotions for the next time. As for him always seeming to be quarrelsome, is that too extreme? No way. The characters and values in various domestic bloody TV dramas are all wrong. If you think about it for a moment, you will know that it is ridiculously twisted. It is full of Western-style rich people who want to do whatever they want, but they all think they are right and want to arrogance that everyone accepts from the bottom of their hearts as a matter of course. Light comedies are light comedies for rich people, just like experts say that renting a house or renting a rental car will definitely bring a counterattack in life. He was very sure that even if Fong Yifan's father was sent in reasonably and legally this time, and he had a criminal record and lost his job, it would not really have much impact on Fong Yifan's family. Rich families are different from poor people. If Fong Yifan's father has not yet passed the lawyer's qualification exam in his middle age, he will probably start a taxi and deliver food in a retrograde life, and he will be able to turn around successfully through various adventures. If ordinary people believe it and feel that they have a sense of agency, they can do it by themselves. Only then will they be fed such poisonous chicken soup that they will be in agony. They will definitely not be able to relax, and there will not be a happy ending.
It is more likely that one day sudden death in the corner makes people sigh, and there will be no more. The details of the relaxed reunion in this bloody TV series inadvertently reveal the rich people's philosophy of life and their attitude towards the real ordinary people, which is the real reality. It can be said that the consciousness of heaven in the entire world is distorted. It is abnormal for those who have a little bit of normal values and a little confidence and temper to not criticize the sky and the ground. He Chen was already restrained, not He Don I. Except for the protagonist group who is loved by the twisted heaven and has a real serious problem. He is used to being arrogant and actively jumps out to show off and irritate him. Who can he fight against as an ordinary person? The two big blocks had been serving as the backdrop before, allowing He Chen and the others to quarrel without saying a word. Now that the dust has settled and they can't reconcile with Shini, they can only ask Fang Yifan's father to go to the police station to take notes. Mr. Fang, you will be treated leniently if you confess, and you will be treated harshly if you resist. You are a legal practitioner, so you should know very well. Don't waste police resources. Take good notes and tell the truth truthfully. Otherwise, when the appraisal results come out, the fake transcript will be punished with an additional penalty. At this point, he looked at the two big blocks again, two policemen, the idea of lenity for those who confess, jail time, strictness for those who resist, and go home for the new year is all rumors, right? Of course. The two big caps twitched their lips and stated their principles and policies in a serious manner. This made Fang Yifan's family even more sad. Frankly speaking, I am completely settled and have no time to operate. If you don't confess, if you make a transcript now, it will be recorded in the case. Being stared at by He Chen like this may really increase your guilt. In addition, he is engaged in legal affairs and knows the law and breaks it. It is very likely that criminal detention is not a suspended sentence under normal circumstances, but a real trip. The two big hats led Fang Yifan's father away. Fang Yifan's mother said a few words to Fang Yifan, who was already readied, and asked Li Tieguan to look after him, and she hurriedly followed out. When they arrived at a deserted place, Fang Yifan's mother immediately stopped the three of them and said to the two big hatters, "Comrade police, I'll just say a few words to him." She said to her husband, who squeezed out a smile to comfort her and said, "Don't worry, you didn't mean it, and you shouldn't be treated like this. It's that little bastard who insists on making trouble. I'm going to find you now to send Xiaoji Xingli, he is the district chief here now, and he will not let you be wronged." While talking, he aimed at two big blocks. The two big blocks looked at each other. Both of them knew that these words were not only meant for their husbands, but also for them. The new deputy district chief Ji's comments must be treated with caution. Fang Yifan's mother observed what he said and saw that it seemed to be working. She told her husband a few words and hurried to the college entrance examination consultation meeting. She didn't have Ji Xingli's phone number, so she could only pray that he hadn't left yet and could be blocked by her, otherwise she wouldn't be able to find him even if she tried to find him. Principal's office. Fang Yifan's mother first found the college entrance examination consultation meeting, but couldn't find anyone. Then she remembered that the principal had led Ji Shengli and the others to the school archives to see the school's history, so she hurried over. But there is no one left. Anxiously, she simply went to the principal's office and knocked on the door. As soon as she saw the principal, she urgently asked about Ji Shengli's whereabouts. When the principal saw this posture, he understood and directly informed District Chief Ji that he had left the school because he had many things to do. He couldn't help complaining in his heart. If possible, wouldn't he want to stay with the district chief for a while? I really can't stay. The only link, Ji Yanyang, the eldest son of District Chief Ji's family, is still playing the role of rebellious. Not to mention the college entrance examination. Consultation meeting, he didn't even participate in the balloon release part and just skipped. The principal was not here, so District Chief Ji was willing to stay for a while. As he took a look around, it was already a great honor, okay? Fang Yifan's mother begged the principal to give her District Chief Ji's phone number, but the principal saw that District Chief Ji was just being polite with them. Seeing that he didn't even have a personal phone number, it was even more impossible to agree, so he politely refused. There. Ji Yanyan's parents had just left school in a special car. The two of them were sitting in the back row. Ji Xingli was still sighing with his hands folded. Today I met a friend of my childhood. At that time, he was admitted to the University of Political Science and Law. I didn't pass the exam. I was very sad, so I thought that I would also be with him. He was also admitted to the University of Political Science and Law, and repeated it for a year. That year was really confusing, but I was finally admitted. He was studying law,
and I was studying administration, and they were not in the same grade, so there was less contact.
No wonder. I think you are not very enthusiastic about people.
Ji Xingli's wife Lu Jing complained, you still call people by their nicknames.
I think you have forgotten their last names. You are so old. Even pretending to be affectionate. His name seems to be Fang Yuan. Yes, Fang Yuan.
When he was young, he was quite handsome and versatile. He was the artistic backbone of the school. We all admired him at that time.
Ji Xingli thought for a while before remembering Fang Yifan's father. The name reminds me of the old days.
Oh, I didn't leave any contact information at that time.
If I meet you next time, I have to take the initiative to ask for their contact information. Don't make it appear that we are not proactive, enthusiastic, and not integrated with the masses, right?
As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Jing's cell phone rang. After she answered the call, she listened and then looked at her husband with a strange look. They are an old couple, and they know what each other means just by looking at each other. Ji Shengli was suddenly stunned. He just said some official talk in a condescending manner, and the crowd was about to mingle with him, in a way he didn't want, classroom. When Fang Yifan came back, his childhood sweetheart Xiaoingzi and the goddess Huang Jito immediately came to greet him.
Xiaoingzi, who had heard such breaking news for the first time, directly scolded, "Are you crazy? Why bother with him when you have nothing to do? It's fine now, so that Uncle Fang almost went in, are you happy? Okay, stop talking, Uncle Fang will be fine." Huang Jitao pulled her outspoken best friend. After Xiaoingzi expressed her true feelings, she also began to comfort Fang Yifan, and finally talked about the original arrangement. You can't go to the evening movie either, go. Why don't you go?
Although Fang Yifan was angry and regretful that he had involved his father, he finally managed to get an appointment with the goddess for the movie watching event in the evening, so how could he not go?
Even if you die, you have to go.
Besides, Dad was just taken to take notes, and we don't know what happened in the end.
Xiaoingzi and Huang Jitao were both surprised by his lack of heart.
They still wanted to watch a movie at this time, but thinking that this might be his way of venting, they didn't say anything more. Today is the second day of school, but in the morning there was mainly a mobilization Swearingen meeting and a college entrance examination consultation meeting, which soon went by noon.
There were no formal classes in the afternoon, mainly self-study. In a blink of an eye, it will be time for school to end in the afternoon.
Xiaoingzi, Huang Jitao, and Fang Yifan went to the cinema together. When they met He Chen at the school gate, they were readied again and were persuaded to leave by Xiaoingzi and Huang Jitao. He Chen could tell at a glance that he didn't want to start training with him so much, but rather used this to persuade the goddess to comfort him.
Want to watch a movie?
He Chen tilted his head slightly and asked Ruan Luzheng in the back seat of the car.
Ah?
Ruan Luzheng was stunned by this sudden invitation. She blushed and didn't dare to raise her head. Just when she didn't know how to answer, she heard He Chen rushing past her again without waiting for her to answer. His deskmate Du Tian shouted, "Prince, let's go watch a movie together."
Mission Impossible 4. You're talking nonsense again. When did I become the prince? Are you taking advantage of me? Du Tian came over, complaining but not refusing.
He Chen's practice of crane kung fu has long been ridiculed as imitating Emperor Jiajing of the Ming dynasty in 1566. Now they call him prince. Although they are teasing him for wanting to go home early and inherit the big company and family business, they are definitely taking advantage of him. After all, according to this logic, He Chen calling him prince is no different from calling him son.
I haven't agreed yet.
Ruan Luzheng saw that He Chen invited Du Tian again. Before she could say anything, he rode his bike to go out.
He suddenly became anxious.
After blurting out, he looked at He Chen and Du Tian. The gaze that came over made him feel extremely crazy.
He scolded He Chen over and over again, but he concealed it by saying, "Let me ask Xiao Xue."
She was very happy to invite her, but now she was invited to Du Tian. She was the only one of the two boys.
It was so embarrassing.
She had the intention to refuse, but this was the first time He Chen asked her to go to the movies.
Even if it wasn't an invitation to her, she really couldn't say no.
It would be better to call my best friends and get 2 men and 2 women together. She took out her cell phone and called Xia Shui, her deskmate, who naturally agreed.
When they were discussing how to meet up, a whirring voice came from the side, "You want to go to a movie? Okay. Count me in. It's 2. It's 3.
Ruan Luzheng knew as soon as he heard that it was Lin Miaomiao who had come to join in the fun. When he looked up, he saw Lin Miaomiao's eyes sparkling under her glasses. Next to Lin Miaomiao, Deng Xiaoqi, who was vaguely competitive with her, stretched out her long legs and raised her hands with a smile to join.
Xian Sanyi, a top student riding a bicycle, also came to join in the fun. Great! There are so many people and it's so lively.
Lin Miaomio has happily accepted the result and started to make arrangements happily. There are too many people and it's inconvenient to ride there by bike.
We will leave our bikes at school and take the bus together. Go! No! He-Chen flatly refused. Why?
Everyone looked over strangely, wondering why He-Chen refused so firmly, and Lin Miaomio even pouted. I have no objection to taking the bus, but I will never take the bus with Lin Miaomio, not in this life. Facing the puzzled looks of everyone, He-Chen said something even more puzzling to them. Lin Miaomio, listen to me, from now on when you travel, don't take the bus.
Well, you can understand that it is inherently dangerous for you to take the bus. What and what? He-Chen, don't you not only practice martial arts but also learn fortune-telling? Everyone joked and didn't believe it at all.
He-Chen smiled brightly and did not explain, but looked at Lin Miaomio with a very sure look. Even though Lin Miaomio is still a heartless little carrot head with only 8 of her 9 orifices open, she has the same face as Li Shiqing in the beginning. This is the domestic urban variety movie world again. What do you want He-Chen, who has watched the beginning of the TV series, to do? You must be prepared and avoid taking the bus with her. Infinite time loops like Groundhog Day and Happy Death Day may seem fun, but a bus explosion like the one at the beginning is seriously traumatizing every time.
Painful memories add up. That was so painful. If possible, He-Chen would certainly not want to try it. Even if he was now in a scene like the one at the beginning, not as helpless as Li Shiqing and others, and could actually easily control the situation to prevent the explosion from happening, he would still not want to go through it. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens. What if he's too late? That's a bomb on a sealed bus, it can really kill people. Lin Miaomio didn't understand, but when she met He-Chen's eyes, she was stunned for a moment, but still nodded. Okay, I listen to you, I will never take the bus again. Let's take a taxi. Xian Sanyi said, there are 6 of us, so we can take 2 taxis.
Everyone looked at He-Chen in unison, waiting for his decision.
After all, it was he who proposed this activity. Okay. As long as he didn't take the bus with Lin Miaomio, he had no objection. They went to put away the bicycles together, and went out in a group of 3 to take a taxi and headed straight to the cinema. On the way, Ruan Luzhang kept contacting her best friend Xia Shui, who had left school early. When they arrived, Xia Shui was already standing there waiting. It's so lively. Xia Shui looked at everyone and joked, He-Chen, this is your first time organizing such an event, right? Why are you so happy today?
Before He-Chen could answer, someone next to him said indignantly, he is happy when he sees others in trouble.
How twisted is his mind?
Everyone looked over at Fang Yifan's angry eyes, and Xiaoingzi and Huang Jitao smiled awkwardly next to him.
It depends on who is unlucky.
He-Chen smiled, if I am not happy when people who have committed crimes are unlucky, then I can't tell right from wrong.
That's how twisted one's mind must be.
Besides, even you are in a good mood to watch a movie, so I must be happy, filial, and must smile.
You.
Fang Yifan was so angry that he took a step forward habitually, and was quickly pulled by his childhood sweetheart Xiaoingzi and dragged in first.
He-Chen was not affected at all. He went to the scene with everyone to buy tickets and went in to watch the movie. In the cinema. Everyone sat down.
Du Tiantian, who sat at the same table, sat on the left side of He-Chen, while Ruan Luzhang sat on the right side of He-Chen, and Xia Shui sat next to her.
Lin Miaomio and the others sat in the front row.
Before the movie started, she kept turning back to talk to everyone, and asked He-Chen which character in the movie he liked the most. Fang Yifan, who was sitting not far away in the dark, scolded her for having no sense of public morality, so she sat up straight and waited for the movie to start.
He-Chen smiled and looked in the direction of Fang Yifan.
Ruan Luzhang, who was sitting on his right, couldn't help but reach out and pull his sleeve, and endured the shyness and leaned close to his ear. Stop making trouble, okay?
Okay, I didn't plan to make trouble anyway. He-Chen smiled. Zhang, didn't you see it?
Xia Shui also came over and whispered to Ruan Luzhang, he doesn't need to make a fuss at all.
His presence makes Fang Yifan uncomfortable.
Ruan Luzhang immediately widened her eyes to see He-Chen's reaction. Seeing that He-Chen was just smiling and silent, she understood why He-Chen suddenly asked her to watch a movie.
She was immediately angry and amused.
Before she and her bestie Xia Shui whispered in each other's ears about whether men are so aggressive, the movie started. She could only suppress her complaints and watch the movie first. These days, Hollywood blockbusters are not as ZZ correct as in later generations. The tone of blockbusters is also pure sensory stimulation, handsome men and beautiful women, gunfights and explosions, whatever stimulation you can get. Therefore, watching blockbusters on the big screen in the cinema is still quite interesting. Hee-chun had also watched Mission Impossible in his previous life, but he had never watched it in the cinema. Moreover, it had been too long and he could not remember the plot. This time he watched it again. It was quite interesting. There was nothing boring throughout the whole process.
In a blink of an eye, the movie was over. Everyone stood up and walked out, still unsatisfied, sharing their feelings about watching the movie.
Everyone gathered in twos and threes, talking about the plot, very enthusiastically.
I'll go back first. Du Tian saw the girls going to the bathroom together, said hello to Hee-chan, and left directly.
This is because the school has not officially started yet, and his deskmate invited him after a big change. Otherwise, he would definitely not participate in such an activity, considering that he wanted to go home to inherit the family business and reduce the burden on his mother, but his own talent was average. Hee-chan stood outside with Qian Sanyi waiting for the girls. Fang Yifan, who came with Xiaoingzi and Huang Jitao, was also waiting outside, staring at Hee-chan fiercely. Hee-chan was amused when he saw it, and walked over directly.
Forget it, Hee-chan. Qian Sanyi quickly pulled Hee-chan.
Although he knew that Fang Yifan was the one who was making things uncomfortable, Hee-chan was really ruthless. He sent Fang Yifan's father in after a disagreement, and now he took the initiative to walk over.
Look at the pitiful Fang Yifan who was fierce just now. He was stimulated and took a step back. Don't worry, I know my limits. Hee-chan smiled but walked over resolutely. What do you want to do?
Fang Yifan tried to keep a fierce look, but when Hee-chan really walked over, he suddenly remembered Ji Yangyang's screams and his inexplicable body reaction of jumping up and spitting out foul language in public. He suddenly became a little scared and stared at Hee-chan fiercely.
I'm here to remind you. Hee-chan looked down at him. You don't think this matter is over, do you? What do you want?
Fang Yifan raised his head stubbornly, as if he had any way to draw it as soon as possible, and I would take it all.
Didn't you give me a turtle?
Hee-chan smiled maliciously. You know what you want to imply, but you forgot that turtle can be a noun, but also a verb, and the force is mutual.
It all depends on who is stronger, who will take the initiative. What do you mean? Fang Yifan's head sank, and a strong ominous premonition suddenly emerged in his heart. What do you mean? Hee-chan smiled playfully. It's going to be the third year of high school soon. Before the class placement test, let me assign you a reading comprehension question. As he said that, he looked at Ruan Luzheng who came out of the bathroom. Have you told her?
Ruan Luzheng didn't want to pay attention to Hee-chan with a stern face, but when he saw Hee-chan looking behind her disapprovingly, he thought of something and nodded and said, I told her.
Let's go.
This inexplicable conversation made Fang Yifan even more worried, and he felt worse. When his goddess Huang Jitao and childhood sweetheart Xiaoingzi came out side by side, Hee-chan nodded and smiled at his goddess. His carefree childhood sweetheart Xiaoingzi avoided his gaze unnaturally. When the goddess Huang Jitao also nodded slightly, he heard a crisp heartbreak in his ears. He shouted at the back of Hee-chan who had already reunited with Ruan Luzheng and Lin Miaomio and left. You are so vicious. You have no martial ethics.
What's wrong with him?
Lin Miaomio looked back strangely.
Qian Sanyi was thoughtful.
Ruan Luzheng had a dark face and didn't want to talk. At the end of the movie, Hee-chan whispered a few words in her ear, asking her to take the initiative to talk to Huang Jitao, which almost made her angry to death. Well, it was not easy to ask her to watch a movie, but it turned out that he asked her to be a matchmaker for him. However, she also guessed that Hee-chan did this to irritate Fang Yifan. Otherwise, she didn't believe that Hee-chan, who ignored the school beauties, would be attracted to Huang Jitao, who was reluctant to be the class belle. So in the end, she agreed. When Hee-chan asked her that question after she came out, her guess was confirmed.
She was still very angry.
But she was worried that if she didn't go along with Hee-chan, once Hee-chan got angry and didn't go through her as a matchmaker, Huang Jitao would not be able to bear it and give herself up directly, which would be even worse. She could only choose the lesser of two evils. Fang Yifan's anxious and irritable voice came from the other side. What did he say to you? Which made her feel a little sympathetic. Her goddess was suddenly targeted by such a handsome guy, and she was not getting along with her.
It was obviously not well-intentioned. Any man would be anxious and irritable.
Not to mention Fang Yifan, who was prone to impulsiveness. As expected, Fang Yifan's goddess Huang Jitao's perfunctory didn't say anything made Fang Yifan more anxious and angry. He jumped up and down around the goddess to attack Hee-chan, insisting that the goddess tell him what Hee-chan said, so that he could analyze the viciousness in it for her, which made Ruan Luzheng very frightened. She couldn't help but glance at He-Chen and found that He-Chen was smiling calmly. She felt more and more that Fang Yifan was right, and all this was within He-Chen's calculations. He-Chen was in a good mood, and it was worth coming to see this movie. That's right. He did it on purpose. Fang Yifan dared to send the turtle to provoke him, so it would be a matter of fact to send his father to jail. After all, He-Chen would not really fight to the death with others over a disagreement. He was not that extreme. He just wanted those who wanted to provoke him to feel the pain and learn a lesson and not jump in front of him. But his father was going to jail, and it did not affect Fang Yifan's smiling movie with the goddess. Fang Yifan's father could stand this kind of filial piety, but He-Chen could not. Hit the snake at its weakest point, hit the dog and hit the goddess. What else can make the dog sit uneasy more than the goddess being targeted by the enemy? As long as he is not mentally abnormal, think about the dark martial arts plot that his goddess may encounter, and Fang Yifan should understand it better than anyone else. But he certainly doesn't want to understand it better than anyone else. P.S. Thanks to the human Buddha, Guyue Longhu, and we'll have a candy for the reward. Chapter 23. Experts are unreliable? They should always be reliable, okay? He-Chen dropped a bomb and left. After all, a real man never looks back at the explosion. The explosion effect was all within his expectations. Fang Yifan was already in a state of confusion, and kept asking the goddess, "Don't be fooled by him, he has bad intentions, he just wants to hurt me through you. Tell him what he said to you." It's really nothing. Huang Jitao really didn't want to say this. Because in her opinion, it was nothing. The words He-Chen asked Ruan Luzheng to pass on were to let her share with Ruan Luzheng what it was like to be the child of two doctors. In her opinion, this was not ill-intentioned at all, but a very normal thing. After all, before this, she had taken the initiative to find out from Ruan Luzheng that He-Chen took Ruan Luzheng to see the famous emergency doctor Du Shaoqing, so that Ruan Luzheng would have a clearer concept of studying medicine and future doctor's work in life. How heartwarming, enviable. At least she wanted such a brother, instead of bearing everything alone. And He-Chen looked like that, it was difficult and unwilling for her to think badly of him. As for why she didn't want to say more? It was not a forced misunderstanding, but she really didn't want to say it. First of all, in her opinion, the reason why this happened was because her family was special. Her parents were both doctors without borders, and they had been away from home for many years, leaving her alone in the country. Who in the family understood this kind of sadness? Perhaps only Ji Yanyang, whose parents were also away from home for many years, could understand. So she had always been close to Ji Yanyang. What He-Chen asked her to do now was actually to share the sadness and sorrow that he didn't want to talk about. But he was much more measured than Fang Yifan. He didn't come to talk to her in person, but just let a female classmate of the same sex talk to her privately, which avoided more embarrassment and discomfort for her and made her more accepting. Secondly, it was unnecessary. She and Fang Yifan were just classmates, and she was a top student who was repeatedly harassed by the other party, a poor student. She didn't need Fang Yifan to explain anything. Not to mention the other party's tone of treating her as someone else and asking her to talk about her privacy. Fang Ho, stop it. Xiaolingzi saw that the atmosphere between the two was not right. Huang Jitao was impatient and unhappy, and Fang Yifan was no longer humble as before. Instead, he looked a little angry. As the glue between the three, he hurried to smooth things over. He-Chen didn't let Ruan Luzheng and Taozi say anything, I promise. What do you mean by not saying anything? What can't be said? Fang Yifan became even more angry, still promise you? You don't even dare to look at this bastard, don't think I'm blind and can't see what you're thinking. Xiaolingzi was embarrassed and angry, pointing at this childhood sweetheart and scolding, what are you doing? I know that Uncle Fang has such a thing, you are unhappy, but don't take it out on us. If you have this time, you should go back and care about Uncle Fang. After saying that, he pulled Huang Jitao away. She was really angry with this childhood sweetheart. No matter how much trouble he made, he would never say such hurtful words. In the past, he was always smiling and coaxing her, who was often unhappy because of overstressed life and study, which made her feel very caring. Now it seems that he was just pretending. And who was the reason why she didn't dare to look He-Chen in the eye? It was because Fang Yifan used a telescope to peep, which caused her and He-Chen to look at each other through the telescope, and his starry eyes suddenly turned back and hit her heart hard. Before this, she was under great pressure from her mother's chicken child education all day long. She was completely faceblind to the so-called school hunk's handsomeness of He-Chen. She had no thoughts in this regard at all, just like the heartless Lin Niamia who had not yet opened her mind. She just regarded He-chan as a schoolmate of the same grade. Fang Yifan sought his childhood sweetheart and got his leave angrily, and he also came back to his senses from his anxiety. He stood there blankly for a long time, and there was a gloomy mood in his heart. He didn't adjust his mentality instantly and apologize with a smile like in the past.
Finally, he went home dejected.
As soon as he got home, he saw his mother Tong Wenjie sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face.
He said carefully, "Mom, I'm back. Where have you been?" Tong Wenjie crossed her arms and was very angry. "I went to the movies with Ingzi and the others." Fang Yifan was a little embarrassed. "You still have the mind to watch a movie at this time?" Tong Wenjie scolded, "Your father has been imprisoned because of you.
Such a big change has happened in the family.
You still have the mind to watch a movie? How is Dad?" Fang Yifan lowered his head. "Now you know to care about your dad?"
Tong Wenjie said angrily, "He took the initiative to admit it, and he will be locked up for a month."
"Isn't it said that this kind of situation is generally suspended?" "He-chan, I will never let you go." Fang Yifan's eyes were red again, and he also reacted.
Most people are indeed suspended, and they don't need to really go to jail, but his father studied law and worked in legal affairs. He knew the law and broke it, which is an aggravating circumstance.
"What do you want to do? Haven't you made enough trouble? Do you want your dad to stay in jail for a few more months, or do you want to send your mom in too?"
Tong Wenjie saw that her son was getting angry, and she didn't care to scold him. After scolding him, she took a deep breath to suppress her anger, patted the sofa next to her, and controlled her emotions and said, "Come here, Mom will talk to you." Mom Fang Yifan immediately climbed over and acted like a spoiled child.
Fan, even if this didn't happen, Mom would have a good talk with you."
Tong Wenjie caressed her son for a while, pushed him away, asked him to sit down, and said seriously,
"Teacher Lee talked to me and asked you to stay in class."
"I didn't agree at first, but later I agreed. I have found a cram school for you." Speaking of this, she glanced at her son. Sure enough, her son immediately became anxious and talked about the reasons and determination for absolutely not wanting to stay in class.
This was not unexpected.
She said this deliberately to stimulate her son, hoping that he would be brave after knowing the shame.
"Don't get excited. Later, Teacher Lee said that you won't have to stay in class anymore." "But what does it mean?"
"It means that you have to make up for the previous classes to have a chance to get into a good university."
"But your lazy attitude now, is it a learning attitude?"
"It's already this time, and you're still playing with your phone, playing games, and watching movies.
How can you focus on studying?"
Speaking of this, she got emotional again, pointing at her son and scolding, "Originally, I was going to take a plane to pick up your cousin tonight. Your aunt passed away, and your cousin's father, who was not a human being, married him a stepmother in less than a year. Now only I, his aunt, love him. If you want to take him to school, he is 1/4 of yours. Blood brothers. But now everything is in chaos because of you.
Fan, don't look at us in the old city.
Our family lives in a house worth more than 10 million yuan. I carry a bag worth 70,000 yuan, or a watch worth 50,000 or 60,000 yuan, and wear the same clothes and jewelry every month. The monthly family expenses are 50,000 yuan, but we are really an ordinary family and cannot provide you with all the conditions in one step.
In the end, you can only rely on yourself.
Your father will be locked up for a month now, and his job will definitely fail after he comes out.
The future days at home will be very difficult. You have to make yourself proud." "I know, Mother." Fang Yifan promised hurriedly, but the mother and son were not very serious. Because Tong Wenjie looked anxious, but in fact she was not serious at all.
As a son, he knew that the so-called difficulties could be easily overcome.
Ordinary families, those who understand will understand. Full of confidence.
When it comes to hardship, no matter what grievances you have, you can always deal with it by taking out the extra good things and drying them and selling them. I really don't understand why those people on the internet always criticize the expert's advice as unreliable.
He thinks those suggestions are very reasonable. Tong Wenjie thought her son had listened and was very happy.
She felt that her performance was quite good. But how did she know that Jimu Moruozi, her little chicken blood, would not work at all? Don't look at Fang Yifan, who dislikes squatting very much, claiming that he is willing to do anything to avoid embarrassment, including studying hard. But if he really needs to take practical action, even if he just hears that he will be enrolled in various cram schools, he will definitely be scared and say, "How about repeating the study for a year then?" It's so flexible. Seeing that his mother's anger had almost subsided, he quickly started to get intimate with her, and then told his mother not to worry. He could go pick up his cousin, but he would be fine at home alone. Tom Wenjie was also determined to pick up her nephew Lin Layer, otherwise she would not only delay this talented son from her sister's family, but also be unable to prove her kindness with practical actions. After this, it is not safe enough to criticize the ex-husband and attack a large number of men from the commanding heights. So she told her son to stay home well and not cause trouble. She would let her best friend, Xiaoingzi's mother, supervise and take care of him. After her son agreed to go back to his room to study, she called her best friend. After talking about the business, she started gossiping. I know that Yi-chun, it's not a good thing at first glance. On the other end of the phone, Xiaoingzi's mother, Song Qian, took the lead in firing.
Right. Tong Wenjie agreed with deep understanding, wanting to hear more of her best friend's scolding of Yi-chun first.
Of course.
Song Qian scolded, he and that scumbag Xiao Weidong hit it off immediately.
They are so different from each other, but they were talking and laughing when they first met, as if they were old friends. Birds of a feather flock together and people flock together. It can be seen that nature is not a good thing. What happened next confirmed my hunch. He had no manners at all and directly mocked me for disciplining my own daughter.
Who is this?
I'm not surprised at all that he could do such an immoral thing as sending Fang Yuan in.
Then you should pay attention.
Tom Wenjie felt very comfortable and said, this Yi-chen is more handsome than Lao Chao when he was young.
He and Lao Chao hit it off immediately, and he even mocked you Guaningzi.
You have to be careful that he has no intentions towards Ingzi.
Good intentions.
He dares. On the other end of the phone, Song Qian exploded when she heard this. Ingzi is everything to me now in my life. If he dares to come over, I will fight him to the death. The two best friends scolded Yi-chun for a long time, and Song Qian finally regained her composure and said proudly, my Ingzi will never be so superficially attracted to a bastard like him who has nothing but good looks. I am still confident in this, love.
That's right.
Ingzi is the one I've seen since childhood, and she's as good as you.
Tong Wenjie was very happy.
Xiaoingzi, who has 4 apartments with her best friend and hundreds of millions of money from Lao Chao's family, is the daughter-in-law she has planned for a long time. After drinking with her best friend before, she said her innermost thoughts in a joking tone, saying that when the time comes, Xiaoingzi will marry her. Give her, the mother-in-law, several apartments. Therefore, mentioning Xiaoingzi was naturally a compliment, and then asked Song Qian again to pay attention to her son when she was away.
As for why not find Fang Yifun's grandparents in the city? How can that be done?
Once she opens her mouth, her parents-in-law will definitely take the opportunity to nag her again, especially since their son has been sent in. She also has to pick up her sister's children from her parents' home to come to Suzhou City, and they will also be arranged by her like their grandchildren. The tuition at Chunfeng Middle School alone is 150,000 yuan a year, and they will definitely say weird things. She doesn't want to hear these weird things. Compared with her father-in-law and mother-in-law, her sister's son and her nephew are her real family. This is why she repeatedly emphasized to her son that Lin Layer and he were 1/4 blood brothers. After hanging up the phone, she went to see her son again, then packed her things and went straight to the airport to pick up and drop off her nearly adult nephew. Her nephew had been through so much hardship these past years. He was so old that he had never even flown on a plane. She was really worried, so she could only fly there first and then fly back with him. Over there, Xiaoingzi's mother, Song Qian, hung up the phone and left her room. She came to the special soundproof room that she had spent a lot of money to decorate for her daughter. She looked inside through the window and saw her daughter obediently lowering her head and writing her letter to after assigning the papers. He smiled with satisfaction. She was confident that her daughter could not fall in love with Yi-chen, but she felt very guilty in her heart. You must know that her character is stronger than hers. She was deceived by her ex-husband Xiao Weidong back then. She married him, gave birth to his daughter, and then watched him cheat on her. Although she didn't want to admit it, the reason why she fell in love with her ex-husband in the first place was because he was so handsome when he was young. Even if he had nothing and accomplished nothing, she was willing to work hard to make money to support him and make him happy. It's a pity that my ex-husband was a late bloomer and got lucky. This happy life was immediately broken. Yi-chen, this little bastard, is even more handsome than his ex-husband when he was young, but his daughter Ingzi is not as determined to make progress as he is. How could she really not be worried as a mother? Although the sound insulation effect is comparable to that of a professional recording studio, when Song Qian showed her head outside the window, Xiaoingzi, who was writing papers inside, felt it. After all, this kind of prison-style room was too depressing, making her very sensitive to the visitors' eyes from outside. If there wasn't such strong sound insulation, she could still listen to the footsteps to judge whether she was safe or not, but now she couldn't react in advance when her mother came to poke her head, and this alone made her extremely depressed. Not to mention that after writing a set of papers and giving them to her mother, who was a tutor, to mark them, she was immediately assigned several more sets of papers, and she had to write them on time according to the college entrance examination mode. When she finally finished the day and pulled down the curtains to sleep, she had no intention of sleeping at all. She took her phone and started to vent with her best friend Huang Jitao in bed.
Do you think He Chen did it on purpose?
After complaining about her mother's high-pressure chicken blood for a while, Xiaoingzi realized belatedly, he guessed that Feng Ho would react like that, so he deliberately stimulated him like this.
So what? They are all academic masters with good brains.
Huang Jitao would naturally think of what Xiaoingzi could think of, but she asked back without caring.
If Fang Yifan himself is not such a character, how could he do what He Chen wants? In the final analysis, it is Fang Yifan's own choice. He Chen just gave him a chance to show another side, and his performance is very disappointing, isn't it? You can't blame him entirely.
Xiaoingzi joked, after all, you are his goddess, and He Chen is the undisputed school idol.
He is also nervous about you and reacted so strongly. Don't say it. Huang Jitao said disdainfully, you know I have never been interested in him. He is just being sentimental. Then who are you interested in? Xiaoingzi smiled and said, Ji Yangyang? Maybe there is also He Chen now? You are not ashamed to say that to me. Fang Yifan is your childhood sweetheart. You must be right. What do you mean by always mentioning He Chen now? Huang Jitao quickly fought back. Could it be that the look we exchanged during the day really made your heart beat? How is that possible? He Chen is not Fang Yifan. He is like us, and seems to be not interested in this aspect. I don't know what kind of person he likes. What kind of person? It must be pretty. We are far from that. Look at who he stays with all day. Not to mention the beautiful Professor Wan, even Wan Lujing is a popular candidate for school beauty.
As the two besties were joking and gossiping, it seemed that all the pressure and unhappiness disappeared, leaving only happiness and a strange emotion that neither of them wanted to admit, echoing in their hearts, lingering for a long time, accompanying them to sleep.
Ruan's house. Late at night.
Ruan Luzheng finished writing a set of papers and came out to go to the toilet on tiptoe. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She saw a faint light in the living room, and a very beautiful curve was constantly stretching under the light. Just the beautiful body curve made her blush and her heart beat. Not to mention that this body curve was still doing various difficult and imaginative movements and postures. She covered her mouth and almost screamed. After a closer look, who else could it be but her mother?
Ruan Lu was wearing a tight yoga suit, exposing her body curves completely.
She was practicing attentively, and she didn't realize that she had made her daughter blush.
But even if she knew, she wouldn't care.
Because she was too familiar with this kind of look, and she had encountered more complicated and intense looks than this. It was precisely because she didn't want to face the envious and jealous eyes of other students in the yoga class, and the coach's small thoughts of trying to please her and make her an image spokesperson to attract customers, that she had already planned not to renew the yoga class. Just 2 days after the start of the senior year, the noise He Chen made accelerated her movements, so she simply stopped going and practiced at home. Because Xiaoingzi's mother Song Qian and Fang Yifan's mother Tong Wenjie were also members of the gym's yoga class, and she had seen them. Now that such a conflict had occurred, it was inevitable that unnecessary conflicts would arise if they met again. It was not that she was worried about being at a disadvantage. She was worried that Tong Wenjie and the others would not know what was good for her, could not see the situation clearly, could not control their emotions, and would attack her or something. Even if she didn't care, if it got to He Chen's ears, they and their children would definitely suffer. She was not worried about them, but she didn't want He Chen to waste time and energy on them. It was completely unnecessary. Ruan Lu kept stretching her body. She had been practicing for more than a year. She had already integrated yoga into her life and deeply felt the benefits of exercise. When she finished practicing, she looked at the eyes that had been peeping at her. Seeing that it was her daughter, she frowned and waved to her daughter. The woman was particularly sensitive to the gazes on her. She didn't notice it at first, but after a while she noticed someone peeping at her. I just didn't expect my daughter to stand quietly for so long doing aerobics. Seeing that her mother had finally finished her exercise and motioned for her to go over, Ruan Luzheng hurriedly walked out of the darkness, approached her mother, and looked at her mother, who was sweating and had the beauty of exercise, and said admiringly, "Mom, you are so beautiful.
Why don't you come out of the room?" Ruan Lu asked casually while wiping the sweat. "Mom, Why did you suddenly start practicing yoga? How come I don't know? When did you start?
Ruan Luzheng explained, and then asked curiously.
It's been a year. Ruan Lu said casually.
It's been a year. Ruan Luzheng was very sensitive to this time point and suddenly fell silent. A year ago was the time when Yichen joined this family.
Why is he everywhere? It's really annoying. By the way. Thinking of something, she raised her eyes and looked at her mother's yoga clothes that were too tight to her curves, and blushed to remind her, Mom, why are you practicing at home? It would be so bad if he bumped into you. How could he bump into you?
Ruan Lu said calmly, his schedule is more punctual than the alarm clock. He goes to bed on time at 9 o'clock. He has already fallen asleep at this time and will not get up at night. That's what I said. Ruan Luzheng always felt that something was wrong, but it was not easy to say it too bluntly. She could only change the subject and hugged Ruan Lu's arm coquettishly. Mom, I also want to learn yoga, can you teach me? Why do you want to learn yoga at such a young age? Ruan Lu shook her head. Besides, you are now in the 3rd year of high school, and you should spend your time and energy on studying. Let's talk about it later. Only a good body can support me to work hard in the 3rd year of high school. Ruan Luzheng pouted. You two are practicing martial arts, so it can't be that I don't practice martial arts? Am I the outsider? Originally, she felt ashamed when Yichen practiced martial arts. Now that she saw her mother secretly practicing yoga and had been practicing for more than a year, she suddenly became uneasy. The embarrassed Yichen agreed with her mother, so she became an outsider.
This is absolutely not okay.
Seeing that her daughter was about to rise to the level of love and dislike, Ruan Lu thought about it and did not refuse her daughter to learn yoga, and promised to teach her. But it must not affect her studies. Ruan Luzheng naturally nodded and promised. Ruan Lu started to teach Ruan Luzheng some yoga common sense, and then let her rest first. This is not the point, so you can't spend too much time every day, take it slowly. Ruan Luzheng was full of expectations. She also wanted to be as beautiful as her mother.
The next day,
when she saw Yichen practicing under the pine tree again, she abandoned her preconceived disgust and shame this time and looked at it carefully. She found that Yichen's movements, although it was easy to remind people of the neurotic funny of Emperor Jiajing in the Ming Dynasty 1566. But putting aside her prejudice, she suddenly discovered that Yichen, who was practicing, really had the elegance and nobility of a crane. In a trance, she seemed to really see a crane flapping its wings, ready to fly at any time. This was a completely different feeling from seeing her mother practicing yoga last night. One was a direct sensory stimulation. The other was more spiritual. Maybe I should learn the crane skills from Yichen. Ruan Luzheng suddenly had a thought in her mind, and then she killed it. You should know that the origin of her name was that Ruan Lu dreamed of a stray kite when he adopted her, so he changed her name. And if she learns the crane skill and becomes a crane that can reach the sky, no matter how unlucky a kite's broken string is, she can turn misfortunes into good fortune. It's just a thought. She doesn't believe that practicing this can really turn her into a crane, so she'd better be realistic and practice yoga with her mother to cultivate relationships. Moreover, she had always disliked Yichen's practice before, and she suddenly changed her attitude 180 degrees, and she couldn't help it.
Getting up so early?
When Yichen finished practicing and invited her to have breakfast with him with a smile, she was still in a daze.
There is nothing to do today. There is no need to go to school.
Tomorrow, September 1st, will be the official start of school.
After breakfast, she stayed at home until midnight.
Lin Miaomyu went upstairs to play and told Yichen about what she heard last night.
Gossip. Ji Yanyan's father turned out to be friends with Fang Yifun's father.
Yesterday, Fang Yifun's mother went to see Ji Yanyan's father and asked for a relationship, but it seemed that he was rejected. Fang Yifun's father was sentenced to 1 month's detention without probation. Yichen was not surprised when he heard the news. Let's not talk about the potential of this young man who had lost contact with him in the past. Most people are unwilling to help him from the bottom of his heart. Just say that Yichen, an upright boy, is watching this matter, and Ji Yangyang's parents are probably unwilling to intervene.
This kind of thing.
Ji Yangyang's mother, Lu Jing, had heard the harsh truths told by Yichen with her own ears.
How could she be willing to wade into this muddy water again?
Once she was affected, my mother-in-law's career might be affected, although the words are ugly. In this day and age, speaking loudly is right. Yichen dares to speak out his innermost thoughts loudly, tell some truths that they don't want others to hear, and dares to mean it, and constantly puts things on the line. Then his weight is higher than that of an ordinary family. The Fang family and the Ji family have become seriously ill.
It's that simple.
Let me go. There are so many Taoist scriptures. You really plan to practice Taoism and become an immortal? While Lin Miaomia was gossiping with He Chen, she walked around He Chen's room like she was hyperactive.
She looked left and right without noticing anything.
When she saw the many Taoist scriptures on He Chen's bookshelf, she raised her glasses, looked carefully and again, and then exclaimed,
"Who doesn't want to practice Taoism and become an immortal?" He Chen asked with a smile. He borrowed these Taoist scriptures from the city library.
Although the crane kung fu and the turtle breath kung fu are both refreshed by the system and are self-taught without a teacher, they will be effective as long as you practice them. But He Chen thought that it would not be a bad thing to learn more about Taoist classics. Not to mention that there are various code words in Taoist inheritance. Without inheritance, one would fall into the dilemma of one sentence of true transmission, thousands of false transmissions will be exhausted. Simply cultivating Tao Chi is also good. He Chen is a master who even finds a pine tree to practice crane kung fu. The main thing is to try your best to imitate first.
Let's talk about it later after working hard and persevering.
As long as you live long enough, these learning accumulations will always work.
Even if it's just a fork. I always feel that your style is incompatible with ours.
Lin Miaomia reached out for a Taoist scripture and flipped through it, then closed it and complained. Your style is quite popular. He Chen glanced at her and unknowingly took out snacks from his pocket and started to show off.
Those who don't know better think you are giving GG to various snacks. That's you. If most people eat like you, they would have become fat by now. Hey, I don't get fat no matter how much I eat.
Lin Miaomia ate proudly, not forgetting to share it with He Chen and Ruan Luzheng.
Don't be complacent.
He Chen kindly reminded, you are still growing, you are hyperactive, and your physique is somewhat special, so you don't look fat no matter how much you eat. But if you develop such a foodie personality, by the time you get to college, your weight will rise like a balloon before you know it. By then, your fat face will be deformed, and it will be too late to regret it.
Impossible.
Lin Miaomia didn't believe it at all, but seeing He Chen smiling and saying nothing, the snacks stuffed into her mouth suddenly stopped.
You can't really do it, can you?
Lin Miaomia looked at He Chen anxiously, but she thought that He Chen had directly based on the reactions of Li Taigang and the others. He inferred that Li Taigang wanted Ji Yanyang and Fang Yifan to stay in class and repeat the grade, which made Li Taigang break his guard.
Lord! Do you still need to be able to pinch and count? He Chen laughed and said, this is scientific knowledge, okay? Whether the body will gain weight is related to calorie intake. If you show off snacks every day, if you don't rely on body growth and exercise, if the heat is not converted into meat, will it disappear into thin air?
Lin Miaomia looked at the snacks in her hands and then at He Chen, falling into endless distress.
He Chen didn't comfort her either. She was right to be distressed. Because her appearance and figure are all at the level of a pretty little cutie.
Once she doesn't control her diet, she is always so crazy about snacks. When she goes to college, she will become mellow immediately, and then even her only advantage of being a pretty and cute little girl who is full of energy will be lost.
There is none left.
Anyway, He Chen had seen the grown-up version of her in his previous life, and it can only be said that she has transformed into a girl. The children in front of the TV should really be shown the before and after comparison to remind them not to be like her and show off their snacks. Otherwise, she wouldn't be as cute as she is.
The most common result is that the calves eaten at a young age are thicker and stronger than the legs of adults.
Oh, you guys are so boring. Lin Miaomia, who was temporarily too frightened to show off her snacks, suddenly felt that the whole world was boring. She moved from He Chen's room to Ruan Liuzheng's room and saw them both reading the Taoist scriptures. Everyone who was writing the paper felt very depressed and immediately complained. School will officially start tomorrow, and the third year of hell will officially begin.
Shouldn't we relax and unwind today? I'm just relaxing. He Chen kept his eyes on the Taoist scriptures.
Actually, the third year of high school has already started.
Ruan Luzheng was not as calm as He Chen.
He felt that Lin Miaomia was a little noisy here, so he raised his big framed glasses and reminded her tactfully. Next door lived a lady who took up Taoist scriptures as a hobby at a young age. From now on, she would be the real pillar of the family and had to work hard to make money to support the family.
How could she be as heartless as Lin Miaomia?
Lin Miaomia didn't hear the meaning of seeing off the guests, so she stayed for a while. Seeing that the two of them were busy with themselves and ignored her, she muttered and left. She went downstairs to find her disciple and found that he was a top student. I was also studying, and then I vaguely understood what Ruan Luzheng meant. I went home wailing, lay down on the bed, and complained to my best friend Deng Xiaoqi on my mobile phone.
Time passes easily when you are idle.
It only took Chen to read a few volumes of Taoist scriptures and Ruan Lujing to write a few sets of test papers, and a day passed in the blink of an eye.
At night, after dinner, Ruan Lu wanted to take Ruan Lujing out shopping.
Knowing that Chen didn't like this kind of occasion, he asked him if there was anything he wanted. After Chen shook his head, Ruan Lujing urged him to leave.
Chen didn't care either.
But when he woke up early the next morning, he knew what Ruan Lujing was doing shopping last night.
After daily practice and riding to school, Chen said casually, "Have you started practicing yoga too? How do you know?"
Ruan Lujing squeezed the corner of Chen's clothes tightly, and then cursed in a low voice, "You're a pervert.
You're actually peeping. Do you need to peek?"
Chen was speechless. "Your newly bought yoga clothes are hanging out on the balcony. Then you are still a perverted voyeur. How do you know it's not my mother's, but mine?" Ruan Lujing was puzzled.
"I have good eyesight," Chen said with a smile. "And can your and Aunt Ruan's yoga clothes be the same?"
Ruan Lujing blushed immediately, not knowing what to say, and subconsciously raised her hand to protect her chest again. She didn't know how good Chen's eyesight was, but this time she had to admit that Chen seemed to have a say.
There was no more talk along the way.
When they arrived at the school gate, they found that Li Taigun had already led several teachers to stand at the school gate, staring at the students who were entering in a line with sharp eyes, and raised his hand to look at the watch from time to time. When he saw Chen driving Ruan Lujing over, he stared at them straight, which made Ruan Lujing embarrassed, so she jumped off the back seat of the car and walked into the school. Li Taigun nodded to Ruan Lujing. Chen did not stop him, and rode his bike into the school by himself. After locking the bike in the bicycle shed, he saw Li Taigun showing his power at the school gate, stopping all the late students outside the school gate, and loudly lecturing in front of a group of parents who were sending their children off, with a majestic manner. Fang Yifan and a boy with glasses walked side by side, muttering, "Fortunately, I got off the car and ran over when there was a traffic jam, otherwise I would have been blocked by Li Taigun."
When he saw Chen, Fang Yifan's face immediately darkened and he stared at Chen. "Cousin, what's wrong?"
The boy with glasses asked anxiously when he saw that his cousin, who had just been chattering and introducing the school to him, suddenly stopped talking and had this expression. "Liar, remember, stay away from that bastard, he is my enemy." Fang Yifan pointed at Chen, who had just walked away and ignored him, and said fiercely,
"I remember."
Lin Layer, who had just been picked up by his aunt in person by plane, nodded obediently and agreed. Looking at Chen's back, he secretly remembered it in his heart. In his eyes, his cousin is the best brother, so his brother's enemy must not be a good person.
Chapter 27. Work hard and I will find you a sister-in-law next year. Look, this is a piano. I'll play a piece for you one day. Cousin, you can also play the piano.
That's because when I was a kid, I had an argument with your aunt over there every day because of the piano.
Many people read the books on the bookshelf at noon, and you can do it too. There are also football clubs and dance clubs over there.
Fang Yifan took his cousin Lin Liar, who came from out of town, to visit the teaching building. The tuition of an elite private school for high school is 150,000 yuan a year. The facilities of this elite private school naturally make the family's conditions poor.
Lin Layer, who comes from a really ordinary family, is dazzled by the facilities. Don't say anything else.
The piano placed in the lobby of the teaching building was something he could not imagine.
How can ordinary schools have this?
After going upstairs, Fang Yifan suddenly had to go to the toilet. He didn't take his new cousin with him, so he asked his cousin to go to the classroom first. Lin Layer had no choice but to find it by herself. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw a girl standing on the small blackboard in the back row of the classroom writing an after-school math problem. Lin Layer's eyes widened as soon as she saw it, and she walked over and took a closer look. Xiaolingzi, who was copying, took a look and quickly asked, "Classmate, who are you looking for?"
Lin Layer didn't say anything.
He picked up the chalk and started calculating on the boxes below. This scene shocked Xiaolingzi, and then the whole class stood behind him and watched him write the questions.
389. They are all correct.
After Lin Layer finished writing, Xiaolingzi was the first to correct the answer, and then exclaimed to all the students, "Teacher Chen said that only he can write this question, and everyone else can solve it."
Don't come out. That's because Chen Chi is too weak.
Fang Yifan, who came back from the toilet, immediately started shaking, put his arm around his cousin's shoulders, and began to brag to everyone, "If I can't figure it out, then someone can figure it out, right?
Do you know who he is?
My cousin, Lin Layer, is a genius panda. I am not talented, but I am the brother of a genius panda, a genius giant panda." At this point, amidst the laughter of the crowd, he caught a glimpse of Chen walking through the door, and immediately raised his voice, Ruan Luzheng, you have seen the strength of our two brothers.
If you don't understand anything in the future, just come and ask us. Are you sick?
Xiaolingzi didn't understand that Fang Yifan was deliberately stirring up trouble again, so she cursed in a low voice.
Fang Yifan didn't think so. He didn't need Ruan Luzheng to answer. He kept talking loudly about the awesomeness of his genius panda cousin just now.
He glanced at He Chun, who was parked outside the window, and was even more surprised. His eyebrows danced with joy. He may not be as good as He Chun, but his cousin is a real genius academic master, and he seems to be better than Xiaolingzi.
In this case, if he doesn't stab He Chen, will he still be the young and competitive Fang Yifan?
As for talking about Ruan Luzheng, it made him feel a strange kind of happiness.
He Chun, you bastard, aren't you using my goddess to disgust me? Then I will use your sister to disgust you too. Who is afraid of whom?
Ruan Luzheng, you have to be more attentive and work hard, and I will find you a sister-in-law next year. He Chun also heard clearly what happened from Fang Yifan's boasting, and ordered Ruan through the window. Lu Zhang then looked at Lin Layer, who was standing beside Fang Yifan blankly. Brother of this genius giant panda, you have to work hard. Your efforts are not only to help your brother get admitted to Qingbei next year, but also for your own safety. After all, pandas are also nationally protected animals. If you don't make your brother happy, don't let him sell it to you or send you in. The crowd immediately burst into uproar and laughter. Because everyone understood He Chen's connotation and sarcasm. Words like work hard and I will marry you a sister-in-law next year and work hard and try to give your boss a new car at the end of the year are the most popular positive energy in society. They make people laugh at them, but they can only help them. Laugh at yourself. Because I know it's wrong, but I can't do anything about it. And Fang Yifan was acting like a real brother and a boss just now. A scumbag is still a scumbag if he has a cousin who is a top student, no matter how great he is. Does your cousin's greatness have anything to do with you? Can he get you into a good university? Or can your goddess look at you differently and just favor you? After all, it was He Chun who stood up to Li Tieguang and beat Li Tieguang until he couldn't hold back any longer.
In just one paragraph, the essence of Fang Yifan's arrogance was clearly analyzed and deeply ridiculed.
It not only made people laugh, but also made them feel deeply. It inspired another perspective. I learned a lot. There is also the saying that pandas and giant pandas are nationally protected animals, which makes everyone feel that He Chen is too jealous. Now who doesn't know that He Chen used Fang Yifan's father to buy a national second-level protected animal, the money turtle, and sent Fang Yifan's father there for a month? Slap in the face. A slap in the face. While everyone was admiring He Chen, Xiaolingzi, Huang Jitao, and Ruan Luzheng knew more than others, and they also knew more clearly that He Chen's words were more lethal to Fang Yifan than everyone expected. Above. The sentence he said to Ruan Luzheng, work hard and I will find you a sister-in-law next year, is not just a joke about the injustice in society, but it has real power. Fang Yifan lost his temper the night before yesterday. Wasn't it because He Chen deliberately used Ruan Luzheng to get close to Huang Jitao and provoked him? What He Chen said now was so appropriate for the occasion. In the eyes of insiders, he was greeting goddess Fang Yifan in person and wanted to practice with her. These 3 words of ridicule are more and more exciting. Can Fang Yifan bear it? Anyway, Huang Jitao, one of the parties involved, blushed a little. Even though she didn't have much thought about He Chen, and didn't want to further provoke Fang Yifan. But some emotions are really uncontrollable. Just like in school days, many boys and girls didn't feel anything at first, but they were always talked about by friends and other people. Over time, they couldn't help but pay more attention to each other, and then there was further development. Fang Yifan's face was indeed green and black, no longer as arrogant as before, especially when he saw the goddess blushing. He clenched his fists, and wanted to rush up and fight with He Chen immediately. Before, for his goddess, he would have rushed up and fought with Ji Deshao. But when he met He Chen's smiling and encouraging eyes, his impulse due to anger was like being poured with a basin of cold water. Not only could he not vent his emotions and pretend to be cool, he would only be beaten and embarrassed. He was not stupid. Xiaolingzi and the others were relieved to see Fang Yifan didn't rush over it the first time, and they were extremely resentful in their hearts. Fine, Fang Yifan, why do you have to provoke He Chen, a master of arguing? You are looking for trouble. What are you doing? Why are you standing here instead of studying? With a shout that the teacher is coming, the crowd gathered at the back of the classroom to watch the excitement dispersed, and Li Taigun's stern voice came. He Chen and Li Taigun looked at each other and walked towards their own classroom. Even though Li Taigun already knew who He Chen was, he was still angry at He Chen's attitude. It's really lawless.
He doesn't look like a student at all. Chapter 28. A group of teachers. Li Taigang is really in need of He Chen Dao. Li Tieguan knew that there was nothing he could do about He Chen, so he endured his anger and did not see him. After entering the classroom, he asked the new transfer student Lin Layer to introduce himself, and then announced the good news. Today is the first day of school, no classes, no exams. Amid the wailing of students, Li Taigang kept saying the same thing: the small exam is a local battle, and the college entrance examination is a comprehensive battle. When you go to the battlefield, will the enemy wait for you to be ready? Let me tell you, don't think this is just a practice test. The specifications of this exam are all based on the college entrance examination. There are 4 subjects in total, including Chinese, mathematics and science, which can be completed in 2 days. The results of this exam will be used as the basis for your class placement. The top 30 students in the grade enter the sprint class, with the goal of clearing the north. The last 30 people enter the basic class with the goal of maintaining capital. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but glance at Fang Yifan and Ji Yangyang, who were out of tune with this class, and then she thought of He Chen, and felt disgusted and unhappy in her heart. Because if there are no major changes, judging from the final exam results of Fang Yifan and Ji Yangyang's sophomore year, they must be in the bottom 30 of their grade and will enter the basic class. The head teacher of the basic class is Pan Shui. Doesn't this fit into the conspiracy theory? He Chen said. She is willing to adjust. As the grade leader, she also has a say in this adjustment. But she really couldn't speak. Because having Pan Shui, a young teacher with good teaching skills, a gentler personality, and being able to get along with the students, as the head teacher of the basic class will be more conducive to appeasing parents who may be dissatisfied with the class division, and in her eyes, these are those pricks who should stay in class and repeat the grade. This is the best option. And the principal is not a layman who knows nothing. Once she opened her mouth, she would lose track of her behavior, which could easily make the principal feel grudge against her, thinking that she was not dedicated to serving the public good, but that, as He Chen said, she not only had small calculations but was also a thief. But if Pan Shui is not adjusted, once Pan Shui becomes Fang Yifan and Ji Yangyang's class teacher, and he meets He Chen again, he still doesn't know how he will treat them with his eyes and tone. The thought of this annoyed her to death. I hope you will cheer up and take the exam well. Now turn off your cell phone, put all the things on your desk outside the classroom, and act quickly. Not only the second class of the 3rd grade, but also the entire 3rd grade of high school started to move. Class 7, Grade 3. How do you feel about being reclassified based on grades? Du Tian asked He Chen while moving the books on the desk to the cabinet in the corridor. Originally he would not have asked this question. Because they have been roommates for 2 years, the eldest brother knows that the grades of the second brother are very different. Even if they are divided into classes based on their grades, it will not have any impact on them. But now that He Chen, his deskmate, had passed the summer vacation, it was as if he had changed from the inside out, and he was a little unsure. Don't worry, I'm not judging. I don't believe that the 2 dragons will never meet. He Chen teased while putting down the book. You took advantage of me again, right? Du Tian hit He Chen with a book angrily. Seriously, did you secretly work hard during the summer vacation? It doesn't matter whether you work hard or not. The only ones that will have a greater impact on this placement test are the top 30 and the bottom 30 in the grade. He Chen reminded. No matter whether others do well or poorly in the exam, there is a high probability that they will not change. Otherwise, it will be too chaotic and not good. They are all in parallel classes, and it is better to be still than to move. And if all the top students were eliminated and they were all head teachers of parallel classes, who would be happy? If the sprint class dares to pick the top ones like that, it is because of the school tradition and the position of grade leader suppressing the others. The other class teachers have nothing to do. Look at who it is, cut off the beginning and the end. Who is the head teacher of the sprint class who has the best chance of getting the highest bonus because of the high school students' college entrance examination scores? Who is the basic class teacher who is the worst and has the least chance of receiving high bonuses because of the high school students' college entrance examination scores? If there is no love-minded person like Pan Shui who takes the initiative to ask for help, who would? That makes sense. Du Tian nodded in agreement. Stop chatting, pack up quickly and get ready for the exam. He Chen's every move was so attractive. Even if he was casually talking to his classmates, everyone still listened, including the head teacher. He quickly reminded that after He Chen and the others entered the classroom, they looked at He Chen's back and sighed in their hearts. No wonder Li Tieguan could be so angry by a student. It was because He Chen was too keen and understanding,
and loved to tell the truth too much. With a casual sentence, he directly revealed the truth. If he hadn't been sure that He-Chen was not in their senior year group's office just now, he would have suspected that He-Chen had listened to their conversation just now.
That's right.
He-Chen expressed the thoughts of the parallel class teachers. Li Tieguan was talking in the office just now, and the head teacher of the parallel class expressed objections to such a class division model. They will have 1 year to go to the college entrance examination. At this time, the students' parents will definitely have objections to the sudden division of classes, and it will cause trouble. The school says that the distribution of teachers is uneven, and we have no way to explain it. Li Tieguan replied calmly, "Don't worry, if the parents do come, we will explain it clearly to them. Even if the children go to the basic class is not bad, and the teachers are also very good." The teacher who raised the objection saw her pretending to be confused, and said directly, right, then took off his glasses, turned his back and rolled his eyes.
"You are the leader and you have the final say. But if you are not, your answer is completely nonsense. It is the same as saying nothing. The child is in the bottom 30 of the grade, and you really treat the parents as fools. How can the parents who spend 150,000 yuan a year to send their children to study here be bad? Can you fool them like this? The basic class is not bad, and the teacher is also excellent? Why not change it? Why have you, Li Taigun, only taught the sprint class for the top 30 students in the whole grade for so many years? Didn't you say that everyone's level is good? Why not eat meat porridge?"
Everyone said that they were worried that parents would question the unfair distribution of teachers, but in fact, the connotation was that you, Li Taigun, blatantly picked the top students, snatched away all the high-quality students who could impact Tsinghua and Peking University in each class, and cut off everyone's hope of getting a higher bonus. You still have the nerve to talk nonsense in a serious manner. In other words, everyone is unwilling to tear their faces apart. Otherwise Li Taigun would definitely not be able to hold back if He-Chen said what he said to her. It's a pity that such a refreshing thing is not suitable for workers like them who need to support their families, so they can only feel happy in their hearts. From this perspective, although their positions are different, some teachers' impressions of He-Chen are really not too bad. People like Li Taigun who have taken the biggest advantage and benefits, talking about fairness, justice, dedication and sacrifice, and asking others not to care about honor and benefits, really need a spirited boy like He-Chen who can speak and a straightforward boy to talk back to.
Too immoral. Too lacking in criticism.
Chapter 29 Li Taigang, this time I am carrying Huang Oang's momentum, how could I lose?
The official first day of school. The surprise exam begins. Chinese in the morning and mathematics in the afternoon. Tomorrow is English in the morning and science in the afternoon. He-Chen wrote very seriously.
Now that he has become more and more discerning, he naturally wants to take advantage of the opportunity to improve his scores. Only by letting other teachers see his steady and rising scores can he better compete with teachers like Li Taigang. After all, in student days, grades are everything.
Why does Qian Sanyi have so many privileges but no one talks about it?
One of the biggest reasons is that he came to Chunfeng Middle School with the top score in the district's high school entrance examination. He has always ranked first in the high school entrance examination for 2 years. He even refused admission to the gifted youth class of the University of Science and Technology before. His hard power is irresistible.
Criticize. If He-Chen improved his grades while criticizing Li Taigang, wouldn't he still be slapping Li Taigang in the face?
If his grades were raised to the top 30 in the grade and he could enter Li Tieguan's sprint class, but refused to enter, how happy his class teacher would be at that time and how livid Li Tieguan's face would be. The main character is one who keeps his word. Let you repay it 10 times or 100 times, without any ambiguity at all. As long as you work hard enough, an iron rod can be ground into a needle. In the rhythm of the exam, the morning passed by in the blink of an eye. When he went back for lunch at noon, Ruan Luzhang looked very stressed.
No way.
Compared with true academic leaders such as Qian Sanyi, Xiaoingzi, Huang Jitao, and Xia Shui, her grades are not stable. If other classes perform well, there may be a chance that she will be pushed out of the top 30 in the grade. After all, she was among the top 30 in the entire grade.
He-Chen didn't say much.
In his opinion, since she wants to be a doctor in the future and face life and death all day long, this little pressure is nothing. Of course, if you face other people's life and death, there will be no pressure. This kind of pressure will make it easier to fall in love and so on. Once he finds out that she has this tendency, he will definitely put even more unbearable pressure on her. After lunch, He-Chen practiced the turtle breathing exercise as usual, and then took Ruan Luzhang back to school after taking a nap.
The exam continues in the afternoon. When the exam was over, some people couldn't help but guess the answer. Fang Yifan got the most difficult multiple-choice question right and danced to greet his cousin home.
Then he was stopped by Li Taigang, who came in. "Come on, everyone, sit down, I have something to say, only 10 minutes.
I know that everyone has had a hard day taking exams.
In order to prevent everyone from slacking off, I announce that starting from today, the school will support everyone in studying in the evening. This is a benefit specially given by the school to our senior year students." "What kind of welfare is this?"
Following Fang Yifan's laughter, there was a sigh from below. This made Li Tieguan immediately unhappy, and his face became serious. He slapped the table and raised his voice. "Why are you sighing?
I know that there are many students here who are not willing to attend this evening's self-study, so this evening's self-study is voluntary."
"Yes, don't force it."
All the students looked at each other helplessly, and they all understood what voluntary meant. If it was said to be voluntary and not forced, it meant that it was necessary.
"Otherwise, can I have good juice?"
Sure enough, after Li Taigang prepared for the previous voluntary session, his voice immediately became much louder. In order to create a good learning environment for everyone, the school has special teachers on duty.
The content is to answer questions about each subject. Isn't there a Chinese language test today? As for math, a teacher will be here later. If you don't understand anything, ask immediately.
"Teacher, I have a question." Fang Yifan raised his hand, and after receiving Li Tiegang's agreement, he said with a playful smile, "You said that according to the specifications of the college entrance examination, it seems that there was no late self-study on the first night of the college entrance examination."
Everyone laughed and agreed. Li Taigang immediately scolded, "If we really follow the college entrance examination, half of you here will not be able to pass the exam. I said it is voluntary and not forced. Which of you wants to leave?" At this point, she directly threatened him by name. "Fang Yifan, are you leaving?" "Of course I won't leave." Fang Yifan was immediately frightened.
Seeing that Li Taigang had convinced the Thorn Head and asked everyone to voluntarily attend evening self-study, she was happy. She directed everyone to get their school bags and books from the cabinet outside and go directly to evening self-study seamlessly.
Suddenly everyone's movement stopped. Li Taigang frowned.
Just as he was about to urge him, he turned around and followed everyone's gaze. His face immediately darkened, but he saw Chen standing at the door with his school bag in hand, as if he was going home after the exam. Although he was not in his own class, he obviously came to pick up Ruan Luzheng, but he was in her class, especially one of the seed students in the sprint class later. Especially since she finally convinced the prickly head and made everyone volunteer. If Chen took Ruan Luzheng away, all her previous efforts would be in vain. I'm afraid there will be others who really leave voluntarily.
And this is something she cannot accept. "Ruan Luzheng, do you want to go back?"
Li Taigang suppressed his anger, looked directly at Ruan Luzheng, and used the same slightly threatening tone. Although she didn't want to admit that not only was she unable to help Chen, but she was always angry to death in the end when they were together, she still subconsciously didn't want to face Chen directly.
She couldn't help Chen, so couldn't she help Ruan Luzheng? Even Fang Yifan didn't dare to stab him when she asked him this question. Ruan Luzheng, a good and obedient student, was even less likely to give a second answer. Sure enough, Ruan Luzheng shook his head, and then said to Chen, who was waiting at the door, "Don't you want to go to self-study? You go back first. I want to go to night self-study." But as soon as she said it, she remembered that Chen practiced and went to bed early every night. The evening self-study class would start at least 9 o'clock. He would definitely be unable to attend the class after going back and washing up. So she asked Chen to go back first without waiting for her. "Evening self-study class?" Chen glanced at Li Taigun, who looked pleased. "What do you mean by evening self-study class?"
Ruan Luzheng felt that Chen was asking knowingly, but she still explained it quickly and urged him to leave first. She was really afraid that Chen would scold Li Taigun again.
"What nonsense!" Chen scolded. "What do you mean?"
Although Chen was talking to Ruan Luzheng, everyone present, including Li Taigun, knew that Chen was actually scolding Li Taigun, which made Li Taigun unable to bear it. Evening self-study is a benefit that the school provides to senior high school students. It is the effort that we teachers have made for your future by sacrificing our spare time.
Didn't your class teacher tell you this? Are you still messing around? If you want to go, go by yourself, don't affect the students in our class here.
If someone voluntarily goes with him, I will never stop him.
Do you think you are right? You are self-sacrificing and sacrificing your spare time, and you think you are great?
Chen looked at her sarcastically. I can't say whether I am great or not, but the parents of the students have their own opinions.
I just want to ask you, where am I wrong? Lee Taegun still couldn't help but confront Hee-chan and confront him. These students are the best at reading people's eyes.
If she, the class teacher, is not strong and majestic enough, she can't suppress these monkeys at all. If people's hearts are scattered, it will be difficult to lead the team. So even though she knew it was impossible, she still wanted to argue with Hee-chan in public.
She didn't believe it. Would she lose this time? Chapter 30 Hee-chan, speak. Why didn't you say anything?
The more Lee Taegang thought about it, the more confident he felt.
People's hearts have their own opinions.
She believes that both students and parents can understand her idea of strict teachers making good students. As for some thorny scumbags who don't want to be disliked, she has to speak loudly when she has reasons. Thinking of this, she looked around at the students. You think it's a bit hard to study in the evening right after the exam, but which class didn't come here like this? The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold.
Are there many students living in Shuxianjiayuan here?
When you go home from self-study in the evening, go to bed and take a look outside the window.
Not to mention that school ends at 9 o'clock in the evening self-study. Even before 12 o'clock in the evening, is the whole community still brightly lit? If you don't work hard, there are people who work harder than you. Shuxianjiayuan is a well-known college entrance examination community. Most of the residents there are parents who accompany students. The rent is so expensive, but the supply exceeds the demand. Why? Isn't it because everyone knows the importance of the college entrance examination? Parents are willing to spend a lot of money and effort for your future.
As your teachers and head teachers, we are also willing to give up our spare time and volunteer to accompany you through this year. We and our parents have done everything we can. If you are still unwilling to work hard, then just learn from him now and go home and go to bed early.
It's all voluntary anyway.
But in the future, when your classmates are all admitted to the prestigious schools of their choice and your family is happy, those who have not worked hard should be prepared to face such a huge gap and different fates of joy and sorrow.
Now, does anyone want to imitate him and leave and not attend evening self-study?
His eyes swept over the faces of the students who were shaking their heads with emotion.
Lee Taegang was very satisfied with the effect of his talk, and finally fell on the key figure again. Ruan Luzheng, do you want to go back now? Teacher Lee, I have evening self-study.
Ruan Luzheng said seriously. Although she knew that Hee-chan might be a little unhappy, she had to stand on the right side of history at this moment.
The man is outside and the woman is at home.
She, who will be responsible for making money to support the family in the future, must work harder now. She cannot just listen to the man has long hair but short knowledge.
Hee-chan is unwilling to go home and sleep at a disadvantage.
She had to make up her mind about such a big external matter, and not let the back house interfere with her judgment.
Hee-chan went home and went to bed early to sleep.
Sleeping more can also take care of your skin and body.
Did you see it?
Lee Taeguan was very satisfied with Ruan Liuzheng's attitude, smiled at her, and then looked mockingly at Hee-chan who was standing at the door. If you want to go back alone, don't affect other people's efforts to make progress.
Is there something wrong with your mind?
Hee-chan caused an uproar as soon as he opened his mouth.
Ruan Luzheng was even more anxious.
He wanted to dissuade him but it was too late.
Moreover, Hee-chan's next words made everyone stunned. Do you think I object to evening self-study just to oppose you? Lee Taegang hesitated. He really wanted to say, didn't he?
But it was hard for her to say this, as she already had a strong sense of foreboding in her heart.
If it's not because of this, it must be something else.
Hee-chan's perspective has always been strange but sharp and vicious.
Did she make any omissions and he caught her?
Facts have proved that her hunch was correct, and Hee-chan continued to argue. What I object to is that you are just messing around. The exams are all over, and now you are suddenly informed that you have to study in the evening.
What did you do earlier?
You look outside and see how many parents are waiting at the school gate to pick them up.
Now you suddenly tell them to go back wherever they came from and come back at night? Do you know how frustrating this is?
You are willing not to fall in love for the rest of your life, but you still want to spare all your time to spend on your students.
You are noble and amazing.
But the vast majority of parents waiting at the school gate now have to work and live, and they are already tired enough. They also need to make smiles at the company and leave early at the risk of being sent out to the society by the boss to lose their jobs. In this evening rush hour at the stall, there was a traffic jam to pick up the children and go home, but you suddenly said that everyone voluntarily went to self-study, and then let them wait in vain?
Just because you think about it and don't want them to relax, you just torment people like this, right? What did you do earlier? Don't mention that you sent a message notification. You only sent the notification at 4:30 in the afternoon. It was already early to leave by then. I didn't have time to read the messages you sent in the group on the way. Most people were muted, okay? It was decided that there would be a sudden exam in the morning. No, the test papers and other things had been prepared long ago. The preparations must have been earlier. You are known to be the teacher of senior high school students all year round, the indestructible sprint class teacher, and the team leader of the senior high school students. You don't even pay attention to this little detail, so you just use this preparation method? How do you have the nerve to say that students and parents have their own opinions? If your parents don't dare to scold you in public, they've already scolded you privately. Is there anyone so unreliable and tormenting people? The scolding was extremely loud and silky, and the whole room was completely silent. The second class of the third grade looked at Li Tianguan's face that turned red and green, and no one dared to speak. Even Fang Yifan, who always likes to steal the limelight with a playful smile, no longer dares to make jokes. Although he hated He Chun, he had to be convinced in his heart. In terms of resistance, he really couldn't compare with He Chen. Ruan Luzhang had long been wailing in her heart. A good student like her really couldn't imagine confronting her class teacher in such a fierce way. But it happened that her nominal brother He Chen really fought for her, and he did so cruelly and so righteously, it was reasonable and reasonable. There was so much movement here. Naturally, it wasn't just class 2 of the third grade who was watching. The corridor outside was already crowded with people. They looked over, but no one dared to appear in Li Tianguan's view. They were all hiding out of sight of Li Taigang, watching from the corner. After hearing He Chen's words, some people couldn't help but turn their heads and looked at the school entrance through the window. They found that just as He Chen said, the door was already surrounded by parents. These are all senior high school parents waiting for their children. Obviously, as He Chen said, many parents did not see the notification message that was sent to the group at 4:30 in the afternoon, or had already come over when they saw it. Notification also notifies loneliness, it is better not to notify. Speak. Why don't you speak? He Chen took the initiative to break the dead silence and continued, shouldn't you go to the school gate to explain and comfort the parents who have been tortured to death by you? Rest assured. At most they complain in private, no one dares to scold you in front of you. In order for their children not to be put in small shoes, they must have a smiling face just like in the company or in society, and volunteer and understand your petty willfulness of rights. Li Taigang was so angry that he almost lost his temper, but could not reply, because what He Chen said was exactly the omission that she had never expected. And these omissions are indeed completely inconsistent with her self-proclaimed titles of elite style, famous teacher and strict teacher, age group leader, etc. It is a mistake that should not be made at all. Such a big movement attracted not only students, but also other teachers. When they heard He Chen mocking Li Taigang, saying that he voluntarily and understood, they almost couldn't hold it back. This was in the office in the morning. Facing the doubts of other teachers, Li Tianguan didn't know whether he was pretending to be stupid or really stupid. He replied shamelessly, it's not a big difference between the sprint class and the basic class. Students who are assigned to the basic class parents, if we explain, they will understand. It's okay now. It's not easy for them to tell the truth in person, so He Chen did it. No matter how upset parents are in front of you, they will never dare to break up and insist that they don't understand. Isn't it because they are afraid that it will be useless if they offend you in the end and their children will be put in the shoes, so they can only endure their anger and voluntarily understand? The new book is still relatively young in the recommendation period. If you are not satisfied with it, you can check out the author's older books of the same type. The links are below. Chapter 31 Take the Teacher as a Mirror? Li Taigun is a funhouse mirror. Are you going? He Chen did not give Li Taigun, who was speechless, any face, and continued to ask. The parents would not really do anything to Li Taigun. Voluntary and understanding are voluntary and understanding, but Li Taigun must go there to prevent her from looking down on him all day long, always thinking that she is so great and considers the parents of students more. How can she have the face to scold this and that all day long when she is so arrogant and incompetent? I'll go. At the critical moment, she still had to rely on the dog. She heard Pan Shuai's promise from a distance, and then saw him rushing over in a hurry. I will explain to the parents on behalf of Teacher Li. After all, this is not her mistake alone, but also the mistake of our entire senior year group. The other senior year teachers who were watching almost vomited. How could it be the mistake of the entire senior year group? So you two teachers at the beginning and the end represent all of us, right? The key is that your goddess didn't give us any chance to talk or discuss. Let's not talk about whether we dare or not.
We mentioned it, but your goddess pretended to be stupid and sang high-sounding words. And your goddess is very confident.
She dared to refute the principal again and again in public.
We only dared to stop at a certain point and didn't dare to say more. They felt uncomfortable holding back these thoughts in their hearts, so they looked at Chen expectantly. In the past, they thought that this troublesome student was different from the ordinary troublemakers and was a little interesting. Now they hope that he can speak so much and say a few more good words that everyone likes to hear. Chen did not disappoint their expectations and mocked them directly. Teacher Pan, how can you, a head teacher of the basic class, represent everyone? You should save some energy and think about how to appease the parents of the basic class students who are voluntary and understanding after the test.
Is it appropriate for the senior class leader not to show up for such things? So they rush to get some benefits and honors, and when they get into trouble and need to take responsibility, they immediately shrink their heads back? In this way, the birthday gifts given by Fang Yifan and his son before are indeed quite exquisite. At this point, Li Taigan's face turned pale with anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Oh my! This time it is indeed my responsibility, and I never shirk my responsibility."
With that, he strode out. It's just to apologize to the parents directly. She is not afraid. Although it is a bit embarrassing, it is better than standing here and being mocked and scolded by a student in front of so many students.
Chen, you.
The dog licker Pan Shui was so distressed that he looked at Chen with a bit of unkindness.
How can someone treat his goddess like this? Teacher Pan, what's wrong with me? Chen didn't mean to indulge him, and asked directly, what did you say is wrong? After all, Teacher Li is your teacher, and the most basic traditional etiquette of respecting teachers should be observed, right?
Pan Shui couldn't talk about the specific details, so he could only raise the level.
It depends on how you look at it.
Chen refuted, for today's teachers, being a teacher is more of a job, which has basically been separated from tradition. In ancient times, the heaven, earth, emperor, parents and teachers were on the same level. Teachers and parents were indeed respected, but they were not teachers, but masters. Students had the same inheritance rights as children.
Is it the same now?
Even if we put aside the changes in the identity of teachers in ancient and modern times, let's just talk about the basic respect that teaching and educating people should get.
Use people as a mirror to correct your clothes.
Teachers should be role models for students to teach by example and mirrors for students to correct their clothes, but what if this mirror is a funhouse mirror?
Wouldn't it directly distort the students? How can you correct your clothes? There must be a teacher among three people. The disciple does not have to be inferior to the teacher, and the teacher is not necessarily better than the disciple. You advocate, and also supports this behavior of serving as a mirror for each other to correct their clothes.
Now that the teacher has become a funhouse mirror, I don't mind being a mirror for her, letting her take a good look at her every move. If she makes a mistake, she should be reminded and corrected as soon as possible, so that she won't really regard herself as a saint, and hurt others and herself while being moved and intoxicated by herself. You can't really think that the goddess is perfect, so she never makes mistakes and never needs to look in the mirror to correct her clothes, right? Or does the teacher have to be right, and not only is she unwilling to correct her mistakes, but she even doesn't allow people to say it? I don't mean that. Pan Shui didn't know what to say after being scolded. He couldn't figure out where Chen got these words, and at the same time, he felt even more distressed when he thought of such a strong goddess being constantly scolded by such a person.
Chen! Huang Jitao finally couldn't help but call out.
Chen glanced at her, and saw Fang Yifan, whose face was changing and about to collapse, smiling and nodding at her, no longer scolding her cousin.
That's right. Pan Shui is also Huang Jitao's cousin, which is an important reason why Huang Jitao's parents dare to let their daughter go.
Huang Jitao was a little happy to see that Chen really stopped his magic because of her call. When her best friend Xiaoingzi looked at her with strange eyes, she immediately lowered her head and didn't let others see her expression.
But this look has already made Fang Yifan feel heartbroken.
First, Chen, in addition to arguing with Li Taigan, did not forget to imply his embarrassing filial piety again, which made him embarrassed and uncomfortable. The interaction between the goddess and Chen now made him want to beat his chest and stamp his feet, but he didn't dare to say anything more, lest he make things worse and break the window paper, and really push the goddess to Chen. How many boys and girls are not passively connected because of the public opinion and become closer and closer? Fang Yifan would not do such a stupid thing.
But, so angry.
Fang Yifan was like this, and Ji Yangyang, who was standing outside and was about to leave at the first time but did not leave because of this excitement, also looked unhappy.
Huang Jitao had an ambiguous relationship with him.
As a beautiful and handsome student, she always favored him, a poor student, and always asked about his well-being.
For example, just now she only asked him how he did in the exam.
In order to show his coolness, he kept his pace as usual and left with a perfunctory "I don't care." The main point was that he was both cold and cool. In the past, he thought Huang Jitao would fall for his tricks. But now he suddenly felt something was wrong. He-chan, who was slightly more handsome than him, but more pretentious and cool than him, always hangs around Huang Jitao. His position in Huang Jitao's heart is very dangerous.
He-chan is not a dog-licker like Fang Yifan.
Although he doesn't want to think so, he knows that the reason why Huang Jitao favors him, a poor student, is because his previous situation is similar to hers. Both of them have parents away from home, leaving them alone at home, so they have something in common. And now his parents are back, but she still doesn't. He-chan, who suddenly appeared, has lost both his parents.
If he follows the comparison of misery in the story of Tang Bohu pointing to autumn fragrance, he has completely lost. Chapter 32. What a mess. He-chen is clearly a hater of the rich. I'll go back first. He-chen had no intention of stopping Ruan Luzheng from going to the evening self-study class.
He greeted her and left first. The college entrance examination is the key battlefield in life to leap over the Dragon Gate. It is right to try hard in the third year of high school. If he didn't cheat, and it was this kind of cheat, he would definitely try hard to get through this year.
Ruan Luzheng waved his hand to signal him to leave quickly.
If he stayed, he didn't know what kind of conflict would happen when Teacher Li came back. Although she also felt that He-chen's criticism was reasonable, she knew that He-chen's behavior would easily give people a bad feeling of looking for trouble and being aggressive. The key is that she, a good student, is not so brave and can't stand such constant stimulation. Under the attention of the crowd, He-chen left class 2, grade 3, walked to the stairs, thought about it, and transferred to class 13, grade 3.
This is the liberal arts class. Lin Miaomiao's class. He-chen, you came to see me.
As soon as he arrived, Lin Miaomiao, who was sitting in her seat with her eyes wandering around and voluntarily attending evening self-study, spotted him at the first time and ran out cheering.
Yeah.
He-chen smiled and said, I don't go to evening self-study, so you take Ruan Luzheng with you after evening self-study, so you can have a companion when you come back together.
Okay, leave it to me.
Lin Miaomiao patted her tablet and agreed, and then said enviously, you are so good, Aunt Ruan never cares about you, and supports you in everything you do. I also want to go to bed early and get up early to exercise. You'd better go to evening self-study obediently, don't think about messing around, otherwise Aunt Ruan will help you exercise yourself.
He-chen joked and said goodbye.
Lin Miaomiao watched He-chen leave, and was about to complain to her bestie Deng Xiaoqi, when she saw Deng Xiaoqi holding her school bag and saying, Miao, I'm going to class, and then walked out of the classroom quickly, leaving her speechless.
My best friend Deng Xiaoqi is an art exam candidate. Cultural subjects are not important and can be passed easily.
Professional subjects require special expenses to attend classes outside the school, so she can justifiably skip the evening self-study.
He-chen.
Deng Xiaoqi ignored her best friend's envy, took long steps, and quickly caught up with He-chen, then slowed down.
Aren't you going to the evening self-study? Well, there is a conflict in my work and rest schedule. He-chen explained. Is that so? Deng Xiaoqi asked knowingly.
Seeing He-chen stop to answer, she looked at him and asked the question she wanted to ask the most. He-chen, with your conditions, why don't you take the art exam? Anyone can enter Beijing Film Academy directly by scanning their faces. I think you can do it even better.
I don't want your opinion, I want my opinion.
He-chen smiled and said, I have no idea about being an actor or a star. Besides, the performing arts and entertainment circles are already in a mess.
What do you think will happen after I enter with my temper? If they know that you reminded me to enter, it will not be good for you. Deng Xiaoqi was speechless.
Now everyone knows what kind of temper He-chen has. No matter how badly Tai-gun is, he is a teacher who teaches and educates people.
He has some principles and moral bottom line. He was still embarrassed by He-chen. If he enters the entertainment circle, the picture will be too beautiful. She dare not watch it. The key is that the entertainment industry is the focus of the spotlight. With He-chen's looks and personality, he is likely to be on the hot search every day. He doesn't need to rely on any works. He can become a big star just by talking nonsense. But this will definitely offend most people. If she knew that it was she who aroused He-chen's idea of becoming a star,
she would have completely cut herself off from the entertainment industry.
I'm kidding you. The real reason is the art exam, which is the track for your rich children to play. We poor children can't afford it. He-chan sighed.
Although At-Wan is a professor at a prestigious school and has a good income, it is still a bit difficult for one person to support 2 children in private high school. Otherwise, they would not rent a house other than Shuxiangyuan, the college entrance examination community where Chaoingzi and Huang Jitao live. The rent there is 15,000 yuan a month for a small 2-bedroom apartment. And the price of Yichen's community, which is separated by a road, is half off, which is why Lin Miaomiao's family and Qian San's family chose this community. Lin Miaomiao's family is poor, while Qian Sanyi's family is Qian Sanyi's mother who doesn't want her cheating husband's money and chooses to earn money and raise the children alone. The scoreline for the cultural courses of the art exam is very low. As long as you are not a fool, you can generally pass it, but professional courses require off-campus classes. The money for a class may be that little that a poor person can only earn in half a month. How can they afford it? You are so well off, just learn casually. If you don't want to hire a teacher, I can help you with professional courses. Deng Xiaoqi looked at He-chen's face, and she was impulsive and didn't care about being hated and rejected by everyone in the entertainment industry in the future.
She just wanted to have more contact with He-chen now. You still don't understand. He-chen looked at her enthusiasm and shook his head, not knowing whether he should say it more bluntly and explicitly. Then tell me. I want to hear it.
Deng Xiaoqi is an art student after all, and she still has the ability to observe words and expressions, and she asked in a coquettish voice. Having money or not is not only reflected in spending money to learn professional courses. Seeing her like this, He-chen simply said it.
What's more important is the path you take in the future.
For the sons and daughters of wealthy families, studying art is just a stepping stone.
In the future, whether you want to make a fortune by eating, drinking and having fun in the entertainment industry, or get a bachelor's degree and be arranged by your family to be transferred directly to a new position, it will be easy. But children from poor families, even if their families tighten their belts to support children with good looks, will only suffer more if they are not mentally prepared. Because children who have seen the extravagant life of money and luxury are not willing to live an ordinary life at all, and they who have no capital, facing all kinds of coercion and inducement, do they have any other choice except selling their bodies and dignity? Since ancient times, beautiful women have been short-lived, but this is an objective fact that does not depend on the subjective wishes of beautiful women. Why do those big families think that acting is a lowly status and oppose their children to show up in public? It is because they are afraid of being exposed to too many people and being targeted by bad people. In Dream of Red Mansions, the down-and-out son Lu Shanglian liked to act on stage as a guest actor, but was targeted by Xuepan as a result. This is a typical example. There is nothing new under the sun. Look at those of you who are preparing to take the art exam. You know your family conditions best. Wang Yidi from class 2, his father is the CEO of a listed company. Which one is from a poor family? Let alone the entertainment industry, haven't you noticed that even the music teachers in school are basically rich people who don't care about their fixed salary? Art exams are more suitable for the second generation of rich people. The path of studying art is either prepared for the second generation of rich people or for the second generation of rich people. Art students, art bodies, the rich people sell art, and the poor people who understand all understand. It is not absolute, but it is a common phenomenon in a large number of cases. Deng Xiaoqi's face suddenly became a little unnatural. Not only because the straightforward truths said by He-chen implied her dream, but also because she was deeply implied when she heard He-chen mention her family, which exposed the unspeakable dark side behind her bright and beautiful dream and family. Fortunately, He-chen did not continue to talk, and someone next to him interrupted. What a mess, I think some people are clearly anti-rich. The two looked up and saw Ji Yangyang with his hands in his pockets, looking at He-chen with contempt, with an expression that I finally saw through the truth. P.S. Thanks to the Buddha of the world, Yi Zhuai, Fengyu, Menglong encounter, and knowing for the rewards. Chapter 33. Do you like racing? You are greedy and mean. Hate the rich? He-chen pointed out. Are you talking about me? Isn't it? Ji Yangyang certainly couldn't be afraid, raised his eyebrows and said bluntly, from the beginning when you grabbed my 3 million sports car, your words, all the words inside and outside are I don't have money, so I hate the rich. Thank you for the compliment. He-chen nodded and smiled. Compliment? Ji Yangyang and Deng Xiaoqi looked at He-chen speechlessly, who admitted it frankly and thought it was a compliment. Is there something wrong with your brain? Is this a compliment? Isn't it? He-chen asked back, is hatred of the rich a derogatory word? If it is also a derogatory word that has been distorted. You think hatred of the rich is problematic, but have you ever thought about why people hate the rich? Since ancient times, there have been beautiful legends about rich people being unkind and knights killing the rich to help the poor. Killing the rich is a compliment, an absolute compliment. What does it mean that I just hate the rich? The reason for this is that there are too many evil deeds, such as rich people are drinking wine and eating meat, but there are frozen bones on the road, and why not eat meat porridge? However, the people in the country have been too kind since ancient times. If they are not starving to death, or even if the whole world is starving to death and can't live, they will not rise up to rebel. As long as there is a stutter, even if they are slaves, they can endure it, and they still praise the rich for their kindness. But even so, over thousands of years of history, dynasties have changed almost every 100 or 200 years. Why? Isn't it because the rich are too arrogant and extravagant, and they are so obsessed with exploiting the poor that they fall into the historical cycle of officials forcing the people to rebel again? It is precisely because this is a historical inevitability that killing the rich to help the poor has been a crime since ancient times, but it has become a word of praise passed down by the people, and it coexists with the knights who break the law with force. Hatred of the rich? For most rich people who carry the bloody original sin of capital, hatred of the rich is of course a derogatory word, shameful, hateful, and even terrifying. Because history tells you the answer. But for the general public like us who come from ordinary families, hatred of the rich may not be an absolute compliment, but it is definitely not a derogatory word. The eyes of the masses are sharp. Everyone knows who the enemy is subconsciously, and they also know that this is not about not working hard or not having ability. A lot of fallacies. Ji Yangyang's face changed, but he soon turned his head and sneered. Isn't it just hatred of others for having something and hatred of oneself for not having something, envy and jealousy? Not everyone relies on parents. Speaking of this, he raised his chin and almost said, it's all about ability, not parents. That's right. It's me. You are still so humorous and blindly confident. Heechin smiled and shook his head. Do you think you are really capable? Isn't it? Ji Yangyang said confidently, I don't care whether I have grades or not, and you have no right to say anything about me. I have always been clear about my ideals. And you? You are just a useless person who practices martial arts and sleeps late all day, but you only hate the rich all day and boast. I'm not ashamed to say that's correct. What's wrong with the second generation of a rich family? They're all working the same hard. Who's nobler than who? Who's inferior than who? You can't do it yourself, so you can only complain all day long. So confident? Heechin smiled. Have you always been very idealistic? I remember that I took the Chinese test in the morning, and at noon, the teachers were talking about the fact that you didn't write a single word in your composition, but only drew a racing car. Do you think this is cool? It means that you have always had your own clear ideals and are very persistent? I just said that you are very humorous. Do you like racing? You are greedy for racing. No one competes with you on this track. You are cheap. What the hell are you talking about? Ji Yangyang was furious and took a step forward. Deng Xiaoqi, who had been watching the excitement, stretched out his hand to stop him. He stopped and pointed at He Chen, looking furious. Isn't that what I said? He Chen mocked. The college entrance examination is the most relatively fair competition field in the world. But you don't dare to face the challenge and compete with most people. You only want to learn from Han Han and become a racing driver. It's because you subconsciously know that you can't do it. So you want to take a side path. What's the point? Do you really like it? Nonsense. The real reason is that there is no one on this track. Just like in Wulin Waizhuan, the third son of Hao Xiaowu, the shopkeeper of West Street, won the second place in the youth piano competition held in Pinggu County. Although there were only 3 people competing, and the third place was a deaf person, it didn't stop him from dad celebrated with a bang and treated everyone to wild game. Is shopkeeper Hao stupid? No. This is very real. Because this competition, which is as watery as the sea, is really useful. As long as you get the second place, no one will explain or remind you. Who knows that the real situation of this competition is actually the second to last place, or even the last place? When the time comes, shopkeeper Hao can arrange a better future for his son with a certificate of this competition. The same is true for shopkeeper Chio's son who beat the national Go player in Gobang. In order to celebrate this so-called chess event, he treated everyone to abalone. What are they doing? Isn't it the same as what you are doing now? Just like the children of wealthy families abroad, who don't study, but can easily enter top schools with the award labels of niche sports and the recommendation letters of wealthy and famous uncles and celebrities,
or the donation receipts of their families for long-term donations to famous schools. Aren't they afraid to compete fairly with everyone, so they can only redraw the track by themselves, so that most people have no money and energy to enter the arena, and eliminate competition from the root? Because everyone knows that you so-called elites who pursue your own niche dreams really can't compete fairly.
And who is inferior to who with the same effort?
Those who dare not take the road of the college entrance examination to compete fairly with everyone, and those who do crooked ways rely on money to pile up thresholds to block most people from the door, and even don't let people enter the track. The so-called efforts are low-level. Obviously, they are side doors and low-class, but they still package themselves as very high-level, and even think that their niche is high-level from the bottom of their hearts, which is even the lowest of the low-level. Isn't this the ancient imperial examination system that was eliminated by the imperial examination system long ago? Only aristocratic families can recommend people to be officials, without taking exams, and directly force them to be promoted.
Or what if there are few pits and many people? Then it depends on who can make big news.
The strange stories that cannot withstand logical scrutiny, such as lying on ice to seek carp, are not all made in this way.
Look, it is the same as your family being an official. You are at the bottom of the class and you don't want to study, you just want to imitate Han Han, and you also want to be a professional racing driver that most people have rarely heard of, let alone seen, let alone heard of.
Gee. Yang Yang was so angry that his face turned red, and he wanted to get angry again. Because He Chen's words almost trampled his dream that he had always been proud of into a mud pit. Especially when he thought about how he was very proud to draw his dream directly on the composition page in the class placement test, and wrote this composition of my dream with pictures. He just felt that he was so cool. But now thinking about it almost broke his defense.
There is no way. The truth hurts the most.
He couldn't think of these truths before or subconsciously didn't want to think about them, but when He Chen mentioned them, he knew that they were not lies.
What do you know?
After Ji Yangyang's face changed for a while, he finally adjusted his mood and sneered, "You have never raced a car, how can you know that racing is more about talent than studying?
It is not what you think that you can win a prize just because you have money.
Your words of envy, jealousy and hatred are just like peasants imagining that the emperor eats white flour buns and uses a golden hoe, all of which are just fantasies.
There is no basis. Racing is not what you think. Do you want to bet?"
He Chen looked at Ji Yangyang, who was acting cool again, with a playful look.
"What to bet on?"
Ji Yangyang's face changed slightly, and he responded immediately, with an expression that said, "As long as you dare to say it, I dare to bet."
"Let's bet on racing."
He Chen laughed and said, "As you said, I don't even know what a racing track looks like, let alone training for racing.
I've never been in contact with it.
Since you said that racing is a science and talent-oriented thing, and it's not as low-level as I imagined, then I'll bet with you.
You'll know after a competition on the racing track.
If you can't even beat me, a novice who's just come into contact with it for the first time, do you still have the face to brag about advanced talent and dreams?"
"Impossible."
Ji Yangyang sneered, "You can't beat me."
"Just kidding."
He was determined to learn from Han Han and become a professional racing driver. He usually treated his uncle's racing track as a classroom. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't run for a few hours every day. Maybe he can't compare to professional racing drivers, but among amateur racing drivers, he is also a top expert. He was challenged by a guy who had never been in contact with racing before, and he looked like he was sure of winning. This made him feel ridiculous and underestimated.
"Maybe or not, we won't know until we compete."
He Chen sneered, "You don't even dare to do this, do you?"
"Don't dare?"
Ji Yangyang sneered, "I just don't want to bully a novice like you, but if you insist on being bullied, of course I can help you. What time, place, and bet, you decide. You don't go to self-study, are you going to your uncle's racetrack again?
Then let's go together now."
He Chen smiled slightly. "After the competition, I still have to go home to practice martial arts.
I'm not deliberately imitating Guan Eri's warm wine and beheading Hua Xiong. I really don't have the time to waste on you. It's not worth it. The bet.
If you lose, you just shout 'I am a racer' 3 times in front of everyone at the morning exercise meeting, that's it."
"You." Ji Yangyang was furious again.
"This bet seems nothing, but it's too disgusting. It's just like Lu Xiaocai and Wulin Waishuan who had to shout 'I am a scholar' 3 times in public after losing. Lu Xiaocai was very proud of being a scholar. He shouted like this after losing, which was simply a severe derogation and ridicule of the sacred scholar in his mind. At this moment, he wanted to be a racing driver. If he still lost, he would be asked to say in public that he was a racing driver.
"What if you lose?"
"Of course it's up to you. Then I want you to go up and shout, "I am a turtle bastard," 3 times in public at the morning exercise meeting.
Ji Yang sneered.
This, Deng Xiaoqi couldn't bear to look at it directly.
Compared with He Chen's euphemism, Ji Yang was too rude. It's just a happy decision.
He Chen didn't care at all, which made Deng Xiaoqi anxious. She came over and reminded him again and again that this was not a joke.
Ji Yang was also in doubt.
He Chen was really too confident. He was willing to admit defeat even with such a shameful statement.
Is he really that confident? Could it be that this was not He Chen's first time to race? But he had practiced before and his level was not low? After this thought flashed through his mind, Ji Yang denied it.
Because racing is a small circle, if there is a master of the same age who can beat him, he must know it. And although he doesn't want to admit it, it does cost money and time and energy to play racing to a high level.
How can you practice your skills without spending money and often hanging out at the racing track?
He Chen, the school idol who is the focus of the whole school, has a family situation. Everyone knows that he doesn't have the conditions. And there is also the hard power of racing cars. He uses carts for racing, but his uncle who runs a racing track specially found a master to adjust it. It is a special cart that is most suitable for him to display his strength. With so many advantages in him, even if He Chen is not in contact with racing for the first time, and even if he has played it before and thinks he is quite talented, he can't beat him. If he loses like this, he will really lose face. But seeing He Chen's confident look, he looks confident, but he is still a little uneasy in his heart. Until I heard He Chen said after being persuaded by Deng Xiaoqi, "Don't worry, if it comes to studying and taking math exams, if he likes it and studies Olympiad mathematics all day, I may not dare to compete with him, so as not to humiliate myself."
But what technical content can racing have?
It's just a combination of steering wheel, accelerator, brake, etc.
What's the talent or not? Without the barrier threshold that requires spending money, who can't do it? Who is not a natural driver? Ignorance is fearless.
Ji Yang was completely relieved after hearing this, and looked at He Chen with disdain, thinking, "I can do it too."
Don't waste time, do you want to bet? He Chen was too lazy to waste time.
He would have to practice when he returned later. "I'm not afraid of you." Ji Yang sneered and reported the address of his uncle's racing field. He asked He Chen to go there by himself, and then he went ahead and prepared to go back to let his uncle clear the field and prepare the venue for him to bully the weak. Deng Xiaoqi saw that He Chen was really serious, and she didn't care about going to professional classes. She gritted her teeth and followed He Chen to the racing field. Such an exciting competition is an unforgettable memory of a lifetime. If it is spread now, I am afraid that people like my best friend Lin Miao will skip evening self-study and run to watch. But now she has the honor to witness it with her own eyes, so what professional classes are there for?
Racing field.
When He Chen and Deng Xiaoqi arrived, the field had been cleared, and Ji Yang's uncle looked at He Chen with scrutiny. "Are you He Chen?"
"It's me." He Chen nodded. Young people should not be too arrogant. Ji Yang's uncle reminded lightly. "If you are not angry, can you still be called a young man?"
He Chen had to take over this classic dialogue, and then said directly, "Ji Yang, tell me how to drive a cart, what are the precautions?"
"You really don't understand anything?" Ji Yang's uncle was very suspicious and thought He Chen was acting. "Is cart a public activity?"
After He Chen asked back, he was too lazy to pay attention to him. After listening to Ji Yang's reluctant explanation, he got on the cart they arranged for him and tried to run a lap first. This time, Ji Yang and his uncle were relieved. Because they have been in this for many years, they can tell whether they are novices at a glance.
And He Chen's every move is undoubtedly a rookie.
Since he is really a rookie, they don't believe that He Chen has the possibility of winning.
They will definitely win. Chapter 35. Not convinced? If you dare to lose a few more times, I will dare to compete again. That's it?
Ji Yang stood in the rest area of the racing track with his hands folded and looked at He Chen who was stumbling while driving. With the confidence of winning, his tone became more disdainful and contemptuous. He thought about the scene in his mind when He Chen said that he was a turtle bastard in front of everyone at the morning exercise meeting after losing, and he couldn't suppress the curvature of the corners of his mouth. Today's young people are really. Ji Yang's uncle also smiled and shook his head, but then he stopped laughing and stared at He Chen in surprise on the racing track, who was getting familiar with go-karts. Because if he was a pure rookie in the first lap, then He Chen had already driven well in the second lap. On the third lap, the level has improved by leaps and bounds.
Yang, let's start the game. Uncle Ji Yang immediately urged his nephew.
Seeing that his nephew was still in a daze, he pulled him over and directly stopped He-Chen, who was about to continue getting acquainted.
Do you want to compare?
My sister's brother-in-law has always been opposed to his nephew not studying and only playing cars. Although he does not object, he also knows that his nephew is fine as an amateur. It is actually a bit fanciful for him to want to become a professional at this age. It wouldn't be a bad idea if my nephew could suffer a little loss and recognize the reality. But he also knows that young people want to save face. It would be too cruel to lose in this way and passively recognize their true level. He was afraid that his nephew wouldn't be able to bear it. So seeing He-Chen's growth rate, he was either extremely talented or pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. He absolutely couldn't let He-Chen continue to be familiar with him. Otherwise, God knows if he ran a few more laps, He-Chen's level would suddenly surpass that of his nephew. Then let's start. After 3 laps, He-Chen was already familiar with how the cart ran. He was not afraid of the competition at all and agreed directly.
Seeing this, Ji Yangyang couldn't even back down.
He was fully equipped and got into his special cart and parked it with He-Chen.
Since it's a racing car, let Deng Xiaoqi come.
Seeing that Uncle Ji Yangyang was preparing to be the starter, He-Chen interrupted directly and greeted Deng Xiaoqi, who was following him to watch the excitement. Deng Xiaoqi was so excited when she saw that she was deeply involved.
She ran to the front and became the starting girl. After all, who hasn't watched Fast and Furious these days?
Before racing, a beautiful woman gives the order, which is standard. This was said by He-Chen unsolicitedly. In her ears, it was the best compliment. She could imagine the envy, jealousy, and hatred that many girls, including her best friend Lin Miao Miao, would feel towards her when the news spread. Wonderful! How wonderful! However, although she was very happy, she was only a high school girl and she was from China. She could not really imitate the lead girl in Fast and Furious and do those enchanting and exciting moves. She suppressed the urge to sing and dance for He-Chen and did it in a satisfactory manner.
A return to the ordering girl.
The 2 cars rushed out one behind the other. She took a closer look and found that He-Chen's car was far ahead, and she was immediately happy.
What a quick reaction!
Ji Yangyang's uncle was a little surprised, and the ominous premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. This high school student who dared to make a bet with his nephew might actually be gifted, and now he was in trouble. Ji Yangyang, who was following He-Chen's car, was also a little surprised. For some reason, he thought that when he saw He-Chen for the first time, he was also following He-Chen's car. When he honked the horn, He-Chen's companion Lin Miao Miao He-Chen almost fell off the bicycle, but He-Chen, who was clearly riding in front, seemed to have eyes behind his back. His movements were careless, but he quickly and accurately grabbed Lin Miao Miao's bicycle faucet and stabilized her body. Also, he rushed up to hit He-Chen, but he didn't even see He-Chen's movements clearly, so he lay down with severe pain all over his body. Could this He-Chen really know martial arts? Impossible. How is this possible? But if you really have martial arts, have sharp ears and eyes, and have unimaginable control over your body, and have this physical foundation, what else can you do without being gifted and able to handle it easily?
These weird thoughts flashed through Ji Yangyang's mind, but he wasn't too worried.
The track was long and there were a lot of curves. Just because he was ahead of the curve with his quick reaction at the beginning didn't mean he was sure to win. Soon he pressed down. With distracting thoughts, he stared at He-Chen in front of him, trying to find an opportunity to overtake him. But something happened that he couldn't accept. He-Chen, who had only run 3 laps for the first time, seemed to be extremely familiar with the track. He didn't make any mistakes at all. He was leading step by step, not giving him any chance to overtake. Until the end of the game, he couldn't accept the result. He looked at He-Chen, who took off his racing helmet and gestured to him like a charterer waving his fingers, and listened to He-Chen's words. He couldn't hold back at all. There is no threshold for studying, and you can't do it. After the racing car opened up the threshold, there is no threshold. Sure enough, you still can't do it. You jumped the gun. Ji Yangyang couldn't accept the result that he couldn't do anything. After all, it meant that he had always felt that studying was useless. In fact, he had great ambitions, was proud and complacent, and felt that he had a higher dream. It's a complete joke. He couldn't even accept the humiliation of shouting "I am a racing driver" 3 times in public after losing, so he had to find a reason. And when the reason was stated, no matter whether others believed it or not, he believed it first. Because this should be the truth. If He-Chen hadn't jumped the gun and stayed here all year round, how could he, who was confident of joining the professional competition with the skills he honed here, be defeated? Not convinced? He-Chen raised his eyebrows and hooked his finger at Ji Yangyang, let's play another round.
Come on.
Although Ji Yang felt that such a gesture made him feel humiliated, he saw that He Chen was still willing to continue to compete with him and give him a chance to fight back, so he quickly took it. As long as he wins this time, everything is worth it. He will have good words waiting for He Chen at that time. He will return the humiliation just now tenfold. Deng Xiaoqi, trouble. He Chen called Deng Xiaoqi to act as the starting girl again. If she didn't accept it once, then twice, and twice, then 3 times.
He wanted Ji Yang to lose with conviction.
With his strength to practice the 2 sets of martial arts given by the system, which can be called superpowers, into real things, even if it was his first time to contact racing, it would make Ji Yang, a mediocre person, more and more desperate.
This is exactly the case.
In the second round, when the start signal began, he did not rely on his quick reaction to jump the gun, but let Ji Yang start first, and then showed a corner to overtake. After leading and winning again, Ji Yang's face began to twist, and he muttered, "Impossible, this is impossible, don't accept it? Then come again." He Chen smiled faintly.
"Come on."
Ji Yang shouted with red eyes.
He really didn't want to believe this result. He wanted to be the second Han Han.
He had been working hard for this dream for so many years.
How could he lose to someone who was playing racing for the first time? If he couldn't win, or couldn't win once, what would he become?
This made Ji Yang's uncle very anxious, because he saw that He Chen was simply a genius. In the first game, he had to rely on quick reaction to jump the gun. In the second game, he overtook several beautiful corners and even used drifting. The control of the car was getting stronger and stronger. If the competition continued, the cornering and drifting techniques of the Akina Mountain God level would probably be used. If the nephew continued to waste time, he would only become more and more embarrassed, and the blow he suffered would become greater and greater.
"You are such a genius."
Seeing that something was wrong with his nephew, Uncle Ji Yang quickly stepped forward to praise He Chen. "Even among professional racers, they are among the most talented. But why do you pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, and embarrass Yang so much?"
"It's nothing to me. There are so many people in the country. What they lack most is real geniuses."
"What they lack is the conditions for these real geniuses to display their talents." He Chen said lightly, "As long as there is no threshold like the college entrance examination, I found that everyone around me was a genius, but I was not one.
As for being embarrassed, that's out of the question.
I just asked him to recognize himself in advance and save himself from being too high or too low. He did not study all day long and pretended to imitate Han Han in racing cars, which influenced ordinary students who did not have a Roman family background who could let him try and make mistakes to imitate him.
Misleading people." Ji Yang's face turned red.
He wanted to refute, but was speechless. Because He Chen's talent really crushed him. If a few more people like He Chen flooded into the racing field, he might lose interest completely, just like studying for the college entrance examination. Even now, he suddenly lost interest in his dream of racing. Then he remembered that when he was writing the essay My Dream and the Chinese language test in the morning, he thought that he only drew a racing car with a stroke of genius. Thinking about it now, he felt no sense of coolness at all, but only a sense of shame.
"Are you convinced?"
He Chen was not interested in listening to Uncle Ji Yang's words to reduce his nephew's frustration by flattering him, and looked at Ji Yang.
"If it still doesn't work, then try again.
But you only have 11 chances left."
"Why 11 opportunities?"
Deng Xiaoqi looked at He Chen with bright eyes, full of interest in He Chen's every move.
"We have already competed twice.
If we play 11 more times, that will be 13 games. He Chen explained naturally, "If we lose 7 o'clock, I don't think Mr. Ji will be ashamed anymore, and it is impossible to return the favor."
"Give up?"
"Of course,
as long as he dares to continue losing, I dare to continue competing.
It's just that if it goes beyond 7 o'clock, it's really unnecessary.
I don't have much time to waste here. Come again."
Ji Yang stared at He Chen with red eyes.
"Win 3 out of 5 games will determine the outcome."
"Okay."
He Chen had no objection and couldn't help but look at Ji Yang.
After all, there is no need to lose any shame.
The lowest limit of pursuit of shame is already much better than that of many adults.
At the beginning of the third game, Ji Yang tensed up and vowed to win once, but when he tried his best, he could only watch He Chen use the Akanayama racing god-level drift to corner the corner that he had only seen in movies. When it came to technology, I was completely in despair. The car had no intention of controlling it and hit the edge of the track directly.
Yang.
When Uncle Ji Yang rushed over with an exclaim, Ji Yang got out of the car, took off his helmet, looked at his beloved special helmet, slammed the helmet on the special cart trained by an expert, and then roared in anger with a cry. He ran out. Why is he like this? Deng Xiaoqi was frightened by Ji Yang's appearance. What's so strange? After He Chen arrived at the finish line, he also got out of the car, took off his helmet, and reminded with a smile, in Dream of Red Mansions, Zhao Baoyu kneels down and licks the beautiful girl. He is the most attentive, but wait for him, he was so angry that he smashed the teacup and kicked the maid's feet. Which one is like him? But it's all him. These gentlemen, no matter how gentle and amiable they appear, are violent, arrogant in their hearts. We just have to wait and see if we have the chance to see them. Zhao Baoyu is like this, let alone young Master Ji, who often fights himself. He Chen, you are so amazing. After hearing He Chen's explanation, Deng Xiaoqi came back to her senses from seeing Ji Yang venting so violently. She held her hands in front of her chest and looked at He Chen with bright eyes, mouth full of words. Commend. You are so good when you just learn to race. If you become a professional racing driver, you will definitely win the global championship. Not interested. He Chen waved his hand and walked out. I don't need this kind of niche extreme sports with extremely high threshold to prove myself. Yes. Deng Xiaoqi trotted to catch up, turning her head to look at He Chen's face with some obsession. You are so talented. If you take the art exam and become a star in the future, you will definitely be a super first-line star. I don't want to steal your reputation as a star academic. He Chen couldn't help but joke when he saw her mentioning this again. Don't embarrass me. Deng Xiaoqi blushed. I am so bad in cultural classes, how can I be a star academic? If you really want to be a star academic, Wang Yidi is more likely than me. After talking about it, his voice became much lower and his expression became complicated. Wang Yidi was an art candidate like her. He was good-looking, had a really good family background, and was a real top student. The kind who can rank in the top 30 in the whole grade. Even if she is at the bottom of the top 30, she is still a true academic master who can impact Qingbei. If she takes the art exam, then when it comes to academic masters, she is not the only one who kills people. Stop being modest. He Chen said with a smile, in my eyes, as long as you enter the entertainment industry in the future, on your terms, you will be a true academic master. Don't believe it? If you don't believe me, let me test you. What is 68 plus 36 plus 16? Born in 1998, how old are you in 2004? How many years is 607 days? Are 5, 10, and 30 odd numbers? Do you know the multiplication table? How much is 7 or 8? How much is 87? How much is 75? How much is 3 or 4? Deng Xiaoqi answered quickly at first, but when she heard He Chen treating her more and more like a primary school student, and the questions he asked were simpler and simpler, her smile disappeared. What does that mean? Is he treating himself like an idiot? No matter how bad her grades are, they are relative. She is a liberal arts student with a stable score of more than 500 points, but He Chen only asks her this? Don't get me wrong. He Chen also noticed her expression, stopped asking questions, and explained with a smile, I don't mean to look down on you. I'm just telling the truth. Many celebrities in the entertainment industry really can't answer any of these stupid questions that you look down on. Even so, there are people who dare to claim that they often get full marks in mathematics. In the academic environment of the entertainment industry, can your grades be considered a real academic master? Really? Deng Xiaoqi widened her eyes and couldn't believe it. If this is the case, then she doesn't need to create a persona. She is a real academic master in the entertainment industry, the kind without any water. Although she aspires to be a star and usually pays more attention to the entertainment industry, it is not more than 10 years later, and the true background of these stars is still rarely exposed on the internet. The world's understanding of them is still stuck in publicity reports. Who would have thought it would be so exaggerated? Of course it's true. He Chen smiled. Other people can't control the title of academic bully in the entertainment industry at all, only a real academic bully like you can control it. If you go to the Nobel Prize together, you will definitely win the Nobel Prize in mathematics. It's control, not control, and there is no Nobel Prize in mathematics, Deng Xiaoqi corrected subconsciously, but when she met He Chen's smile, she immediately understood that He Chen was mocking the stars in the entertainment industry. I'm afraid there are really celebrity academic bullies in the entertainment industry who read control as control and think that there is a Nobel Prize in mathematics. Oh my god. If what He Chen said is true, wouldn't she be out of place, and there would be no future if she really went in?
He-chan, you are so humorous. Deng Xiaoqi laughed so hard that her body shook.
After He-chen took off his racing suit, she followed He-chun out of Uncle Ji Yangyan's racing field. She was thinking about how to stay with He-chun for a while longer, whether to invite He-chen to have dinner together or to invite He-chen to walk back together, when suddenly a familiar voice came from behind her, which made her shudder. She turned around suddenly and called out unnaturally, "Mom! Xiaoqi, why are you here?"
Deng Xiaoqi's mother was dressed very fashionably and had some beauty.
She asked her daughter, but her eyes were always on He-chen.
Who is this? This is my classmate He-chen. Deng Xiaoqi hurriedly introduced vaguely, Mom, why are you here?
I just passed by here by car and saw you.
Deng Xiaoqi's mother smiled meaningfully, Xiaoqi, it's almost time, go to class.
Okay, I'll go right away.
Deng Xiaoqi agreed and looked at He-chen. Goodbye, He-chen. Goodbye. He-chen and the mother and daughter nodded and left first. Classmate?
After watching He-chen leave, Deng Xiaoqi's mother immediately looked at her daughter with a smile. I don't remember you having a classmate like him, and the class placement test has not ended yet, and there can't be any new changes.
Mom, don't think too much. Deng Xiaoqi suddenly felt embarrassed. Xiaoqi, your mother is an open-minded person.
I know that your hormones are restless at this age and it is easy to have a good impression of the opposite sex.
Mom is not firmly opposed to you having a thought. Deng Xiaoqi's mother put away her smile.
But you can't just choose this dream.
Just having good looks is the worst. Believe in Mom. Mom won't hurt you.
Among the boys you've met, Qian Sanyi, your favorite before, has a first-class family background, IQ and appearance. He's the best choice.
The second is Jiang Tianhao, who likes you. His family background, IQ and appearance are not as good as Qian Sanyi, but he's not bad. If your dream is them, Mom won't say anything to you.
Is it like this in the past 2 years?
Mom, why are you saying this? Deng Xiaoqi couldn't listen anymore and interrupted. He-chen is actually a real genius, very powerful. Power can't make a living.
Deng Xiaoqi's mother shook her head. You're still too young. I don't know what is really awesome.
Mom. Deng Xiaoqi was a little embarrassed. I know what I want, can you just stop caring? I know my limits. Mom was also your age, how can you let me believe that you know your limits?
Deng Xiaoqi's mother suppressed the words if you know your limits, you won't be here, and said helplessly, not to mention that He-chen is too attractive at first glance.
But believe me, he is not suitable for you. You have better choices for love. What is suitable or not? Deng Xiaoqi retorted, what I like is suitable. If love is calculated too clearly, is it still love? Mom, have you ever had love? Deng Xiaoqi's mother was speechless.
Deng Xiaoqi felt a little regretful when she saw this, but she thought of her mother's disdain for He-chen, and the uncles who often came to the house in the past few years, who were uglier every year. Not long ago, she saw an ugly bald man who was not as tall as her mother and was very close to her mother. Her mother was holding his hand like a little bird. Her eyes were red, and she didn't want to say anything to her mother. She said I'm going to class and ran away with her long legs. It's not that He-chen doesn't deserve her. It's that she doesn't deserve He-chen.
Thank you, Mother. You reminded me of this again. Why don't you come and spend money to keep me away from Deng Xiaoqi?
He-chen thought with a smile as he walked.
That's right.
Although Deng Xiaoqi's mother's acting skills are good, for He-chen, whose facial features have been comprehensively improved after practicing martial arts, her hostility can't be hidden from him at all.
Another one who looks down on poor boys. But this is also normal. In domestic melodramatic TV series, poverty is the original sin. No matter how hard the poor children work and how good they are, they will be despised openly or secretly. At the critical moment, they will always encounter the money, future and love test. Every time at this time, the poor children who were originally very good will start to lose control and start to forcibly turn evil, becoming the villains on the growth path of the second generation who are ignorant and can only pretend to be cool and pick up girls. They are directly trampled to death, and everything they try their best to get, status and girlfriends, all become the second generation who are not interested in fame and fortune, kind by nature. Oh. We must also add the repentance of the poor children who are forcibly turned evil, which is the real happy ending. There are almost no exceptions. Every drama has such characters more or less.
Even some so-called campus light comedies are the same. If they are not the protagonists or supporting roles, there is mostly a miserable poor character that can make the protagonist sigh. For example, the genius boy from a poor family who tried hard to support was driven crazy by his parents, and he committed suicide after entering Tsinghua and Peking University. It seems to tell everyone clearly, Poor people are miserable and need to be despised and avoided. Even if a poor family has a genius and works very hard to be excellent, it is doomed to be useless.
Only when the family is rich can everything be beautiful.
No matter how good He Chen's appearance and temperament are, if the clothes he wears are not luxury brands and he does not wear a watch worth tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of yuan, he will be discriminated against sooner or later. It's just that He Chen doesn't care. He even looks forward to seeing this classic bloody plot.
Wouldn't it be interesting? Regardless of the other party's feelings, he thinks it will be quite interesting anyway. Shu Xian Yuan. The small two-bedroom apartment rented by Ji Yangyang's family.
Originally, Ji Yangyang's uncle wanted to rent a better apartment for his brother-in-law's family, but was rejected by his sister on the grounds that her husband wanted to be low-key and didn't like luxury, so he found the so-called smallest and worst one. Later, he wanted to arrange the Chinese furniture that his brother-in-law liked the most, but was also persuaded by his sister, so he said that he would not get those too expensive ones, and only found some ordinary Chinese furniture.
Then Ji Yangyang's family of 3 moved in now.
The couple finally stopped going out for social events and waited for their son to come home for a reunion, but they didn't see their son for a long time and didn't answer the phone. He must have gone to Lu Zheng's place to play with cars again. Ji's father said angrily.
I'll ask, don't be angry, didn't we agree to try to understand Yangyang calmly?
Ji's mother persuaded her husband while calling her brother. Ji's father thought about it and suppressed his anger. Seeing that his wife had contacted his brother-in-law, he winked at her. Ji's mother immediately smiled and said, Yang is fine with you. Your brother-in-law plans to go to your racing track tomorrow and may even try racing to understand Yang's preferences.
What? Yang doesn't like racing anymore, why?
When her brother told her what happened, Ji's mother's face suddenly became gloomy. It's too bullying.
Chapter 38. The goddess is approached by the enemy step by step. Who in the family understands? What's wrong? Father Ji waited for his wife to hang up the phone before asking. Is this considered bullying?
Mother Ji said the matter, and then defined it with a bad face. She is usually low-key and down-to-earth, unlike the wife of the district head. That is to support her husband's facade work. But it does not mean that she has no temper. Her children are her Achilles heel. She doesn't care if her classmates suffer a little loss, but as a mother, she can't stand her son being bullied like this.
Not really.
Father Ji frowned and thought for a while. You don't know that your son can drive the sports car directly to school, which caused a series of troubles later. This time, the conflict was probably started by your son, but he was beaten back.
This may be a good thing.
It will prevent him from not knowing how high the sky is and how deep the earth is, and really thinking that he can rely on racing and not need to study.
If there are no various conditions provided by his family background, which form a threshold barrier for most people, what is his racing talent?
It's just the beginning of the 3rd year of high school. If he can wake up and start working hard after being hit this time, it's better than failing the exam and trying for another year, or just being completely useless, right? Mother Ji was speechless. She knew that her husband had always been proud of his success after repeating a year after failing the exam. Now that her son has been hit, in her husband's eyes, it is to some extent that he has begun to enter his path to success.
But she didn't think about it. Can children now be the same as in the past? What if her son can't work hard and never recover?
When her son was sent back by his brother, she immediately went up to ask with concern. Ji Yangyang perfunctorily replied and pushed the door directly into his bedroom. He was really stimulated tonight.
Who in the family understands the pain of having a dream denied by strength?
The world does not depend on personal will.
The next day, the second half of the class placement test went on as usual. After the comprehensive science test in the afternoon, the whole school began to get lively. Some checked answers, some played and some paid attention to gossip.
Huang Jitao found He Chen, who was unwilling to attend the evening self-study and was about to leave school on time. After hesitating for a long time, he began to ask, He Chen, can you not let Ji Yangyang go on stage and say that?
Yes.
He Chen's eyes fell on Huang Jitao's face, smiled and nodded, and left the campus in Huang Jitao's confusion.
What did he say? Xiaoingzi came over at this time and hugged her stunned girlfriend. Do you disagree?
The news of Ji Yangyang and He Chen's racing was actually spread last night, but everyone was busy with today's exam, so it was delayed until now to ferment. He agreed without saying anything. Huang Jitao still couldn't believe it.
Great. Xiaoingzi was also stunned.
After thinking about it, she praised, this kind of verbal agreement has no binding force.
Whether or not to fulfill the contract depends on personal credibility. Even if He-chin agreed, if Ji Yang couldn't get over it, it would be better to go on stage and admit defeat. This level is not easy for the arrogant Ji Yang. And he can also do you a favor. If Fang Ho knew about this, I'm afraid he would feel bad and start to think about it. Not that bad? Huang Jitao was shocked. Could it be that he is really not that kind of stingy person?
Xiaolingzi laughed directly, making Huang Jitao speechless. At this time, Fang Yifan came out from nowhere as usual, and greeted them with a playful smile, as if the previous conflicts and unpleasantness had never happened. The two best friends immediately stopped talking about this topic, teased Fang Yifan for being thick-skinned, and then cared about how he did in the exam, worried that Fang Yifan would fall behind and not be in the same class with them.
I feel very good this time. Fang Yifan patted his chest and said confidently, don't believe it?
Think about it carefully, the last multiple-choice question in mathematics is so difficult, you all didn't get it right, but I got it right, doesn't it mean anything?
You are just a blind cat meeting a dead mouse.
Although Xiaolingzi and the others mocked, they still hoped that this childhood friend could really perform exceptionally and be in the same class with them as always.
Just wait and see. Fang Yifan was full of confidence.
The results were quickly corrected after overtime work and posted in the lobby of the teaching building.
Everyone gathered around to check their scores. The most eye-catching thing was of course the top 30 in the first row. First, my brother Layer is so awesome. Fang Yifan saw that his cousin Lin Layer was ranked first in the sprint class and shouted at once. Everyone also cast envious and surprised eyes. In the student days, high-scoring academic masters were still very attractive. As expected, he was an academic master from outside the province. Even Xian Sanyi, the district champion at that time, was suppressed and could only be ranked second.
Xiaolingzi and the others could only line up at the back. But this was not the most amazing thing. When Ruan Lujing came over, he first saw his name in the sprint class, and then counted and ranked 21st. When he was full of joy, he was reminded by his deskmate Xia Shui to look down. He saw Li Chen's name written in the third from the bottom, and he was stunned. Although it was the third from the bottom, it was the third from the bottom in the sprint class, which meant that it was the 28th in the whole grade. For He Chen, who was always the mainstay in the final exam of the second year of high school before the summer vacation, the improvement was too exaggerated. The key is that she worked so hard that she was only 21st. He Chen didn't think about studying all day long during the summer vacation. He didn't even attend evening self-study. He went to bed early and got up early, and suddenly he was only a few spots behind her. Will he be able to directly surpass her in the next exam? What about the agreement that you are responsible for looking beautiful, and I am responsible for making money to support the family? Ruan Liuzheng's mood suddenly became extremely complicated, and he stared at He Chen's name in the sprint class. Impossible. How is this possible? Fang Yifan and the others also reacted to the shock of Lin Layer's ranking first in the sky, and they were completely unable to accept He Chen's rapid progress. Then Fang Yifan started to squeeze aside, looking at each class one by one. None of the parallel classes had his name. Until the last basic class, Xiaolingzi and Huang Jitao, who came with him, saw his name at a glance. First place from the bottom? Fang Yifan, didn't you say you did well in the exam? Fang Yifan immediately stopped talking and started chewing his fingers. Especially looking at Ji Yang, who was ranked above him, and hearing his childhood sweetheart Xiaolingzi mocking them as brothers in need who wanted to stay together and fly together, it was even more unacceptable. Normally, I would just play around and forget about it. But now that He Chen's ranking, which was as completely unreasonable as his, was compared, he suddenly felt bad. What's more important is that with this ranking, he will definitely go to the basic class to report, but He Chen and his goddess have become classmates. Who in the family understands this feeling of an enemy approaching the goddess step by step? The results came out along with the new classes, and the top 30 and bottom 30 began to move to the sprint class and basic class. He Chen, you're going too far. After knowing He Chen's ranking, his deskmate Du Tian couldn't help but complain. I asked you about it before, but you said that, but you made a big splash and went straight to the sprint class. I didn't expect to do so well in the exam this time. He Chen told the truth. Although he had the superpower of calculating the age of a crane, he practiced 2 sets of martial arts 4 times a day, and his spirit and energy were all improving rapidly, which made his thinking more and more agile and learning easier. But he didn't expect to go from the middle to the top 30 in the whole grade. However, for him, it didn't matter, so he didn't take it seriously. Aren't you going to report to the sprint class yet? Du Tian was a little sour. Although they were good deskmates, or even good brothers, they could not escape the human nature of being afraid of their brother's suffering and afraid of their brother's driving Land Rover.
Why should I go? He-chan asked with a smile. Ah? Tian was surprised. You don't plan to go? I've decided on your deskmate. He-chan said seriously.
Tian was touched, but still advised, don't give up such a good opportunity just because you have a conflict with Lee Tai-gun.
The sprint class is full of academic masters. It is more likely to study together in sprint for Tsinghua and Peking University. After the sprint class, even if you can't get into Tsinghua and Peking University, you can still get into 985 at the bottom. This is a lifelong event. Don't let your emotions get in the way. You overestimate her.
He-chan smiled, but his attitude was firm. I just don't want to go. The reason why he didn't want to go, in addition to refreshing unknown superpowers every season, was that he really didn't care about the orthodox growth of further studies, and he did mean to mock Lee Tai-gun. At the beginning, we agreed not to say that I didn't warn you, and it was not just a casual remark. It's just that the proportion is really not big, far less than the simple desire to continue to be deskmates with Tian. The news that He-chan didn't plan to go to the sprint class immediately caused an uproar among his classmates. As for the first class of senior high school, which was officially established as the sprint class, all the people on the list had arrived. Lee Tai-gun, as the head teacher, also came early. But her face was not very good. It was obvious that she knew that He-chan could actually be admitted to her class. Thinking of the frustration and unhappiness of meeting He-chan several times, and the torture of getting along with him all day, it would be strange for her to be happy. She glanced around, but did not find He-chan. She was slightly stunned and looked around. Are all the people here? She said this, but her eyes fell on Ruan Luzheng. Teacher Lee, He-chan is not here. Ruan Luzheng also knew what Lee Tai-gun meant, so she could only answer with a stiff upper lip. Nonsense. Lee Tai-gun's mind flashed, this kid won't be throwing a tantrum and not coming, and he directly scolded, the class has been divided, and he still hasn't come to report. Is there any discipline? Ruan Luzheng, go and call him over. Yes. Ruan Luzheng had no choice but to get up and leave the classroom to find He-chan. He-chan did not make things difficult for his sister and followed her, but he did not bring any books. Facing all kinds of eyes, he looked at Lee Tai-gun calmly, no need to let anyone come to find me, I will not come to the sprint class, I just want to stay in the original class. Are you still angry? Lee Tai-gun stared at He-chan with sharp eyes, do you know that this is very immature? As your teacher, no matter what happened before, I will treat you equally and try my best to send you to a top university. This is my promise. Don't joke about your future because of your temper. I am a serious person, I believe you all know it. He-chan smiled and said, so I won't joke about my future. I really don't want to come to the sprint class. I don't think you will make things difficult for me. You overestimate yourself. In every sense. To be honest, the top students who can really sprint for Tsinghua and Peking University are not taught by teachers, but learn by themselves. You also said that the teaching staff of the basic class is not weak, so there will be no problem for me to stay in the parallel class. So I don't know how much significance this sprint class has, except that the head teacher of the sprint class enjoys the most honors and bonuses that he should not have alone? I don't understand and don't agree. So I won't come to the sprint class. You can let the people behind take my place. That's it. After saying that, he turned around and returned to his class without paying attention to Lee Tai-gun's livid face. The joys and sorrows of the world are not the same. Lee Tai-gun was angry, but someone was overjoyed. The first one was Wang Yidi, who was left in class 2, grade 3. It was Wang Yidi who was mentioned by He-chan that his family had a mine and he was a top student but was still preparing to take the art exam. She had always been around the 30th in the whole grade. This time she scored 31 and was directly squeezed out of the sprint class by He-chan. She was full of grievances. As a top student with aspirations, she was of course overjoyed when she heard the news. Fang Yifan heard the news, although he felt that He-chan was pretending again, but he was secretly relieved to see that he gave up being in the same class with the goddess. The girls in class 7 of grade 3 cheered after they confirmed that He-chan would not leave. The happiest person was of course the head teacher of class 7 of grade 3. He taught He-chan in the second year of high school. Unlike Lee Tai-gun, who was a sitting tiger in the third year of high school, he followed the promotion class. Now there is a seed who has made great progress in his grades and can enter the sprint class to impact Tsinghua and Peking University. The key is that he is unwilling to go to the sprint class and is determined to stay in his class. He is so happy. At that time, he smiled and asked He-chan to sit in the class, and waited for Li Taigun to beg after class. His words were, "Respect the student's own wishes. I will definitely live up to the trust in train He-chan well, and will not delay his future. Please believe me, only training one seed player will give me more time and energy." This made Li Taigun, who was already in a bad mood, feel like a thorn in his throat, but he couldn't say anything. Because the truth is indeed that truth. The top students who can impact Tsinghua and Peking University do rely more on themselves, and the one-to-one tutoring mentioned by the head teacher of Class 7 of Senior 3 is indeed more advantageous than one person taking care of a group of seeds. And if it gets out of hand, other head teachers will follow suit and directly dismantle her sprint class. What should I do with her seed students who impact Tsinghua and Peking University? In her heart, she didn't want to care about He-chan, so as to avoid a bad apple spoiling the whole pot of porridge. But being ridiculed in such a hidden way, and having something to say, it was hard to refute, which made her, who always thought highly of herself and felt that she was a famous teacher of the sprint class and that students and parents should respect and admire her, but dared not disobey orders, feel very aggrieved. During the break between classes, someone came to find He-chan. Facing the hostile eyes of the girls in Class 7 of Senior 3, Wang Yidi called He-chan out generously. "He-chan, thank you very much." "You're welcome." He-chan then realized that she was the one who was selected to join the sprint class. "I'll treat you to a meal," Wang Yidi said happily. "What do you like to eat?" "Just celebrate your rapid progress." "No need." He-chan shook his head. "My family will arrange a celebration." "When is your birthday?" Wang Yidi thought about it and realized that she was admitted to the sprint class, and her family would also arrange a celebration. She really didn't have time. She rolled her eyes and asked again, "I'll give you a birthday present when the time comes." "Really no need." He-chan still refused. He was too familiar with this kind of thing. There was no such thing as a sincere thank you. It was all just a way to get in touch with him in the name of thanking. He never accepted it. Even if the girl in front of him was the only daughter of the CEO of a listed company, she could save her life from struggling for a few lifetimes. He was not moved at all. "Well, then, I'll remember this favor. If you need any help in the future, just come to me. I won't refuse." Wang Yidi saw that He-chan was determined and didn't continue to pester him. After expressing her position, she waved goodbye, left Class 7 of Senior 3, and went back to her class. When she reached the stairs, she saw Fang Yifan leaning against the wall, looking at her with a mocking face. "Catfish and turtle, what a perfect match." "Fang Yifan, what are you talking about?" Wang Yidi glared at him. "That's right." Fang Yifan mocked He-chan as a turtle bastard. This was not the first time he gave a classmate a nickname. Before this, he had already given Wang Yidi a nickname of Catfish Spirit. Because Wang Yidi had very big eyes and a very wide mouth when she smiled, she looked a bit like a catfish, so Fang Yifan directly mocked her with Catfish Spirit. As a girl who loves beauty, you can imagine how embarrassed and angry she was to be given such an insulting nickname for her appearance. But she is not He-chan. Even though her family conditions allow her to easily take revenge on Fang Yifan, she did nothing and could only passively accept this humiliating nickname. In fact, she is excellent in all aspects, but she is not accepted by Fang Yifan and his group of protagonists. Not only does Fang Yifan give her a derogatory name, but Fang Yifan's childhood sweethearts Xiaoingzi and Huang Jitao are also very cold to her enthusiasm and excellence. It can be said that she has been in the same class for 2 years, but she has always been cold and isolated. Therefore, she has a strong sense of substitution when He-chan was given a turtle by Fang Yifan and angrily scolded Fang Yifan. Some classmates privately said that He-chan was too extreme. They are all classmates, so why would he torture his classmates' family to death? Such a He-chan is like a mad dog, and you have to stay away from him. Not only can he not be an enemy, but also a friend. When she heard such words, she would directly refute them. "You are upright and don't provoke He-chan. He-chan has a problem to scold you?" Look at those who were criticized, Ji Yangyang, Fang Yifan, Li Taigun. Which one is a good-tempered person, which one didn't make trouble for He-chan first? Apart from them, which other students were targeted by He-chan? Who doesn't He-chan smile gently and make people feel like spring breeze? On the other hand, Fang Yifan, regardless of others' rejection, pesters the beautiful school bully all day long, doing this and that, actively provoking others, fighting and making trouble, doing everything. It's not the first time that he gave her insulting nicknames to bully others. Why doesn't anyone say he has a problem? Now she is talking to He-chan, and she comes to block her and mock her, insulting 2 people in 1 sentence. How can she blame others for criticizing him? She thinks he deserves it.
Everyone puts themselves in the perspective of being criticized by He Chen. Why not put themselves in the perspective of being insulted and mocked by Fang Yifan? This is the original perspective that most people will encounter, right? To borrow a phrase from the turtle spirit, I love to tell the truth. Fang Yifan leaned there with his arms folded, his eyes full of sarcasm. Don't you look at your grades? You're the last in the whole grade, and you still have the nerve to come here to make trouble. Wang Yidi sneered, go back to your basic class and lay the foundation. How dare you be so proud? Fang Yifan laughed, I'm a chicken tail, and you're at most a phoenix tail. Anyway, we're two tails, maybe we'll be classmates in the future. And the reason why I got such a bad test is all because of you, the same idiot. If it weren't for him, would I have performed so poorly? Bah! Wang Yidi looked contemptuous. In the past year, your grades have dropped significantly, which is obvious to all, and you're the only one who's blind and thinks you're not bad. You yourself said that you felt good in this exam, and now you find yourself last, blame others, use others as excuses. Then you should really thank He Chen for being so harsh on you these days, so that you have an excuse to borrow. Otherwise, your mother would definitely chase you around the neighborhood with slippers when you get home with this grade. Ji Yan Yang, she never takes it seriously. In this class placement test, she drew a racing car in the Chinese composition and got 0 points. Chinese composition. A full 60 points. Directly got 0 points. Speaking of being affected, Ji Yan Yang is much bigger than you. Your father was taken in by you, but it didn't affect you and your goddess from going to the movies at all. But Ji Yang Yang's dreams and ambitions were directly shattered by He Chen. Even so, you were suppressed by him and won the championship in one fell swoop. How dare you say that? You! Fang Yifan glared at Wang Yidi. In the past, he always mocked her in various ways, which made her choke and unbearable. Now she has become sharp-tongued and extremely poisonous. Could it be that the venomous tongue of He Chen, the turtle bastard, can really be transmitted from person to person? Humph! Wang Yidi saw that he was angry, snorted complacently, turned around and left. It feels really good to just leave after scolding someone. Why didn't He Chen do this earlier? If he had done this earlier, she would have learned from him and wouldn't have been so wronged in the past 2 years. After school. Tomorrow is the weekend and they have a day off. Tonight, they don't need to go to evening self-study. He Chen took Ruan Luzheng, Lin Miaomiao and Qian Sanyi on a bike home. On the way, Ruan Luzheng couldn't help asking, how did you do so well in the exam? You obviously didn't spend more than half the time I spent studying. One is 21st, the other is 28th, and there is only a difference of 7 places. Although 1 point difference in the college entrance examination means a person on the playground, 1 point difference will only make a bigger difference. But the result of her hard work is just hovering around 21st place. There is progress this time, but it's really not much. He Chen's progress was too exaggerated. If he did it again, he would definitely surpass her. This would break her inner positioning of each other's identities, making her feel a little uncomfortable. It's just luck. He Chen teased, or maybe I've been fighting with people these 2 days, and I feel refreshed and clear-headed. I suddenly realized it, maybe. Don't want to say it, forget it. Ruan Luzheng pouted, and stopped worrying about it. She secretly made up her mind that she must work harder. And yoga must be practiced. He Chen's huge change started with practicing. Don't think she doesn't know. Ruan Lu was very happy when she knew that the two of them had done so well in the exam. She also accepted Ruan Liuzheng's coquettishness and called He Chen to go out to eat tonight. Hot pot. Spicy hot pot. Ruan Luzheng cheered, hugged Ruan Lu, urged He Chen, went out of the house, and went straight to her favorite Jinga hot pot to eat spicy hot pot. The new book is still in the recommendation period. If you are not satisfied with it, you can check out the author's old books of the same type. The link is below. Jinga hot pot. When He Chen and the others arrived, they met Xiaoingzi at the door. She greeted with a surprised look on her face. Ruan Luzheng, He Chen, what a coincidence, you are here to eat too. Yes, Xiaoingzi, are you the only one? Ruan Luzheng said with a smile. My dad is already waiting for me inside. Xiaoingzi pointed to the store. In fact, she had already realized that everyone was here to celebrate entering the sprint class. Ruan Luzheng and Xiaoingzi walked in side by side, followed by He Chen and Ruan Lu. As soon as I entered, I heard a very recognizable call, Ingzi, here. Here. Everyone looked up and saw Xiaoingzi's father, old Bai Qiao Weidong, sitting there, greeting his daughter with a smile on his face. Dad. Xiaoingzi hurriedly walked over with a smile, but when she saw a beautiful woman sitting opposite her father, her smile immediately froze. It's not that I don't know him. This is her dad's little girlfriend.
Your Aunt Xiaoming said that I haven't seen you for a long time, so we're here together. Xiao Weidong asked his daughter to sit next to him, explained casually, and let them chat among themselves. His eyes were attracted by the waiter and the three of them, He Chen.
Hey, your kid is here too. Does your heart skip a beat? He Chen joked. You kid. Xiao Weidong couldn't help but glance at his precious daughter.
He didn't even tremble at first, but after hearing He Chen's words, he really trembled involuntarily.
Professor Ruan. Teacher Xiaomeng.
Xiao Weidong's young girlfriend Xiaomeng stood up and greeted Ruan Lu.
Do you know each other?
Xiao Weidong was a little surprised.
Xiaomeng quickly introduced them as acquaintances from yoga classes. One was a teacher and the other was a student. Let's go together?
Xiao Weidong greeted with a smile.
No. Ruan Lu waved his hand. Don't disturb your family's dinner.
Waiter, please change a table for us.
Don't. Xiao Weidong said quickly, it doesn't matter.
You are here to celebrate your children's exams, right?
So are we.
Ruan Lujing is 21 in grade, and He Chen is 28 in grade. They could have entered the sprint class, but He Chen didn't want to, so he stayed in the original class. Xiaolingzi quickly answered the conversation, providing her father with more topics to persuade He Chen and the others to stay.
It's not that she wanted to have dinner with He Chen.
If her father's little girlfriend wasn't there, she would definitely be eager to talk about what was on her mind when the father and daughter had dinner together, and where the others should go without getting in the way. But now there was one more eyesore, and she felt embarrassed in her heart. Naturally, she wished for a few more light bulbs, so that Aunt Xiaoming and her father would not show off their affection to her and make her unbearable.
You did so well on the exam. Xiao Weidong glanced at He Chen in surprise, but why don't you want to go to the sprint class? After Xiaolingzi described it vividly, he sighed, you are worthy of being your boy. Why was he not surprised that He Chen could do such a thing?
Finally, with Xiaolingzi's deliberate push, Xiao Weidong changed from pleasantries to genuinely warm greetings. He Chen and the other three sat down at the empty table next to them and started ordering. Xiao Weidong looked sideways at his precious daughter as she read the menu and ordered, and couldn't help but smile. Ingzi, you entered the sprint class this time, and it's your birthday soon.
It's a double happiness.
Dad has prepared a super surprise for you. Under Xiaolingzi's surprised gaze, Xiao Weidong picked up his phone and sent a voice message to his dedicated driver waiting outside. Soon the driver came in with a large box.
I'll go. Damn it. Xiaolingzi saw it and exclaimed in surprise, this is awesome, Dad.
This is my favorite Star Wars.
Dad, I love you to death.
Xiaolingzi happily hugged her father's head, kissed him on the forehead, and played with the big box. Then she remembered inside, this is too expensive.
This is now the most famous 8,499. This set costs 8,499. It's not expensive. As long as my daughter likes it, my father's life is yours.
Xiao Weidong's look of love for his daughter made Ruan Lujing envious and jealous, while his girlfriend Xiaomeng, who was sitting opposite Xiao Weidong, was immediately sour.
Old Xiao, you are too confused. A toy costing more than 8,000 yuan is not expensive? It's enough for me to buy a bag. He Chen almost laughed out loud after hearing this. Xiao Weidong looked sideways at his daughter, just enough to see He Chen.
When he saw his expression, he immediately glared at him and gave him a warning not to talk nonsense.
Obviously he saw He Chen's intention to laugh.
In the eyes of his girlfriend Xiaomeng, Lego toys are just toys, but in the eyes of men like He Chen and Xiao Weidong, Lego can at least exercise Hansen ability, concentration, imagination and other benefits. The price of more than 8,000 or more expensive bags can be bought repeatedly.
It's a truly meaningless toy. Such an expensive toy is not actually a bag, but also the owner of the bag. Enough bags. Besides, are these toys? These are Ingzi's school supplies.
If Ingzi realizes her aviation dream in the future, this will be a rocket booster. Among such fancy girls as Xiao Weidong, everyone was eating hot pot with their own thoughts. Ruan Lujing and Xiaomeng were envious and jealous, Xiaolingzi was happy and melancholy, Ruan Lu was unmoved, and He Chen was eating hot pot the whole time to watch the fun, giving Xiao Weidong the face of an old white man, but he just laughed secretly in his heart. Didn't say it out loud. He went to the toilet halfway through, and Xiao Weidong, who had finished his glass of wine, followed him. He tilted his head and squinted his drunken eyes to look at He Chen. What are you thinking? Fang Yifan provoked you, why did you send his father Fang Yuan to jail? Reporting illegal activities is everyone's responsibility, Uncle Qiao. You are not the thief of Baiyutang now. He-chun, who was urinating, did not feel uncomfortable at all because he could not urinate when being stared at. It is always others who should feel uncomfortable and inferior. Xiao Weidong paused and understood what He-chen meant. As a businessman, he couldn't stand hearing about whether it was stealing or illegal, so he quickly changed the subject. It's mainly because you disrupted the weekly dinner and singing activities of Fong Yuan and I.
You're welcome, Uncle Xiao.
He-chen smiled, and seeing Xiao Weidong's eyes widen with an expression of incomprehension, he explained, you must have spent money when you get together with him.
Once a week, it's normal for you to spend 1,000 yuan per person per time?
He went in for a month, and you can save 8,000 yuan. With this money, you can boost Xiaolingzi's rocket again, and buy a decent bag for your girlfriend.
Isn't it great?
It's not about money, Xiao Weidong shook his head.
It's all about money.
He-chen interrupted, you're not worried that he'll lose his job and have problems with his life after being in prison for a month, right?
That's even simpler.
You're a big boss with a full-time driver. If you're really worried about him, just invite him to work in your company.
It doesn't matter who you invite. You don't need this little money.
Xiao Weidong, I'm an investor, the company doesn't need Fong Yuan. Facing He-chen's half-smile, Xiao Weidong explained awkwardly.
Okay. He-chen is right, it's all about money.
It's not that he can't afford to hire Fong Yuan.
But why should he hire Fong Yuan? He can't just do his old job, right?
An old legal counsel who was almost 50 and hasn't passed the lawyer qualification exam, and was sent to jail by a high school student for knowingly breaking the law, he wouldn't want such a legal counsel even if he was given to him for free. Isn't that like asking Zhang Dazhuang, the pioneer of legal affairs, to sue Love Apartment, looking for death?
If he doesn't do his old job, what can Fong Yuan do?
He already has a driver, and he's doing a good job, so he can't be fired for Fong Yuan.
He can't just be a clerk, right? That little salary is not enough for Fong Yuan's family, who is an ordinary family.
It's better for him to stay at home and be a professional house husband. And once they become superiors and subordinates, it's hard to be friends, and the weekly song party is completely ruined. Therefore, although they are friends, in this kind of thing, he can only raise the level of the one song a week gathering, and give Fong Yuan extra meals on weekends to relieve stress. For other things, he really declined.
Uncle Qiao, why don't others ask you to sign by Zhangtong's name?
Not only are you as handsome as him, but you are also as experienced as him.
He-chun joked. You kid.
Xiao Weidong was embarrassed inside. Embarrassed by being teased by He-chen, sighed that he was indeed as experienced as Lao Bai, and they both fell down when they were young, how could they not be old?
Why don't you feel like a high school student at all? This mentality is too old. After the two of them left the toilet, Xiao Weidong couldn't help complaining.
Your mentality is not as young as Uncle Qiao, He-chen said, while looking at Xiao Meng, who was sitting in the seat and chatting with Ruan Lu, and was a dozen years younger than Xiao Weidong. You mouth. Xiao Weidong naturally noticed He-chen's gaze, pointing at He-chen and shaking his head. This guy is not only mature in mentality and knows a lot, but also always speaks the truth.
He is much more interesting than Fong Yuan.
If he is not too young and too handsome, which is dangerous to his daughter, he would have invited He-chen to have a few drinks and have a good chat. By the way, he would have learned from He-chen what young people like his daughter are thinking, so as to deepen their relationship with their daughter, whose custody is not in his hands. After the two families got acquainted with each other one by one, they ate and talked, which was quite fun. He-chen and his friends did not drink. When they were almost done eating, they got up and said goodbye.
Xiaolingzi also wanted to leave. Dad was a little drunk and began to talk without restraint.
Not only did he show his intimacy with Aunt Xiaomeng, who took the initiative to show affection, from time to time, which embarrassed his daughter, but he also began to complain about her mother. In addition, her mother had been urging her with messages since she came, asking her not to eat too much junk food outside. She did not get the first place or even the second place in the class placement test this time, so she hurried home to arrange 2 sets of papers for her to strengthen. She simply left directly with him. Although Xiao Weidong was a little reluctant, he had no choice but to send them out of the store. He had to politely help He-chen and his friends pay the bill, but Ruan Lu firmly refused.
He-chen said something, and he gave up.
Finally, it was Xiaolingzi who suggested that Xiao Weidong's driver send her and take He-chen and his friends with him. The two communities were just across the road, so He-chen and his friends did not refuse. Xiaolingzi got on the co-pilot, He-chen, Ruan Lu, and Ruan Lujing sat in the back row, Ruan Lu sat in the middle, and He-chen and Ruan Lujing sat on both sides of her.
After the car started, Xiaolingzi immediately took out her mobile phone and sent a message. Ruan Liujing's mobile phone vibrated. She took it out and looked at Xiaolingzi, who was sitting in the front row. Xiaolingzi turned her head and gave a look of begging.
Ruan Luzheng thought about it and forwarded the conversation between Xiaolingzi and her to He Chen.
Xiaolingzi asked her to help put such a big Lego model at home.
She didn't know if her mother agreed. Xiaolingzi obviously didn't want to speak directly in front of the driver, so she couldn't ask directly, so she asked He Chen's opinion first. As long as He Chen agreed, there would be basically no problem on his mother's side. Now his mother is less and less opposed to or rejecting any of He Chen's ideas and decisions, as if she really regarded him as the pillar of the family. As for just forwarding, instead of creating a group to pull He Chen in and discuss together, it is naturally a little girl's little thought.
Xiaolingzi doesn't have He Chen's WeChat.
He Chen took out his mobile phone and saw that he knew Xiaolingzi's plan. He couldn't help but smile and sent a message, ask her why. Ruan Luzheng saw that he didn't agree at once, and the corners of his mouth curled up, and asked immediately.
Xiaolingzi hesitated after seeing it.
The reason why she made a somewhat abrupt request was because her mother now opposed her doing anything that was not related to the college entrance examination. The small Lego model sent by Fang Yifan was directly taken away by her mother. Not to mention that it was so big, and the large Lego model sent by her father, it would definitely be confiscated as soon as it was taken home. If her father heard it, he would definitely not be happy, and then her parents would quarrel, which she didn't want to see. Originally, her first reaction was to call Fang Yifan and leave the Lego at his house first, and wait for her to play with it again. But Fang Yifan's family was in such a situation now, the atmosphere must be depressing, and Fang Yifan ranked last in the school, and he couldn't protect himself. Now asking Fang Yifan for help would definitely add fuel to the fire. Furthermore, Fang Yifan's mother and her mother are best friends. Once Fang Yifan's mother knows, her mother will definitely know, which is also a risk. She happened to meet He Chen and Ruan Luzheng, one of whom is a classmate of 3 years and the other seems to be able to talk to her father. She actually has a good impression of them, so she made the presumptuous request. Now that they asked, she covered up and said something.
It's right not to let Fang Yifan go.
He Chen used Ruan Luzheng as a middleman to reply, but you actually have a better choice.
Xiaolingzi sent a question mark.
He Chen shook his head after seeing this and sent a message to complain. Shouldn't Huang Jitao, your best friend, be the first and best choice you should think of? She lives alone and has no parents to supervise her. She lives in the same community as you, so you can just send her there without telling anyone. You can go to her when you have time and play with her directly.
It's not that Fang Yifan lives so far away, it's inconvenient for you to go there. She won't tell your mother about it. Isn't this a perfect choice? She's still your best friend.
Such a best choice, but you can't think of her at all, and only think of Fang Yifan.
What do you think of this mentality?
Xiaolingzi slapped her forehead immediately, feeling extremely ashamed. Because of He Chen's reminder, she realized that her best friend Huang Jitao was indeed the best choice, the only one. But she couldn't think of this best friend at the critical moment, but only thought of Fang Yifan, who was unreliable and had the risk of being exposed.
What kind of brain does she have? Is Fang Yifan more important than her best friend in her heart? That's not right.
Xiaolingzi was in self-doubt, but He Chen already had the answer.
What else could it be?
Most likely, they ignored Huang Jitao, the best choice, in order to force a bloody conflict.
The new book is still in the recommendation period, so if you are not satisfied, you can read the author's old books of the same type.
The link is below. Chapter 43. The Mischievous Girl in the Magic City. Ruan Liuzheng's defense is broken. Xiaolingzi quickly contacted her best friend Huang Jitao, and told her about the matter.
Huang Jitao naturally said nothing.
After the matter was easily settled, she glanced at He Chen in the back seat through the rearview mirror, and immediately looked away, put her hand on the car window, and pressed her temple with her fingers to cover her embarrassed and annoyed look. Fortunately, they arrived at the community soon.
He Chen and the other two got off the car.
She responded to Ruan Liuzheng's thanks and farewell, and asked her father's full-time driver to drive the car into Shuxiang Yayuan community and drove directly to the downstairs of her best friend Huang Jitao. She politely declined the driver Zhang's kindness to help her move up, waved and watched the driver Zhang leave, and then she and her best friend Huang Jitao, who came out, worked together to lift the big box up.
Uncle really loves you.
Huang Jitao looked at this gift worth more than 8,000 yuan, and her envy in her heart was beyond words. We are who we are, my dad is your dad, and this gift is also half yours. Xiaolingzi hugged her bestie and laughed.
Come on.
Huang Jitao pouted, this is specially for you, the Star Wars Lego model you like. If you really count half of it as mine, I will be even more sad. She is not the kind of person who is overly sad. Seeing that her bestie is trying to comfort her, she quickly changed the subject. You said you met He Chen and Ruan Luzheng at dinner tonight? Yes, they also went to Jingga to celebrate. Xiaoingzi said what happened just now, and sighed in annoyance. He Chen's brain is still very good, no wonder he is so amazing that he scored 28th in the whole grade. Why didn't I think of it at the beginning? How can his brain not work? Look at what he did to teacher Li, Fang Yifan, Ji Yangyang and others. Huang Jitao was not surprised that her bestie didn't think of it, but He Chen thought of it first. Okay, I'll leave my baby to you. Xiaoingzi kept nodding in agreement. She noticed that her phone was ringing again. It seemed that it was her mother urging her to go home again, so she hurried out. The old Buddha is urging me again. I have to go back and finish the 2 sets of papers tonight, and then make time to prepare for the speech at the planetarium tomorrow. Then you should go back quickly. Huang Jitao also knew Xiaoingzi's situation, and sent her out without trying to keep her. Xiaoingzi, her best friend, was interested in astronomy. She had been a guide at the planetarium since her 2nd year of high school. There was an important event at the planetarium tomorrow, and her best friend had been looking forward to it for a long time. But she was a little pessimistic about whether her best friend could get the approval of the old Buddha. When He Chen and the other 2 returned home, they were about to go back to their room first, but they were stopped by Ruan Lu. You have a courier from the Magic City. I signed for it for you. Take a look. A courier from the Magic City? Ruan Luzheng, who was also about to go back to his room, stopped and looked over strangely. He Chen has always been frugal, rarely spends money, and never buys online, not to mention that his mother's tone was a little abnormal when she mentioned this express delivery. He Chen was also a little surprised. He walked over and saw that Ruan Lu and Ruan Luzheng had no intention of being shy, so he opened it in front of them. Book? Ruan Luzheng simply came over. It's the Taoist scriptures again. Have you finished reading all the books in the library? Now you start to buy Taoist scriptures yourself? I didn't buy them. He Chen shook his head and began to look through them. Ha! Ruan Luzheng suddenly said in surprise, and his tone was immediately a little sour. So it was bought for you by a girl. When did you know a girl in the Magic City? She wrote beautiful words, and she also painted well. He Chen's mind flashed a scene in the library during the summer vacation. At that time, he was standing in front of the bookshelf and took a Taoist scripture to look through it. Suddenly, there were a few empty books on the bookshelf. In the gap, a pretty face as calm as a chrysanthemum appeared. She held the book and pretended to look at it, pretending not to notice He Chen, but always looking at him with her peripheral vision. He Chen had long been accustomed to this pickup routine, but before he took the book from the bookshelf to the table next to him, he still took another look at her familiar face. As soon as he sat down, the girl had already taken the book and sat opposite him. At first, she imitated He Chen and buried her head in the book, but the Taoist scriptures were not something that ordinary people could read patiently. Later, she simply held her chin and looked straight at He Chen without saying a word, as if she wanted He Chen to speak actively. However, He Chen ignored her and read for 2.5 hours. After finishing a Taoist scripture, he put it back on the bookshelf, then took another one, took a few books to check out, and left the library. After that, 2 weeks later, he met her again when he went to the library, and still no one spoke. But when He Chen was flipping through the Taoist scriptures, he found an extra bookmark inside, with a poem written in beautiful handwriting. He Chen took the Taoist scripture away, leaving the bookmark behind, and wrote a comment on it. It's not a poem of enlightenment, bad review. Putting miscellaneous leaves in the library's collection, not caring for books, no sense of public morality. The Taoist scripture sent this time had the same handwriting written on it, practice to be like a crane, not afraid of the palace maid strangling the neck. I came to ask Dao Wuyu, is the public morality inferior to the maid weak? Not only was it written with poem of enlightenment, but there was also an illustration next to it, showing Emperor Jiajing practicing the crane skill, surrounded by 16 palace maids, some holding ropes and some holding belts, strangling Emperor Jiajing's neck. In the picture, Emperor Jiajing's face is clearly He Chen's face, and the 16 palace maids also have their own characteristics. After Ruan Luzheng looked at it carefully, he pointed at the illustration and shouted again. Too much. Who do you know? Are you just watching her slander and laugh at me and my mother? It turns out that among the 16 palace maids in the illustration, one of them has eyebrows that look like frowning but not frowning, and a pair of eyes that look like happiness but not happiness. They were clearly drawn according to Lin Daiyu's artistic conception, and she still used Ruan Lu's face shape. What makes Ruan Luzheng even more nervous is that there are 7 or 8 palace maids who feel very familiar to her. If she thinks about it carefully, it is clearly her face. One of the maids holding the rope was still smiling, which was so irritating to her eyes. This girl from Shanghai who writes and draws must know them, and her intentions are very vicious, sowing discord. Half of the 16 palace maids had her face in frontal close-up, smiling and doing the most vicious things to Yi-Chen, clearly targeting her.
This painting is not of you.
Yi-Chen glanced at Ruan Luzhang and comforted him.
Not me?
Ruan Luzhang laughed angrily, took the scripture, put it next to his face, and pointed at the close-up of the palace maid. Can you say it again?
This is not you.
Yi-Chen said seriously, it just looks a bit like you.
Okay. Ruan Lu suddenly interrupted, if Yi-Chen says it's not you, it's not you. Mom!
Ruan Luzhang felt so wronged. That's clearly her. It can be seen that her mother's attitude is tough, and Yi-Chen has no intention of comforting and explaining. She raised her chin and tried not to let tears fall, turned around and ran into her boudoir.
How do you know her? Ruan Lu asked Yi-Chen after hearing Ruan Luzhang slam the door shut.
Yi-Chen told the story again, and then looked at Ruan Lu who was thoughtful, waiting for her explanation, but he didn't want her to nod and tell Yi-Chen not to associate with random people, and then put it aside. Yi-Chen knew her temperament, and seeing that she didn't want to talk and couldn't ask questions, he took the Taoist scriptures back to his room, looked at the illustrations that made Ruan Luzhang break his guard, and thought of the girl in the library. He sighed in his heart, Ruan Luzhang, this painting it's really not you. This was clearly the library girl holding the rope with a smile and hitting him back internally. The Taoist scripture sent by the girl in the library was obviously carefully searched, and it was not seen in the library, so Yi-Chen accepted it. As for the implicit counterattack in her words, Yi-Chen did not take it to heart. He still took a bath and returned to his room early, and fell asleep at regular intervals. He had real kung fu, and he was really not afraid of the palace maids strangling his neck. If these 16 palace maids attacked him in a different way, he might be a little afraid. The next morning, he got up early, faced the morning sun, and practiced the crane kung fu under the pine tree. Ruan Luzhang, who was supposed to sleep in today, got up early again. When Yi-Chen came back from practicing, she immediately asked him what had made her feel unhappy all night. Who is this woman? How come she knows where we live? And she also knows that you practice martial arts? I hope readers will remember our domain name network. I really don't know who she is. Yi-Chen knew that Ruan Luzhang was a little bit upset, so he patiently repeated what he and Ruan Lu had explained. As for why she knows where we live and that I practice martial arts, although I am not in the entertainment industry, is it strange to have illegitimate fans? Ruan Luzhang was speechless. She realized that she asked a very stupid question. For someone like Yi-Chen, who secretly peeked and took photos and licked the photos at home, and even followed, it is really not something that is particularly incomprehensible. Let's not talk about anything else. Yi-Chen stayed at her house. After he transferred to her school, many of the girls in his class couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Yi-Chen whenever they had a chance during class. One girl who was particularly obsessed and had poor self-control kept looking back and twisted her neck. She was sent to the hospital for treatment, which caused a sensation. In the end, she recovered from her injury and never came back. Her parents directly transferred her to another school. If you can't afford to offend, you can afford to avoid him. This is just an example. It is precisely because of these exaggerated but real things that Yi-Chen became the undisputed school idol of Chunfeng Middle School. Such a Yi-Chen was met by a girl from the Magic City who came to Suzhou City for a summer vacation, and then pestered her and collected all kinds of information. If Ruan Luzhang hadn't been so angry, she would never have asked such a stupid question that she knew the answer to. After finishing breakfast together and watching Yi-Chen pack up to go out, Ruan Luzhang asked another key question, does she really look like me? Not really. Yi-Chen told the truth, your beauty is just a little similar, and a self-portrait will naturally not miss this charm. Although he told the truth, he did not say everything hidden. She is the one who deserves the title of Little Louis Fei more. What is more heartbreaking is that the reason you regard her self-portrait as yourself is just that you only see the most charming side of you, and this is actually looking at others. Ruan Luzhang did not have the mind to consider the unfinished meaning in Yi-Chen's words. She was happy that Yi-Chen rarely praised her beauty, and she was uneasy that the girl from Shanghai who sent a book to Yi-Chen really looked like her. The discomfort that the ecological niche might be occupied at any time lingered in her heart. Similar personalities, same-sex repulsion. Not to mention the appearance that men and women value most. If they really look the same and fight for each other, how tragic it would be. More importantly, will this mysterious girl from Shanghai be related to her? She vaguely remembered that when she was a child, there were only girls on a gourd vine in her family, so she had to worry. Her idea of Hee-chun was based on an illegitimate family relationship, and the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. If this girl from Shanghai who looks like her is really related to her by blood, then she is also related to Hee-chun in disguise? Brother and sister, sister's sister, brother and sister's sister are also brothers and sisters, right? Astronomy Museum. Xiaolingzi stood on the podium, explaining the Chang'e Lunar Exploration Project in Chinese and English to the audience. The giant screen behind her matched her speech and showed various promotional videos of the Lunar Exploration Project. She was full of energy and spirits. This is the field of her dreams, and it is also a rare break between her mother's forced preparations for the exam, which relaxed her tense nerves. When her eyes swept over Hee-chun who was sitting in the audience, she felt an unspeakable emotion in her heart, but she remembered the scene when she saw Hee-chun in the planetarium before. In response to her surprised question, Hee-chun smiled and explained, sitting and forgetting the sun and the moon, laughing and pointing at the universe as a birdcage, is there any place more suitable for understanding the universe, the sun and the moon than the planetarium? This is the truth. The spherical screen in the planetarium has a diameter of 23 meters. The immersive viewing of the four seasons is countless times more effective than the ancient stargazing, and the intuitive display of the universe and the stars has reached an unprecedented level. As a practitioner who tries to prepare enough ritual sense for practice to better enter the state of meditation, how could he give up such a good auxiliary practice opportunity? If he didn't have to charge tickets and go to school, I'm afraid he would come once a day. Even so, he would come every day during the summer vacation when he had a chance, and he planned to come every week after school started. This time, he happened to meet Xiaolingzi's speech, so he came to support her. You are awesome. She was amazed at the time and gave a thumbs up. Hee-chun's practice of the crane technique and the turtle breathing technique had long been known throughout the school, especially his morning and evening ritual of practicing the crane technique under the pine tree, which had become a sight to behold. Now that he had read the opening poem of the turtle breathing technique, it suddenly seemed reasonable for Hee-chun to come to the planetarium. To forget the sun and the moon, and point to the universe with a smile, one must first travel the sun and the moon in mind and embrace the universe. In addition to being amazed, she was even more happy to meet a like-minded classmate in the planetarium. It's not that she really has any thoughts. Even though she was hit hard by Hee-chun's look back through the telescope before, her heart was beating wildly and her mind was full of distracting thoughts, but the pressure of study was too great, and her IQ was also online. She knew that with her ordinary appearance, it was impossible for her to have anything with Hee-chun. Therefore, after quickly putting aside her distracting thoughts, she retained the surprise of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. When she glanced at Hee-chun who was listening carefully to her carefully prepared speech, she was extremely happy. Although she had no distracting thoughts, it didn't affect her feeling that Hee-chun was pleasing to the eye. She was in a good mood, and her speech was even better and more free and unrestrained. However, this high spirits was interrupted by the sound of a door opening. When a middle-aged woman walked in quickly with a gloomy face, followed by an anxious middle-aged man, Xiaolingzi's smile froze and her fluent speech was directly stuck. It was her mother and father who came. Her mother did not agree with her coming at all. Even though she repeatedly said that it would not affect her, her mother still firmly disagreed and even took the initiative to call to help her turn it down. Now, regardless of her father's pursuit and interception to help her cover, she came over abruptly. Judging from her face, she might rush to the stage and drag her away before she finished her speech. How could she not worry? Mom, please save some face for me, Xiaolingzi wailed in her heart and continued reluctantly. Seeing that her mother was stopped by the staff and led to sit in the seat, she was slightly relieved and continued with all her strength. Xiaolingzi's premonition was correct. Xiaolingzi's mother Song Qian was about to go up and drag her daughter away, but was stopped by Lu Jing, a staff member who was also the parent of her daughter's classmate and more importantly, the wife of the deputy district chief, and praised her daughter for being great. Only then did she change her anger into joy and sit down to stare at her daughter's speech. Xiao Weidong was even more excited. He looked at his ex-wife and found that she was also excited and about to cry. The arc of her mouth was harder to suppress than AK. Looking around, the pride of being a father was so strong that he couldn't describe it. Then he saw Hee-chun in the audience. His heart immediately skipped a beat and the smile froze on his face. Not good. It's going to be bad. The new book is still in the recommendation period. If you are not satisfied, you can read the author's old books of the same type. The link is below. Why is this guy here? Is he really dating my daughter? I didn't see it. Damn it. If Song Qian sees this, she will take it seriously, no matter if it's a misunderstanding or not.
If there is a fuss. Network Diamond Suit. Diamond Suit.
As soon as Xiao Weidong saw He-chan, his mind immediately started to work rapidly.
He felt very bad.
He was worried about his daughter's premature love and his ex-wife going crazy. He couldn't help but regret why he didn't exchange phone numbers with this guy who was so easy to talk to. Now he couldn't get He-chan away in advance. He didn't care about appreciating his daughter's speech. He stared at the expression and eyes of his ex-wife beside him, and quietly tilted his body as much as possible to block his ex-wife's view of He-chan. He didn't dare to move too much, so as not to attract his ex-wife's attention. He twisted his body and felt that he was too difficult. You should know that in order to let his daughter come to give a speech as scheduled, he waited at the self-service ticket office outside. When he saw his ex-wife coming, he immediately locked the door with a chain, wanting to lock his ex-wife inside until his daughter finished her speech.
Unfortunately, he missed another door, and his ex-wife ran out. He quickly dropped the chain, ran over to chase and intercept her, snatched the ticket from her hand and tore it up, and persuaded her kindly not to go in and make trouble, hurting his daughter's face and heart. However, his ex-wife was determined to go in. After a series of offensive and defensive tugs, he could not compare to his ex-wife shouting hooligan in public, and was directly knocked out. He could only buy a new ticket and chase his ex-wife in. Fortunately, he was stopped and coaxed down by the wife of the deputy district chief at the last moment, otherwise he really couldn't imagine what kind of blow his daughter would suffer. What you fear will come true. His twisted and overly enchanting figure, as well as his eyes that were always on his ex-wife, still attracted his ex-wife's attention. When she cast her eyes over, although he tried his best to cover it up, He-chan, who was also sitting there and standing out from the crowd, still caught her attention. After a slight pause, Song Qian's face turned pale and her whole body began to tremble. Don't get excited, things are not as bad as you think, it may just be a misunderstanding, Xiao Weidong hurriedly persuaded. However, it would have been better if she hadn't persuaded him. When she persuaded him, Song Qian looked at Xiao Weidong with an extremely disgusted look. This moment seemed to overlap with the scene that he tried to explain when she thought Xiao Weidong had cheated on her. She exploded directly, stood up suddenly, and shouted at He-chan, "Little bastard, stay away from my daughter." This roar was earth-shattering, and everyone present was stunned. Xiaoingzi, who was standing on the podium, felt her head buzzing all of a sudden, and she couldn't say anything. She watched her mother scold He-chan while pushing away her father who wanted to persuade her. She cried and walked up from her seat quickly, pulling her out. Go home with mom. Don't come here anymore. I won't leave, I won't leave. Xiaoingzi's head was buzzing, and she subconsciously pulled the podium and didn't want to leave. Seeing her mother's increasing strength and the audience around her looking at her in surprise, she couldn't help but squat down to reduce her presence. Still not leaving? What do you want to do? Seeing that she couldn't pull her daughter, Song Qian became more and more angry. Is this the speech event you lied to your mother and asked your father to lock me up for? You clearly came here to date this little bastard. You really deserve your mother. I didn't. Xiaoingzi defended herself with grievance and anxiety. However, Song Qian didn't listen at all. She had experienced it herself. When Xiao Weidong was young, he was extremely handsome, and she was also very beautiful. She knew best how strong the attraction between handsome men and beautiful women was. Although Xiaoingzi herself and others knew that she actually did not inherit the good looks of either of her parents, but only inherited IQ, Song Qian, as a mother, did not realize this. In her eyes, her daughter is the most beautiful. He-chan appeared here at this moment, and her daughter had to come here despite making so much noise. They must be in love. How could this be? Not only was she in the third year of high school, she firmly disagreed with her daughter's love affair affecting her studies. More importantly, she was dating He-chan, a scumbag who looked too good and would definitely cheat in the future, and now he was also a bad student who did not respect his teachers. When she thought of this, she was furious and could not listen to her daughter's excuses. Mom, don't force me. Xiaoingzi saw that her mother just didn't listen to her explanation, saying things like, I'm not forcing you, you're forcing mom. Her father came up to persuade her but was pushed away. Then he scratched her father's face with his free hand. The meeting was messed up. She screamed and reminded him, her mind was full of the suffocating pressure of being forced by her mother. Every day, she had to drink terrible medicinal food, eat fishy sea cucumbers, and was not allowed to eat any junk food. The daily schedule was full and arranged for the whole year. After much difficulty, her mother invited her to watch a movie, but she had watched it secretly. In order to make her mother happy and not angry, she pretended not to have watched it and watched it with her. When she let slip the trap in the discussion,
Her mother immediately lost her temper and left the room. She got angry and cried with her in public, forcing her to cry and scream, "I just want to make you happy." The response she got was her mother screaming even louder, "I don't need it. This suffocating life goes on every day, and it will continue for another year, and most likely more than a year. In the future, she wants to apply to a university in another province or city, no matter where, just to escape from her mother, but she knows her mother, and her mother will definitely not agree to her leaving Beijing. She is really going to collapse." Now she finally had a hobby to relax her nerves, but her mother came after her and did this in public. No matter how she tried to persuade her, her mother lost control of her emotions again and didn't listen at all. She felt that she couldn't bear it anymore. "Don't force me! Don't force me!" Xiaoingzi screamed, her voice getting louder and louder. Seeing that her mother was still unmoved, she pushed her mother away and ran towards Hichen. Under Song Qian's bloodshot eyes, Xiaoingzi threw herself on Hichen, her legs clamped around Hichen's waist in an unladylike manner, her hands around Hichen's neck, and desperately put her mouth on Hichen's mouth. "Ingzi, don't! Let go of Ingzi!" Amidst the screams of Xiaoingzi's parents, Hichen looked at Xiaoingzi, whose eyes were already blurred with tears and whose expression was as resolute as "if you were forcing me." He sighed in his heart, "She is worthy of being Lao Bai's daughter." But when he heard Xiaoingzi screaming, don't force me," he almost said, "Sunflower, sunflower, sunflower acupuncture hand." He could indeed use a technique similar to the sunflower acupuncture hand to stop Xiaoingzi from taking advantage in time, especially when she was not outstanding in appearance, in poor condition, and had no aesthetic sense at all. But looking at Xiaoingzi's heartbroken and resolute expression, and seeing so many onlookers around, he was worried that he would hurt her face. In her condition, she might really do something stupid. In addition, she was inexplicably insulted by Song Qian again, and the old account was not settled and a new account was added. He hesitated again and again and did not stop Xiaoingzi from taking revenge on her mother. The facts also proved that Xiaoingzi had no intention of taking advantage. She took 2 random bites without any experience, then opened her mouth and turned her head away. She was heartbroken and felt a sense of revenge. She shouted at her stunned mother, "Are you satisfied now? Chapter 46 If I don't listen to you, my daughter Ingzi will die?" Hichen, it's hard to say. Google search TWKAN Song Qian felt dizzy. How could this be a popular science lecture for the Chang'e moon landing project? This is clearly her daughter's own attempt to learn from Chang'e to steal the elixir and fly to the moon. When she thought of her daughter's determination to leave her, her anger was like a bucket of cold water poured on her head. The water and fire collided, and her mind was buzzing and a little confused, just like her daughter's. That's not right. She knew that her daughter would definitely be unhappy with her making such a fuss, but she had long been accustomed to using a slap in the face and a sweet date to control her daughter. When she returned, she would buy a projector and decorate her home with the atmosphere of a planetarium. She would be her daughter's audience. If that was not enough, she would call her Union 3 private tutoring students to be her daughter's audience as well. By then, her daughter would definitely feel her deep love for her daughter. Given the daughter's love for her mother, this chapter will definitely be turned over. But what is the situation now? Let go of Ingzi. Song Qian was confused, but Xiao Weidong was not. Seeing his daughter doing this, he didn't care about stopping his ex-wife. While talking, he ran over in 2 steps, so fast that he almost turned into Bai Zhantong, whose likeness skills far surpassed Zhu Liuxiang. His expression was so distressed, anxious and angry. As he often told his daughter, he had been divorced from his ex-wife for so many years. The reason why his ex-wife always scolded him fiercely every time they met, he was not angry, but still smiled, because his ex-wife gave him such a smart and beautiful baby daughter. He thanked his ex-wife from the bottom of his heart, so he was willing to tolerate it. Now his baby little cotton-padded jacket was taken advantage of by this kid in public. The old father's heart was broken. "Uncle Qiao, we don't lie with open eyes." Hichen teased and indicated that he had opened his hands throughout the whole process, a gesture to avoid suspicion completely. "Ingzi, come down." Xiao Weidong paused. He actually knew that Hichen was not to blame for this matter. He just glared at Hichen, who was taking advantage and pretending to be innocent, and pulled his daughter while persuading her in a low voice. "I won't." After Xiaoingzi retaliated fiercely and vented, she saw that she had calmed down her mother who was out of control, and she also recovered from the impulse under extreme pressure. Reason and shyness occupied the high ground of IQ again. For a moment, she didn't know how to step down. She simply shrank her neck and buried her face in Yichen's chest, silently refusing her father's persuasion to let her face everyone. "Let's talk about it first." He-chun saw that Xiaoingzi's hand was very strong, and knew that she wanted to pretend to be a koala to avoid it. He reminded Xiao Weidong, who was anxious and wanted to persuade, and walked out of the hall. He looked so relaxed and casual that people almost forgot that there was a living person hanging on him. Xiao Weidong could only follow. Song Qian also reacted and ran after her. When they were in a deserted place, seeing Song Qian chasing after him and about to cry and curse, He-chun directly borrowed the classic by family words that Xiaoingzi had just said, "Don't force me. Don't force me." While saying this, he pretended to hug Xiaoingzi, who was still hanging on him, which frightened Xiao Weidong and quickly grabbed his hand, shouting at his ex-wife, "Speak properly, don't forcingzi." The return capsule has landed on the Earth successfully, and astronaut Xiaoingzi is ready to leave the capsule. He-chun patted Xiaoingzi on the back and joked, "Do you choose the Chinese or American way to leave the capsule?" Puff. After venting, Xiaoingzi, who was ashamed of her bold behavior, couldn't help laughing when she heard what He-chun said. As a space enthusiast, and aspiring to join the China Space Administration to participate in the Chang'e lunar exploration and even the wider Sea of Stars program, Xiaoingzi knows the space story well, and of course knows that He-chun is implying the doubts about the US moon landing. The key is used here, which is really appropriate and interesting. Anyway, she was amused immediately, even overwhelmed the shame in her heart, and her legs were not so weak. She got off the return capsule He-chun. Although her physical condition was more in line with the scientific common sense of the Chinese way of exiting the capsule, she still chose the sci-fi American way of exiting the capsule when she thought of facing her parents behind her. That is, regardless of the impact of the weightless environment in space on astronauts, the body is affected by many factors such as bone loss, muscle atrophy, changes in the cardiovascular system, and vestibular system disorders in the brain. There is no need to be carried out of the capsule, and you can walk out of the capsule easily in a wheelchair. Xiaoingzi ran away as soon as she got off the ground. Song Qian didn't care about trouble He-chun, and hurriedly ran to catch up. Xiao Weidong did the same, but was stopped by He-chun. He almost laughed, "If I don't trouble you, you should be happy secretly, and you are still stopping me?" The cabbage in his own home can push the pig, and the old father is so sad. "Uncle Qiao, stop being so frivolous, let's talk business." He-chun said seriously, "Didn't you notice? Xiaoingzi is in a very dangerous state." "Who is frivolous?" Xiao Weidong didn't know that he was always easy to be out of the play in He-chun's eyes. Thinking of the funny old white, he refuted unhappily, and immediately became nervous when he heard the latter sentence. "What do you mean? Didn't you see?" He-chun reminded, "Xiaoingzi was really forced to collapse by her mother. This time she just took advantage of me. I dare not think about what she will do next time. You should be glad that I have the return capsule for this landing." "No. No." Xiao Weidong understood He-chun's hint, his face changed drastically, and he was unwilling to accept this possibility. But rationality made him understand that what He-chun said might happen. This was nothing new. It happened every year. Maingzi would not, he said this, and when he looked at He-chun eagerly, he wanted He-chun to deny what he had just said. "It's hard to say." However, He-chun shook his head, "With the pressure of senior year, and an extremely unstable mother who was always forcing me, it's really hard to say if I don't think of a solution. He has practiced martial arts successfully, and his spirit has been comprehensively improved. His five senses are all very sharp. He can clearly feel that Xiaoingzi is indeed on the verge of collapse, and she may really do something stupid if she is not careful. It is precisely because of his keen perception that he hesitated again and again just now. If he stopped it at that time, in the public eye, Xiaoingzi might overinterpret it, and then hurt her too much. She would bypass He-chun and go straight outside. The superimposed grievance and anger on the head, the unspeakable things might be just a momentary impulse. This is the real reason why he finally decided not to dodge and let Xiaoingzi take advantage of him to vent her revenge on Song Qian. By the way, revenge against Song Qian is just secondary. Xiao Weidong's expression changed for a while. He was really scared. Young people understand young people better, not to mention He-chun, a special young man who has a unique vision and can criticize the teacher's autism, and a sentence that makes his daughter who was originally collapsed laugh out loud. Although the scene just now was too irritating to the eyes of an old father, he had to consider He-chun's reminder carefully. While he was thinking and asking He-chun what to do, Song Qian also caught up with Xiaoingzi. After the mother and daughter hugged each other and cried and reconciled, they walked over hand in hand. Seeing this scene, Song Qian's mood, which had been slightly calmed down, exploded all of a sudden. "Xiao Weidong, what are you doing? The new book is still in the recommendation period, and if you are not satisfied, you can read the author's old books of the same type. The link is below." "I didn't do anything." Xiao Weidong subconsciously stepped back a few steps to the side, away from Yi Chen, obviously knowing his ex-wife very well.
I didn't do anything? Song Qian said angrily, didn't you see what happened just now? Is this how you act as a father? Which father can tolerate such a thing? Not to mention talking and laughing with the culprit. I was right, you are birds of a feather. You don't deserve to be Yingzi's father. I didn't laugh. Xiao Weidong was so wronged, Yingzi is like this, how can I laugh?
In front of his daughter, he couldn't say what he had just discussed with Yi Chen, so as not to stimulate his daughter to think about that. When talking about these, he felt so uncomfortable in his heart, how could he laugh?
Mom! Stop it!
Xiao Yingzi saw that her father and Yi Chen were both angered by her mother because of her, and hurriedly pulled her mother to stop her from talking.
However, how could she really persuade Song Qian who was above her? I want to say it. I must say it.
Song Qian said angrily, he is not a qualified father at all. He has not fulfilled his duties as a father in these years. Now you are in the 3rd year of high school, and he suddenly showed his courtesy and only cared about pleasing you.
He even pretended not to see this important event that affects your life.
He did not fulfill his duties as a father at all.
What is the purpose of such a father? It is better not to have him and put an end to it. Did I not want to fulfill my father's duties in these years?
I wanted it too much, but you didn't give me a chance.
Xiao Weidong said aggrievedly, I also tried my best to love Yingzi, and you still want me to do this? You love Yingzi? Song Qian sneered, if you love Yingzi, would you look for a little girlfriend left and right? If you really love Yingzi, you should slap this bastard who hooked up with your daughter who is in the 3rd year of high school and needs to fight for the future with all your heart.
Mom! Xiao Yingzi listened to her mother's more and more excessive words, as if she fell into the previous crazy state again, and it was difficult to tense up again.
I've told you, this has nothing to do with Yi Chen. I didn't do anything with him. I just wanted to piss you off. Do you have to force me to be with him to make you happy? Uncle Qiao, do it. Yi Chen suddenly said, attracting the attention of the Qiao family. What?
Xiao Weidong and Xiao Yingzi were both stunned, looking at Yi Chen in confusion. Song Qian was also stunned, but then she became more and more convinced that Yi Chen wanted to seduce her precious daughter, and he didn't hesitate to use the self-torture trick for this.
It's so hateful. But let's have fun first.
She has been unhappy with Yi Chen for a long time. After what happened just now, she now wants to slap Yi Chen in the face herself.
Xiao Weidong, he asked for it himself, why don't you do it?
Boy, are you serious?
Xiao Weidong secretly winked at Yi Chen, signaling him to leave quickly.
Of course it's true.
Yi Chen smiled and said, if you really love Xiao Yingzi, you should slap her.
But not to me, but to your ex-wife with a mental problem.
Slap her hard and see if you can wake her up. That will be a good thing for you, her and Xiao Yingzi.
If it doesn't work, then slap her a few more times.
Don't look at me with such surprise.
Have you forgotten what I told you? Your ex-wife with a mental problem and unstable emotions is driving your daughter crazy?
Don't say that everything she does is actually for Xiao Yingzi's good.
Bullshit.
Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty?
Let alone Xiao Yingzi's current grades are among the best, and normal study is enough to get into the university of her choice and the major of her choice.
Let's say she really made a mistake and didn't do as well as she wanted, so what?
Xiao Shu is worth billions, and she has 4 or 5 sets of school district houses in Beijing.
What kind of family property did Xiao Yingzi, the only daughter, inherit? An ordinary family's top student can't earn so much family property in his whole life. Does Xiao Yingzi need to work so hard? Not at all. Who needs it? Either the real idiot.
I don't understand the situation at all, I have no brain, I am unhappy, idiot. Either I have a bad conscience, I pretend to be a big shot, I want to make ordinary people think that children from rich families work just as hard, even harder, with all kinds of pressure, and are always unhappy. So everything they get is what they deserve.
But it's all shit. How can there be so many hard-working second generations?
If they were born in Rome, they would be so outstanding, and they would work so hard, then Rome would not have perished, and there would not have been so many failures. The son of a wealthy family will perish in the second generation, the wealth will not last for more than 3 generations, and the grace of a gentleman will be cut off in the 5th generation. The dynasty will not escape the historical law of cyclical destruction in 1 or 200 years. It's all because they were born in such a wealthy family. They don't need to work so hard, and it's impossible to work so hard. They will not force their children, or their only daughters, to death for the college entrance examination. Those who really do this are either bad or stupid. What kind do you think your ex-wife is?
Yi Chen, stop it.
Xiaolingzi listened to Yi Chen's scolding and immediately felt sorry for her mother.
This scolding is too harsh. It hurts her mother too much. I scold her for her good, and even more for your good.
Yi Chen didn't give Xiaolingzi face, glanced at Song Qian, whose face was ashen, and continued to look at Xiao Weidong, who was also at a loss because of this scolding.
Uncle Qiao, didn't you ask me what to do?
Then I tell you, listen to her, now either go over and slap her, or slap her more, to wake up her stupid brain. Or you can sue directly and take back Xiaolingzi's custody from her, and stop her from tormenting your precious daughter all day long.
You dare!
Song Qian screamed, anger and fear mixed together.
Don't get excited, I won't. Xiao Weidong consoled with a wry smile. As expected.
Yi Chen was not surprised at all, and nodded. Besides, there is no point in suing for custody. Xiaolingzi is already an adult before the lawsuit is officially started. Since you are reluctant, there is one last trick, which is to give her another child to this cat lady who will probably be childless in the future if she continues to torment her. When these words came out, Xiao Weidong and the other two were all stunned. Xiaolingzi's eyes flickered, with a hint of indescribable complex emotions, instinctive rejection, surprise and expectation. If having a brother or sister can restore the broken family, she is very willing.
Xiao Weidong's mouth twitched, but he did not refuse.
Although he has a younger and more beautiful girlfriend, and his girlfriend is eager to marry him immediately and have a more lovely daughter, he is reluctant in his heart. Because he feels that this is a betrayal to his precious daughter. And he still wants to remarry his ex-wife from the bottom of his heart. If he and his ex-wife give their daughter a brother or sister with the same father and mother, and the family is reunited, it will not be considered a betrayal to his daughter.
However, Song Qian could not accept it.
Not to mention that she does not have this intention now, just say that it really touches the desire hidden deep in her heart, but these words were proposed by Yi Chen, who seduced her daughter and scolded her for being either bad or stupid, and she would never agree.
Chapter 48. Tong Wenjie is furious. How brave! Dare to rape my son! You just watch him curse your daughter?
Song Qian was trembling with anger, pointing at Yi Chen and staring straight at Xiao Weidong.
What do you mean by a cat lady who has a high probability of not having children in the future?
It's clear that she forced her daughter to death, and in the end, she had no family around her and could only raise cats and die alone.
What a vicious intention! What else does it mean to give her another child? How to give?
This is clearly completely disrespectful to women.
Okay. Stop making trouble. Xiaolingzi couldn't bear it anymore, shouted and ran away again. Ingzi, don't be angry, Mom and Dad will listen to you.
Xiao Weidong was frightened by Yi Chen's analysis. He dared to let his daughter run away alone in anger.
He didn't bother to comfort his ex-wife and chased after her. Song Qian glared at Yi Chen hatefully.
Seeing Yi Chen smiling calmly, she heard her ex-husband's anxious call in the distance, and she also ran after him. Yi Chen watched them go, and his mood was not affected at all. He continued to look up at the stars in the planetarium and deepened his understanding of the sun, moon, heaven and earth. Fortunately, when the turtle breathed, it traveled across the universe, which was more in line with the practice of the turtle breath technique.
Do you really like astronomy?
When he was visiting the planetarium, a faint female voice came from beside him. Yi Chen looked up and saw Ji Yangyang's mother Lu Jing standing not far away, looking at him critically. She is a staff member of the planetarium and has been transferred with her husband Ji Shengli's job changes. According to Director Monkey, long-term separation is not an option, so I returned to Suzhou City. A simple sentence, but it reveals the ultimate hypocrisy. Most people don't even think about reassigning their posts like this. But she was easily transferred from a remote place to the Fortnite City Planetarium. Looking at her leisurely and comfortable attitude, she probably not only completed the almost impossible transfer, but also retained her rank, and might even have been promoted.
I should be the one to ask this question. Yi Chen said calmly.
Lu Jing paused for a moment, understanding the sarcasm in Yi Chen's short sentence, and felt more and more that Yi Chen was really a hedgehog.
Can't you just talk properly? Why do you have to do this? When things are not fair, they will cry.
Yi Chen said straightforwardly, I am not only doing it for myself, but also for the silent majority.
They are speechless. There are a lot of things that I can't say and I don't know how to say them. So I would like to say a few more words. You still represent the silent majority?
Lu Jing laughed dumbly, most people are not as extreme as you. Anyway, compared to Ji Yangyang and Fang Yifan, I can represent the silent majority better than you. Yi Chen also smiled, because your life is too far away from the public.
If that's all, everyone knows this. But you insist on acting with all your strength and forcefully represent the majority.
This makes me have to say a few fair words to remind you.
Lu Jing's face changed slightly and she was unwilling to continue this topic. She said what she really cared about. Can the bet between you and Yang Yang be forgotten?
Okay.
He Chen nodded. Thank you.
Lu Jing was surprised by He Chen's words. She had been worried that her son would be embarrassed in public when he went to school tomorrow, so she seized the opportunity to ask for mercy. I thought that He Chen would definitely not agree, but I didn't expect that it would go so smoothly. There is no need for you and Yang Yang to be so unhappy. In fact, you are both good children. It's not that I want to make trouble with him. It's that he insists on pretending in front of me. He Chen interrupted. Huang Jito had already begged for Ji Yangyang's love, and I agreed at the time. Again, I am not only doing this for myself, but also for Ji Yangyang's good. You must have heard what I reminded Teacher Li about using people as mirrors.
Ji Yangyang doesn't study but is self-righteous all day long.
You must also be worried about his future all day long.
It's better now.
With me as a mirror, he can look in the mirror more often and know in advance that whether it's studying or his dream, everything is a mess.
Regardless of his family background, he can't do anything. Having a correct understanding of yourself is better than anything else.
Especially the second generation like him who doesn't need to work hard at all and just enjoys the results. Having a clear and correct self-understanding is already better than 99% of the same kind. Looking at you in the mirror is better than 10 years of reading.
So you're welcome.
Lu Jing twitched the corner of her mouth as she watched He Chen walk away after finishing speaking. The words are not unreasonable, and even aside from emotions, they are very reasonable. But let alone her young and energetic son, even she, a mother who considers herself to be down-to-earth and calm, can't stand these words.
Full of daddy flavor.
No wonder the elegant teacher Song Qian, Lei Ling's popular but kind-hearted mother Tong Wenjie of Fang Yifan, and the stern teacher Li all find it hard to break their defenses because of him.
You speak so bluntly and so irritatingly.
Although He Chen continued to visit the planetarium, Xiao Yingzi's family chased after each other and finally got together again. Without He Chen around, they compromised and reconciled with each other. Seeing that Xiao Weidong suddenly insisted on having lunch with her daughter, and her daughter was also willing, Song Chen resisted the urge to fall out, and chose to agree in order to appease her daughter. Her eyes threatened her ex-husband, telling him not to have delusions and to comfort her daughter. After sending them away, I also quickly invited my best friend Tong Wenjie out to have lunch together. They chose the View 3912, a high-end restaurant with an average per capita consumption of 700,800 yuan and specialties such as Cuban cigar foie gras, Boston lobster, and Australian M5 filet steak. This is where they have their daily meals. The life of ordinary people is so plain and boring.
What?
When the two besties sat down and greeted each other and ordered their own meals, Tong Wenjie heard Song Qian's confession and flew into a rage before Song Qian finished speaking. Although she didn't slam the table, her sharp voice still attracted uncomfortable glances from other people in the restaurant. After they apologized like gentlemen and ladies, they lowered their voices and continued to chat. Song Qian's ugly face suddenly became much more comfortable. Such a direct reaction is what she needs. Instead of Xiao Weidong, the cheating scumbag and unreliable father, who ignored it and even faintly leaned towards the attitude and reaction of He Chen, the bastard.
Look at her bestie. How firm her position is. Song Qian admired her best friend Tong Wenjie's rage and her sweet words when she mentioned He Chen, and she felt very happy.
However, she never thought that the real starting point of Tong Wenjie's rage was not her firm stance in fighting for her best friend. Of course, there was this factor. But compared with the real reason, it was not much. Tong Wenjie scolded He Chen and Xiao Weidong, and she was anxious. Xiao Yingzi was the daughter-in-law she secretly chose in her heart, otherwise she would not have talked about this with her best friend more than once. That was Xiao's billions of assets, and Song Qian's 4 or 5 school district houses and a stable income of tens of millions every year. Once her son married Yingzi, all of this would belong to her son. Originally, this emotion could be slightly restrained, hidden in her heart, and not released. After all, her best friend looked down on her son to some extent, and she still knew vaguely. But now this happened suddenly, she felt that her son was cheated on, and she thought that her son got the last place in the whole grade, which would definitely make his future mother-in-law, who is an elite teacher, look down on him even more.
He is no longer in the same class with Yingzi.
Seeing that the originally set rich and prosperous future was suddenly shattered, how could she not be anxious and furious? The new book is still in the recommendation period, so if you are not satisfied, you can read the author's old books of the same type. The link is below. No, we must do something. Tong Wenjie became more and more angry as she scolded, and was even more furious than Song Qian, the mother of the person involved. This surprised Song Qian, who was more relaxed as she scolded. After all, Fang Yuan was sent in by He Chen, but she didn't see her bestie so angry and impulsive. What do you think I should do? First of all, we must have a good talk with Yingzi. We must not let her be deceived by that little bastard. This is the top priority.
What Tong Wenjie said hit the mark of Song Qian's mind, and she nodded in agreement. I think so too.
But I'm worried that if I force her, she will rebel again.
It makes me very passive now. Just now I could only let her go with Xiao Weidong. Otherwise, how could I agree to it normally? Alas! A son is no longer under the control of his mother.
Especially for a daughter who may suffer a great loss if she is not careful. As a mother, she is too worried. Don't look at how impulsive she was in the planetarium.
No matter what her daughter said, she just didn't agree.
But after seeing her daughter's intense reaction, she felt so much regret and fear. Even Yi Chen's vicious curse was like a sharp knife stabbing into her chest, and it was the kind that could not be pulled out. If she was really pushed to the limit, would her daughter really do something stupid? And once her daughter really did it, she was afraid that she would never have children in her life, just like Yi Chen cursed, and she would have to raise cats and live a lonely life. In the end, she might even be bitten by a cat before she was discovered. From the perspective of a mother-in-law, Tong Wenjie certainly couldn't sit idly by and watch Qiao Yingzi continue to cheat on her son. It can be said that she and Song Qian, the mother, had the same opinion. Seeing Song Qian frowning, she was happy to give more suggestions.
Secondly, we need to find the school and the parents.
Yingzi is a student who is about to enter Peking University or Tsinghua University. How can she be affected by someone like He Chen when she is about to take the college entrance examination?
Teacher Li will definitely intervene. And Professor Wan, I don't think she would like this to happen. That won't do. Song Qian shook her head immediately after hearing this. This kind of thing must not be spread, otherwise Yingzi's image will be affected.
Tong Wenjie wanted to persuade her again, but Song Qian still shook her head, and the two relatives immediately felt different.
Song Qian wanted to protect her daughter's reputation first. But Tong Wenjie thought it was not a bad thing to make a big fuss.
First of all, it could cut off the possibility of Qiao Yingzi and He Chen from the root. Secondly, Qiao Yingzi's reputation would be ruined, which would narrow the gap between Qiao Yingzi, who was heading for Peking University or Tsinghua University, and her son, who was heading for the last place in the school and even had a lot of room to fall. Seeing her son being so careless even though he is ranked last, it is probably difficult to rely on her son's efforts. So instead of asking her son to work hard to make progress, it is better for Qiao Yingzi to stop and wait for her childhood sweetheart.
This is also a two-way rush, isn't it? Moreover, this degree of reputation destruction is nothing to her. Compared with the billions of assets that Qiao Yingzi will inherit in the future, the IQ of a top student, and the relationship with her childhood sweetheart, this is acceptable.
She doesn't think that this little thought is sorry for her bestie. Because she really doesn't think that her son is not worthy of Qiao Yingzi. Usually she says that she dislikes her son and complains about him, but that can only be said by herself. Others are not allowed to look down on her son. Not even her bestie. If she really says it out loud, her bestie will blush. Although there are many shortcomings of not striving for progress, her son is a real warm man. He has been warming Qiao Yingzi since he was a child. This is what it means to be a priceless treasure that is easy to find, but a lover that is hard to find. When the two children really get married in the future, they will have the material conditions of $1 billion fortune, and they will definitely live a happy life.
Isn't this the most perfect married life?
If all men are as good as Lao Qiao and can make so much money, what's the point of it except to make money for the little vixens outside and hurt their wives' hearts? So when her bestie hasn't thought it through yet and doesn't know whether it's really a big deal to let Fang Yifan be her son-in-law, she should make a rational and calm decision and know what is the best decision for their two families. While the two besties were chatting enthusiastically, Qiao Yingzi couldn't stand her father's implicit and worried temptation after having lunch with her father, so she left early and went to talk to her bestie Huang Jitao. After this period of buffering, she no longer had the previous impulse, but more of shame and the urgent need to find someone to talk and discuss with. What? When Huang Jitao heard her bestie's vague introduction, she screamed in astonishment and looked at her bestie in disbelief.
This made Qiao Yingzi even more ashamed.
She unconsciously recalled what she had done at that time, and recalled some details that she had not felt at all at that time, and her face turned red with shame.
Huang Jitao confirmed this shocking news again and again.
Even though her best friend repeatedly said that she had no other factors at that time, she was just forced by her mother.
her expression was still a little complicated. It was she who was teased by Xiaoingzi when she was a little ambiguous with He Chen during the night chat a few days ago. As a result, her best friend made such a big news, and she was so fierce right at the beginning. What does it mean? Even though she didn't have much thoughts about He Chen. But the undeniable fact is that it was obviously her first. Taozi, what do you think I should do? Xiaoingzi had not yet noticed her best friend's complicated thoughts, and was trapped in her own shame panic. What if I meet him at school tomorrow? How should I explain? If other people know, my God. What do you think? Huang Jitao suppressed the complicated emotions in her heart and asked seriously. What do you think? Xiaoingzi was stunned, but when she met her best friend's eyes that urged her to be honest, she was startled and looked away in panic, shaking her head repeatedly. I just want to be less embarrassed now. Huang Jitao sighed in her heart. How is it possible? As a best friend since childhood, she knew that this was her best friend's first kiss. No matter how much she emphasized that this was just a rebellion against forced impulse and revenge, she could not deny this fact. How could her best friend really not care at all? She said she didn't care, but she just didn't want to talk about this topic in depth. There must be a way out when you reach the mountain. Let's see what He Chen says when we meet. But I'm embarrassed to meet him. You borrowed him to place such a bomb today, which not only blew up you and your uncle and aunt, but also blew up him. Shouldn't you explain and apologize to him? Don't worry. I can go with you. If you are really embarrassed to meet him, I can also help you to test it first and convey your explanation. I'll think about it again. Xiaoingzi listened to her bestie's advice, her emotions gradually stabilized, and her IQ returned to normal. As a person who can give a public speech in the planetarium, she is not so introverted, and her ability to overcome emotions is far superior to that of ordinary people. Let her bestie accompany her to talk, no problem. But she always felt that it was inappropriate to let her bestie relay the test, so as not to create any unnecessary misunderstandings at that time, which would be bad. Chapter 50. Don't bow your head, the crown will fall off. Don't cry, He Chen will laugh. He Chen guessed the aftermath. But he cooperated when he should, and reminded when he should. He did his best for Xiaoingzi, his schoolmate. So he didn't think about these things anymore. He spent the whole morning in the planetarium, went home on time for lunch at noon, and then took a nap. In the afternoon, he read the Taoist scriptures and nourished his Taoist energy. Ruan Luzheng saw it, and obviously endured it again and again, but finally couldn't help it, and began to beat around the bush to test who the girl who sent him the Taoist scriptures was. What was the relationship between the two of them? Why did she look abnormal? He Chen looked at her strangely. He knew that she had some thoughts about him, and her filial piety had obviously changed. There was nothing strange about this. What surprised him was that she was now focused on asking about the girl in the library who was not very familiar with him, but she didn't know that her classmate Xiaoingzi had already talked about it by chance. If she knew, I don't know what expression she would have. Why don't you say anything? Ruan Luzheng originally wanted to beat around the bush to test him, but once she opened her mouth, she couldn't stop. She kept testing him, but she didn't see He Chen respond, so she was a little annoyed. I think you're right. He Chen spoke. Which sentence is right? Ruan Luzheng was happy and worried. She was happy that He Chen not only responded, but also recognized her words. She was worried that she didn't know if he thought her sentence was right, and she must not be right to suspect that there was a problem between them. You said that the palace maid in the illustration who was holding a rope and smiling was actually your face, and this sentence was very correct. He Chen looked at her with a smile. Ruan Luzheng blushed immediately and was speechless. She was not stupid, and she could not tell that He Chen was trying to point her out and disliked her for asking questions. If she continued like this, she would really be the same as the palace maid who strangled the emperor's neck with a rope in the interruption. Sure enough, she was worthy of being the one who could break the defense of Teacher Li and others. In terms of beating around the bush and being weird, she was far inferior. She realized that she had left something behind and felt embarrassed. She glanced at He Chen and saw that he didn't take it seriously. She calmed her trembling heart and walked away as if nothing had happened. No words were spoken that night. The next Monday, the first week after the class division officially began. The whole school raised the flag and did morning exercises. After the activity was over, when the classes were preparing to evacuate in an orderly manner, there was a sudden noise. The head teacher was about to scold, but was reminded by the students to look at the rostrum. Then the famous Ji Yanyan walked out of the basic class and went straight to the rostrum. What is he doing? Xiaoingzi quickly asked her bestie, didn't you tell him that he didn't need to go on stage? I did. Huang Jitao looked a little anxious, looking straight in the direction of He Chen's class, and quickly reacted. It shouldn't be He Chen's regret, I'm afraid it's his own self-esteem. Ah. No way? Xiaoingzi was stunned. Is he serious? I can't tell which one is more embarrassing for a while. Although He Chen and Ji Yangyang raced, and as a novice, he completely crushed Ji Yangyang, who wanted to be a professional racer, and caused a sensation. But it was not known to everyone. And many people just forgot about it after hearing it, and didn't care at all. After all, this kind of rich young master's pretentious incident is not just one or two, and everyone cares so much, how can there be so much time? But now that everyone is about to forget it, you go on stage and do such a thing, it's hard for people to forget it. Huang Jitao could only anxiously look at Ji Yangyang, who had an indifferent expression on the stage but had already unconsciously clenched his fists. As a confidant of more than 2 years, she was naturally worried about his mental and spiritual state, but now that he was on the stage, she couldn't make the move to chase him and pull him down. It's not that she doesn't have the courage, but that she doesn't have the identity and position. She is not related to him, and now she is not even a classmate. Rushing up will only cause more gossip. And based on her understanding of Ji Yangyang, he has a stubborn temper, and she can't pull him down. This is exactly the case. Ji Yangyang came up with the determination to lose the battle. Of course, he didn't want to be so embarrassed on the stage. When Huang Jitao told him that he didn't have to go up to fulfill the bet, he was inclined to go up, and when his mother told him the same thing, he was even more determined to go up. In terms of learning, although he couldn't compare with He Chen, he also claimed that he was not much worse than He Chen, but he really didn't want to study. But now He Chen's grades are soaring, and his has plummeted. In terms of being handsome and popular, he drove a sports car worth 3 million to school, but he didn't get any limelight from He Chen. Huang Jitao, who was ambiguous with him, now kept talking about He Chen. He didn't want to admit it, but he couldn't compare to He Chen in terms of misery. Now even his last pride, his dream of racing, was crushed into slag by He Chen's wheels. He was really broken. But he would never agree to bow to He Chen. He kept his word and didn't lose the battle. No matter how sad or angry he was, he had to hold his head high and retain his last bit of pride and dignity. Otherwise, wouldn't he be like He Chen mocked, and he was unwilling to admit defeat even if he lost 7-0, and he had to continue the competition, and he didn't care about his face. And how could he face He Chen in the future? Wouldn't he be like the Jade Emperor who was beaten by a monkey and was caught in an endless loop, and could never raise his head again? He rushed to the stage to admit defeat at this moment, just to avoid losing completely. Thinking of this, he lowered his high chin slightly, searched He Chen on the playground below the stage with his eyes, and looked at He Chen from a distance, conveying his unyielding pride. The principal next to me kept urging him in low voices. If you have anything to say, go to his office and don't be impulsive. How could he pay attention? He has always ignored even District Chief Ji, and will quarrel whenever he can. The principal was anxious and helpless. Naturally, he also heard about the bet between young Master Ji and He Chen, and he didn't want young Master Ji to be embarrassed in public, but he couldn't argue with young Master Ji in public, lest his good intentions would be regarded as a fool by the young and impulsive young Master Ji, thankless. He Chen, who was standing in the class team, naturally saw Ji Yangyang's movements. He had particularly good eyesight and could even clearly see the various micro-expression changes on Ji Yangyang's face. Du Tian, his deskmate, complained in disbelief, he's not really coming, is he? Don't lower your head, the crown will fall off. Don't shed tears, He Chen will laugh. Isn't it weird? He Chen joked. Du Tian was almost amused by He Chen's summary, but knowing that the occasion was not right, he quickly held it in, stared at the stage and quickly raised his chin again, as if he was really afraid of He Chen. Young Master Ji, whose crown would fall off when he laughed at the morning meeting, saw that young Master Ji had locked He Chen, took the microphone on the podium, took a deep breath and shouted loudly in front of everyone's attention. I'm a race car driver. I'm a race car driver. I'm a race car driver. Important things were mentioned 3 times. When it came to the end, Ji Yangyang was a little excited and even burst into tears. He wished he could add 2 more words and shout, I am not a racing driver anymore. But he endured it. When the teachers and students in the playground saw that the eldest son of the district chief's family really shouted such embarrassing words, they lost their voices for a moment, and then they were in an uproar. The law is not respected. How can the prince commit the same crime as the common people when he breaks the law? When young Master Ji is forced to this point, is it the glory of humanity or the victory of morality? The new book is still relatively young in the recommendation period. If you are not satisfied with it,
You can check out the author's old books of the same type.
The links are below.
Chapter 51. Brother, you smell so good. When the principal saw that young Master G really did this, he could only wink and ask Pan Shui, the head teacher of young Master G, who caught up, to persuade young Master G to go down quickly.
He didn't know how to explain to District Chief G this matter.
It's not that he didn't know that there was a benefit to this matter, that is, young Master G might reduce his interest in racing, and District Chief G, as a father, would also be relieved. But this benefit could not completely offset the risk that young Master G's parents might feel angry and other negative emotions because their son was embarrassed and bullied.
Google search TWKAN. The benefits and risks are completely unequal. He really didn't want it. Pan Shui came up to persuade, and Ji Yang went down.
What should be said has been said, and there is no point in standing there anymore. Originally, he thought he could bear everything, but now that he really fulfilled the bet, he didn't feel much happy after losing the battle. Instead, he looked at the various eyes of the crowd and felt regretful.
Was he too impulsive?
So he could only use aloofness to cover up his true emotions, and he felt so uncomfortable. Especially after hearing the words "Don't bow your head, the crown will fall off. Don't cry, He Chen will laugh," quickly spread from Class 7, he almost couldn't keep his aloofness.
Damn! Which TV series is this classic line from?
He Chen used it to mock him again, and it happened to be the same classic lines He Chen quoted before, which was too appropriate. All he heard was this jingle, and few people praised him for his courage and responsibility. The pride he had when he went on stage, that he would not lose the battle, was completely deconstructed by this playful jingle. Thinking of this, his nose was sour and he almost cried.
Hold it in. He Chen must not let him laugh. He Chen didn't know about Ji Yang's final stubbornness.
After this temporary program, he and Du Tian followed the class group back to the class.
He didn't mean it.
It was just that there were so many such jingles in his mind in his previous life, and at this moment, he just said them out.
During the morning break,
He Chen was dealing with gossiping classmates who wanted to find out the details of the racing bet, and then he was called out by Xiaoingzi and Huang Jitao, who came over.
Huang Jitao didn't say anything about Ji Yang.
After all, she had already helped to plead for mercy before, and He Chen agreed. It was Ji Yang who couldn't get over it and insisted on doing it. Now that things have come to this, what else can be said? She looked at her bestie and saw that her bestie had said it well before, but she was a little timid and embarrassed to speak up when the time came, so she took the initiative to help and said, "He Chen, Ingzi told me about the planetarium, thank you very much."
"You're welcome." He Chen smiled and said, "Just don't be too extreme in everything. There is no hurdle in life that you can't get through, so don't be so impulsive." Huang Jitao's mouth twitched. "That's true, but it sounds so awkward when you say it.
Now, you, the school idol He Duijui, are the epitome of extreme.
You used to be extremely handsome. Now, you like to be extremely aggressive, and you are extremely good at being aggressive." "He Chen, I'm sorry." Xiaoingzi was also amused by He Chen.
She suppressed her shyness and apologized carelessly. "My mother was mad at me at that time.
I didn't care.
I didn't expect to cause you trouble and cause you to be misunderstood by my mother and father."
"It doesn't matter."
He Chen looked at her. "You know, I don't mind being misunderstood by your mother. As for Uncle Chow, he is not so extreme and will understand."
"I don't have any troubles either." "Really?" Huang Jitao blurted out.
Xiaoingzi's eyes were also a little strange. How could there be no troubles at all in that kind of thing?
Does he like me? Or is he an old driver and doesn't care about such things at all?
But I haven't heard who this school hunk is dating, or who got the first kiss. It should be their first kiss, but now she messed it up so badly, and it's gone without any experience.
How could he not mind?
Could it be before he transferred to this school?
Of course it's true.
He Chen said frankly, "I believe that if Fang Yifan was there at the time, you would have done the same thing. I just happened to be used as a tool for you to retaliate against your mother who put extreme pressure on you."
"Fang Yifan, how is it possible?" Xiaoingzi couldn't accept it and retorted subconsciously. "Is it impossible?"
He Chen looked at her in surprise. "This is not a math problem. If you force it, it won't be impossible. Aren't you childhood sweethearts, and you usually hang out with each other?
Isn't it more natural for you to help me?" Xiaoingzi's face turned pale.
So in He Chen's eyes, I am such a girl, so he thinks that neither he nor I need to care about this? Huang Jitao felt sorry for her bestie, and didn't care about the discomfort of "I was the first one" before. She took the initiative to help her bestie and He Chen explained, "Ingzi treats Fang Ho as a childhood friend, and Fang Ho is the same."
"Brother!" He Chen nodded. "Hello brother, But did Fang Yifan say anything? What? Huang Jitao asked for help. Xiaoingzi also pricked up her ears. He-Chin said meaningfully, "Brother, you smell so good."
Xiaoingzi's face turned red and white when she heard it. She blushed because Fang Yifan had never said this, and would never say such words, but He-Chin was qualified to say such ambiguous and teasing words. The one whose face turned from red to white was Fang Yifan, who had never said such words, but because he usually didn't pay attention, he could say such words in He-Chen's eyes.
In He-Chen's eyes, what kind of person has she become?
Huang Jitao naturally heard the meaning, and sighed in her heart and looked at her emotional girlfriend. She had long realized that this was inappropriate. It's just that her girlfriend and Fang Yifan are childhood friends, and her girlfriend is carefree. She is under great pressure from her mother's encouragement to study all day long, and she needs the comfort of Fang Yifan, her childhood friend. Even though her girlfriend, who also went to school with her since childhood, is right next to her, her girlfriend is more inclined to accept Fang Yifan's comfort. The Star Wars Lego model incident a few days ago is a typical example. She admitted that Fang Yifan's attentiveness are indeed a bit like Jia Baoyu, and he is better at making her girlfriend happy than her. But she still reminded her privately that 1 year older and 1 year younger, they can no longer have a sense of distance like when they were young, and they should no longer be close to each other. But her best friend didn't care about this at that time, and even joked that this era is not the feudal old era in Dream of the Red Chamber.
Fang Yifan is not Jia Baoyu, and she is not Lin Daiyu. It's just brotherly love. Will it affect her reputation? If she can't get married in the future, she will have no way out? Since her best friend said so, she couldn't bring it up again. After all, Fang Yifan often said that he liked her. If she said more, people might misunderstand that she had some feelings for Fang Yifan. She didn't want to be mistaken for Xue Baochai, who was hiding her evil intentions, by Lin Daiyu, who lost both her parents, was left with no family, and was sad all day long. Moreover, Jia Baoyu in Dream of the Red Chamber liked to go after beautiful sisters the most, and pestered women like a candy, wanting to eat the rouge on their lips. Now you go after Yi-Chen and hug him. Can you blame him for suspecting that you learned this trick from Jia Baoyu Fang Ho? All the pretty maids who were treated like this by Jia Baoyu had a bad ending. Even their sisters' reputations were ruined. Even when they were so old, few people came to propose marriage. In the end, the daughters of the Duke's mansion were either sold for thousands of taels, or sold to the enemy country as goddaughters, or became nuns. Now it's better. The brotherly love that ignores the difference between men and women may not make you unable to get married, nor will you be sold at a low price, and you will not die. But if you really meet someone with particularly good conditions and you are attracted to him, he will become a stumbling block that will directly eliminate you and you will not even be qualified to enter. The bell rang. This interrupted the thoughts of the two besties, and Huang Jitao pulled Xiaoingzi back to her class. In class, Huang Jitao paid attention to her bestie's state and found that she was indeed absent-minded. It was obvious that the conversation during the break still shocked her bestie. When school was over at noon, she hurriedly pulled her bestie back and comforted her, "Just pay more attention in the future." It's no wonder Yi-Chen thought so. Think about it, his relationship with Wan Luzheng is much closer than yours and Fang Yifan. Living together, they are more like Jia Baoyu and Lin Daiyu. But have you ever seen him and Wan Luzheng have intimate contact with each other? Even when riding a bicycle with people, they kept a sufficient distance and did not hug each other at all. If they do this to themselves, they will definitely be no exception to others. But there is really nothing between me and Fang Ho. In my eyes, he is not even a man. Xiaoingzi was depressed and aggrieved. She didn't expect that one day she would be misunderstood as having something with Fang Ho. How is this possible? Ingzi, let me tell you something you don't want to hear. Huang Jitao looked at her carefully and said, "I'm not a man. You can ask me for many things, but you don't ask me for many things, but ask Fang Yifan, who is not a man in your eyes. I believe you have no other intentions, but you are just like Lin Miao Miao, who is not open-minded in this regard. But we have all learned physiology classes and know that young bodies are full of hormonal agitation. Even biological fathers and daughters, mothers and sons, and brothers and sisters have to be careful to avoid it when they are a little older, because some physiological reactions are not controlled by the will at all, but purely instinctive. Will the intimate contact between boys and girls really be completely free of feeling? You don't have it now. It doesn't mean Fang Yifan doesn't have it. If he didn't have this thought, he wouldn't pester me and harass me all day long. Since he is different from you and has this thought, do you think that Yi-Chen's words "brother, you smell so good" have never flashed through Fang Yifan's mind? Xiaoingzi was speechless.
She really hadn't thought about these things, and she really didn't think of Fang Yifan as a man, because Fang Yifan's attentiveness all day long was not a man's style at all. But now, with the strong impact of Yi Chen's attitude on her, she had to admit that her bestie was right. Just as the two besties were walking and talking, Xiaolingzi's shoulder was suddenly put on by a hand, and Fang Yifan's familiar smirking voice came to her ear. "What are you talking about?" Xiaolingzi slapped Fang Yifan's hand away and said angrily, "What are you doing? What's wrong?" Fang Yifan was stunned, looking at a loss, and then adjusted himself, smirking, "I know you are in a bad mood, but don't take it out on me." "How did you know?" Xiaolingzi was startled, and she didn't care about being angry. Fang Yifan came to her as soon as she mentioned the arm-in-arm relationship, and stared at Fang Yifan anxiously and angrily. "My mother told me." Fang Yifan said casually, "She said that you were caught by Aunt Song in the planetarium. It was very unpleasant. You must be in a bad mood. She asked me to comfort you. By the way, what happened at that time?" "Nothing happened." Xiaolingzi was secretly relieved to hear that Fang Yifan didn't know the shameful details, and then said angrily, "Don't talk about me. You should worry about your grades now. You are already the last one, and you still have the heart to think about other things." Speaking of this, she endured, and added, "And don't touch me when we meet in the future." "Why?" Fang Yifan looked incomprehensible. "You really don't understand, or are you pretending to be stupid?" Huang Jitao looked at him with a smile. I understand. Fang Yifan's face lit up. "The goddess has spoken. I will never be arm in arm with Yingzi, or touch her in the future. This has a bad influence, and people who don't know will think that Yingzi and I have something going on. This will ruin my reputation. Taozi, don't worry, I will never do this again without your permission. Go to hell." Xiaolingzi saw that he was blaming her, and stepped on his foot angrily, and dragged Huang Jitao away with hatred. "What's going on?" Fang Yifan jumped in pain, looking at the backs of his childhood friend and the goddess leaving, frowning. Because of the strange reactions of his childhood friend and the goddess this time, he suddenly felt unprecedented uneasiness in his heart. "Cousin, are you okay?" The little follower Lin Layer shouted weakly. "It's okay." Fang Yifan calmed down and asked his genius panda cousin, "What do you think of their situation? They should have been reminded not to be arm in arm with you." Lin Layer said the key. People with high IQ never have low EQ. It's just whether they are willing to show you high EQ, not whether they can achieve high EQ. Therefore, even if Lin Layer, who scored more than 700 points and got the first place directly, had no relevant experience, how could he not understand these things when he was watching them coldly? "What?" Fang Yifan was stunned, and then shook his head fiercely. "This is impossible. Yingzi and I have been friends since childhood, so what's wrong with being close to each other? Yingzi is definitely not wrong because of this." Lin Layer raised his glasses and stopped talking. He actually envied his cousin's happy and wealthy family, and envied his cousin for having a childhood sweetheart like Xiaolingzi who was close to each other, and chasing after the beautiful girlfriend of his childhood sweetheart. This is just like the life of Jia Baoyu in Dream of Red Mansions. Now that his cousin is unwilling to admit such an obvious thing, he can't say anything. Otherwise it would be impolite. "If she doesn't let me, I still have you." Fang Yifan was a little upset and put his arm around his cousin's shoulders. "We are real brothers." "Yeah." Lin Layer agreed with a smile. The two brothers walked away arm in arm, but Fang Yifan's expression was not as indifferent and confused as he showed. Yi Chen, Xiaolingzi and Huang Jitao were all very eye-catching on campus, so the news that Xiaolingzi and Huang Jitao went to find Yi Chen together during the break had already spread. He knew it at the first time. Then such an unprecedented estrangement between childhood sweethearts happened. Even the cousin who only knew how to study could see that someone reminded Xiaolingzi not to be so close to him. How could he not notice and be touched when he was thinking about chasing goddesses all day long? It's just that he didn't want to know, so he pretended not to know. Otherwise, if he really cared, could he stay in this state with Xiaolingzi and chase Xiaolingzi's best friend Taozi? That's not to eat peaches. As for why he had to do this? In his eyes, although Xiaolingzi is not as pretty as Taozi, she is not ugly either. Besides, there is no ugly girl in youth. Even if he has not thought about it carefully, he subconsciously likes to have such a brother with a nice chest that he can touch closely. But now all this is going to collapse because of He Chun. Suddenly he understood Ji Yan, who became a laughingstock on the stage in the morning. The feeling of being angry but forcibly pretending to be strong and indifferent was terrible. He Chun, I am not done with you. The new book is still in the recommendation period. If you are not satisfied, you can read the author's old books of the same type.
The link is below. Chapter 53. Fang Yifun's counterattack. He Chen's idol. Fang Yifun was so angry that he didn't even eat much lunch. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. He Chen's approach to his goddess had already made him angry.
Now, even the close relationship between him and his childhood sweetheart, Xiaoingzi, has to be destroyed.
What hatred! What a complaint! Why don't you just give him a gift as a joke? Li Tiegun's reaction to the same gift was not as big as that of He Chen. You can't even make a joke among classmates, right?
What's even more disgusting is that not only is He Chen unable to joke, but now there is a phenomenon of human-to-human transmission, and even the catfish spirit Wang Yidi, who has always passively accepted his humor, has begun to be unable to joke.
He Chen was completely determined to destroy his entire living environment. So vicious.
The image of his childhood sweetheart, Xiaoingzi, who had a beautiful breast and rejected him, always appeared in Fang Yifun's mind unconsciously. The more he thought about it, the harder it became to accept it. He Chen sent his father in and made him feel more uncomfortable. It would be even more uncomfortable for him than He Chen to be close to his goddess.
Sure enough, brotherhood is more important than love.
After Fang Yifun identified himself, he felt that his loyalty was as strong as Guan Yunqing, and he wished he could praise himself. My second brother is invincible in the world. As for He Chen, who destroyed his brother-in-law's loyalty, he had to strike hard and take revenge, otherwise his thoughts would be too unreasonable. After a hurried lunch, he began to think about this matter.
The same thing happened all afternoon.
When school was over in the afternoon, he really started to think about how to attack. He ran to the playground with the basketball in his arms and started dribbling under the basketball stand, but his eyes were focused,
looking at the students coming out of the teaching building.
When he saw that most people were either going to the cafeteria or roaming around freely in the playground, and only a few people including He Chen were walking outside the school, he and his partner who had come over to play ball started to play, and his brain and body were operating at an unprecedented high level.
Stand up.
He Chen Zheng and Deng Xiaoqi were walking out side by side.
Neither of them went to study in the evening.
Although Deng Xiaoqi felt very sad because of what happened to her mother before and felt that she was not worthy of He Chen, it did not prevent her from seizing this only opportunity to get close to He Chen.
Even if we walk out of the campus together and then go home separately, that's fine. He Chen, you really opened my eyes. Deng Xiaoqi enjoyed walking side by side and couldn't stop looking for topics. Originally, I was wondering why you asked the question how much is 8 to 7, instead of how much is 7 to 8, even if it is a multiplication table?
I also thought that if this is an emergency with a time limit, it is not incomprehensible that sometimes I can't think of it and make mistakes.
But when I found those variety shows and interview videos, I realized you were right.
You're not looking down on me at all and asking me some idiotic questions.
But you have already asked those difficult questions in celebrity variety shows.
The really idiotic thing is to first ask how much 7 or 8 is, and then ask how much 8 or 7 is. It turned out that both answers were wrong.
7, 8, 42. Oh my god. Not to mention the 9-year compulsory education, they probably haven't even graduated from primary school, right? You are wrong.
He Chen corrected with a smile, there are 6 grades in primary school. Your sentence is too vague and not precise enough, and you look down too high on them. Multiplication tables are learned in the 2nd grade of elementary school, so it is more accurate to say that the geniuses in the entertainment industry cannot even graduate from the 2nd grade of elementary school. What can we do? Deng Xiaoqi looked sad, as if she was worried about her future incompatibility, but her eyes glanced at He Chen, waiting for He Chen to comfort her.
Don't worry.
He Chen saw it, but he didn't mind joking a few words while walking. The function of the circle is to block outsiders, and the enclosure is cute.
These strange phenomena may seem weird, but they may not be intentional.
The hedgehog's spines are exposed to the outside.
If outsiders see it, they will either be unable to accept it or stay away. Or choose to change yourself and actively integrate.
Some of these simple math problems that even the 2nd graders or even the 1st graders of elementary school can understand are really unknown to them.
But there are also people who deliberately pretend not to know in order to create a persona and fit into the circle. Even deliberately stupider than really stupid.
To borrow the words of Guo Furong Humakli Dazue and Wulin Gaiden, Dazue, if you are uneducated, don't pretend to understand.
Look at me, I understand. I don't even want others to know that I understand. This is the real big mouth. Tell the truth behind the entertainment industry in one sentence.
This is true in the entertainment industry, and it is the same in other more smelly and disgusting circles. As long as most people are excluded, no matter how rotten or disgusting the people inside are, they can still make a lot of money.
You understand so well.
Deng Xiaoqi held her hands in front of her chest and looked at Yi Chen with admiration, venting her admiration for Yi Chen wantonly.
There is nothing new under the sun.
Yi Chen said with a smile, besides, I see a cardiologist, so it's not surprising to know this.
Heart doctor? Deng Xiaoqi's eyes were strange and distressed.
But then I remembered that the person in front of me had lost both of his parents. No matter how confident and publicistic he looked, he must be depressed inside and would need to see a psychiatrist.
I really want to give him a loving hug. What should I do?
Yes. A great prophet who speaks very conservatively. Yi Chen sighed. He will accompany you to face your emotional troubles and help you resolve the depression in your life.
He is the one who really understands.
He must be very handsome. When Deng Xiaoqi heard what Yi Chen said, she immediately felt fond of this conservative doctor.
A handsome man in a white coat even appeared in his mind. The next moment, the man in the white coat couldn't help but control his face.
Has turned into Yi Chen's face. This time, her question was no longer a question, but an affirmative one. If the heart doctor had Yi Chen's face, she felt that she would no longer have any emotional troubles and no longer have any depression in life.
Handsome.
Yi Chen nodded subconsciously, but when he saw Deng Xiaoqi's blurred eyes, which Huifei imagined that psychologists in Love Apartment were all very handsome, he laughed dumbly. He thought that handsome actually refers to the overall temperament, which is more inclined to professional skills, ideological realm, and actions, especially the mouth that is like a Gatling gun, which continuously spews out reasonable, well-reasoned, unique and profound words that can be called prophecy. It is handsome, not a narrow face. Compared with the other party, Yi Chen is just an elementary school student and still needs to study hard.
Deng Xiaoqi obviously misunderstood.
Although the heart doctor is handsome in Yi Chen's eyes. But if she really saw the heart doctor with a double chin, she would be as disappointed as Huifei saw Zhang Xiaoxian's special psychologist with a big belly.
However, Xine will not be disappointed, because he likes to pay attention to the long-legged young lady who can sing and dance the most.
He knows all the favorite resources of otakus. The few words he said inadvertently told everyone that he really understands it. Deng Xiaoqi is such a long-legged young lady who can sing and dance. Yi Chen was thinking about the funny part, and suddenly reached out and grabbed a flying basketball directly. Then he looked at the basketball court and saw Fang Yifan, who was shocked. Fuck! Fang Yifan looked at Yi Chen, who caught the ball with one hand, and his mind was full of this sentence, but he didn't swear. And his partner who played basketball with him and witnessed this scene didn't have any concerns and shouted directly.
Chapter 54. Want to slap me in the face? Do you have the strength to do that? Time goes back 1 minute. Fang Yifan rushed to the playground with a basketball in his arms and played there while waiting for Yi Chen.
When he saw Yi Chen coming, he was ready. Seeing Yi Chen talking and laughing with Deng Xiaoqi, one of the school beauties, his jealousy and anger became stronger. Well, you threatened my goddess's chastity, destroyed the intimacy of my childhood sweetheart and good-breasted brother, made my mother more irritable, and tore my life apart. But you are so good. My goddess speaks for you, my childhood sweetheart and good-breasted brother listens to you, and the catfish spirit Wang Yidi has been infected with poisonous tongue by you, and now he is talking and laughing with the long-legged school beauties who can sing and dance. One positive and one negative, you have made more of your female friends and made fewer female friends around me. You don't study seriously, but learn military books, right?
If I had a magic jade on my neck, I would hit you with it. Unfortunately, he didn't have one.
And even if he had one, it would be useless without the care of old lady Jiamu, who could control the fate of others. So he could only rely on himself.
He didn't have a magic jade to hit, but couldn't he hit it with a basketball? He became more and more angry as he thought about it. While playing basketball with his partner, he was thinking about it.
He was the last in the school in mathematics and physics, but at this moment, he was in an unprecedented peak state. He calculated the trajectory of the attack in his mind. This was a calculation that was changing at any time, and he needed to control it accurately. He did it. When Yi Chen entered the attack range, he was ready at the first time, letting his partner find an opportunity to jump up and shoot, and he jumped up, jumping higher than ever before, and slapped the basketball accurately. The basketball thrown into the basket was immediately knocked out and hit Yi Chen. Fang Yifan turned his head and found that the trajectory of the basketball could directly hit Yi Chen's face, and he couldn't hold it back and showed ecstasy.
Is there anything more satisfying than slapping someone in the face?
Although he didn't slap Yi Chen directly, he slapped the basketball, and the basketball hit Yi Chen's face.
Rounding it off, it was equivalent to slapping Yi Chen. The key is that he can completely excuse himself afterwards. He didn't mean it. It was just careless. Playing basketball, this is normal. As for showing joy? That's because I blocked the shot, and it was an unprecedented beautiful big block. How could he not be happy? When thinking of these wonderful things, Fang Yifan's smile became brighter and brighter. It's so cool. But such a cool inner monologue is still too short. There's nothing I can do. The path of the basketball being hit out is too short. When he thought he was about to hit He Chen, who was still chatting and laughing with Deng Xiaoqi and didn't look over here, he saw He Chen didn't even look at him, but suddenly stretched out his hand to stop the basketball that was about to hit his handsome face. What made him even more unacceptable was that He Chen also showed off a one-handed catch. This felt like a basic exercise for the big and strong NBA players. After all, their hands were too big and it was easy to catch the ball. But in reality, few of them, amateur basketball enthusiasts, could do this. Damn it! He Chen pretended. What are you doing? Deng Xiaoqi realized it later and looked at Fang Yifan in shock and anger. She didn't believe in accidental or deliberate, she only knew that it must be intentional and careless. Sorry, I didn't pay attention when I was playing. If you don't believe me, ask him. Fang Yifan naturally used the excuse he had prepared. Although the ball partner vaguely felt that Fang Yifan had some intentional taste, he was not sure. Because he didn't think Fang Yifan had the ability to completely control the game, otherwise wouldn't it be said that he was a loser? So when Fang Yifan pointed at him as a witness, he nodded subconsciously. It's okay. He Chen saw through Fang Yifan's little thoughts at a glance, laughed in his heart, and said that, holding the ball with one hand and throwing it back. Fang Yifan reached out to catch it, but the originally estimated trajectory of the basketball suddenly accelerated and changed its track, rushing through his closed palm, and a ball hit him in the face. Fuck! Fang Yifan was in pain and angry, and was still a little confused. When he didn't know what was going on, the ball partner who was watching the excitement next to him had already spit out foul language again and screamed. This kind of basketball that suddenly accelerated in the middle of the game was the first time he saw it, giving people an extremely weird and unnatural feeling. If it was not accidental, but intentional, it would be awesome. Fang Yifan, however, did not have the rational, objective and fair attitude of his partner. He wanted to hit He Chen in the face with the basketball to vent his anger, but now he failed to make the most perfect shot, and was hit hard in the face by He Chen's backhand. Not to mention the physical pain of being hit on the cheek, psychologically he could not accept the huge difference between the positive and negative. This made him stare at He Chen in anger. How dare you hit me? I was returning the ball to you. He Chen explained with a smile, who knew you couldn't catch it? It was really not intentional. If you don't believe me, ask him. Yeah. We all saw it. Fang Yifan's partner was already in awe of He Chen, and he really didn't think anyone could deliberately do that, so it must have been an accident. He could agree with Fang Yifan, and at this moment, he agreed with the obviously more innocent and credible He Chen. Of course, there was no psychological barrier. Fang Yifan was very depressed. This matter really cannot be investigated in depth, and one can only admit that he is not as skilled as others. Originally, his idea was to give He Chen a hard time, preferably to anger He Chen, and then have a onion-owned basketball match. He wanted to defeat He Chen in a heated confrontation to prove himself. As for why he chose basketball? That was because he found out in the afternoon that He Chen hardly participated in any activities during physical education class. It was obvious that he only knew the slow-moving crane fist and turtle kung fu that only old grandfathers learned, and was not good at basketball, which was a very technical and intense heated confrontation sport. And whether it was basketball, football, piano, dancing, or any other hobbies, there was nothing he didn't know, and nothing he was not good at. In addition, he had just learned a few basketball tricks, and he was confident that He Chen would be slapped in the face by him physically first, and then embarrassed in front of everyone, and hit He Chen psychologically. But now He Chen first reached out to catch the ball with one hand, and then threw it lightly, which unexpectedly created such a weird scene, hitting him directly in the face, which in turn made his face hurt. He suddenly became less confident in his plan to slap him in the face with basketball. Do you want to continue? He Chen sneered in his heart. Fang Yifan didn't know his methods. He practiced 4 sets of crane kung fu and turtle breathing kung fu every day, and he had already practiced something incredible. The inner strength or true chi in the martial arts world was really practiced by him. His spirit and energy were improved in all aspects, his facial features were sharp, his movements were fast, and he could make people scream and jump with just a finger. These were all the effects of the inner strength and true chi.
He left a hidden force on the basketball and suddenly accelerated and changed the trajectory in the middle, just like the satellite in space using jet trajectory change maneuvers. Very scientific. The new book is still in the recommendation period, so if you are not satisfied, you can read the author's old books of the same type. The link is below. Anything else? Hee-chan smiled and indicated that if nothing was wrong, he would leave. Don't leave. Fang Yifan saw that Hee-chan was really going to leave, and his anger overwhelmed his reason, and he stopped Hee-chan. Come over and practice if you can. Let's see who is better. With you? Hee-chan looked at him with contempt. You can't even catch the simplest pass, and you still want to play basketball? How dare you look down on me? Fang Yifan became more and more angry, took the basketball, and kept dribbling under his crotch, shouting, I learned a few new tricks from Irving, dribbling under the crotch, believe it or not, I will shake you to the ground. Hee. Hee-chan responded with a lustile smile. Come over and challenge me if you dare. Fang Yifan saw that Hee-chan didn't agree, and he became more and more convinced that Hee-chan couldn't play basketball at all, and his momentum became more and more arrogant. If I lose, I'll call you dad, how about that? Ha ha ha. Hee-chan looked at Fang Yifan in disbelief, and then laughed, really amused by this first filial son of all ages. Very shameless. Deng Xiaoqi was very sensitive about this bet and spat. You still have to call me dad even if you lose. Fang Yifan didn't think there was anything wrong with this bet, but just added the second half of the sentence. What do you think? Do you dare? You're dreaming. Hee-chan suppressed his laughter and mocked. You don't even consider whether your mother is worthy or not. Deng Xiaoqi nodded in agreement. Hee-chan is such a handsome guy, and they are young and beautiful peers who can't reach him. Fang Yifan's old and yellow mother actually wants to have a share. Even if she was passively dragged into it by her son, she was both disgusted and unhappy. But although your mother is not worthy, considering that you just sent your father to prison for a few days, and you will find a man for your mother before you are released from prison in less than a month, I agree to this bet. Hee-chan smiled and walked over. You are the most filial son in the history. Fang Yifan heard Hee-chan's ridicule, and then he realized what the bet he casually said meant. His face flushed immediately and he glared at Hee-chan. Others had been watching for a long time, and they almost laughed themselves crazy at this moment. Originally, it was not particularly strange or rare for teenagers to be impulsive and bet on calling daddy. After all, teenagers have an instinct from their genes to be called daddy and to act as an authoritative boss. Not to mention teenagers, even when they grow up and get older, they still have a special enthusiasm and desire for people to call daddy. Calling daddy in various senses. This consistent habit is just like a man's exclusive hobby, only liking 18-year-old beauties. Otherwise, how can we say that men are teenagers until they die? But Fang Yifan is different. He is used to betting with others and calling daddy as a bet. At this moment, Hee-chan pointed out the key to it, and he suddenly became a big joke of filial piety. Whether it is for Fang Yifan's father who was sent in, or Fang's mother who was alone in the empty room, it was too filial. Calling him the first filial son in the history is so funny. You won't dare to do it? After Hee-chan came on the court, he saw Fang Yifan just staring at him angrily without any follow-up actions, so he knew that Fang Yifan was scared, but he would not let Fang Yifan go again. While provoking him, he signaled Fang Yifan's ball partner to throw the basketball over, and he wanted to get familiar with it. The ball partner had long been a spectator, of course he was happy to cooperate, picked up the basketball and threw it over. He didn't cooperate, and the more and more spectators who came around didn't agree, so naturally there were many people who cooperated with Hee-chan. Hee-chan took down his school bag, which was taken by Deng Xiaoqi, and simply took off his coat and threw it to Deng Xiaoqi, then made a come-here gesture to Fang Yifan and started dribbling. He threw the ball up while dribbling, caught it with his arm, sent it with his shoulder, and then turned around to dribble. When he turned around, he kept spinning the basketball on his fingers. It looked very fancy. But Fang Yifan looked happy when he saw it, and his hesitation disappeared in an instant. I don't dare? I initiated this bet, okay? I will definitely beat you up later. Many people understood why he suddenly became so powerful. Because Hee-chan's basketball skills looked fancy, but those who really play basketball can tell at a glance that he is not a master. His center of gravity is unstable, his strength is insufficient, and he relies entirely on his hands to carry the ball. At most, he is at the level of a junior high school student who has just started playing basketball. With such skills, he wants to compete with Fang Yifan, the little prince of basketball. He doesn't have the strength to do so. Deng Xiaoqi and the other girls didn't think so. Instead, they thought that Hee-chan's dribbling just now was so handsome and cool. Oh my god.
They never knew that playing basketball could be so handsome. Some girls have already screamed. The noise here soon made a sensation on campus. Senior 3 sprint class. Xiaolingzi and the others also knew about it, and hurried to the playground.
When they ran to the door, they found Lin Layer still studying without paying attention to what was happening outside. They immediately reminded him, "Lin Layer, come with us, your cousin Fang Yifan provoked He-Chen again."
Ah!
Lin Layer was stunned, and then realized that this must be the fermentation of the incident at noon, and hurriedly got up and followed. When they rushed over, the basketball court had been surrounded by students who had heard the news.
Xiaolingzi and Huang Jitao finally squeezed in. Seeing Fang Yifan confronting He-Chen, she couldn't help but shout, "Fang Yifan, what's wrong with you again?" She figured it out.
Basically, it was others who provoked He-Chen first, and then He-Chen would fight back strongly. Now that it has come to Fang Yifan's favorite basketball court, it must be Fang Yifan who has started to take the initiative to make trouble again. Huang Jitao glanced at her bestie and vaguely guessed why Fang Yifan did this. She was secretly glad that Fang Yifan didn't know that Yingzi took the initiative to hug He-Chen in the planetarium, otherwise a bigger conflict would be inevitable.
Fang Yifan can fight with Ji Yangyang because of her, so won't he fight with He-Chen because of Yingzi? Don't be funny.
Looking at this posture, he will only become more impulsive and fight more fiercely.
It's so annoying.
This is a fight between him and me, a fight between men, Yingzi, don't worry about it. Watch how I abuse him.
Fang Yifan was full of confidence.
Unlike his shy cousin Lin Layer, he is a person who likes to come alone. The more people there are, the more excited he is. Now that so many people have come to watch, including the goddess and childhood sweetheart, he is full of fighting spirit.
7 balls determine the winner.
He-Chen said with a smile, "Whoever scores 7 balls first wins."
You go first. 7 balls? Fang Yifan sneered, "You still want to beat me 7 o'clock? Do you think I am that useless Ji Yangyang? You should serve first. You won't be so unconvinced if you lose."
Ji Yangyang, who was walking towards the side slowly and maintaining his dignity, did not hear these words, but was a little uncomfortable with the strange looks of the people outside.
What's going on? Okay. He-Chen did not refuse again.
Even if he served first, he had plenty of ways to make Fang Yifan lose without saying anything. Fang Yifan immediately squatted down and started to defend, with an eager look in his eyes, obviously ready to steal the ball and counterattack at any time. Seeing He-Chen dribbling sideways, he immediately moved closer, put pressure on He-Chen, and started to steal the ball with his hands. As soon as he touched him, he felt something was wrong. Although He-Chen was handsome, he was not domineering. Usually, you could not see any muscle lumps. But now that he was close to him, he immediately felt like he was hitting a wall, and he could not push it at all. He was also hit back by this moving wall, which hurt his ribs. After a few hits, he couldn't stand it and took the initiative to retreat, giving way to the attack route. He watched He-Chen dribbling the ball for a layup, and the ball hit the backboard. For a moment, he regretted it. If he had known that He-Chen was so tough, he should not have given the first move to He-Chen. In the case of a small difference in strength, whoever makes the first move may really win.
However, he quickly realized that something was wrong.
Hearing the discussion around him, he was ecstatic and pointed at He-Chen and laughed, "You walked."
"Ha ha. You actually walked. What do you mean by walking?" He-Chen asked knowingly.
He was not in a hurry to win, so he just wanted to play with him first.
"You are a fancy basketball player who doesn't even fully master the basic rules of basketball."
Fang Yifan sneered, "A layup is 3 steps, not 4 steps.
You took one more step. The goal just now doesn't count." "Nonsense."
He-Chen laughed, "This is a classic layup by James in the NBA.
How can it be considered a travel? Do you understand, or does the NBA understand? If this is considered a travel, how did James ascend to the throne and become the emperor and the vice-goat?
The best in NBA history, second only to the true God Jordan, even the Black Mamba and Peter Pan were surpassed by him. You tell me that he has always been traveling for layups, which does not count as a goal at all?" Fang Yifan and many NBA fans suddenly lost their voices, and their expressions were abnormally distorted.
Is what He-Chen said right? It's so right. But this is a secret that everyone knows is easy to do but hard to say. You can't say that the NBA is a joke.
As long as they want to praise, anyone can be praised as the best player in history, such as the Emperor, GOAT, and Vice-GOAT, right?
Then those who love the NBA will become a joke, right?
This He-Chen is as venomous as ever, and his perspective is like that of a venomous snake, always able to attack unexpectedly.
And he is really venomous. Not only a small venomous one. but a big venomous one. He is really venomous.
Although Xiaoingzi and other girls did not listen to these, they also knew what happened after listening to the quick popularization of the boys next to them. They immediately guessed that this might be He Chen deliberately teasing and using this method to give up the ball.
Okay, I took a step, it's your turn.
Sure enough, He Chen admitted that he took a step, and the first ball did not count, giving the ball to Fang Yifan. Fang Yifan saw He Chen throwing the ball over, and subconsciously stretched out his hand to block his face, but thinking of so many people watching, this action was too weak, so he abruptly stopped this weak defensive action, and took the opportunity to learn He Chen's fancy ball reception just now, dribbled the ball to the serving point very smoothly, and then motioned He Chen to come over. He was going to attack. He Chen cooperated to block. Fang Yifan immediately got excited, squatted slightly, and dribbled the basketball under his crotch, shaking his shoulders, ready to break through at any time. The best thing would be to shake He Chen to the ground in front of everyone, then all the revenge would be avenged. Unfortunately, He Chen was unmoved, and did not hesitate at all as he shook the ball more and more. Fang Yifan secretly said it was a pity, but he still decisively chose to break through. Since he did not choose to follow closely, don't blame me for speeding up and breaking through. If I can't shake He Chen, I can score a goal and win He Chen, and let He Chen call me daddy, which is also a way to get revenge. Just when he dribbled past He Chen, and was about to turn his head to give He Chen a provocative and mocking close-up look, his hand loosened, and the basketball he shot did not arrive as promised. He immediately felt a jolt in his heart, and looked down, and sure enough, the basketball was gone. With the uproar of the onlookers and the deafening cheers of the girls, he knew where the basketball had gone without looking. Looking up, he saw He Chen dribbling the ball slowly, with no intention of taking advantage of his unpreparedness to score a goal with a fast break.
Damn it! What contempt! Fang Yifan was angry, but he did not lose his mind.
Instead, he took advantage of the situation to defend again, not giving He Chen a chance to fast break. While swinging his arms, he also wanted to steal the ball from He Chen. However, he couldn't do it at all. Because he didn't even see how He Chen stole the ball clearly, He Chen's movements were too fast and smooth. As expected, he struggled to resist He Chen's James collision, and then he could only watch He Chen knock him away and start to lay up again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. This time, He Chen did not take 4 steps again, but a standard 3-step layup.
The basketball rubbed the backboard and went into the basket smoothly. Is it 1 o'clock now?
He Chen smiled at Fang Yifan.
Come again. Fang Yifan gritted his teeth and shouted as he heard the deafening cheers in his ears. He still doesn't believe it. He will really be beaten 7 o'clock. That's right.
Now his confidence has suddenly waned. His expectation has changed from shaking He Chen and embarrassing him to beating He Chen, and now he has a bad feeling that he might lose. So he absolutely does not want to be beaten like the waste Ji Yang with a faceless 7 o'clock. Although he does not know the 7 o'clock joke, he instinctively feels that this is the ultimate humiliation.
Why do you have to provoke him? Xiaoingzi could not help complaining.
She knew that He Chen was indeed teasing Fang Yifan.
The first 4-step layup was both a mockery and a way to get the ball so that Fang Yifan would have no excuse not to admit defeat.
And He Chen dared to do this, it must be based on absolute strength.
Fang Yifan knew that He Chen was extraordinary.
Ji Yang was crushed by He Chen in his proudest racing car and his dream was shattered. How dare he provoke He Chen in basketball, which has a lower threshold and anyone can play a few times. The key is that this is not your real strong project. If you can become a sports student by playing basketball well, she won't say much.
But you are not. You know a little bit about everything, but you are not good at anything. Why else? Huang Jitao's long-winded complaints made Xiaoingzi stunned and more uncomfortable. She really didn't mean anything to Fang Yifan. And as for He Chen, now the two of them are fighting. What is this? Does it look like Fang Yifan fighting for her best friend Taozi and Ji Yang?
Especially when her best friend, the original party involved and the insider of all the things, said it, she was even more emotional.
Embarrassment, shame, shyness, uneasiness.
All kinds of emotions made her at a loss, and she could only grit her teeth and keep silent, fearing that she would say don't fight anymore, it won't kill people like this, which would be a black material that she would never get over. The new book is still in the recommendation period, so if you are not satisfied, you can read the author's old books of the same type. The link is below. He Chen threw the ball to Fang Yifan again. The second ball started. Fang Yifan dribbled the ball slowly, his brain working at high speed on how to break through. He couldn't fail to score a single goal and be beaten 7 o'clock like Ji Yang. Cousin, come on. He heard his cousin Lin Layer cheering from outside the court, but there was no cheering from his childhood sweetheart Xiaoingzi and the goddess Huang Jitao, which made him feel very uncomfortable. In the past, when he played basketball, the goddess Huang Jitao was shy and would not cheer for him, but his childhood sweetheart Xiaoingzi would definitely cheer for him loudly. But this time, she was here and didn't say a word. How could he not suspect that because the opponent was He-chun this time, Xiaoingzi's position was shaken, which led to the current result. He became more and more jealous of He-chen. He was so handsome and his grades were soaring. Now he even started to crush him in basketball. He was not going to let him live. Lin Layer looked nervously at his cousin dribbling on the court. He thinks his cousin is very good, and in addition to studying, he is excellent in all aspects, knows a lot, and has a very good mentality, which is much better than himself. In this kind of conflict, he will definitely stand with his cousin and hope that his cousin can win. Ji Yang has squeezed in, standing beside Lin Layer with his hands folded, listening to Lin Layer's encouragement, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. The two people on the field are his opponents. In his eyes, it is a dog-eat-dog fight, and it is best if both lose and lose badly. However, this possibility is too low, and the biggest possibility is that there will be a winner and a loser. Then he hopes that the loser is Fang Yifan. That's right. Even though the person he hates the most now has become He-chun, this time he hopes that Fang Yifan will lose, and lose a lot. How to lose shamefully? No other. Only if Fang Yifan loses shamefully enough can he better suppress the previous hot search, that is, his shameful thing. For this kind of hotspot transfer, he subconsciously has no teacher. Xiaoingzi is really conflicted now. Normally, she would definitely cheer for Fang Yifan loudly, but now Fang Ho's opponent is He-chen. Not to mention the psychological distance, the physical distance. After the incident at the planetarium, she and He-chun are much closer than childhood sweethearts Fang Ho. The real childhood sweetheart is worse than the one who comes from heaven. She can only remain silent. Fang Yifan is still dribbling, and He-chun is watching with a smile. It seems that there are many flaws, but Fang Yifan is as if facing a great enemy. Because when he kicked off for the first time, he was intercepted inexplicably, which shows how fast He-chen's hands are. The dribbling and shaking people learned from Irving is not useful for He-chen. In the end, he decided to give up and shoot directly. At least there is still a chance to score, which is better than being intercepted inexplicably when dribbling and breaking through, and not even having a chance to shoot. He did it right away, and jumped up directly, with a standard shooting posture. As soon as the ball was shot, he couldn't stop the joy on his face. Because he felt that this ball would definitely go in. Hey! This is the feel. But before he landed, the smile on his face was almost directly covered by a huge handprint that seemed to cover the sky. The basketball that he had just thrown out was slapped back by a big block as soon as it took off. Such a good ball that was destined to go in was actually blocked. This is not a slapping block. This is clearly a hard slap on his face. Pain. It hurt so much. For a moment, his face seemed to be really slapped, and it was red. He couldn't accept the fact that He-chun threw the basketball and hit his face just now. This is a block. It is extremely insulting when playing basketball, and it is very easy for the person who is blocked to get angry. It's so embarrassing. When he landed, he looked with red eyes and found that He-chen did not sit back and watch the basketball fly out of the court after being blocked, but came after him and caught up with the basketball that was slapped out and dribbled it over again. Fang Yifan's eyes became redder and he forgot the pain of being hit hidden during close defense and pressed forward again. He-chen let him defend him closely and directly imitated Fang Yifan's pull-up jump shot. Fang Yifan immediately jumped up with all his strength and reached out to imitate He-chen's block shot. Of course, he didn't jump that high, so he didn't ask for a block, but only for interference. Cousin, good job. When he landed, he heard his younger brother Lin Layer cheering outside the court, and he was ecstatic all of a sudden. Sure enough, he interfered and the ball didn't go in. It seems that he still has a chance. He-chun smiled at Fang Yifan's provocative look again. He didn't say that the reason he didn't make the shot was not because he was interfered by Fang Yifan, but that this was his first shot in his life, and he had almost forgotten his last shot. So it was normal that he didn't make the first shot. But there was no need to tell the truth, so that Fang Yifan wouldn't think he was showing weakness. After shooting this ball, he has regained his sense of touch after estimating the difference in landing. Next, Fang Yifan will be heartbroken. No hurry. Play with him. Fang Yifan holds the ball again. And soon, He-chen blocks the shot and takes the ball. Although Fang Yifan is still uncomfortable, he quickly adjusts and tries to interfere with He-chen's shot and goal. As long as He-chen is not allowed to score, he will not lose,
or he will not lose too badly. He Chen was intimidated by him and didn't dare to shoot. He wanted to break through with the ball.
The pain in his ribs from the close defense came back to him. He quickly retreated a little, just like the previous shot, not seeking to be blocked, but to interfere.
This trick worked again.
He Chen tried to break through repeatedly, but was stopped by him in time.
Fang Yifan was overjoyed.
As long as he didn't defend closely, he could completely rely on his eyesight and skills to win by interference.
When He Chen couldn't score repeatedly and was disgusted and irritable, he might have a chance to turn defeat into victory.
What he had to do now was to prevent He Chen from breaking through. Fang Yifan stared at He Chen's dribbling, ready to step forward at any time to block He Chen's way to the basket. But he was so focused that he didn't notice He Chen's mouth curled up. He just watched nervously as He Chen's dribbling became more and more erratic. He felt that He Chen was going to break through to the left, so he quickly moved to the left, but he immediately realized something was wrong the next second. Seeing He Chen fake a shot and go to the right, he subconsciously changed direction. But his physical fitness couldn't keep up with his reaction speed. With such a sudden change from left to right, the result was that his center of gravity was unstable. He squatted on his buttocks and watched He Chen break through and easily lay up under the basket to score another point.
2 o'clock.
Hearing a large number of girls cheering in unison, Fang Yifan, who was knocked to the ground, slammed his hands on the ground angrily.
This was the way he wanted to embarrass He Chen the most.
He didn't expect that He Chen would use it on him in the second round, but he really cooperated.
Pain. It hurts so much. My hand hurts. My face hurts even more. Are you coming yet? He Chen asked him with a smile. Come. Whoever doesn't come will be the grandson.
Fang Yifan stood up suddenly, with harsh words in his mouth as always.
What's this? He Chen shook his head and laughed. You want to be a grandson, but I don't want to crawl into ashes. What are you talking about? Fang Yifan said angrily. Do you really think of yourself as Jia Baoyu? He Chen mocked. You don't even know what climbing ashes is. You have to ask someone? You are a father and a grandpa at the same time. What is it if you are both a father and a grandpa if you don't know what climbing ashes is? Fang Yifan, do you want to fight or not? If you don't fight, you will admit defeat.
Wang Yidi shouted from outside the court, don't waste time there, you don't want to take the opportunity to cause a conflict and refuse to admit defeat, right?
Fang Yifan immediately glared at Wang Yidi. This catfish spirit is getting more and more hateful.
He actually revealed his little thoughts in one breath.
That's right.
Although he was annoyed that He Chen was talking about climbing into the ashes, he did intend to take the opportunity to attack in order to fool this game that seemed destined to be lost. It's a pity that the catfish spirit directly told him off, and now he can't do this anymore.
Otherwise it will only be more embarrassing. Continue. Fang Yifan could only hold the ball and attack again.
This time, even though he was fully prepared, He Chen still directly intercepted him, making him feel deeply desperate. Fortunately, He Chen did not take advantage of him to make a fast break, but returned to the service line in a very orderly manner, and then advanced the attack unhurriedly.
Fang Yifan was even more unhappy.
This was clearly a cat-and-mouse game.
But giving up is not his style.
So when He Chen refused to give up and made another pull-up jumper, he also soared up again to block and try to interfere. But this time the crisp hollow ball and the sound of the ball passing through the net reached his ears, making him feel bad. Sure enough, the cheerleading team headed by Wang Yidi, Deng Xiaoqi and others spontaneously gathered outside the court and began to cheer for He Chen's goal again.
3 o'clock.
Lin Layer, who was standing outside the court, turned pale and felt deeply worried for his cousin. He had never tried this kind of crushing losing method, and he found it unbearable after even a little bit of immersion. He didn't know if his always optimistic cousin could handle it.
I'm afraid it's also hanging.
Because my cousin's state was obviously different from usual, and he felt like he had broken his defense. Ji Yang looked at the field with a complicated expression. Originally, he should be happy that Fang Yifan was really embarrassed this time, and it was likely that his hot searches would be diverted. But looking at Fang Yifan, who was getting more and more defenseless, he felt the same sadness and discomfort that he felt in his heart.
He wanted to tell Fang Yifan, why don't you give in now? If you continue to persist, you will really get slapped in the face.
7 o'clock, from now on, He Chen, this pervert, will only get stronger and stronger, and you will only become more and more desperate to lose.
Believe me, I have experience, Tao Zi.
Xiaolingzi opened her mouth to stop Fang Yifan and make him admit defeat, but she couldn't open her mouth. She was worried that it would only make things worse if she opened her mouth, so she could only hold her best friend's hand.
It's hard for me to say anything.
Huang Jitao knew what her best friend meant, but she couldn't speak out, otherwise Fang Yifan would be afraid that he would lose his temper even more and make the situation even more uncontrollable. Kicked off again, was stolen again, and the ball went backhand to He Chen. This time, when He Chen made a direct pull-up from outside the three-point line, Fang Yifan no longer cared about whether it was a fake move, and took off one step ahead to take advantage of it. He Chen blocked the shot just as he jumped up. When He Chen did not take the opportunity to dribble and break through, but jumped up to shoot as he wished. Looking at the basketball that was so close and within his reach, Fang Yifan was overjoyed and vowed to give He Chen a big block. However, when he patted it with his hand, it came up empty, and he immediately felt bad. The shock and cheers outside the stadium told him immediately that this was not an illusion. He Chen, who jumped up and flew in the air, actually made a backward dodge in the air, avoiding his shot-blocking action. He looked at him mockingly as he fell, and then he slowly threw the basketball throw it out. The crisp, hollow sound of the net crashing was like exploding in his face. The admiration, cheers, and applause from the people outside the stadium were deafening. The faces of the girls who were interested in learning materials and computer accessories turned red. Not only because of the side effects of clapping and cheering, but also because they understand the value of this mid-air and backward movement better than others. What a great waist! As we all know, a good waist means good kidneys, coupled with a handsome face, everything is good. Why is it so good 4 o'clock? This is still a three-pointer. Come again. Fang Yifan also came forward. Without He Chen asking, he asked to continue with red eyes. After the kickoff, he made a direct pull-up and was blocked again. The ball once again fell into the hands of He Chen. This time, He Chen did not make another pull-up, but chose to dribble to break through, forcing Fang Yifan to keep retreating and trying to block it. Then I saw He Chen throw it casually, it didn't look like a serious shot at all. Sure enough, he didn't score this time. Fang Yifan shouted excitedly, "Rebound! What a chance!" Just when he was about to jump hard, he suddenly felt a blackness above his head. Hearing the uproar outside the stadium, he knew it was not good, and he was afraid that something more shocking would happen. Could it be? Fang Yifan had a vague premonition and suddenly looked up. Sure enough, he saw a capital character flying over his head. It turned out to be He Chen. The next second, He Chen arrived first, stepped over him to catch the rebound flying in the air, held the ball with one hand, and dunked the basketball into the basket. Dunk! Or face dunk! Oh my god! Fang Yifan was in despair. This was a dunk, and few high school students could do it. Even sports students who were good at basketball could only do it. Even the dunk was just a performance dunk, which was difficult to do in actual combat, let alone the most brutal face-riding dunk. Too brutal. Fang Yifan looked at He Chen as if he was a pervert. You can play in the NBA with your level, but you bully a high school student like me? He Chen was not as angry as before when he saw him. It was conceivable that he was so upset by the dunk that he didn't care anymore. How could this be possible? So he smiled and said, "I'm nearly 18 years old and have no children. Now I can enjoy the joy of having my children and grandchildren in my arms after a game. Thank you very much." You. Fang Yifan was extremely angry. Ji Yang even felt a little sympathetic towards Fang Yifan. What is the meaning of under the knees of the beholder and playing with grandchildren? It clearly means that Fang Yifan lost like a grandson because of the dunk on his face just now. He Chen is really vicious. In comparison, the extent to which he was slapped in the face in the game with He Chen is definitely good. Fang Yifan is really miserable. People who often try to understand idioms in a different way have even weirder expressions. What is the meaning of under the knees of the beholder? It clearly means dunk on his face under his crotch. And is it a son or a grandson? If it is a grandson, who is under the knees of the beholder? Thinking of what He Chen said just now about whether he was cheating or not, it is really easy to imagine. 5 o'clock, are you still going to continue? He Chen saw that Fang Yifan was in the state again and asked with a smile. Fang Yifan, forget it. Xiaolingzi no longer cared whether it would irritate Fang Yifan or make He Chen misunderstand her position, and persuaded him, give up. It's not shameful to lose to such a powerful He Chen. The new book is still in the recommendation period, so if you are not satisfied, you can read the author's old books of the same type. The link is below. I haven't lost yet. Xiaolingzi's persuasion naturally didn't work, but had the opposite effect. Fang Yifan roared like a tiger. Don't say it. This roar really feels like the background tiger roar when old Yen Song was angry in the Ming Dynasty 1566. If you haven't lost yet, continue. He Chen threw the ball to Fang Yifan again. The same ball possession change was repeated again, and it came to Hee-chen's hands. This time Hee-chen was too lazy to delay the time and wanted to finish it as soon as possible so as not to affect him to go back to practice. So he directly pulled up for a jump shot. And this time Fong Yifan made a move that surprised everyone. He hugged Hee-chen's waist and pulled him tightly, not letting Hee-chen jump, and wanted to interrupt Hee-chen's jump shot. Free throws are simpler than jump shots. But after all, Hee-chen has never made a free throw. And what if Hee-chen is not comfortable? What if Hee-chen is affected by his sudden action? It's better than waiting to die. But what he couldn't have imagined, and what everyone else couldn't have imagined, happened. Hee-chen, who was hugged, still jumped up and shot. That's right. With Fong Yifan, Hee-chen could actually jump up. The whole audience gasped. Hiss. So scary. This is a high school boy. Although he is not a fat man, but looks thinner, he is also 1.78 meters tall and weighs nearly 120 kilograms. Hee-chen can actually jump up with such a burden. What kind of strength is this? The girl who likes learning materials and computer accessories blushed again. 120 kilograms is already the limit weight for many girls, but it is as light as a feather for Hee-chen. If they get intimate, can't they do any intimate actions? Fong Yifan was more shocked than them. He was really brought up by Hee-chen. If he was not hostile, the sentence "the big brother will take you to pretend and fly" at this moment would be too appropriate, right? However, when the sound of the basketball hitting the net again came, he simply couldn't imagine. Impossible. How is this possible? Not only did he fly up, but he was also completely unaffected, and the basketball hit the net as usual. Is this really something that people can do? Son. You can call me daddy now. Hee-chen broke his hands, patted his head, and reminded him with a smile, "It's just that I'm a father for the first time, and I didn't prepare any gifts, so I just taught you a lesson. In the future, don't hit people with basketballs, and don't compete with others at every turn, saying that you can call daddy if you lose. Now you have a dad. Or two. Even if you are the most filial son in the history, you can't find another son father for your mother. Otherwise, you will really become Lu Fengxian." "Why is it female Fengxian?" someone asked subconsciously. Shoo. The person next to him quickly raised his finger to signal not to talk nonsense, but the explanation whispered in his ear could not be hidden from many people. Who is Lu Fengxian? A slave of 3 surnames. And what about female Fengxian? The explanation could not be continued at all. Because everyone looked at him sideways, they couldn't imagine that it could be interpreted this way, and the students who read the explanation looked like they were looking at a pervert. Fong Yifan's face turned red, and he wanted to punch Hee-chen in the face, but was caught by Hee-chen's backhand. Xiaolingzi and the others saw that Fong Yifan had completely lost his composure, so they hurried up to hold him back and begged Hee-chen to let Fong Yifan go this time. "I want to fight him." Fong Yifan was held by everyone, but he was saying all kinds of harsh words mixed with sophistry. "I haven't lost yet, why does he insult me?" "Son, you've already lost," Hee-chen said, and walked out directly. He had already had a great time, and naturally he had to go home after the fun, so he didn't have the time to watch Fong Yifan cheating. "It's only 6 o'clock, I haven't lost yet. So you can't insult me," Fong Yifan shouted. "He still has a free throw," someone reminded. "Stop it." Xiaolingzi and Huang Jitao persuaded Fong Yifan. In their opinion, this was another opportunity for Hee-chen to give Fong Yifan a choice, just like when he won against Ji Yanyang before, but agreed to Ji Yanyang not to execute the bet. As long as Fong Yifan held back his anger and admitted his defeat, he could avoid further embarrassment. Afterwards, he could also deny the bet that he called Hee-chen daddy by saying that the match was not 7 o'clock. This was considerate enough. Now Fong Yifan was making such a fuss, which was completely brainless. He would only repeat Ji Yangyang's tragedy and ask for trouble. However, how could Fong Yifan, who was young and hot-tempered and prone to fighting, listen to them at this moment? Especially knowing that Huang Jitao did not object to being approached by Hee-chen, and that her childhood sweetheart Xiaolingzi even kept a distance from him for Hee-chen. Listening to their persuasion, it seemed to him that they were all praising Hee-chen and belittling and mocking him for his incompetence, and he could not calm down at all. But he was hit by waves of various fancy attacks, and he knew that he was no match for Hee-chen, so he didn't resist much, just talked nonsense, insisting that it was only 6 o'clock, he hadn't lost yet. Anyway, Hee-chen had left. As long as he didn't admit defeat, he didn't lose. At this moment, a plain voice was heard, not too loud but clearly heard by everyone. "Ball is coming. Here it comes." Not everyone paid attention to Fong Yifan, who was playing tricks, But more people paid more attention to Hee-chun, who left with nothing, just thinking he was too handsome.
Before, it was just his face. Now every move is so handsome.
When he shouted ball here and stretched his hand back, a tall boy in a basketball uniform standing on the sidelines responded with a flash of his eyes and threw the basketball in his hand accurately to Hee-chun. Everyone was also shocked, as if they heard sword coming, which made their blood boil and their eyes fixed on Hee-chun. Hee-chun continued to walk out of the school without even turning his head. He stretched his hand back and easily caught the basketball thrown to him, then turned his back and threw it. The whole court was suddenly silent. Everyone looked up at the sky, watching the basketball pass through the sky, passing over the densely packed heads, across the super long distance that seemed to go from one side of the basketball court to the other, and the sound of the basketball hitting the net accurately, as if it sounded in everyone's heart, making everyone's heartbeat skip a beat at this moment. What a long three-pointer. What a weird one. This weird one can go in. Even if there was no bet that the loser would call him daddy, Fang Yifan should have kneeled down and called him daddy.
So domineering. So awesome.
7 o'clock. Wang Yidi was the first to come back to her senses from being stunned and shouted excitedly. In normal times, she would definitely be mocked by Fang Yifan for being big-mouthed and catfish-like, but now no one would say anything to her. Because most people were still stunned.
Even Fang Yifan was the same. In Wang Yidi's eyes, it was the big 0 and 7 o'clock.
Wang Yidi's cheering and shouting woke up most people, and Xiaoingzi and the others also came back to their senses from the shock, looking at Wang Yidi, who was shouting with displeasure.
Because of this reminder, Fang Yifan couldn't even pretend to be dead and leave the game.
The game was finally defeated at 7 o'clock.
Fang Yifan completely lost the game without any excuse.
Chapter 60 Qiao Weidong gives gifts. Happy National Day to everyone.
Hee-chun, you are so awesome.
Others still had to go to self-study, either standing on the playground gossiping about the passionate moment just now, or going back to their respective classes. However, Deng Xiaoqi caught up with Hee-chun and continued to walk side by side with him outside the campus, her eyes unable to stop admiration.
It's nothing. Hee-chun really didn't think it was a big deal.
The two sets of martial arts presented by the system are both from Wodong, and Tiyun's own, who steps on his left foot and right foot to fly up on the spot and walks so easily, is also from Wodong. In comparison, everything he did just now was just basic exercises. The crane roars for 9 days, and the divine turtle carries the sky. Their speed and strength are top-notch.
Can I become your disciple? Deng Xiaoqi asked impulsively.
No, Hee-chun shook his head and refused.
Why? Deng Xiaoqi didn't expect to learn anything from Hee-chun.
She just wanted to get closer to him.
Seeing Hee-chun refuse so simply, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Because it's not suitable.
Hee-chun said with a smile, let me ask you, how did Jianghua and Xiao Longnu get along well?
Ah.
Deng Xiaoqi was stunned, then blushed, but still kept looking at Hee-chun.
How come it's so good? It's not like learning from master and apprentice.
This acupuncture point, fencing, etc., between the opposite sex, and also the handsome young men and women, just start tapping on the body, practice, and the sword skills will become a sword with eyebrows and eyes.
There will be a problem if you are not good at it.
Let's not talk about ancient times and the non-existent world of martial arts. Let's talk about modern dance halls, gyms, even driving schools, hairdressing teachers. Tony, why are there so many naughty jokes about teachers and students of the opposite sex?
Isn't there nothing new under the sun?
She now boldly wants to take Hee-chun as her disciple and let Hee-chun teach her martial arts.
Isn't this a blatant act of ambiguity?
Although she didn't think about this level.
But she revealed her true feelings by accident.
It's a pity that Hee-chun rejected everyone as always. Hee-chun naturally knew what Deng Xiaoqi was thinking, but he didn't respond.
He went to the bicycle shed and took out his bicycle.
After riding it, he said goodbye to her and returned to the rural garden community. As soon as he arrived, he saw a familiar funny face walking around the community. Hee-chun smiled and scooted to a stop next to him. Uncle Qiao, this is a country garden, not Tongfuin, let alone Donghai Dragon Palace, Shushang Yayuan. What are you doing here?
What nonsense are you talking about?
Qiao Weidong looked happy when he saw the real owner coming. Hearing Hee-chun's teasing, although he didn't know what Shushang Yayuan and Donghai Dragon Palace were about, he knew Tongfuin very well.
Hee-chun glanced at him.
However, Lin Miaomiao's mother, whom I saw at the college entrance examination swearing in ceremony, flashed through my mind involuntarily, and I thought to myself that she lives in this community. If she can't come over next time, she won't come over.
Don't cause trouble.
Then he cursed himself secretly, saying that he would never come here again if this kid lived in this place.
Xiao He, uncle, I'm here to thank you.
Xiao Weidong suppressed these distracting thoughts and forced a smile. I didn't sleep all night last night, thinking about what you reminded me.
You are right, really it's hard to say.
Even if there is only a chance of this kind of thing happening, if it happens to uncle, it is 10,000% unacceptable.
So uncle must thank you. Thank you very much. Come with uncle. Don't tell me, you want to take me to see goldfish.
He Chen teased, but still followed Xiao Weidong to his car parked in the community and watched him open the trunk and take out a large box.
Hey! He Chen looked at the gift in surprise. Uncle Xiao, is this for me?
You're not afraid that Xiaoingzi will be jealous? This is more expensive than the super surprise learning tools and rocket boosters you gave her.
Compared with your desire to protect my precious daughter, what does this professional astronomical telescope mean?
Xiao Weidong saw that He Chen knew the goods, so he stopped talking about the introduction, and he didn't deliberately go to the planetarium to deceive his daughter. There was a little more trust, and the smile became more Leo Bei style and festive.
Uncle knows that you, like Ingzi, like to look at the stars.
Take a look, do you like it?
I like it so much.
He Chen looked at this home astronomical telescope that cost more than 10,000 yuan.
He really liked it. Looking at the stars is great.
With this telescope, you can watch stars at night and understand the vastness of the universe and the distance between time and space.
Unlimited. What are humans?
Xiaoingzi and Song Qian are nothing, they are just ants and dust. Having said this, he looked at Xiao Weidong with an awkward smile and said, Uncle Xiao, unless you give me both the observatory and the planetarium, I still have to go, so are you sure you still want to give them to me?
Xiao Weidong is so embarrassed.
Hearing He Chen call the names of his baby daughter and ex-wife earlier, he vaguely guessed that he might not be able to hide his little thoughts from He Chen. When he heard what happened later, he was even more convinced that He Chen was really very perceptive.
That's right. He did mean to thank He Chen by giving him a gift.
But most of all, he wanted to give gifts so that He Chen could watch the stars and the moon without leaving home, so that he could save himself from running to the planetarium and have more contact with his daughter. For this purpose, let alone spending more than 10,000, even 50,000 or 100,000, he felt it was worth it.
Xiao He, don't be angry.
When Xiao Weidong saw what He Chen said, he didn't hide anything anymore and showed a frank face. Uncle has no objection to you and thinks you are excellent, really.
Every time I see you, it's like seeing me when I was young. One word. We get along.
But He Chen helped to turn the topic. Xiao Weidong's mouth twitched, but he could only continue. But, you are now in the 3rd year of high school, the most critical year.
Yes. You are right. Ingzi has the family business we have accumulated, so she doesn't need to work so hard.
But you don't know that she is also a strong person in her heart. Once her mind is confused and her grades drop, she will not be able to bear it.
So uncle begs you to try not to let Ingzi think about it.
This is the last year of the 3rd year of high school, and it is also a crucial year in life. Let her focus on studying and have no regrets in the future.
Of course. Whether you agree or not, this gift is bought by uncle willingly for you, you must accept it. It's just a token of gratitude. Let's add a contact method and contact us at any time. If you need uncle's help in the future, don't be polite. Uncle will never refuse what he can do. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. He Chen did not refuse Xiao Weidong's kindness, and he really liked this gift.
It was also very practical at this stage and helped him practice the turtle breathing. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to ask Aunt Ruan for such an expensive thing. You're welcome, you're welcome. Xiao Weidong saw that He Chen not only understood everything, but was also willing to accept his kindness. He knew that He Chen actually agreed, and he was immediately delighted. He took out his mobile phone and wanted to exchange contact information with He Chen.
He Chen did not refuse. After adding WeChat, he smiled and said, but Uncle Chia should have seen it.
I can only promise to raise my hands and not respond. As for what Xiaoingzi thinks and does, it is her and your parents' business. Xiao Weidong's smile froze on his face when he thought that his own little cabbage dared to pounce on He Chen in front of them. The new book is still in the recommendation period, and it is relatively young. If you are not satisfied, you can read the author's first fine American drama Daily Life, and there is also a book American TV Detectives Daily Life, which has many American hell jokes. The link to the daily American drama is below chapter 61. You shameless bastard, I am your father-in-law. This is a special situation, and it will definitely not happen again. Xiao Weidong forced a smile in embarrassment and sadness. It seemed like he was telling He Chen, but more like he was telling himself to cheer himself up, so as not to think about the fatal scene of his little cabbage taking the initiative to humiliate the pig all day long. But before he finished speaking, when he met He Chen's disbelieving gaze, his face collapsed and he couldn't laugh at all. "Xiaoyi, do you think I am optimistic?"
Optimism is a characteristic of sitcom characters.
This is not surprising.
He Chen did not answer directly, but joked. "What do you think will happen?"
Xiao Weidong looked bitter. Although he didn't want to hear or think about it, as an old father, he had to be prepared no matter how hard it was. He had watched Wuling Gaiden and thought it was very good-looking. The Thief's Saint by Zhantong, and it made him feel very immersed in it because of his appearance. Lao Bai also has a daughter Xiaobei, who is also a proper naughty child. In every aspect, she is not as good as her precious daughter.
The naughty kid Xiaobei gets into all sorts of troubles, but they are always resolved satisfactorily in the end.
But that's not only because she has a mother who is the most talkative and considerate, but also because the naughty little boy Xiaobei himself is also strong and durable, and he can adjust quickly after all the hardships.
And it's a comedy.
As a human being who has been struggling in society for most of his life, Xiao Weidong knows very well that reality is not a comedy at all, but more of a tragedy. His precious daughter Xiaoyingzi is not as sturdy and obedient as the naughty child Xiaobei, but she is also much more fragile psychologically and cannot withstand such a torment. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done that kind of thing with this guy in front of them at the planetarium.
Anyway, don't be too optimistic, be mentally prepared.
He Chen shook his head. "A personality like yours can't defeat Xiaoyingzi's somewhat crazy mother. Even if you realize that Xiaoyingzi is emotionally on the edge of a cliff, there is only so much you can do.
Because no matter what you do, Xiaoyingzi's mother will definitely not agree.
If you resist a little, it's not surprising that she can do anything with her extremely unstable mood. Xiaoyingzi would either obey her mother or go crazy with aggrieved feelings. Either carry out more fierce resistance and stimulate her mother to go even more crazy.
This is a battle for the right to speak between mother and daughter. You are just like me, just a catalyst."
Xiao Weidong listened to the previous words and felt that although they were unpleasant, they were the truth. They spoke to his heart. Otherwise, he was already a senior in high school, so why would he bother to get closer to his daughter? Is it because his ex-wife really said her daughter was raised so well that he started picking peaches?
Taozi is my daughter's best friend, and he is not a pervert.
No matter how young he is, no matter how much he wants to find someone younger, he will only find Xiaoming who is more than 10 years younger than him, which is more than 10 years older than his daughters.
How is that possible?
He is not stupid. His daughter will be an adult soon, and now is the most important time of her senior year in high school.
If she really wants to compete for her daughter, what does it matter if she is 1 year earlier or 1 year later? It is definitely better to be 1 year earlier than 1 year later.
The reason why he licked the door more frequently, secretly renovated his old house in the same community, and tried every means to keep his little girlfriend out of the house was because he also felt that his daughter was in something wrong and wanted to. We must provide her with a safe haven to avoid going crazy.
And ex-wife Song Qian does have some mental problems.
Not to mention the cheating incident, he still refuses to accept it. Looking back on the past, he, her boyfriend and husband, was actually treated as a son by her. To a certain extent, he can be regarded as Yingzi's brother, or the brother who fell out with her mother and ran away from home. It is conceivable that he understands Yingzi's feelings very well.
He Chen was right.
Unless there was a complete fallout, a fight, and a settlement, the problematic brain of his ex-wife Song Qian would definitely drive people crazy.
It's just the truth. But what do you mean you are the same as me? I am her father, can you be like me?
Thinking of this, the way Xiao Weidong looked at He Chen clearly conveyed the meaning of "you shameless person." But He Chen understood his eyes, smiled and didn't care, took the gift from him and said goodbye and went home. Xiao Weidong watched him go back, feeling in his heart that it would be great if his daughter could have this kind of mentality. He decided that when they get together every week, He Chen, who has a round head, likes each other, should replace Fang Yuan. Just before the day when I get together with my daughter every week.
If He Chen can't drink, then he won't drink.
Eat a big meal and learn more about the dynamics of young people and their daughters from the young and mature He Chen, so that you can be targeted and better relieve your daughter's dangerous emotions. It is better than asking around and around to find out about your ex-wife's dynamics from Fang Yuan, and make 3 turns in a row.
Much stronger. Xiao Weidong has taken action, so Song Qian will not remain indifferent.
So when Xiaoyingzi came home from her evening self-study, she immediately noticed that something was different at home. When she took a closer look, her scalp felt a little numb. I saw that the living room had been decorated into a small planetarium lecture hall.
How are you doing? Do you feel it? Song Qian walked to her daughter with a smile and asked proudly while showing it to her. How do you feel? Xiaoingzi's smile disappeared. Did I decorate the atmosphere?
Song Qian said with a smile. At the planetarium last weekend, my mother was very proud after listening to your speech, and she also had a lot of emotions.
This volunteer job is actually quite good.
It not only enriches the knowledge, it also exercises your spoken English, and can also cultivate your self-confidence and expression skills. Mom supports you. Like He-Chen, Xiaoingzi knew that there was going to be a turning point soon, but unlike He-Chen, she only dared to think about it in her heart. But her mother really had a change of heart. But the planetarium is too far away, and half a day is not enough for one trip.
Even if we don't go to the planetarium, we can still be commentators. You can see how I arranged it.
As he spoke, he took the microphone and tried a few hello sounds, and then put the microphone into his daughter's hand. Regardless of her daughter's complaints of "this is so stupid," he sat down in the audience seat and asked her daughter to give it to her now. She gives another planetarium lecture.
Xiaoingzi was not willing to stand still at all. When Song Qian saw it, she said to herself, "It's still not enough atmosphere, right?
Then I'll call my students over.
This is a good idea.
You have practiced speaking, and they have practiced hearing."
Mom! Xiaoingzi couldn't hold it any longer.
She frantically threw away the microphone and her voice, squatted down, and slapped the ground with her hands. "Oh my God, what are you doing?" In fact, of course she understands what her mother is thinking. After all, on the way back from self-study, she chatted with her best friend about the football match between He-Chen and Fang Yifan. Although they all sympathized with Fang Yifan, who was tortured to a pulp, they had to say that He-Chen was so handsome, even more handsome than before. She is still rational and does not feel good about herself and thinks she can have anything with He-Chen.
But it is undeniable that after the planetarium incident, her feelings towards He-Chen were somewhat different from before.
The ratio of rationality and sensibility dropped from 9 to 1 to 2 to 2. Now she suddenly saw her mother so aggressively trying to break them up, which was so overwhelming that she couldn't accept it at all. Especially when her mother talks to herself and she is clearly not happy with the arrangement, it makes her feel a little crazy. Xiaoingzi slapped the ground to vent her anger for a few times, then calmed down, stood up, picked up the microphone, looked at her mother and said, "Mom, play by yourself." She went back to her room, locked the door, and ignored her mother. Song Chen knocked on the door but couldn't get in, so she could only mutter "what a good idea," and temporarily didn't force her daughter to treat the house as a library, stay at home, and stay away from He-Chen.
Well, let's think of another way. Over there. Fang Yifan went home dejectedly with his cousin Lin Layer. "Cousin, are you okay?" Lin Layer asked with concern. "I'm fine."
Fang Yifan was listless, then thought of something and warned, "Liar, don't let it slip when you go back. Don't tell my mother about what happened today."
"Got it."
Lin Liar nodded obediently, raised his glasses, opened his mouth, and still couldn't help. "Cousin, you shouldn't bet on my aunt's reputation." "I didn't want to either, it just came out of my mouth, and it's not the first time." Fang Yifan regretted it so much. If he knew the result would be like this, he would never agree to such a bet.
That's right.
In the past, he also made bets with people that if he lost, he would call daddy or something like that.
He didn't think there was anything wrong.
It was just like the swear word "fuck your mommy." Most of the time it was just unintentional.
It was just pure nonsense. No one really thought that would happen.
But who would have thought that this time He-Chen not only won, but also won so disgustingly? The loser calls him dad, and he kept on talking about this sentence, and even brought up something like the 3 surname slave girl Fengxian, which even he felt was too ugly. It is conceivable that if his mother knew about it, she would be furious. What's even more disgusting is that He-Chen, this bastard, said that this bet was just wishful thinking, implying that his mother was not worthy of him. If you really think so, don't say those things that make people think about it anymore. Bastard! It made him unable to bear to look at the words of calling dad when he made a bet casually, and even felt a little guilty towards his father who went in.
The two returned home. Tong Wenjie immediately stopped Fang Yifan, who wanted to get into the room. "How is Yingzi? Is your mood okay?" "Not bad." Fang Yifan was relieved when he saw his mother asking Xiaoingzi. He wanted to complain that Xiaoingzi had changed, but he would inevitably bring up He-Chen when talking about this, so he didn't dare to mention it. Otherwise, if he let it slip, he, the first filial son in the history, would be chased and beaten by his mother all over the community in the middle of the night. "Yingzi is the daughter of your aunt Song Qian, your childhood sweetheart. You should pay more attention to her." Although Tong Wenjie was anxious, she would not directly reveal her calculations in her heart, so as to prevent her son from having unnecessary thoughts in advance. Not only would his own studies be completely ruined,
But if this affected Xiaolingzi's college entrance examination, his future mother-in-law would definitely not agree.
So she just hinted. Don't worry, I know what to do. Fang Yifan was a little irritable, without the confidence and casualness he had before.
But his mother's words aroused his uneasiness and discomfort about the huge change in his childhood sweetheart's mentality.
Didn't make trouble today? Tong Wenjie asked calmly, didn't you have anything with that He-chun?
Just like her son didn't want to mention He-chen, she didn't want to mention it either, so as to prevent her son from knowing that he was cuckolded by He-chen, and the consequences would be disastrous. But she also needed to inquire about He-chen's movements. Fang Yifan's heart skipped a beat when she heard her mother mention He-chen, and she hurriedly went back to her room perfunctorily. Although Tong Wenjie felt that Fang Yifan was a little strange, she also had something on her mind. She was afraid of both ends, so she didn't ask any more questions. After Ruan Luzheng, Lin Miaomiao, and Qian Sanyi went home together, her mind was still a little dazed, constantly echoing Lin Miaomiao's endless praise for Yi-chen and her desire to worship Yi-chen as her master, and Qian Sanyi, the rebellious disciple of Lin Miaomiao who wanted to challenge her master, disagreed with being demoted to a disciple, and watched her teacher Lin Miaomiao have the intention to challenge her master and quarreled with Lin Miaomiao.
Of course, she also went to watch the ball fight in the playground after school in the afternoon. Then she was also very handsome.
She also felt more urgent in her heart.
Why is he so handsome all day long and getting more handsome?
Now she is more and more worried that someone will steal her backyard.
The red apricot is hanging high on the branch.
Thinking that she might become the victim at any time, she felt so bitter in her heart. After finally dealing with the energetic Lin Miaomiao, she went home and said hello to her mother who was practicing yoga, and then packed up to practice with her mother. No matter how intense and tiring her studies were, she would stick to yoga to the end, and treat it as a daily routine in the future, and she must practice it to a good end.
She figured it out.
Compared with the crane kung fu and the turtle breathing kung fu, it is still most useful for her as a girl to practice yoga. But when she went to the balcony to change her yoga clothes, she saw a big guy on the balcony, and it didn't look cheap.
She immediately asked her mother in surprise. She learned that it was He-chen's, or that her classmate Xiaolingzi's father gave it to Yi-chen.
Her head sank, and her heart became more bitter.
What's going on? Is this the father who helped to pursue her? I really didn't expect Xiaolingzi to be so unethical.
She knew that Xiaolingzi's sudden request for her and He-chen's help was not that simple, and now it seems that she clearly wants to get into the house.
Mom, you have to talk about He-chen.
He's been sending things over from Shanghai, and my classmate has given me such an expensive telescope.
What's going on? Ruan Luzheng couldn't help but complain to Ruan Lu. I said it.
Ruan Lu did not scold her this time. While doing yoga, she replied, he said he knew and he won't do it next time.
Won't do it next time. Ruan Luzheng pouted.
Although she didn't know the future internet's next time for sure joke, she also knew that there would be a high probability of a next time. However, seeing that her mother finally agreed and supported her, she couldn't say anything more. The next morning, after she got up, she went to the balcony, looked at the astronomical telescope, and looked towards the pine tree. She saw Lin Miaomiao standing next to Yi-chen, imitating Yi-chen's movements poorly. Unlike the people watching the excitement around her, she couldn't laugh at all. Like the Monkey King, she just felt annoyed. On the way to school, she kept hinting at Yi-chen to explain something, but Yi-chen was like he wouldn't mention it unless you said it directly, which made her hate him.
Class 7 of Grade 3.
As soon as Yi-chen sat down, a circle of people gathered around him, all excitedly talking about Yi-chen's amazing performance on the playground yesterday afternoon. Suddenly, the crowd dispersed and let a tall boy come in. He walked straight to Yi-chen, looked at each other, and stretched out his hand to Yi-chen. Yi-chen, join the school basketball team? Everyone was shocked. Although everyone knew that Yi-chen was great at playing basketball, everyone was still shocked to see that Lin Xiaoran, the captain of the school basketball team and the sports specialty student in the class, actually made an invitation on behalf of the school basketball team in public. This was officially recognized. Everyone also expected Yi-chen to agree. In that case, they could watch Yi-chen play basketball again, and even represent Chunfeng Middle School to compete with other middle schools. To round it off, it would be like him killing everyone. It would be great to think about it. The new book is still in the recommendation period. If you are not satisfied, you can read the author's old books of the same type. The link is below. Thanks for yesterday. Yi-chen thanked first. Yesterday when he shouted ball here, it was this classmate, the school basketball captain Lin Xiaoran, who threw the ball to him. You're welcome. Lin Xiaoran smiled and said, we should thank you. You've opened our eyes.
How about joining the basketball team and making our Chunfeng Middle School basketball team shine? I join? Forget it. He-Chen declined. Why?
Although Lin Xiaoran had a premonition, he was still very surprised and puzzled when he heard He-Chen refuse.
Not everyone can join the school basketball team. Not to mention that he, the captain of the school basketball team, personally invited him. I don't like to be in the limelight. He-Chen explained. Lin Xiaoran's mouth twitched. Everyone looked strange. Is there something wrong with their ears? He-Chen actually said that he doesn't like to be in the limelight?
But since the end of summer vacation and the start of the senior year, He-Chen has been in the limelight every day, even more than once a day, and each time is stronger than the last.
This is called not liking to be in the limelight? What else is liking to be in the limelight? Or what does He-Chen think is considered to be in the limelight? I learned it.
Lin Xiaoran felt that He-Chen was pretending to be cool, and complained that he had learned how to pretend.
I'm telling the truth.
He-Chen's expression was calm and his eyes were sincere.
He really didn't want to be in the limelight. After all, he was a time traveler with a cheat, and his first superpower, which was also expected to be left as his innate magical power, was to calculate the age of a turtle with the crane. He has already taken the initial steps on the road of Taoist cultivation. In the future, he will not be immortal, but immortality is still possible. In this case, it is not what he wants to leave too much video data behind for countless people to watch and speculate repeatedly. Of course, he will not live in silence because he is worried about being exposed decades later. Wouldn't it be a waste of time and cheating?
Therefore, his mentality is not to take the initiative to show off, and to reduce his presence if he can. But if someone really pretends to be in front of him and irritates him, he will not hesitate to fight back.
I don't want to fight back, but I can't let it go. Are you serious?
Lin Xiaoran stared at He-Chen for a while, and felt that He-Chen seemed to really feel this way from the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't help but withdraw his hand in shock. As a sports specialty student and captain of the school basketball team, he is also very proud. When he sees someone who is good at basketball, he is willing to take the initiative to invite him. But if the other party is unwilling, he will not force it.
Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that he, the captain of the basketball team, has no confidence in leading the team well? Sprint class.
Under Xiaoshui's gossiping eyes, Wan Luzheng called Xiaoingzi outside and asked about the telescope.
I don't know.
Xiaoingzi was stunned, and her face turned red and white. The redness was naturally because Daddy did something that attracted the interrogation of He-Chen's sister, which had a bit of the flavor of meeting parents. What was clear was that she was very smart and guessed Daddy's thoughts at once. In fact, just like her mother setting up a planetarium for her at home, they all wanted to trap her and He-Chen at home so that they would not meet in the planetarium. If it was her mother who did this, she thought it was normal. But she had clearly explained it to Daddy, and Daddy also said that he believed in her and would support her, but he turned around and did this kind of completely distrustful behavior. Even though she knew that it was normal for Daddy to do this from the standpoint of an old father, she was still very unhappy. I thought that there would always be one of my parents who understood and supported me, but who would have thought that it was all just her fantasy in the end? Seeing that Xiaoingzi really didn't seem to know about this, Wan Luzheng felt a little relieved, but she was still very uncomfortable, looking at Xiaoingzi with suspicion and scrutiny. Because this gift was not only very valuable, but the key was that He-Chen actually accepted it. You know, He-Chen is not the kind of person who is superficial, and he has always been indifferent to gifts. Otherwise, he could live a comfortable life with his face, food and gifts from others, or even better. But he always refused the food and gifts from others. The only exception was her mother. When his father passed away a year ago, he moved to her house at her mother's invitation. One summer vacation, no, she pondered for a long time, more accurately, half a summer vacation, he suddenly changed a lot, became more powerful, but also more outgoing. Not only was he aggressive, but he actually accepted gifts. 2 at a time. Forget about the mean girl who looked like her and might have a relationship with her in the Magic City. She was barely considered a family member, and the gift she gave was a small thing like a book, which was not worth mentioning. But Xiaoingzi's father gave a telescope worth more than 10,000 yuan, and He-Chen accepted it, which meant something was wrong. Although Xiaoingzi was very unhappy, she couldn't find her dad to vent her anger. Under Wan Liuzheng's sister-in-law gaze, she couldn't stand it. Fortunately, the break time was finally over, and she was able to get away and return to the class. After school, Xiaoingzi immediately contacted her dad and questioned him unhappily. This made Xiao Weidong anxious, so he hurried over to explain in person and comforted him, saying that he definitely didn't mean that, but was simply grateful to Yi-chun for helping his daughter and helping him better understand the pressure his daughter was under. Then he told his daughter that his house in Shushan was being renovated in full swing, and it would soon become her space fortress. If she was stressed, she could just walk 2 steps from home to the place, which was full of space elements, and she could relax as she wanted.
Xiaoingzi then turned her anger into joy. Time flies when you are idle. 3 weeks passed in the blink of an eye.
For most students, the upcoming National Day holiday is the most anticipated. But for Fang Yifan's family, from the start of school to the National Day, it means that from September to October, a month is about to expire, and the head of the family, Fang Yuan, will be released from prison and return to his loyal Fang family.
Tong Wenjie was very happy.
But every time she thought about the reason for her excitement, she always thought of Yi-chen's handsome face and his venomous words, and the joy of a short separation was diluted by half.
She was unwilling to admit that he was right.
But the body's reaction was very honest, which was very embarrassing.
Fang Yifan did not have so many complicated emotions.
Although he was happy that his father was about to be released, it did not affect him much and his mood was relatively stable.
But he was frowning. Because in the past 3 weeks, he was sure that his childhood sweetheart, Xiaoingzi, had changed her mind. And it was probably because of Yi-chun, who had repeatedly disagreed with him and even slapped him in the face. This made it difficult for him to be tense. Therefore, even if his father was about to return home, it was difficult for him to smile. It was not that he did not want to change. But now it was not like before. They did not live in the same community and were quite far away. Now they were not in the same class, and they had to study in the evening. From morning to night, they had no contact time at all. Finally, the weekend came, and he wanted to date Xiaoingzi and Huang Jitao, but was repeatedly rejected, saying that Aunt Song Chen was strict and guarded her tightly and would not let her out at all. This delay passed in the blink of an eye for 3 weeks. Seeing that his good-breasted brother and goddess were getting farther and farther away from him, how could he still laugh? Chapter 64 Fang Yifan, Ingzi, please stop. I will only say 1 sentence and then I will let go of you. Fang Yifan was thinking about something and went to school with his cousin Lin Liar. When he arrived at school, the scene that pierced his eyes appeared again. He saw a group of people following, led by Yi-chen. Not to mention Wan Luzhan, Lin Miaomiao, and Xian Sanyi on the left, his good-breasted brother Xiaoingzi and goddess Huang Jitao on the right. Good-breasted brother Xiaoingzi was chatting and laughing with Yi-chen while walking. This is not the first time. It can even be said that this has replaced his frequent circling around the two of them, laughing and playing, and arm in arm, and has now become the norm. In an instant, his mood exploded and he shouted, Ingzi. Everyone immediately turned around and saw Fang Yifan with an angry expression. Xiaoingzi's face immediately turned black. She didn't know what this childhood friend was doing, but in front of Yi-chun, she really didn't want to be misunderstood. But seeing Fang Yifan's red eyes and a wrong expression, she softened her heart and let everyone go first. She stood there waiting for Fang Yifan. Naturally, everyone would not be so tactless, so they continued to walk towards the teaching building. Huang Jitao looked back while walking, a little worried about her bestie, so she looked at Yi-chen again, and seeing his playful expression, she couldn't help asking, Yi-chen, what are you laughing at? As soon as this was said, everyone looked over. Don't you feel it? Yi-chen smiled and said, the scene just now, isn't it very much like Dream of the Red Chamber? Fang Yifan is Jiabaoyu, calling Lin Daiyu and saying, you stop, I know you don't care about me, I only say 1 sentence, from now on everyone put down your hands, don't say it, don't you really say it? Xian Sanyi clapped his hands and exclaimed. He had this feeling just now. Yi-chen is really different, always quoting classic scenes, but it's really appropriate. I don't know whether to praise Yi-chun for his sharpness or to admire the eternal legacy of classics. Fang Yifan is not Jia Baoyu. Huang Jitao quickly denied it. She didn't want her best friend to be mistaken for Lin Daiyu. That would not only hurt her best friend's heart and make her think wildly, but it might also involve her in the bloody story of Dream of the Red Chamber. She didn't want to be mistaken for Xue Baochai. Even if she actually liked Xue Baochai, she didn't want to have anything to do with Jia Baoyu Fang Yifan. Isn't it? Yi-chen smiled playfully, I think it's quite interesting, whether it's from the family background, or his personality and habits, and you, family background? How is that possible? Huang Jitao knew what Yi-chen wanted to say, and quickly interrupted him, denying the first point. Fang Yifan's family is just middle class, and his mother always says that they are ordinary families. How can they be compared with the top wealthy family of the Jia family in Dream of Red Mansions, which is a double duke? You are wrong.
He-chan jokingly corrected, in Dream of Red Mansions, Jia's mother personally said middle-class families like us.
The so-called middle-class families are the middle class now. As for the humble words of ordinary families, it's okay to listen to them. If you really take it seriously, it's impolite. Huang Jitao was speechless. How many families can go to Chunfeng Middle School, and both children in the family go there, and how many of them are truly ordinary families? In addition to food, clothing and daily expenses, the Fong family is also considered a wealthy middle class among the middle class.
Affluent middle class, and the Versailles of Jiamo in Dream of the Red Chamber who said that her family was of middle class, it was indeed justified. Fong Yifun's attentive nature, and his style of being around girls all day, was indeed very jiabaoyu. Over there, Xiaoingzi took the initiative to stay where she was and waited for Fong Yifun.
When he came over, she said unhappily, "What are you crazy about? Why are you always walking together recently? Don't you know that he and I are enemies?" Fong Yifun complained dissatisfiedly, "You are still talking and laughing all day long, do you have so much to say?
Our two communities are just across the road, and we are in the same school."
"It's strange to meet at school?"
Xiaoingzi refuted unhappily, "As for chatting, we both like the stars and the sea, and we make friends together."
"Is it strange to talk about stargazing and moongazing? As for telling him and not you? You don't like stargazing, and we are talking about math and physics, why should I talk to you? As for whether he is your enemy or not, you should be quiet.
You always took the initiative to provoke conflicts between you and him, and then suffered losses. Whether it is stargazing, math, physics or something, you can also tell me. I may be a little weak in this aspect, but I have a genius panda brother layer, who is the first in the whole school.
Isn't he more worthy of your communication than that He-chun?" Fong Yifun was indignant. "There are still conflicts. You also know that I always suffer losses, right?
As a childhood friend, it's fine if you don't help me, but you don't even comfort me afterwards.
Are you still my good friend since childhood? You have forgotten all the good things I did to you, right?"
Xiaoingzi looked at Fong Yifun's anger, feeling guilty and a little weird and uncomfortable. She was afraid that Fong Yifun would really learn from Jiabaoyu and say something like, "We have been eating at the same table and sleeping on the same bed since we were young." Now who would have thought that the girl would be so big and careless that she doesn't take me seriously, but takes Tao Zi from the outside and Ichan who came from nowhere seriously, and ignores me for 3 days and 4 days. She stopped talking quickly.
"Okay, Uncle Fong will come out during the National Day holiday. Our two families will definitely get together at that time. We can talk about it then. It's almost time for class. Do you have anything else to do? If not, hurry to the classroom."
Of course. Fong Yifun was happy to hear that the two families would definitely have a dinner before National Day, and he smiled unconsciously. "I remember you said that your mother was under a lot of pressure and couldn't sleep.
You have sleeping pills at home, right? Give me some." "Why?" Xiaoingzi looked at Fong Yifun in doubt. "Are you threatening me with suicide?" As a person under great pressure, this was her first thought. It is conceivable what she usually thinks about, and what she has thought about.
It's a pity that Fong Yifun was not so perceptive and did not notice the dangerous information inadvertently revealed by his childhood sweetheart.
He smiled and explained, "I want it for Layer. He's been homesick lately and can't sleep all night.
As his cousin, I see it with my own eyes and feel pain in my heart.
I'm also worried." "It doesn't look like it?"
Xiaoingzi recalled the performance of Lin Layer, the top student in the same class, and was a little skeptical. "Besides, don't rush to take medicine."
"Want to know about the tranquilizing soup?
Your mother and my mother's secret recipe."
"No. The effect of that Chinese medicine is too slow. Master Lin is already terminally ill. Just give me a few pills, I beg you." Fong Yifun put his hands together and kept asking Xiaoingzi, which made Xiaoingzi impatient. She stopped thinking and agreed. When they arrived at the teaching building, they went back to their classes.
Fong Yifun saw that the plan had succeeded, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was very satisfied with the plan he had just thought of. It's just that the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. After all, his biggest disadvantage now is that he doesn't live in Shuxiangyayuan. As long as he finds a way to move over, he can restore his good relationship with Xiaoingzi, and he can surround the goddess and help her drive away flies. He can also block that bastard He-chun from getting close. It's really killing 3 birds with 1 stone.
Great!
The new book is still in the recommendation period, so if you are not satisfied, you can read the author's old books of the same type. The link is below. The last day before National Day. He Chen, Wan Luzheng, Lin Miaomiao, Qian Sanyi, 4 people from the same community, met again. Xiaoingzi and Huang Jitao, who had deliberately adjusted their schedules, just happened to meet them at the school gate.
Habits become nature. This has become the norm. Several people walked inside together, chatting as they walked. National Day is coming soon, what plans do you have? What else are you going to do? I just want to have a good sleep for a few days and don't think about anything.
You wish. I don't know how many days we can take off for National Day, at most 3 days, and after National Day, we will have the monthly exam.
Can you sleep well? What a sin. Why don't you arrange the monthly exam before National Day, but after National Day? Can't we relax for a few days after the exam?
Even on the first day of the class placement exam, Li Taigun, who had clearly said that he would strictly follow the college entrance examination, immediately changed his mind and gave us benefits, so that we went to the evening self-study class that night, saying that she didn't want us to relax.
Do you think she can let us relax for several days? No one wants to go out for a few days? I really want to go out for a walk. I still want to sleep.
I always feel that I haven't gotten enough sleep recently, especially seeing that Lin Layer, the top student in the school, stayed up late and didn't get enough sleep. In the past 2 days, he either missed the bus and was late, or simply slept on the bus and missed the stop and missed the entire morning self-study class.
Who wouldn't be stressed? One by one, they stayed up later.
Ruan Luzheng listened to Xiaoingzi and the others' complaints, and she felt bad.
Lin Layer is the top student in the school, and she still fought so hard.
She is being chased by He Chen, who has caught up with her even after sleeping a lot.
She may be surpassed at any time.
How stressed she must be.
I had some ideas for the National Day. Now it's all gone.
Seeing Ruan Liuzheng's distressed face and her best friend Taozi's frown, Xiaoingzi knew that they were all under great pressure, so she quickly persuaded them. In fact, Lin Layer didn't stay up late to work hard on purpose. He just missed home and couldn't sleep, so his work and rest schedule was a little disordered.
It's not what you think. Are you sure? Ruan Luzheng didn't believe it. Some academic masters are the most hateful.
They obviously did very well in the exam, but they were Versailles and said that they were deducted 1 point and didn't get full marks. What's worse, they pretended not to work hard on the surface, and secretly stayed up late for a long time at night.
She didn't believe Xiaoingzi's explanation. It's true.
Xiaoingzi quickly told her that Fang Yifan told her that Lin Layer had insomnia and asked her for sleeping pills.
Ruan Luzheng was relieved.
But He Chen was thoughtful.
How can you sleep so well? Ruan Luzheng glanced at He Chen with a very sour tone.
When everyone heard this, they all looked at He Chen, their eyes all agreeing with Ruan Liuzheng's words. Regardless of whether Lin Layer suffered from insomnia or stayed up too late to study, the usual hard work of this top student in the school was convincing. Even the top student in the school couldn't sleep well, so how could He Chen's habit of going to bed on time at 9 o'clock even if he didn't have evening self-study not attract attention?
Ingzi! Taozi! At this moment, Fang Yifan's shout interrupted everyone's thoughts.
Looking in the direction, they saw him running over with a smug look on his face. He was talking to Xiaoingzi and Huang Jitao, but his eyes were always squinting at He Chen, with obvious protest meaning.
Have you been lonely since the class division? Now I have good news for you. Our family will soon move to Shushangyayuan, just downstairs from Ingzi's house. In the future, the 3 of us can go to school and go home together again. Are you surprised? Are you happy? Really moving? Xiaoingzi obviously heard some rumors. After all, the house that Fang Yifan's mother wanted to rent was her house, just downstairs from her house. But she was still a little surprised and had mixed emotions when she heard Fang Yifan confirm it. In the past, she would have been happy. With such a good buddy downstairs, she felt like she had a helper. But now, although she was just as happy, her first reaction was to think that it was closer, and whether it would make He Chen think too much. Moreover, Fang Yifan and He Chen did not get along. In the future, she and her bestie Taozi finally arranged to go to school with He Chen and the others, but she was afraid that she would also face challenges. Huang Jitao knew the inside story, and as a bystander, she immediately saw her bestie's complicated thoughts and sighed in her heart. Sure enough, there were more and more shadows of the Red Mansion. What is this?
They lived together in Bishachu when they were young and separated not long ago.
Now they are living together in Deguanyuan. Ingzi lives in Xiaoxiang Pavilion. Does Fang Yifan have to live in the adjacent Yihanyuan? We must move. Fang Yifan doesn't care about this. He loudly vents his excitement. I will accompany you in the future. Going to school and going home will definitely be more lively. By the way, there is also Layer. If you don't understand anything, you can ask him on the way. It's really not easy.
In the end, he finally remembered that there are more than 3 of them, but there is also a cousin. However, the reason why he thought of it is because of the benefits of the cousin, which can make Ingzi and Taozi more willing to follow his ideas.
My father will be back today. Tomorrow is a holiday. We will move there. Ingzi, Taozi, come and play when the time comes.
He became more and more proud as he spoke, especially when he saw that He-chan had nothing to say. He was even more in high spirits. Although you, He-chan, live close, but after all, they are separated by a road and in different communities.
It's not like him who can move directly into Shushan and move downstairs from Ingzi with just a flick of his finger. When it comes to being close to the water and getting the moon first, how can you compete with me? Today is a really good day. Dad is back.
All the past frustrations and depressions are wiped out. Starting today, he will be proud in front of He-chan and start to avenge his previous shame. Xiaolingzi saw his arrogant look and wanted to hold her forehead and sigh. The thing she was most worried about really happened. But seeing that He-chan had a calm expression and did not take it as an offense, she was relieved and faintly disappointed.
What is this? Is it really not caring at all? He-chan really doesn't care about what Xiaolingzi and Fang Yifan have.
In his eyes, Xiaolingzi is not as festive and interesting as her father, old Xiao. The reason why he is closer to Xiaolingzi than before is mainly because she really likes the stars and the sea.
There is also a telescope at home.
He-chan recently used the good telescope given by her father to observe the stars every night to assist in the practice of turtle breathing kung fu. He and her have common topics. In his eyes, Xiaolingzi is really no different from men and women. That classic philosophical question, is there pure friendship between men and women?
Yes. But the other person must be ugly enough.
Although Xiaolingzi is not ugly, for He-chan, who has a very high standard, a pretty face can provide the basis for pure friendship to some extent. As they were talking, they had already arrived at the teaching building, and they dispersed in groups of 3 or 2. After the morning self-study, they all went to the playground to do morning exercises. But before they finished, the playground became noisy. This time, it was not another Ji Yan-yang who went on stage, but someone who almost fainted while doing exercises, and it was Lin Liar, the top student in the whole grade of senior year. As the number 1 in the school, every move naturally attracts special attention.
Not to mention that I almost fainted while doing the operation.
Many people watched Lin Liar being helped out of the queue by Li Taigang and his cousin Fang Yifan, leaving the playground and going back to the teaching building. The broadcast that attracted everyone was deformed. After finishing the perfunctory work, they returned to the classroom in groups and immediately started gossiping and discussing.
Whatever you say. What's going on? You're the best in the school and you're like this? Why don't you let me live?
Fortunately, Sijiacheng doesn't have to join the national rolls.
Otherwise, with Lin Layer's behavior, my scalp would be numb. That's right. It's too curly. Everyone's first reaction was that Lin Layer, a transfer student from out of town, was too ungrateful and his fighting skills were too scary.
If there was a crazy trend of involution, they would be in dire straits. Why is he still so sleepy? Xiaolingzi also talked with her best friend Huang Jitao as they walked to the classroom. I obviously gave him medicine to let him have a good sleep.
Who knows? Huang Jitao shook his head in confusion. Lin Layer didn't come back from the first class. Xiaolingzi was a little uneasy and hurried over to Fang Yifan after class to ask about the situation.
But when he discovered that Fang Yifan was not there either, the ominous premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. When he met He-chan who was out for activities between classes, he couldn't help but talk to him.
He was drugged. He-chan reminded. What?
I have repeatedly reminded him that he can only give half a tablet to the insomniac Lin Layer. Xiaolingzi was shocked, then her face changed drastically. She raised her legs and ran towards the infirmary. Seeing this, He-chan followed unhurriedly from a distance.
The rest area of the teaching building.
Lin Layer, who almost fainted, was supported by her class teacher and her cousin. After Fang Yifan, his cousin, repeatedly emphasized that this was caused by studying too late, Li Taigang did not take Lin Layer there.
Plans for the infirmary.
When going up the stairs, the groggy Lin Layer slipped and almost fell.
Fang Yifan hurriedly helped him, and the back of his head hit Fang Yifan's nose, which caused Fang Yifan's nose to bleed.
But he didn't dare to cry out for pain and kept saying that he was fine. Lin Layer also woke up a lot in an instant, and in turn supported her cousin who was holding his nose and raising his head. Li Taigang asked them to take care of each other. While going to the infirmary to get things for Fang Yifan, he called Fang Yifan's mother, Tong Wenjie. When Tong Wenjie arrived, she saw Lin Layer already asleep on the sofa in the rest area, while Fang Yifan sat aside with his nose stuffed and watched.
This made Tong Wenjie very happy.
Sure enough, her advice was effective, and her son really regarded his nephew as a quarter-blood brother. She was happy that the brothers were in such harmony.
What's going on, brother? Tong Wenjie was concerned about her son.
Seeing that he was fine, she asked what was going on.
It's nothing, maybe I just studied too late and didn't get a good rest. Fang Yifan insisted on this argument without blinking.
When his mother asked what time he went to bed, he naturally talked nonsense. About 1 o'clock, I was already asleep at that time, so I can't remember it.
It was quite late.
Tong Wenjie never thought about how Fang Yifan, who was sleeping, knew that the two brothers did not live in the same room.
She immediately felt it was reasonable. Li Taiguan also nodded in approval and asked Fang Yifan to go back first.
Class. Fang Yifan slowly moved out while looking back 3 times, and was almost hit by Xiaoingzi, who was running over.
Yingzi, you're here. I'm fine.
I just bumped my nose when I was supporting Layer. Fang Yifan was very happy and immediately started talking with joy.
Shut up. Let me ask you, did you only give half a pill as I said? Xiaoingzi asked urgently.
I followed the dosage you told me and gave him half a tablet more.
He should be fine. Fang Yifan said sarcastically. Is everything okay? Does it look like he's okay now? Xiaoingzi was anxious and angry. Did he take medicine randomly?
This guy's body is different from other people's. Lin Layer is so thin and doesn't like to exercise, his physical condition is very poor. I have repeatedly reminded you that you can only give him half a tablet, but you are good and give him an extra half tablet. What do you want to do? As he spoke, he walked forward.
What are you doing? Fang Yifan was startled and quickly grabbed Xiaoingzi. Go and tell Antong the truth, and then take Lin Layer to the infirmary and let the doctor take a look. Xiaoingzi slapped Fang Yifan's hand away. No. Fang Yifan wanted to pull him away again, but was stopped by Xiaoingzi's gaze.
He awkwardly controlled his outstretched hand and begged in a low voice, "Don't say it, I will be dead as soon as you tell me, and my mother will beat me to death, though."
Seeing Xiaoingzi's hesitation, he immediately added pitifully, "Just let him sleep a little longer and it will be fine.
I also asked him to drink more water and there will be no problem if he excretes it." While talking, she looked over there. Xiaoingzi looked along and saw Lin Layer being woken up.
She could faintly hear Tong Wenjie asking when she went to bed. Lin Layer said that she went to bed at 11 o'clock last night. It's better to beat you to death than to kill someone else.
Just when Xiaoingzi was hesitant, a voice came from behind that shocked both Fang Yifan and Xiaoingzi. Looking back, they saw that He Chen was not. He walked over slowly.
What are you doing here? Fang Yifan's expression changed drastically. What are you doing? He Chen smiled, of course it's to uphold justice.
As he spoke, he passed them and walked directly towards Li Taigang and Tong Wenjie, who looked over when they heard the noise. Fang Yifan wanted to reach out to stop him, but he didn't dare. He was so angry that his teeth itched. He looked at Xiaoingzi with suspicion and disappointment, and his eyes were full of "Why did you bring him here and tell him the truth?" Xiaoingzi was also helpless. She didn't tell He Chen at all. It was He Chen who reminded her. Just when Fang Yifan was hesitating whether to confess and surrender first, but his inner resistance to strictness made him hesitate to make up his mind. He watched He Chen walk over and told him the matter. His mother's incredible angry look moved from He Chen to him. He only heard his mother shouting Fang Yifan, and he ran away. His mother Tong Wenjie staged a famous scene again, chasing him in high heels and chasing him on campus to beat him. This is the 3rd time in a month since the start of school. Li Taigun was also troubled by the students who kept gathering to watch. He looked at He Chen standing aside and said unhappily, "Have you had enough trouble? Go back to the classroom." "Of course not. This is just the beginning. You don't think that drinking 3 cups of wine as punishment is the end, right?" He Chen looked at her sarcastically, and took out his mobile phone from his pocket as her face changed. "You!" Li Taigun's eyes widened. He vaguely guessed what he wanted to do, but he didn't dare to believe it. "Is it coming again?" "He Chen, don't." Xiaoingzi also guessed it and hurriedly dissuaded him. They guessed correctly, but they couldn't stop He Chen's actions at all. They saw He Chen dial 110 skillfully. That's right. He called the police again. "Hello? 110? I'm reporting someone for drugging minors." The new book is still in the recommendation period, so if you are not satisfied, you can read the author's old books of the same type. The link is below. Chapter 67. Is there anything wrong with me, as a father, disciplining my son? Ah, what are you doing? Xiaoingzi stamped her feet anxiously. She really didn't expect He-chan to call the police again after a disagreement.
This is different from the last time.
Last time, it was Fang Yifan who took the initiative to send the turtle to provoke He-chan, and the one who was sent to prison was Uncle Fang Yuan Fang. Although she felt that it was a bit too much, it was understandable. Google searched TWKAN, but this time Fang Yifan didn't take the initiative to provoke. Well, there was indeed a hint of provocation when he was showing off before, but He-chan didn't get angry at that time. Now he took the opportunity to get angry and called the police again. She felt that it was a bit too much. This time the target is Fang Yifan. If it's not good, it may affect Fang Yifan's future. What on earth are you going to do? Li Taigun also shouted at He-chan in shock and anger. What hatred? What grudge? Do you have to beat your classmates to death just because of a disagreement? Are you mentally twisted? The movement here also alarmed Fang Yifan and his mother, who were chasing and beating each other on a daily basis. Tong Wenjie hurried over, and when she heard what happened, she pounced on He-chan with her teeth and claws bared. You little bastard, you want to destroy my son, I will fight you. Li Taigun quickly stopped him and advised, don't do it, otherwise you will be right or wrong. No. I will fight him today. Tong Wenjie struggled to pounce on He-chan, with a ferocious expression. This is our family affair, why does he interfere? You are right. He-chan smiled, it is precisely because it is a family affair that I have to interfere. The son is not taught by the father. As the father of the filial son Fang Yifan, is there any problem with me disciplining my son? What? Li Taigun and Tong Wenjie were both stunned, not understanding why He-chan said that, and then looked at Fang Yifan, whose face was flushed, knowing that there must be a story behind this. Xiaoingzi felt embarrassed for Fang Yifan. Okay. From this perspective, He-chan's intervention in this matter was not particularly unprovoked or forced. But everyone knew that it was a harsh word during a bet. Fang Yifan didn't call him dad after losing, and he couldn't really think of himself as Fang Yifan's father just because of that. And it was in front of Fang Yifan's mother, it was very embarrassing. Fang Fan. No one knows a son better than his mother. Tong Wenjie guessed the general idea of her son as soon as she saw her son's expression. Facing such a good son who was so filial, she gritted her teeth. In another occasion, if she knew about this, she might have laughed and scolded a few times. When she went home alone at night, she might have imagined it a little and vaguely felt that her son was really filial. But at this moment, facing He-chan who called the police, thinking that Fang Yifan's biological father was sent to prison by He-chan and came out immediately, and now he wanted to call the police to send his son to prison, even if his son personally pimped her. He-chan was so young and handsome, but she didn't have the mind to consider these ambiguities and whether to go with the flow. In front of Teacher Li, Xiaoingzi, and her good nephew, she felt that her son had made her lose all her face. The usual chase and beating was staged again. But it didn't last long. Because the police came very quickly. After all, this time it might involve a crime against a minor. When everyone gathered in the teacher's office, they looked at each other with strange eyes. He-chan smiled and revealed the source. That's right. Police uncles, it was me who called the police again. This time it was Fang Yifan, the unfilial son, who caused the trouble. That's right. The police uncles who came this time were the group that received the alarm and took Fang Yifan's father away a month ago. After all, they were all in this area. It's normal to meet again. He-chan thought it was normal. The two police uncles were not able to be messed with by him, and asked about the incident with a strange look on their faces. He's talking nonsense. Police comrade, this is not drugging. Fang Yifan, as a cousin, just wants to help his insomniac cousin sleep well. It's all misunderstanding. Tong Wenjie hurried to explain, and her eyes glanced at He-chan, and she couldn't hide her desire to kill him. Drugging minors is no joke. Once this is confirmed, my son will be completely ruined. It's more serious than the last time my husband bought the golden coin turtle, a national second-level protected animal. Nonsense. He-chan retorted, Lin Layer didn't know about this at all. If I hadn't called it out, Fang Yifan would still be lying that Lin Layer had insomnia. In fact, Lin Layer didn't have insomnia at all. He went to bed at 11 o'clock, but Fang Yifan said that he went to bed after 1 o'clock. It's clear that there is a conspiracy. He-chan has sharp ears and eyes. Even though he is far away, the conversation between Fang Yifan and Lin Layer was clearly transmitted to his ears. Nonsense. What conspiracy could there be? They are cousins, and they love each other. How could they harm his cousin? Tong Wenjie hurriedly explained, liar, talk to the police. Yeah. Lin Layer was still a little confused, but he still followed his aunt's words to explain to his cousin, "My cousin is very good to me, and it is impossible for him to harm me." The two policemen nodded and looked at He Chen. Just like last time, they really didn't want to deal with such a mess, but He Chen had called the police for the second time. At first glance, he was a person who was serious. And it can be seen from the last incident that although He Chen was serious, he was not talking nonsense. Although it seemed a bit excessive and unreasonable, it was reasonable. They didn't dare to rashly define the matter, lest He Chen, who was picky, imply that they were trying to smooth things over. What conspiracy could there be? He Chen said lightly, "It's hard to say. Jealousy, psychopathy, etc., let's not talk about it. Let's just say that his real purpose this time is probably to pick up girls." Pick up girls? Everyone was thinking. Xiaoingzi understood everything and glared at Fang Yifan fiercely. Fang Yifan must want to continue to pester Tao Zi, but he didn't dare to tell Aunt Tong directly, so he took medicine to make Aunt Tong's most concerned nephew sleepy, so that he could easily realize his intention of moving. She could understand this. But she couldn't accept Fang Yifan lying to her and then doing such a mess, causing her to have a conflict with He Chen because of him. He wanted to pursue Huang Jitao, and I'm afraid there was also Xiaoingzi. He Chen saw that they all understood, but none of them spoke, so he continued to talk about it. "I wanted to live in the same neighborhood as them, but I was afraid that her mother would not agree, so I drugged her most beloved and valued nephew to make Lin Layer drowsy, so that his mother would feel distressed and move on her own initiative. Now it has succeeded." That's not the case. Fang Yifan was also a little panicked, and quickly explained, "I admit that I did want to move to Shushan Yayuan, but at first I wanted to take sleeping pills to make myself sleepy. I had prepared juice to drink myself, but Layer came into the room to explain the problem to me. As soon as I turned around, he drank the juice. If you don't believe me, ask Layer." "Yes." Lin Layer thought about it and nodded in agreement. Tong Wenjie and Li Taigan all breathed a sigh of relief. If this is the case, the nature of the matter has changed all of a sudden, and the problem is no longer a big deal. "Police comrade, you heard it too. This is what happened. There was no drugging or not. It was all misunderstanding," Tong Wenjie said hurriedly. Seeing that they didn't respond, she still looked at He Chen. She knew that the person who tied the bell should be the one to untie it, so she glared at He Chen. "What else do you have to say now? Let me tell you, if you accuse someone falsely, we can call the police and arrest you. I hope readers will remember our domain name network. After writing this, of course I have something to say." He Chen laughed and said, "How dare you believe what Fang Yifan, a liar, says? He is not as straightforward as me. He says whatever he wants." Everyone was speechless, especially the two policemen, who looked at each other and thought to themselves, as expected. Luckily, they didn't rush to speak and express their opinions. This kid is a bit weird. And what He Chen said was right. Fang Yifan did lie a lot in this matter. Although he seemed quite sincere this time, and Lin Layer agreed with him, they dare not guarantee that this time it was the truth. Let's wait and see. Layer has agreed with his statement. What right do you have to question him? Tong Wenjie shouted. Yes. Seeing that his aunt was so anxious, Lin Layer temporarily suppressed his sleepiness and took the initiative to agree. At that time, my cousin saw me drink it, and he was anxious. He said that it was what he drank, meaning that I shouldn't drink it, and I said I didn't mind. Listen. Tong Wenjie was overjoyed. Liar said so much detail, this can't be made up casually, right? Now you should believe that Fang Yifan didn't mean it, right? He just wanted to drink it himself, and Liar just happened to be there. The two police uncles nodded slightly and approved of the statement. Lin Liar looked like a very well-behaved child, and now he was groggy. It was impossible for him to make up such a detailed and credible lie temporarily. They had experience in handling cases and basically believed Lin Liar's statement. So one of them looked at He Chen again and took the initiative to speak. What do you say? I believe Lin Liar didn't lie. He Chen nodded in agreement. Okay. Tong Wenjie shouted, so you admit now that you are slandering? Stupid. He Chen looked at her like a fool, just like take it out of context, excerpted from Don't Take It Out of Context. Lin Liar didn't lie, but it doesn't mean what he said is true. He was confused after being drugged, and he didn't even know that he was drugged. He almost fainted when doing exercises. Can he really tell whether it is take it out of context or don't take it out of context? Is what he saw the truth? I can't see it, but you, who are not even the party involved, can see it? Li Taigun questioned. Aren't you also a blind man touching an elephant? And you are still speculating maliciously.
Teacher Lee, just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. He Chen retorted, who told you that you can't tell the truth if you are not the party involved? Isn't it possible to deduce the truth with basic logical thinking? I really don't know how you became the head teacher of the spring class, with all the top students who are striving for Tsinghua and Peking University. What did you say? Li Taigun's face turned red and he glared at He Chen. Seeing that it was not the first move, a policeman coughed and interrupted, and smiled at He Chen. Why don't you tell me how to deduce the truth based on basic logical thinking? Then I'll make a fool of myself. He Chen smiled. Fang Yifan said that he was originally going to drink it for himself, so this is a misunderstanding, and he was not really going to drug Lin Layer. This is a complete lie. Xiaoingzi, what did Fang Yifan say when he asked you for the medicine? Seeing that Xiaoingzi opened her mouth but couldn't say anything, he didn't embarrass her and helped her say. He told Xiaoingzi that Lin Layer was homesick and had severe insomnia, so he had to take the medicine immediately. If it was really like he said, the medicine was going to be taken by himself, why did he lie to Xiaoingzi? Fang Yifan and Tong Wenjie looked panicked. This is indeed a big flaw. He Chen did not give them time to think about how to quibble, and continued, because Fang Yifan knows that Xiaoingzi and his mother know him too well. Once he said that he took it for himself, Xiaoingzi would not believe that he would suffer from severe insomnia even though he ranked last in the school and did not care about eating and sleeping well all day. It would be impossible to give him the medicine at that time. And even if he got the medicine, according to what he said, he put the juice with medicine there for himself to drink, but what's the use? Even if he felt sleepy after taking the medicine, his mother would not believe that he did it for study, but would only think that he played games all night, and then chased him and beat him up. It would not be like what he thought, because he was worried about affecting his studies or something, so he put aside the good big house. If he doesn't live there, he will have to spend more than 10,000 yuan a month to rent a small house in Shushan and he will have to walk a long time to go to and from get off work. This is simply impossible. So he put the drug in the juice, not for himself to drink, but for Lin Layer to drink. Only a simple Lin Layer would make his mother believe that the distance between home and school does affect his studies. Only Lin Layer, a seat of Tsinghua and Peking University, would make his mother willing to make a big fuss to ensure that her nephew goes to Tsinghua and Peking University. This is the logical truth. You are talking nonsense. Fang Yifan argued, I did have that idea at the beginning, but I regretted it when the time came, so I really planned to drink it myself, and Layer accidentally drank it in advance. Yes, that's it. Tong Wenjie also shouted, Fang Yifan and Layer are brothers, and they have such a good relationship. He can't hurt Layer. At the critical moment, he would rather get hurt than protect Layer. Layer must have accidentally drunk it. Well, I believe my cousin. Lin Layer also nodded in agreement. Ha ha. I don't believe it. He Chen showed a lustile smile. For people who lie all the time, no, for anyone, we should judge by their deeds and not by their hearts. We only look at what he did, not what he thought in his heart. From Fang Yifan's words and deeds, I don't believe that he was careless at all, it was clearly intentional. What brotherly love? It's nonsense. Don't believe it? Just look at what he did. After he said that he accidentally let Lin Layer drink the medicine, he clearly saw that Lin Layer was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes. What did he do? He didn't care whether such a confused Lin Layer was in danger. He left the confused Lin Layer to go to school first, letting Lin Layer take the bus alone. He fell asleep on the bus and sat at the last stop, missing the morning self-study. It's a good thing that he was sitting on the bus. What if he was crossing the road and was hit by a car? If he took the stairs, he would just kick. What if he falls down? Don't say it's impossible. Ordinary people may encounter these things after being drugged, but Lin Layer is notoriously confused. It is said that when he was just picked up and got off the plane in Suzhou City, he got lost twice in a blink of an eye. Fang Yifan boasted that he was a super genius. He memorized all the flight information at the airport and went up and down the escalator to study the uniqueness of the Tao problem. This shows that Lin Layer is more likely to be confused than ordinary people, not to mention being drugged, and the drug is doubled. Fang Yifan witnessed the scene of Lin Layer's parents looking for him anxiously after he got lost. After he drugged Lin Layer, he didn't care. You tell me that he cares about Lin Layer and really cares about Lin Layer? Just lie to others, don't lie to yourself. Everyone, the new book is still in the recommendation period. If you are not satisfied, you can read the author's old books of the same type. The link is below chapter 69. Xiaoingzi, He Chun has me in his heart nonsense. This is all your malicious speculation. Layer and we don't believe this. Fang Yifan didn't do it on purpose. It was just an accident. Tong Wenjie shouted anxiously. Malicious speculation?
He Chen sneered. First, there was the fact that Fang Yifan drugged, and then I used what he did as evidence.
The logical link is clear, but you can only say that it was not intentional. Who do you think the police should believe more? And I haven't finished yet. Xiaolingzi repeatedly told Fang Yifan to only take half a pill, but what did Fang Yifan do? He gave a whole pill. After Lin Layer took the medicine, his condition was dangerous. He almost fainted while doing exercises in the playground.
He almost fell down the stairs without support and hit his nose. Xiaolingzi reminded him again that the medicine eating too much is dangerous, and Lin Layer's weak body is even more dangerous. He even lied to the teacher and said that he just slept late. And some teachers are completely blind and actually believe that Fang Yifan, who always causes trouble, is telling the truth.
They actually didn't take Lin Layer to the infirmary.
The two of them really dared to let Lin Layer fall asleep so unnaturally on the sofa in the rest area.
Oh my god.
I really can't imagine that there is such a good cousin who loves his cousin, and I really can't believe that there is such a good head teacher who cares about students.
Fang Yifan's face was pale.
He felt that he really wanted to drink the drug juice himself at that moment, but now after listening to Yi Chen's continuous analysis, he himself was a little dazed.
Did he really think so at that time? Was it really a revelation of conscience? Or was it an excuse for himself out of fear afterwards?
He was already a little confused. Because Yi Chen's series of analysis based on all his actions before and after was really logical and reasonable, and more like the truth than what he said. Li Taigun's face flushed, but he had nothing to say. Because now that he thought about it, Lin Layer's situation could not be simply explained by staying up late.
No matter how sleepy he was, he could not be as sleepy as he was.
As the head teacher, she should be more concerned.
What if it was not just lack of sleep? What if there was a physical problem?
How dare she, an old teacher who claimed to be experienced and took it for granted to teach the sprint class, the head of the senior year, ignore this possibility?
And the other party was Lin Layer, the top student in the grade.
He was the top student in the grade who was very popular with any teacher and would be treated as his own son and cared for.
But she just didn't take it seriously.
The key person who brought this up was Yi Chen, who refused to enter her sprint class despite having enough grades, and always mocked her for not being worthy of being the head teacher of the sprint class, and just sitting back and enjoying the huge bonus of the sprint class. She felt that she had lost face.
You are talking nonsense, you are talking nonsense.
Tong Wenjie was anxious. It's all your malicious speculation.
This has nothing to do with you. This is a matter between Layer and Fang Yifan. Layer will not blame Fang Yifan at all. No matter if it was accidental or not. Right, Layer?
Yes. I don't blame my cousin. Lin Layer nodded vigorously.
You heard it. Tong Wenjie shouted, the person involved doesn't care, why are you chasing him? I said I am Fang Yifan's father in front of all the classmates in the school. Yi Chen mocked, so I have the right to discipline my son.
And the reason why he has become what he is now is because of your and his biological father's words and deeds.
Like father, like son. Is it strange that a biological father who knows the law but breaks it now has a son who has committed a crime?
Since you can't control it, then as his publicly recognized father, a wild father, I must take action.
And it must be a heavy blow. People can't teach people, but things can teach people.
In order to prevent him from committing more harmful crimes in the future, I must be serious and send him in now to experience the tears behind bars.
At this point, he looked at the face Xiaolingzi showed reluctance. Don't you agree? Do you think I'm going too far? After all, we are all classmates. Classmates should not report classmates, let alone do such extreme things? You are wrong.
I did not do it for myself, I did it for you, for Huang Jitao, and for all men and women who may be harmed by drugging.
Think about it carefully. Why did he drug Lin Layer? It was to drag you and chase Huang Jitao because he was close to you.
He can drug Lin Layer to chase you now.
Do you dare to say that he will not dare to drug you directly when he pursues you and fails in the future? With your complete lack of defense against him, you will definitely kill him one by one. Such a bastard who dares to drug to achieve his goal, you actually think I am wrong to be serious?
At the end, he spoke harshly and angrily.
He was really angry. Who is Fang Yifan?
He calls himself Wu Dianman from Chunfeng Middle School.
And who is Wu Dianman? Those who understand will understand.
But Fang Yifan is not bragging, but is really actively moving towards his idol. With the last placed grades in the school, Fang's family, as an ordinary family, will definitely not give up, and will most likely take the path of art exams and enter the entertainment industry in the future. And now Fang Yifan dares to drug girls in order to pick up girls, and he did not receive any punishment after the incident.
Can you imagine what he can do in such a chaotic environment after entering the entertainment industry? Otherwise, Dream of the Red Chamber is a classic. Otherwise, Fang Yifan imitates Dream of the Red Chamber everywhere. But this time Fang Yifan imitated not Jia Baoyu, but Xue Pan, the big-head bully. When he was in Jiling, he was lawless and killed people directly, and no one cared. When he arrived at the Jia Mansion, he was seduced by those people in the Jia Mansion and became 10 times worse. Isn't this right in Fang Yifan's future? Wu Jianman from Chunfeng Middle School really fits the tone of Dream of the Red Chamber's favorite previews, and it came true. Now that Yi Chun has foreseen it, of course he has to teach Fang Yifan the most profound lesson in time when Fang Yifan just reveals his true nature. This is for the good of everyone. Even if some people don't understand and think he is too extreme, he has a clear conscience. Today, seeing Fang Yifan deliberately drugging his cousin and not caring about it, and even helping to speak up and thinking it was not a big deal and there was no need to make a big fuss, will he be able to watch Fang Yifan drug his goddess and the girl he wants tomorrow and turn a blind eye and think it is excusable? Maybe the girls who were drugged were willing. Or even took it for granted that this was a benefit for the girls? The bottom line and principles were trampled and broken step by step. In the previous life, he couldn't stand it but was powerless. Now that he has traveled through time and has a cheat, he doesn't dare to speak out his mind loudly. Isn't it a waste of time to travel through time and have a cheat? Then why bother to cultivate immortality and ask for the truth? Whenever he encounters an unfair thing that hurts his eyes, he will definitely confront and take care of it in order to make his thoughts clear. This is the true state of cultivation of immortality and the way of asking for the truth. Refining the heart in the world. Some people don't care and live in harmony with the world, but he focuses on doing whatever he wants. He doesn't think he is a great and glorious good person. His greatness has been ruined long ago. In the process of pursuing the great way, for the sake of a mysterious inspiration, he will definitely do some things that are popular with the public but not so decent in the future. Apart from anything else, he will definitely be a philandering scumbag in the future. Not only is this his nature, but also his life of traveling through time and space. If he doesn't become a scumbag and doesn't realize the simple wishes of literary masters and the general public, then he will most likely have no hope of becoming a great man, and even fail early. So he won't pretend to be a gentleman, he just wants to be clear-minded. Xiaolingzi's face turned red and white. The white one was frightened by the possibility described by He Chen. Although she would never think that Fang Yifan would really do such a thing to them, but if she thinks rationally, does this possibility really not exist? No. Not only does it exist, it's not even very small. The red one was that He Chen was so angry and so serious because of her. As for Tao Zi and everyone else, she didn't listen. Her mind was full of him doing it for her, he had her in his heart, he lost his temper and got angry for her, but she actually misunderstood him for Fang Yifan, she really deserved to die. Chapter 70. Some things cannot be weighed even if they are not weighed 4 or 2, and even if they are weighed 1,000 kilograms they cannot be stopped. I'll fight you. Unlike Xiaolingzi, a childhood sweetheart who suddenly fell into love, Tong Wenjie, a biological mother, did not realize that He Chen was doing good for everyone, including her and her son. After all, according to her husband Fang Yuan's usual use of the Western nephew-nephew inheritance method and the biggest concept of unclean law in China since ancient times, he teased her, Fang Yifan's genes may not be inherited from me, but they will definitely be inherited from you. You must know the reason. Faced with the fact that her son was beaten to death step by step and deliberately drugged, she only felt fear and anger in her heart. What scares him is the punishment his son may face. Drugging another person is a truly illegal and criminal act. Once she is firmly established, let alone talking about the future of the college entrance examination or public examination, her son will be ruined for the rest of his life if he really gets into it. There is also a guaranteed chance of marrying Xiaolingzi and easily inheriting the life of a billionaire idler, but that is also up for grabs. Yes. She believes that her son is the most suitable for her best friend's daughter. If her son doesn't work hard, she is also optimistic that they will get together naturally. Nowadays, it is not a big deal even if my best friend hears what she is doing to pursue Tao Zi. At most, you can get angry and express your disgust. Song Qian, an elite teacher, would definitely dislike her son Fang Yifan's grades. But my best friend will be angry, won't she get angry? When she gets angry, her best friend will definitely know that it is inappropriate to dislike her son like this. All the unpleasantness will be covered up,
and her best friend will finally compromise and acquiesce in the matter of the two children. But the premise is that He-chan, a turtle bastard, didn't analyze this matter in this way, raise it to such a high level, and take it to the line. Now that He-chan caused such trouble and spread the news, who has her son become? He has truly become Woo Jianyu from Chunfeng Middle School. Can my best friend still turn a blind eye to this, be suppressed by her outburst of anger, and compromise and acquiesce in the matter of the two children? Xiaolingzi, the childhood sweetheart and rich woman's guarantee, may also be in trouble. In this case, she was heartbroken over He-chan. And what is her character? She usually had a bad temper and yelled at her son to kill him. She chased and beat her son 3 times in public at school in a month. Now that she had a strong desire to tear He-chan apart, the more she thought about it, the more frightened and angry she became, so she naturally took action and rushed directly to him. Are you sure you want to attack a minor in front of 2 police uncles? He-chan stood there without any fear, looking directly at Tong Wenjie, who had already rushed over and greeted him in the face with a half-smile. As soon as these words came out, the 2 policemen hurriedly stepped forward to stop Tong Wenjie, who was about to make a move. Li Taigang also hurriedly came over and hugged Tong Wenjie. 2 policemen, have you seen it? He-chan pointed at Tong Wenjie, who was still shouting and trying to rush forward. This is Fang Yifan's family. A father who knows the law and breaks the law, and a mother who is like a shrew. She has no idea about the so-called class teacher. What good things can be produced from such a family and such an education? Therefore, as a police officer, I solemnly request you to investigate this matter strictly and arrest it as a typical example. This is what I, as Fang Yifan, have done to recognize Yi Dad in public, and as a group of people, I strongly request you to do this based on emotion and reason, as well as private and public duties. Li Taigang, who was holding Tong Wenjie, turned red when he saw Yi-chan connoting her again and mocking her alongside Fang Yifan's parents. She really regretted it. Yi-chan's words of 10 times and 100 times the reward were really not just casual words, he really did it. How many times has this happened? Wherever you go, you can taunt her and stomp her into the mud. The most disgusting thing is that it's not completely nonsense, there is more or less truth to it. This makes her even more intolerable. She is so regretful. If God gives her another chance, she will definitely think more clearly and convince Yi-chan, instead of being completely helpless like she is now. That's right. If you give her another chance, she will most likely not change. Because this is the dignity of teachers and the teaching philosophy of the teaching team leader, she cannot give in casually. You are not allowed to say that about my aunt. Lin Liar said angrily, I don't blame my cousin, and I will not sue my cousin. This matter has nothing to do with you. He-chan didn't quarrel with him, a smart kid from a rural area where most of the people in the movie world are suffering. He just looked at him with a look like, sit in the kid's seat, and then looked towards police. Uncle policeman, I am serious. This matter must be redone to become a classic. Fang Yifan's deliberate drugging is itself a very dangerous illegal and criminal act. If it is not deterred and stopped in time, it will only cause greater harm. And he is a bastard who doesn't remember to eat or fight. You were also involved in what happened last time. It was obviously him who caused it, exposing his biological father's illegal and criminal behavior and sending his biological father to prison. This should have been a warning. But how did he do it? I didn't care at all, I was still in the mood to go to the movies with his childhood sweetheart and his goddess that night. It is simply a filial piety. Now that his biological father has not yet come out, he has committed such extremely harmful illegal and criminal acts, and yet he still makes excuses. Including his mother, his class teacher, the people who were drugged by him, and those who knew about it, none of them were frightened. Instead, they thought it was no big deal. What a terrifying environment that promotes illegal crimes. Fang Yifan dares to do this now. In this infinitely permissive environment, I dare not imagine what he will do in the future. And this is not just a single vicious incident in which he drugged a girl to chase her. Are there other monsters involved? I am afraid it is hard to say. The 2 police uncles must be aware that various disguised drug-taking trends are spreading among teenagers and want to poison young people. Fang Yifan wants to achieve his own goals, so he easily drugs others, and does not receive any punishment or condemnation including legal and moral afterwards. What message is this conveying to the outside world? Don't tell me that parents punish themselves by drinking 3 cups and chase and play around. That is more like a joke. It will only dilute the seriousness that should be there with the atmosphere of small joy. What impression will this leave on us minors? Does it reduce everyone's sensitivity and vigilance to drugs? Will it be easier to be bewitched, either to try it yourself,
or to easily drug others for the purpose? Shouldn't these various hazards, both overt and covert, be dealt with seriously and made into a model? The two policemen looked serious. Many things are like this. If you don't weigh it, it's not 4 taels. If you weigh it, it's more than 1,000 pounds. In their opinion, this matter was just a quarrel between children. Although it was illegal, it did not cause any harm for the time being. Secondly, there was no subjective malice. Thirdly, the victim also clearly did not pursue it. Fourthly, Fang Yifan was a high school student after all, so the result of this matter was generally criticism and education. But now the person who called the police was a master of weighing. After listening to Yi-chan's analysis of weighing, they also felt that this matter should not be taken lightly. Not only because these analyses are indeed very logical and reasonable. Also because the person who called the police was a master of weighing. The new book is still in the recommendation period. If you are not satisfied, you can read the author's old books of the same type. The link is below. Chapter 71. Fang's father, Fan, came to pick me up. Good son, so filial. My classmate, do you have anything else to add? The two police uncles looked at each other and asked Yi-chan seriously if he had anything else to say. They felt unlucky to encounter such a weighing thing. They didn't want to be weighed directly because of some routine practices that were usually easy to do but not to say. Of course. As everyone's mouths twitched, Yi-chan really nodded and looked at Xiaoyingzi. Xiaoyingzi, do you know your mistake? Xiaoyingzi was flustered for a while after being looked at and said by Yi-chan, and then she, who was smart, suddenly thought that Yi-chan's question was not about he has her in his heart, but she doesn't know what's good for her, or not just that. Now asking this in public, more about Fang Yifan's drugging, she is not only a potential victim, but also an accomplice to some extent. Even if she didn't mean that at all, objectively speaking, she may have violated the law. I was wrong. I shouldn't have given Fang Yifan sleeping pills. Xiaoyingzi admitted her mistake decisively. She was not afraid, terrified or even angry because of the punishment that Yi-chan might find out. Under the strong suppression of the emotion of Yi-chan is for her and has her in his heart, her emotions were very stable. Yingzi. Tong Wenjie looked at Xiaoyingzi incredulously. This daughter-in-law who she had planned to be the first backup was really unable to accept Xiaoyingzi's honesty. Because in her opinion, admitting it now would be a betrayal of her son. Anton, I was really wrong. Xiaoyingzi tried to explain. Fang Yifan also made a mistake. If he made a mistake, he should accept the punishment. Finally, under Tong Wenjie's knife-like gaze, she really couldn't say anything. It's good to correct your mistakes. Yi-chan nodded and agreed. You don't have to worry too much about this matter. You were deceived by others, which was an unintentional mistake, and you repeatedly reminded the other party of the dangers in the process. At this stage, it seems that no serious consequences have been caused. But you can't save face, and you almost hurt others and yourself, so you must be awakened. I suggest that you write down the cause, process, result, and your reflection of this incident. When you accept the criticism and education from the police uncle, ask them more about some related cases. They have a large number of individual cases. To summarize, you are good at public speaking, so you can use what you wrote to give a public speech, so that other students can listen carefully and pay more attention to avoid being harmed by similar things again. After all, whether you are a girl or a boy, you must protect yourself when you go out. Even a smart and sensible girl like you can't save face and almost become an accomplice in harming others and yourself. Other students will only be more ignorant. Your speech is more meaningful than your speech at the planetarium. What do you think? Yeah. Xiaoyingzi nodded vigorously. Good at public speaking, smart and sensible, girls should protect themselves. These words kept echoing in her mind, making her feel warm. Even if this matter is a bit embarrassing, she is no longer opposed to doing so. Yingzi. Fang Yifan couldn't stand it anymore and looked at her with disappointment and confusion. Didn't she know that doing this would completely nail him to the pillar of shame? This was more unacceptable to him than the possibility of going to jail. For young people, face is everything, and it is often more important than life, not to mention going to jail. Fang Ho, don't look at me like that. You cheated me and made it like this. We were all wrong. We almost caused serious harm. Of course, we have to accept the punishment. Xiaoyingzi looked Fang Yifan in the eye and responded seriously. She saw Lin Layer's condition with her own eyes. If she was not careful, her life would be in danger. And she almost became an accomplice. She was cheated because she didn't refuse because she couldn't save face. Fang Yifan was speechless. Because this is indeed the fact. If he hadn't cheated and pestered, Xiaolingzi wouldn't have made a mistake and been implicated in this.
The two police uncles were also speechless. Especially when they heard what Chen said just now, that they had a large number of individual cases. Although it was indeed true, they always felt a little bit of ridicule. Not to mention that they asked Chen to say it. Chen not only really said it, but also stood in their position and directly defined the matter. It seems that not only is there nothing wrong, but it is also handled well. There is punishment, there is education, punishment for the past and warning for the future, and it can also expand the scope, which is very meaningful for publicity and education.
This boy is not simple.
Not only is he serious about the scale, but he is also very resourceful. They did not speak rashly and paid attention to him to supplement, which was indeed a wise move. Next, in Tong Wenjie's red and angry eyes, they asked Fang Yifan to go to the police station to sit down, and Tong Wenjie, as a parent, of course, had to follow. Lin Layer also wanted to follow, but was stopped by Chen, who criticized and reminded Li Taigun, the inactive class teacher, to take Lin Layer to the infirmary, or even better, to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Now all this is based on the premise that Lin Layer seems to be just seriously sleepy and there is no big problem. Once he is drugged and not only sleepy, but also may hurt his body, then the nature will completely change. Tong Wenjie also thought of this, and for a moment she didn't care about her son Fang Yifan being taken to the police station. She wanted to accompany Lin Layer to the hospital for a checkup to make sure that Lin Layer was okay.
It's okay. It has to be okay even if there is something wrong.
Faced with the police's reminder that minors need to be accompanied by their parents, Tong Wenjie said anxiously, "It's okay?
He has his parents with him.
When you take him there, just go to the detention center to pick up his father." Everyone was speechless, and they just felt it was absurd and ridiculous.
However, after thinking about it for a while, a family of 3, 2 of them went to the police station every now and then. It felt a little scary.
At the door of the detention center, the door opened, and the short and fat Fang Yuan walked out slowly with a peaceful smile on his face. Although he was detained for a month, and was tricked into it by his filial son, he has always been broad-minded and fat, and he can think open-mindedly. If he can't think open-mindedly, he can't get along with a wife like Tong Wenjie, who is strong, overbearing, and prone to violence. Tomorrow is National Day, and it won't affect the holiday if he comes out before National Day.
Isn't this good?
Then he squinted his eyes and looked at the sky. When he breathed the fresh air outside, he heard a familiar call of Dad. He immediately looked over and saw his son Fang Yifan running over.
"Son, you're here to pick up Dad?" Fang Yuan was a little surprised and a little delighted. He complained, "Aren't you in class today? You can't skip class even if you miss Dad.
You should leave quickly, otherwise it will be a big trouble if your mother sees you." But he was still very happy to hug this good son who cheated his father.
That's right.
Although he cheated his father and had this or that kind of shortcomings, in his eyes, his son was a good son.
Look, how filial.
Even if he didn't agree with him skipping school to pick up his son, as an old father, he was still deeply moved by this filial piety.
Filial children are never too bad. So what if his academic performance is not good?
In ancient times, filial sons could be directly recommended as filial and honest officials. Just when Fang Yuan was moved by his son's goodness, a policeman got off the police car over there, which made him notice it at the first time. He hurriedly greeted him nervously, and then was told the truth. Fang Yuan, who learned that he had just come out as a parent accompanying his son who had committed a crime to the police station, Fang Yuan here felt tired and relieved that her son had to go in seamlessly just after he came out. This must be his own seed. Song Qian and the others over there also knew that their daughter was involved in this kind of thing, and rushed over immediately. First, she went to Xiaolingzi to ask about the situation, and then Song Qian scolded her on the spot. "Xiao Weidong, look at who you have been eyeing all day long. I have told you that he will definitely harmingzi, why don't you take it seriously? Well now, this little bastard takes action directly this time."
"Mom!"
Xiaolingzi retorted unhappily, Chen didn't harm me, I was implicated by Fang Ho this time." "You still speak for him." Song Qian's eyes were red and she looked at her daughter with tears in her eyes. If he hadn't insisted on calling the police, how could things have deteriorated to what they are now? Once you don't handle it well, or something goes wrong with Lin Layer, your life will be ruined. If you still don't take it seriously, are you obsessed with it? At this point, she looked at Xiao Weidong fiercely. "Tell me, as a father, do you still recognize this daughter? If you do, you will beat him up for the bastard who hurt your daughter like this. A meal, and then let him stay away from his daughter completely."
"Of course I recognize it. Yingzi is my daughter, my only child. How could I deny it?"
Xiao Weidong said quickly, But Yi-chen can't be entirely blamed for this.
Don't worry, I can't go find him.
Seeing that but couldn't say anymore, his ex-wife got excited and started chasing him. Xiao Weidong could only hide and persuade him, and then after his daughter grabbed his ex-wife, he hurriedly ran away to find Yi-chen. When Yi-chen was called out, he faced the eager eyes of his ex-wife beside him and the eyes of his daughter who were anxious but unwilling to say anything. He winked at Yi-chen and lowered his face. Yi-chen, you did this.
It's too much. No matter what Fang Yifan did wrong, you shouldn't involve Yingzi.
As he spoke, his expression really darkened. He knew that what Yi-chen did was indeed correct, but he could have used softer methods to persuade him privately.
Yingzi was just innocently involved, and it was not like Fang Yifan took the initiative to provoke such a thing.
Now that the matter has become serious, her daughter may really be implicated, and Song Qian is almost going crazy.
When the time comes, he will be unlucky. The key is that her daughter, who is controlled by her ex-wife every day, can stand her crazy ex-wife? Did I involve Xiao Yingzi in this?
Yi-chen asked calmly, ignoring Song Qian's red eyes and Xiao Weidong's dark face.
She was implicated by Fang Yifan.
And if we have to expand the accountability, the person who should be held accountable most for all this is not me, but you, the parents of Xiao Yingzi.
We?
Xiao Weidong was shocked.
That's right. Yi-chen nodded affirmatively. It's you. Let me ask you, if I hadn't exposed this matter seriously, would you have taken it seriously even if you knew about it? Won't. You don't even think there's anything wrong with it.
But in fact, the problem here is huge. Yi-chen repeated the reason why Fang Yifan dared to drug Xiao Yingzi today and Lin Liar dared to drug Xiao Yingzi tomorrow, which made Xiao Weidong and Song Qian change their expressions.
What Tong Wenjie heard from Li Tieguan and Yingzi just now did not include such detailed criticism.
Yi-chen was not surprised by this. Because of these three people, Tong Wenjie would definitely not talk about it, Li Taigang might not, but Yingzi could not talk about it because of their friendship since childhood. The more Xiao Weidong thought about it, the more frightened he got, and the angrier he became, this little bastard raised by Tong Wenjie and Fang Yuan. How dare you drug him?
What do you mean?
At this time, you still want to overturn the case and quibble with your excuse all along, right?
Song Qian exploded and went mad at Xiao Weidong.
After being analyzed like this by Yi-chen, she was indeed afraid of being shocked and angry, but because she had an even greater dislike for Yi-chen, and she didn't think that the child she had watched growing up in her best friend's family would really do that kind of thing to her daughter, so she was unwilling to go there.
Keep thinking about this.
When she heard her ex-husband yelling at her best friend, she immediately couldn't hear it. Not to mention that Xiao Weidong also mentioned drugging, which immediately hit her nerves. You must know that when Xiao Weidong cheated on her, he kept claiming that he fell in love with others and was drugged in the wine, which led to him losing control. But she didn't believe it at all.
This is obviously the excuse the scumbag made for his cheating. And it's not a very clever excuse. In her eyes and mouth, this was a final conclusion and an irreversible fact.
Now Xiao Weidong is taking advantage of Fang Yifan's drugging incident and scolding the person who drugged him. He must have the intention to reverse the case for himself.
This is treason. Not to mention that the most important thing now is their daughter Yingzi.
At this moment, he dares to have such petty thoughts.
It is a heinous crime. Xiao Weidong was scolded so badly, it was a grievance.
He did think of Yi-chen's reminder of his painful experience of being drugged, causing his wife to be separated. But at this moment, he was scolding the drug, not to overturn the case for himself, but because he was really worried for his daughter. As an old father, a man who had personally experienced being drugged and suffered for half his life, he simply could not imagine the terrible consequences of his daughter being drugged. But this terrible consequence is so close and within reach. What's even more frightening is that if Yi-chen hadn't taken it seriously, they would have probably laughed it off and wouldn't have taken it seriously if they found out afterwards. When he thought of this, he felt so painful that he wished he could slap himself in the face a few times.
How could he have any intention of overturning his case?
If his ex-wife scolded him for being an unqualified father based on this point, he would have no way to defend himself, and he would not feel wronged by being scolded.
Yi-chen was right.
If there was to be accountability, they, as parents, should be held accountable the most. But his ex-wife didn't scold him to the point at all.
Mom, stop scolding.
Xiao Yingzi couldn't listen anymore, and tried to persuade her, but she couldn't stop her mother who was already angry. She also knew that father's derailment led to the breakdown of the family was her mother's biggest weakness, so she didn't dare to persuade her too much, and could only hope that her mother would vent her anger as soon as possible. However, she was willing to go along, and Xiao Weidong was willing to listen, but Yi-chen couldn't listen anymore and interrupted directly. You still have the nerve to scold people. If there is a need to investigate this matter, you as a mother have the greatest responsibility.
Why are you glaring? Not convinced? Let me ask you, how is Fang Yifan so familiar with Xiaoingzi? Isn't it because you and Tong Wenjia have similar tastes? Let me ask you again, where did Xiaoingzi's sleeping pills come from? Isn't it because you, who have always been mentally unstable, asked the doctor to prescribe the medicine?
You claim to be an elite teacher, and you arranged Xiaoingzi's life and study all day long, and you want to have complete control over her, but how did you make it so easy for a minor to get the medicine?
Don't you know the harm here? At this point, he glanced at Xiao Weidong, whose face changed drastically, as if to say, she doesn't know, don't you, as a father, know the harm here after I reminded you? The new book is still in the recommendation period, so if you are not satisfied, you can read the author's old books of the same type, the link is below. Shut up. Xiao Weidong, who was frightened by He Chen's words and eyes, was thinking about what He Chen reminded him to do. Seeing that his ex-wife was still mad without grasping the main point, he could no longer suppress his anger and yelled at his ex-wife. The whole audience fell silent. Song Qian's eyes were red, staring at Xiao Weidong in disbelief, and said the most classic, "How dare you yell at me?" Since they met and fell in love when they were young, according to Xiao Weidong, he is the son and she is the mother, so she has always been in charge of him and yelled at him, and there has never been anything wrong with Tiangang. Otherwise, whenever they get angry and yell at each other, there will be a back and forth. At the beginning, he was obviously drugged and framed, and she would not leave him no chance to defend himself and divorce directly. She has been holding on to this matter for all these years. Isn't it because she has been arbitrary in this relationship for too long, so she can't tolerate this kind of betrayal and disobedience at all? Now, not only has the good daughter repeatedly rebelled and caused these troubles, but the good son also dared to yell at her. It's deceiving the heavens. What's wrong with me yelling at you?
Although Xiao Weidong's courage has dropped a little, he also glared at his ex-wife with red eyes when he thought of He Chen's hint and reminder.
I ask you, why didn't you put away your sleeping pills properly? Why couldn't Xi get them easily?
She took the pills away, and you didn't know about it afterwards.
Is this how you act as a mother? He had to be angry.
Long before He Chen reminded him, he felt that his daughter's mental state was not right, so he ignored his happy life with his girlfriend and hurriedly increased his contact with his daughter and prepared various gifts for her, just to relieve his daughter from the pressure of being pushed too hard by his ex-wife. Then the daughter's outburst in the planetarium and He Chen's reminder made him even more scared, and he was really worried that something might happen to his daughter. And now his daughter is not only facing the possibility of drugging by the son of his ex-wife's bestie, but also further confirmed that something was wrong with his daughter from the details of the drugging. A daughter who is under great pressure and suspected of having signs of collapse, not only pays attention to her mother's sleeping pills, but also can get them silently and easily. How terrible! His original various concessions to his ex-wife were based on the fact that she gave birth to a lovely and smart daughter like Yingzi, and as a single mother, his ex-wife was indeed more competent than him in educating his daughter and taught her daughter very well. But if the ex-wife's education is based on not caring about the physical and mental health of his daughter, then everything will change. As a billionaire, he is very happy that his daughter is excellent, but he does not ask his daughter to be excellent, just moderate and conservative. The most important thing is that his daughter is healthy and happy physically and mentally. Otherwise, the daughter is forced by the ex-wife, and the psychological pressure is extremely great. She may commit suicide at any time, and because of the inaction and neglect of the ex-wife, the daughter may really commit suicide at any time.
He Chun reminded her of two possibilities in just a few days.
Then the ex-wife is no longer the object of gratitude and guilt in his eyes.
You dare to yell at me, and you dare to question me. Song Qian was furious. Why do I have sleeping pills? Why do I take sleeping pills? It's all because of you, the cheating scumbag. You also said that when Jia and I, you, and Fang Yuan are birds of a feather. Fang Yifan didn't learn well, just learned from you too, it's all your fault. After Song Qian's more fierce firepower, the arrogant Xiao Weidong was silent again, and his momentum was suppressed.
It's not that he couldn't refute, but he was a normal person.
In this heart-wrenching quarrel, he was no match for the mentally unstable Song Qian.
He Chun saw that he was silent, and immediately shook his head at him. In Xiaoingzi's pleading eyes, he no longer paid attention to the divorced couple who were Zhouyu fighting Huangdai, one willing to fight and the other willing to be beaten, and turned away.
Song Qian glanced at it.
Although she was very angry, she thought of He Chen's momentum and the fact that even her ex-husband dared to yell at her under He Chen's sophistry, and her daughter became more and more rebellious. She really wanted He Chen to leave. Although she was unwilling to admit it, she really hated He Chen in her heart. Because she had already determined that He Chen really had the ability to easily destroy her family and snatch away and destroy her most beloved. As I said, when the United States doubts that you have weapons of mass destruction, you'd better really have them. At that time, you are not evil to be eliminated, but an important cornerstone of global peace. In Song Qian's eyes, He Chen now really has some of this meaning. When He Chen left, Xiao Weidong was completely suppressed and ended the farce by admitting his cowardice and apologizing. At dusk, Fang Yuan, who had just come out and went in again, finally accompanied his son and accepted detailed questioning by the police. He was criticized and educated for a long time with his son. After Tong Wenjie took Lin Layer to the hospital to get the appraisal results without any problems, they came out of the police station together. Facing the setting sun, Fang Yuan saw that his family was in a low mood, so he smiled optimistically as always. What's wrong? Are you not happy to see me out? Didn't you prepare a welcoming party for me tonight? It doesn't matter if you didn't prepare it, Lao Qiao must have prepared it. I've been in prison for a month, and he saved nearly 10,000 yuan by having a party every Monday. We have to eat all of this back. As he said this, he winked at his son Fang Yifan, who suddenly became energetic, and in Fang Yifan's expectant eyes, he took out his mobile phone and called Xiao Weidong. Lao Qiao, it's me, I'm out, let's get together tonight? What? Something? Can't postpone it, okay, next time. After hanging up the phone, he comforted his disappointed son, your Uncle Qiao is busy now, and the National Day is several days away. We have plenty of time, and we must eat his big meal. At this point, he looked at Tong Wenjie, who looked unhappy. You also contact Song Qian, and our two families will get together as soon as possible. Let's talk about everything and don't affect the relationship between the two families. This statement was agreed by everyone. The most important thing now is to restore the relationship with Xiaoingzi's family and let Xiaoingzi not make that propaganda speech that can nail Fang Yifan to the pillar of shame. As long as it is done, everything now will soon pass. With Fang Yuan, who is kind-hearted and fat, Fang Yifan is in high spirits again, and the Fang family immediately talks and laughs, and happily returns the home. Over there, Xiao Weidong, who had rejected Fang Yuan, came to the countryside garden community again. After He Chen finished his daily practice, he hurried over to invite him in person. Xiaoyi, give Uncle Qiao a favor and accompany Uncle Qiao to have a meal. It's just the two of us. We can eat whatever we want. Uncle Qiao, are you sure you still want to have a big meal? He Chen teased. Alas, I'm not in the mood. I just want to have a good chat with you. Please pity your Uncle Qiao, otherwise I will definitely not be able to sleep tonight. Xiao Weidong sighed. He Chen shouldn't have laughed, but looking at Xiao Weidong's face of Lao Bai from Outlaws of the Swordsman, he thought of Lao Bai when he saw Xiao Weidong, and the arc of his mouth was harder to suppress than AK. Okay, anyway, I can eat it and won't waste it. Xiao Weidong's mouth twitched, but he was still happy that He Chen, who had a unique vision and knew his daughter well and made his daughter close and convinced, was willing to accompany him for a good chat. No way. He is really scared now. He can't sleep or eat well. He Chen went up to talk to Ruan Lu, and while Ruan Luzheng was pouting, he changed his clothes, went downstairs, got into Xiao Weidong's car, and went to a high-end restaurant. After ordering, Xiao Weidong began to sigh and talk about his troubles and worries, and he couldn't stop talking. He Chen could also understand the fear and anxiety of an old father. So he listened quietly. When the dishes came, he ate them while listening. Xiao Weidong was drinking and talking. Seeing He Chen eating like this, his mood was also interrupted. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite, then complained, Xiaoyi, you should say a few words too. What? He Chen didn't even listen to his chopsticks. While eating, he took the time to smile and said, this is the second time I remind you, right? In addition to making you anxious, can you make any effective changes? You can't. Why not? Xiao Weidong was unconvinced. I have also done a lot recently. I have cleaned up the house quickly, and Yingzi can go in as a safe haven during the National Day. And I yelled at Song Qian, you saw it with your own eyes during the day. Speaking of this, in He Chen's contemptuous eyes, Xiao Weidong immediately turned his head away and pretended to pour wine, muttering in his heart, although it didn't last long, but I really yelled, you young man don't know the significance of this anti-Tingong. Of course, it's not easy to say such words, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. By the way, I also made a big move. Fang Yuan came out and asked me to have a party, but I refused. In the future, I would rather invite you out for a big meal than have a party with Fang Yuan, who raised Fang Yifan, a little bastard. Yingzi and Fang Yifan, that little bastard, distanced themselves from each other, starting with Fang Yuan and me. I saw from the beginning that Tong Wenjie was holding back.
Always talking about childhood sweethearts. Bullshit. How could Fang Yifan, a waste who ranked last in the school, be qualified to be a childhood sweetheart with my Ingzi, who was in the top 3 and often challenged for the first place in the school? She is not beautiful, but she always thinks about beautiful things. I definitely won't agree. While scolding, he looked at Yi-chun, and was slightly relieved to see that Yi-chun didn't feel that he was implied at all, but he was a little unhappy to see that Yi-chun had no reaction and continued to eat happily with a smile of, I don't believe it, on his face. Xiao He, you don't believe it? Of course I don't believe it. Yi-chun said frankly, you said so much, but it's useless. Because your words don't carry any weight. Do you believe that tomorrow the Fang family will continue to move downstairs from Xiao Yingzi's house, and Song Qian will continue to deal with the Fang family as she should? Impossible. Xiao Weidong denied it flatly. How is this possible? Such a vicious incident has happened, and you have analyzed the harm so clearly. No matter how much Song Qian hates us, no matter how good she is with Tong Wenjie, she can't rent the house downstairs to the Fang family, so that Fang Yifan is so close to Yingzi. So you can't see through it. Yi-chun shook his head. It's hard to change a person's nature. Once a person's personality and habits are formed, it's not so easy to change. You can't get angry, and I can't call the police. You underestimate the importance of friendship in this world. As long as Tong Wenjie steps in, Song Qian will always compromise and brush this matter off even if she is angry and scared. Just like you are right, even if you dare to get angry and yell for your daughter, you will still be helpless by Song Qian in the end. They were so angry that they finally gave in and admitted defeat. They helped their relatives instead of the rational ones. This relative is not you, the ex-husband, the biological father of her child, but her best friend. Haven't you heard of the rhetoric of men will always leave, but best friends are forever, and men are accidents, but best friends are true love? Not to mention that they have a common enemy, which is me. Even if I called the police and repeatedly explained the dangers, in their minds, Fang Yifan is still just a child. He is still a good child that they watched grow up. How could such a child really have those bad intentions? It must be the malicious speculation of their common enemy, and they will not fall for it. Even though it is now the age of internet information, primary school students can access a large amount of information and therefore their minds are more like adults than when you went to college. They still think that they are going to be adults and take college entrance exams. They are thinking about chasing goddesses all day long, making various big moves, and now Fang Yifan, who dares to drug, is still a child. At the end, Yi-chun laughed and shook his head. Xiao Weidong couldn't laugh at all. He wanted to deny that Yi-chun was right, but his reason told him that what Yi-chun said was possible. He asked with a bitter face, what are you laughing at? What's so funny about this? I'm laughing because someone compared Fang Yifan to Jia Baoyu. Now it seems that they are more and more alike. Yi-chun smiled and said, look, Jia Baoyu and Lin Daiyu in Dream of Red Mansions are only elementary school students, but they behave like boys and girls or even adults. Some people always feel awkward and outrageous. But now I think, what's so strange? Nowadays, there are many children who are exposed to too much information and mature early, and because they eat too well, their bodies also mature early. In ancient times, the top families like Jia Baoyu and his family, there were hundreds or thousands of people in the mansions, and there were dozens of intrigues every day. Every servant had a pair of rich eyes. Even if the master did not do well, he would be laughed at. If he wanted to do anything, he had to pay money. Lin Daiyu was even more cautious when entering the Jia mansion, for fear of being ridiculed. Isn't this just because they have been exposed to a huge amount of information since they were young, their minds mature early, they eat so well, and their bodies mature early, so there is nothing wrong with them falling in love at such a young age and Dream of Red Mansions? Yi-chun was talking about understanding a question about Dream of Red Mansions, and he was very happy. However, it was like thunder in the ears of Xiao Weidong, an old father. After he was stunned, he suddenly slapped the table and stood up. Fuck me. Dream of Red Mansions. Damn Jia Baoyu. Jia Baoyu was the kind of thing only the ladies in the boudoir liked in the past. In the eyes of any old father, this guy deserves to be beaten to death. He is not a good match at all. And Xiao Weidong was even more angry. If Fang Yifan is Jia Baoyu, then who is his heroic son? Lin Daiyu? The only daughter who was the most beautiful and intelligent, came to the Jia family with a huge fortune. Her reputation as a best friend was ruined since she was a child. It was rumored that her medicine had been changed and she was even given a chronic poison. In the end, she failed to marry the good-for-nothing Jia Baoyu. He walked out of Jia's house alive and was eaten to death. He has a fortune of hundreds of millions. Because Yingzi's mother and Tong Wenjie are best friends and family members,
the smart and beautiful Ingzi has been hanging out with the good-for-nothing Fang Yifan since he was a child.
He Chen said that Fang Yifan and Ingzi had an affair and ruined their reputation.
And now it involves drugging, and he only has one daughter. All of them have been contacted. No wonder He Chen said it was like a dream of red mansions. How can his old father stand this? His Ingzi is a girl, so he will suffer. How old was Jia Baoyuing dream of red mansions when he entered the realm of Taiyu? The more Qiao Weidong thought about it, the angrier he became, and he was ready to beat Fang Yifan to death. The new book is still relatively young in the recommendation period. If you are not satisfied with it, you can check out the author's older books of the same type. The links are below.
Uncle Qiao, calm down. He Chen persuaded.
Seeing that it had affected the other guests, Xiao Weidong quickly suppressed his anger and apologized one by one with a smile.
Then he sat down and drank sullenly while thinking about it.
The more he thought about it, the more terrible, hateful, and angry he felt.
If the correspondence between 1 and 2 items is a coincidence, no need to take it seriously.
But this is already 3, 4, or 5 things that are similar to each other by coincidence.
As an old father, how dare he not take it seriously?
You know, Lin Daiyu ended up being clean and coming back clean, but she also committed suicide.
Even if it seems like his Ingzi can do this for Fang Yifan now, who can say for sure?
What if one day Fang Yifan also wanders into the Taishu realm, and his relationship with Ingzi breaks through, causing Ingzi to completely focus on Fang Yifan, and then there is the coercion of his neurotic mother Song Qian on the inside, and there is a beauty like Fang Yifan on the outside. The waste in the intestines changes to the stimulation of the heart.
No! I can't let the Fang family live downstairs from Ingzi. Xiao Weidong drank a few more drinks and said bitterly with red eyes. Upstairs and downstairs, boys and girls, it's too easy to wander into the realm of trance. Uncle Qiao, I support you.
Seeing that he was staring at him in a daze after he finished speaking, He Chen stopped using his chopsticks, raised the milk, and smiled perfunctorily.
He Chen, you helped me a lot again. I want to thank you. Xiao Weidong stared at He Chen and said, what do you want? Tell me, and Uncle Qiao will buy it for you. Don't be polite to Uncle Qiao. Uncle Qiao is sincere, thank you. Okay. Then I'm welcome.
He Chen glanced at him and nodded with a smile. I know Uncle Qiao will be uneasy if you don't give it away.
Look what you said, Uncle Qiao admires you the most, why would you be uneasy?
Xiao Weidong, as always, covered up these unpleasant thoughts. He truly felt that He Chen had helped him a lot, and he was sincerely grateful.
Of course, he would never delay a favor that could be repaid with money.
Then just pretend that I don't want to order a gift to ask Uncle Qiao to return this favor.
I feel uneasy.
He Chen smiled, and when Xiao Weidong looked sideways at him, he told his plan.
Tomorrow is the National Day, and we have 3 days off.
Originally, I planned to go camping in a nearby mountain to experience the joy of practicing in the mountains.
Since Uncle Qiao is so polite, I won't be polite anymore.
I'll be extravagant and ask Uncle Qiao to help me buy a round-trip air ticket to Yaoshan.
Yaoshan camping?
Xiao Weidong was surprised. He did have the intention of spending money to return the favor at the beginning. It can be seen that He Chen was more positive and honest than him and did not want to be upset because of the favor being involved, which made him a little unhappy.
What? His precious Ingzi is not good enough for you? However, the slight dissatisfaction turned out to be unpleasant.
Compared with Fang Yifan, who shamelessly went up to his Ingzi's side, Xiao Weidong was generally satisfied with He Chen's approach.
I'm just curious about He Chen's arrangements for National Day. Yes. He Chen nodded. Uncle Qiao, you have also seen me practice, right?
Why are you standing under the pine tree, just imitating the song of Giving Medicine Mountain eminent monk Wei Yan Air, so that the body shape is like a crane, with thousands of trees, the artistic conception of Panasonic's Liang Hanjing. Now that I have gained some feeling from practice, it is National Day again and I have 3 days off, so I plan to go to the mountains and live the life of a monk in the real mountains under thousands of pines. Now that I have the support of a great man like Uncle Qiao, I naturally don't want to just find a nearby mountain. I must fly directly to the medicine mountain in the poem to feel the original artistic conception. I will definitely feel better when I practice the martial arts.
You are really interesting. You want to be a monk so much? Xiao Weidong laughed and said, besides, aren't you a monk? This setting poem has a more monastic atmosphere.
If the title of the poem had not mentioned the eminent monk, people's first reaction would be to seek immortals and visit Taoism. He was really surprised. Other young people were always looking for women, but He Chen had such good conditions and so many girls liked him, but he just wanted to go to the mountains, as if he wished he could become a monk.
Uncle Qiao, Buddha is the Tao. He-chan reminded. You have something. Okay. Uncle Qiao agreed. Let someone arrange it for you. Qiao Weidong smiled and took out his mobile phone and dialed a subordinate in his company.
He is a billionaire and a boss who has a full-time driver when he travels.
This little thing is just a phone call away. After making the arrangements, he was still a little uneasy. That's it? Is there anything else you want? Just tell your Uncle Qiao. Uncle Qiao will arrange it for you, really. In the future, you can just mention your Uncle Qiao more and help Uncle Qiao protect Yingzi, and Uncle Qiao will be grateful to you forever. How much is the air ticket worth? Even during the National Day Golden Week, the round-trip air ticket is still not as good as the home telescope I bought for He-chan. Not to mention that when he gave him the telescope, He-chan found out that it was not a simple gift. But this time, He-chan once again reminded him of Xiao Yingzi's possible dangerous state, and it could be said that he was reminded twice at once, one more time than the time at the planetarium. How can he feel at ease with just 2 round-trip air tickets? Uncle Qiao, if you want to return my favor, it's not about what you have. He-chan pointed at Xiao Weidong sternly, and then pointed at himself, it's about what I want. Xiao Weidong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He always felt that such a serious He-chan was indescribably funny and had the illusion of a comedy character. But he admired He-chan even more. Not only does he have a sharp vision and a unique perspective, he also doesn't care about money and other things. It's not like he has the indifference of not caring about money after he has money. If you don't have money, you really don't care about money. That's the mentality of a true master. Could this kid really be a Taoist? This thought flashed through Qiao Weidong's mind. With curiosity, Qiao Weidong carefully asked He-chan about his plan to camp in the mountains. It was He-chan's turn to talk, and he listened with great interest. Qiao Weidong soon determined that He-chan really liked it and therefore prepared this camping trip. Qiao Weidong quickly added, Uncle Qiao will also help you with the other equipment for the camping. Don't refuse, otherwise it will be a sincere disrespect to Uncle Qiao. Thank you, Uncle Qiao. He-chan now wants to practice the crane calculation turtle age into his lifelong magical power. With a system, he really doesn't care about money and other things. Xiao Weidong has to give it to him to feel at ease to repay this favor in his heart, and he didn't refuse again. In his eyes, Xiao Weidong always reminds him of Lao Bai and Wulin Waishuan. Lao Bai often teases little girls and tries to trick them into giving him candied haws and pears. Now Xiao Weidong has the conditions to give him candied haws and pears, so why should He-chan be embarrassed to accept them? Both of them were very satisfied. The dinner ended successfully. Xiao Weidong, who was drunk, was helped by his girlfriend Xiao Meng. He-chan took a taxi home. As soon as he entered the door, he was stared at by Ruan Lu and Ruan Luzheng. Ruan Luzheng asked directly why he thought of the dinner tonight. He-chan gave a brief explanation, and Ruan Luzheng exploded. Not only are you going to camp at Yaoshan, but you are also accepting such an expensive gift from Xiao Yingzi's father? Uncle Qiao doesn't want to owe me anything. He made it clear that he doesn't want anything from me and Xiao Yingzi. I accepted a gift that was nothing from him and settled the relationship. Do you have any objections? He-chan glanced at her. No objection. Ruan Luzheng was immediately embarrassed, but he was still happy in his heart. Yes. She only thought about Xiao Yingzi's lack of martial ethics and her father's sugar-coated bombs, and wanted to bribe and corrupt He-chan. However, she did not expect that this was not Xiao Yingzi's idea at all, but Xiao Yingzi's father's use of money to bribe He-chan and his daughter. Break up bloody drama. Very good. Are you going to go camping in Yaoshan? Ruan Lu nodded slightly in agreement with He-chan's explanation, and then started to care about the real important matter. Yes. He-chan said with a smile that he wanted to practice his martial arts authentically. Ruan Luzheng was speechless. When He-chan suddenly went crazy in the last month of summer vacation, she complained that he was so persistent in finding one pine tree. Why should he look for thousands of pine trees? I didn't expect He-chan to take it seriously now. Could it be that he really went crazy in practice? Or have you really learned something? Do you have to go? Ruan Lu confirmed, and when she saw He-chan's eyes were firm and his mind was determined, she relaxed. Then let me go with you. Otherwise, you will go camping in the wilderness for 3 days again. I won't worry. I want to go too. Ruan Luzheng originally wanted to go, but didn't dare to say it immediately. Now that her mother said it, she immediately agreed with excitement. Although after 3 days of National Day, it was time for the monthly exams, so logically speaking, she should prepare for the exams with peace of mind. But the temptation to go camping in the mountains with He-chan was too great. Let's enjoy the National Day for 3 days first, and we'll talk about the rest later. Aunt Ruan, you better not go. He-chan advised, the environment in the wild is really not good. We stay here for 2 or 3 days. It is very inconvenient to take a bath and other things. There are many snakes, insects, rats and ants in the mountains. Girls, it was really inconvenient in the past, and I wanted to stay alone this time to relax. Uncle Chow joked that I was going to be a monk. At this point, he did not go on to say that he was a truly eminent monk and a truly eminent Taoist because Buddha is the Tao, not a flower monk. He practiced crane technique and turtle breathing technique, not happy Zen. At least not now. So he really didn't want to take 2 beautiful women, Aunt Ruan and Ruan Luzheng, there this time. You don't have to worry about safety. Seeing that Ruan Lu was loosening his mind, He-chan quickly added, I won't go into the real deep mountains and forests, so I'll be fine. Okay. Ruan Lu took a deep look at He-chan, you are about to become an adult. Now you are a real adult with unique vision and decisiveness. You can make up your own mind about anything you want to do. I will definitely discuss it with Aunt Ruan first. He-chan laughed playfully, and then went back to the room to pack his luggage, mainly Taoist scriptures and binoculars. Read Taoist scriptures during the day and watch the stars at night. What a joy! Mom, he is not yet an adult. The mountains are so dangerous. How could you really let him go alone? Ruan Luzheng lowered his voice and said dissatisfied. She really wanted to go. It would be very romantic to go camping in the mountains together. As for all kinds of inconveniences, wouldn't it be more convenient for people to get close to each other and put aside the tangible and intangible barriers of the world? It's just that she couldn't say it. She wanted to rely on her mother to speak, but she didn't expect that her mother would be convinced again by He-chan's few words. Just say it. Now my mother is becoming more and more obedient to He-chan. She no longer has the majesty of her mother. She is too easily persuaded. Really? You have seen He-chan's ability with your own eyes. What dangers can there be? This is the Yaoshan tourist scenic spot, not a lonely and helpless dragon pond and tiger's den. Men should go out on their own, and He-chan can protect himself. He will be a real man who stands upright. Ruan Lu said a few words of relief and gave Ruan Luzheng no chance to speak. Ruan Luzheng was dissatisfied, so he can only pouted and went back to the room, complaining in his heart, he is a true man who stands upright. He-chan's surname is He, and his surname is not Yang. Early the next morning, after He-chan finished practicing, Xiao Weidong's driver had already driven in and was waiting. When he opened the trunk, he saw that tents and other camping tools were all available, and they were all valuable brand names. He went up to change his clothes, said something to Aunt Ruan, carried his package downstairs, got in the car, and headed straight to the airport. When they arrived at the airport, Xiao Weidong's driver did not leave directly, but was going to help with the check-in. He also reminded the big and small bags how to take them to the mountain after getting off the plane. He-chan was seen carrying several packages that were so big and heavy on his back. It was so easy to be mentioned by him alone, as if it was nothing, and I was stunned. He personally put the camping suit and other things in the trunk into the car. Even a middle-aged man like him couldn't lift it so easily, let alone He-chan had other packages. Today's young people are incredible. No wonder Mr. Chow thinks so highly of it. The driver watched He-chan check in his luggage. After entering, he called the boss Xiao Weidong and informed him of the situation. Scholarly and elegant garden. In the building next door to Xiaoyingzi's house, the only house left by Xiao Weidong when he divorced, Xiao Weidong was leading his daughter in to give her a surprise. Watching her daughter admiring the house that he had decorated with space elements, he revealed his father's face. Laugh. At this moment, he received a call from the driver, Lao Zhang, and learned that He-chan had set off alone, with his large and small bags as if they were nothing. He couldn't help but praise. What a boy! You have the same demeanor as I did back then. He didn't think it was a problem for He-chan, a young man who was about to grow up, to go out alone. He had been traveling around with his father since he was a child, and he had seen and experienced everything. The environment today is no longer the same as it was back then. With such a strong force, sharp eyes and verbal confrontation, He-chan couldn't afford to lose. Dad, Uncle Zhang's call? Who did you ask him to take to the airport so early in the morning? When he hung up the phone, Xiaoyingzi, who was still admiring her space fortress, came over immediately with a curious look in her eyes. It's He-chan. Xiao Weidong knew he couldn't hide it from his daughter when he saw her eyes, so he told her that He-chan asked him to buy a plane ticket to camp in Yaoshan. Camping in Yaoshan? Xiaoyingzi's eyes lit up all of a sudden, and she grabbed Xiao Weidong's hand and shook it coquettishly. Dad, take me there too. No. Xiao Weidong subconsciously objected. Just kidding. He really admired He-chan, and was grateful that He-chan reminded him of his daughter's dangerous state again and again.
I appreciate He-chan's behavior, that he seems harmless to his daughter and doesn't even approach her.
But he can't help his daughter's initiative.
When he thought of He-chan's expression of spreading his hands and saying to him, "Uncle Xiao, I have tried my best to distance myself from him, and you can't blame me for this," Xiao Weidong felt very uncomfortable.
How could he agree to his daughter's increasingly obvious initiative? The new book is still in the recommendation period, so if you are not satisfied, you can read the author's old books of the same type. The link is below. Dad, take me with you.
Xiao Yingzi started to act like a spoiled child.
Seeing her father's firm attitude, she began to find excuses. Feng Ho and Anton will definitely come today. I'm not ready to face them yet.
If you don't take me out to hide for a few days, I'll be worried and embarrassed.
The 3 days of National Day are not a holiday to relax. It's simply torture. Dad, you definitely don't want me to be like this, right? Your mother won't agree.
Xiao Weidong softened his attitude when he heard that Feng Yifan was coming to visit his daughter today.
He is now most annoyed by Feng Yifan, this little bastard. He is on high alert and will never let this little bastard get close to his daughter. Dad, you are my real dad.
Xiao Yingzi pulled Xiao Weidong's arm and kept shaking it back and forth. What's wrong with you taking me out to play for a few days?
I'm an adult, and I can actually go out to play by myself.
No. Xiao Weidong was startled and stopped immediately, then smiled and said, Dad will accompany you to play for 2 days. Although you are an adult, your dad can help you with anything on your mother's side.
Just kidding. He had forgotten about this.
His Yingzi had officially become an adult, and when she got angry, she could go anywhere by herself with money. Not to mention her, even He-chen, who was not yet an adult, could fly around by plane and dare to camp in the mountains alone. If he forced his daughter to run away by herself, it would be too dangerous.
No. He had to watch.
Moreover, his ex-wife had already pushed too much, and he had originally taken the opposite path to neutralize his ex-wife's extreme and give his daughter more breathing space and hope. Therefore, seeing his daughter's strong request, he did not insist.
Yingzi, how about Daddy taking you to Nandu for 2 days?
If hard tactics didn't work, he would try soft tactics and suggested intimately, there is the Purple Mountain Observatory there.
You have always wanted to go there, Daddy will go with you. That's not urgent.
Xiao Yingzi was moved for a moment, then shook her head. Besides, it's National Day and there are so many people there, it's impossible to have fun.
I'd better wait until I go to college. There will be plenty of time then.
Originally, she had always wanted to apply to Nanjing University. After all, the Purple Mountain Observatory there is the cradle of domestic astronomy, and it is far away from Beijing.
But now she doesn't want to kill herself in Nanjing University, so she will wait and see. Do you have to go to Yaoshan?
Seeing his daughter's clear meaning, Xiao Weidong said helplessly, Xiaoyi told me that he wants to practice alone, and it's not appropriate for us to go to find him.
I didn't say I was going to find him, Xiao Yingzi retorted. Can't we just treat it as a trip for father and daughter?
Of course. Xiao Weidong couldn't ask why he had to go to Yaoshan anymore, and reminded again, then we agreed not to contact him actively.
Okay. Xiao Yingzi agreed immediately.
After the father and daughter reached a consensus, at Xiao Yingzi's urging, Xiao Weidong immediately bought a plane ticket in an emergency, packed up and went directly to the airport, and caught the next flight to chase He-chen to Yaoshan. In Xiao Weidong's place, as long as he didn't take the initiative to contact He-chen, the father and daughter would not be able to find He-chen, who was obviously determined to go to the secluded place in the mountains. So as long as he was sure of this, he was not afraid to accompany his daughter to Yaoshan. Just treat it as accompanying his daughter to relax. Although this house, which was carefully decorated to look like a sky base with stars and sea, was liked by her daughter, it was completely incomparable to the effect of the real nature in broadening her mind and soothing her nerves. Therefore, as long as she didn't meet He-chen, it would be nice to go out for a walk. As for the roar of his ex-wife after she knew about it, he could only put it aside for the time being. The daughter was the most important. Xiao Yingzi was very excited and full of expectations for this trip. She guessed her father's thoughts, but she really didn't care. Because she felt that even if she didn't take the initiative to contact, she would definitely meet He-chen, and it would be more interesting, wouldn't it? After all, He-chen's favorite setting poem, Practice to Be Like a Crane, is about the word visit. It's about not making an appointment in advance, and then meeting unexpectedly. Besides, she was sure that she could locate He-chen. The father and daughter used money to open the way and soon arrived at Yaoshan and checked into the hotel on the mountain. Then Xiao Weidong was numb. While accompanying his daughter to climb the mountain, Xiao Weidong, whose legs were shaking, could hardly hold on as he saw his daughter walking deep into the pine forest, wishing to visit all places in order to accidentally meet He-Chen.
He complained in his heart, is this not taking the initiative to contact?
It just turned a phone call into the most light-consuming contact, and it was his old arms and legs that were worn out.
What a miserable life. Just for his daughter, no matter how hard or tired it is, he will be a fool, no matter how difficult or dangerous it is, he will be a two-faced person. Let's encourage each other. However, these were just the beginning.
He was busy until the evening, and received a series of life-threatening calls from his ex-wife. When she learned that he had taken his daughter out for a trip, she was directly furious, scolded him to death on the phone, and ordered him to take his daughter back immediately. She even said that she would call the police. This made Xiao Weidong, who was originally a little guilty and humble, furious all of a sudden. Especially when he heard Tong Wenjie's voice on the other end of the phone, Xiao Weidong rarely got angry again.
After all, if there is a Tian gang, there will be two. Yingzi is my daughter, I am her father, what's wrong with me taking her out to play for 2 days?
If you have the time to curse, you should clean up your own house and clear away all the dangerous goods inside and outside the house, upstairs and downstairs, that's it. After saying that, he hung up the phone in a dignified manner.
Song Qian on the other end of the phone was furious.
Tong Wenjie, who was standing by, was even more dissatisfied when she heard the words dangerous goods upstairs and downstairs. This clearly implied her Fang Yifan.
Fang Yuan, who was always broad-minded and easygoing, was also a little unhappy. What's wrong with this old Xiao?
It would be fine if he didn't take the initiative to welcome him, but now it seems that he is hiding from them and firmly disagrees with them living downstairs, even going against Song Qian.
Fang Yifan was even more anxious.
He tried every means to move here, just to get the moon first, but the most important thing for the time being is not the romantic affairs, but to discuss with Xiaoyingzi and let Xiaoyingzi resolutely not give that speech.
Time is still very tight, and Xiaoyingzi must be persuaded in these few days of vacation. Otherwise, once classes resume, no one knows when Xiaoyingzi will go on stage.
Now, he can't even see Xiaoyingzi, and Tao Zi doesn't even reply to his messages.
What is this? Yao Shan.
Xiao Weidong hid aside to answer the phone. After getting angry, he adjusted his mood and came with his daughter to set up the telescope with a smile, looking at the moon and the mountains, enjoying the rare time together as father and daughter. Then he saw his daughter turning the telescope and not looking at the sky at all. He couldn't help but wonder, Yingzi, what are you looking at?
Nothing. Xiaoyingzi smiled and continued to scan the mountain with the telescope.
Xiao Weidong didn't understand his daughter's thoughts. The corners of his mouth twitched. What else could he do? It was the same purpose as the afternoon when he almost broke his old arms and legs and went into the secluded pine forest. At least he didn't have to run after her. At least the forest was dense at night and he couldn't see or find it at all. Then he heard a long whistle coming from afar.
It's him, it's him. Xiaoyingzi happily pointed the telescope at the direction of Changshao.
Silly daughter, you can't see it at all.
How do you know who it is?
Xiao Weidong looked at his daughter like this, and he was so jealous. I chose a secluded place to live in the wild, and there is no one to see me off or welcome me all year round. Sometimes I go straight to the top of the lonely peak, and whistle under the moon with clouds. Xiaoyingzi's words made Xiao Weidong, who was already jealous, even more speechless. Reciting the setting poem when there is a disagreement, this is clearly the style of that kid He-Chen. His silly daughter would not have been poisoned by He-Chen's magic instead of Zhong Fang Yifan's medicine.
This is the next one that has been trained to look like a crane.
They are all the verses from the 2 poems presented to the monk Wei Yan of Yaoshan. Xiaoyingzi seemed to feel her father's strange expression and gaze, and explained why she recited this poem in a panic. It was because she knew that He-Chen was so particular about rituals and pursued the original flavor that she had the confidence to encounter He-Chen in Yaoshan. Although He-Chen was not found among the numerous pine trees in the afternoon, a long howl under the moonlight that night directly exposed his location on the mountaintop. Go directly to that mountaintop tomorrow to find him, and you will definitely encounter He-Chen. When she thought of this, her heartbeat accelerated, and she wished she could go there day and night. Xiao Weidong was numb when he saw his daughter like this. Fortunately, it was late at night, and Xiaoyingzi could not see or dare to look at his face. There was no need to control her expression to cover up his dark face, so as not to affect her daughter's good mood for playing and relaxing. After the long howl, there was no sound, which really confirmed that the howl under the moon and the clouds was only one howl.
The next morning,
Xiaoyingzi urged her old father, who had not slept all night last night, to get up, and took the camera to look for the mountaintop last night excitedly. Although Xiao Weidong was not happy, he could only follow him with his old arms and legs, otherwise he was worried that if he hesitated to persuade him, his precious daughter would be eager for him to have a good rest and live alone to encounter He-Chen. The father and daughter started to climb the mountain to visit the high monk. Even though they had already determined the top of the mountain, by the time they found He-Chen, half of the morning had already passed.
Xiao Weidong was almost exhausted when he finally saw the camp where He-Chen was stationed. You really know how to choose a place.
When he adjusted his breathing with his daughter, he found He-Chen who was practicing leisurely in the pine forest on the top of the mountain. Seeing his daughter couldn't help but pick up the camera and quickly took a few photos like a thief, and then thinking that he was almost ruined because of He-Chen, he immediately got angry.
Uncle Xiao, you are here too.
He-Chen kept practicing martial arts and just greeted him verbally.
Yes, come and see you, the enlightened monk.
Xiao Weidong half teased He-Chen and half reminded his daughter who waved to He-Chen unnaturally, you are so young, but you have really seen through the world.
You want to become a monk? What's wrong with being a monk?
He-Chen guessed his thoughts without looking at Xiao Weidong's expression and responded with a smile. Nowadays, urban people are under increasing pressure in life and work. How many people burn incense and worship Buddha, and how many people yearn to retreat to the mountains to become monks in practice, and there are more and more of these people, so there is nothing wrong with being a monk.
Ingzi, why are you nodding?
Xiao Weidong also knew this trend, but seeing He-Chen practicing and joking casually, and his precious daughter nodding next to him, with an expression of master, I understand, it was difficult to be tense. He-Chen was willing to become a monk, he did not support or oppose it, but if his only precious daughter had this idea, he would not agree.
Dad.
Xiaolingzi just nodded subconsciously, and her face immediately blushed when her father called out her little trick.
Don't listen to his twisted theories.
Xiao Weidong didn't care about giving his daughter face, and reminded worriedly, as long as your state of mind is enough, you don't need to become a monk to practice or anything.
Uncle Xiao's words are insightful.
He-Chen praised with a smile. During the Yongzheng dynasty, Yongzheng, who believed in Buddhism, went to the temple to worship Buddha and was flattered, saying that he was a living Buddha and didn't worship the past Buddha. Although it was flattery, the words were rough but the logic was not rough. Only those who don't become monks and serve the country and the people are truly wise and enlightened, and they are likely to become the truly compassionate Buddha.
And he is the ancestor of all Buddhas and the supreme Buddha. Uncle Xiao can be a Buddha Zhu. Xiaoingzi can do it too. Everyone can do it. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to be a monk, don't involve us.
Xiao Weidong said disdainfully, Ingzi, don't believe his nonsense.
Uncle Xiao, I'm not talking nonsense.
He-Chen smiled and said, now there are hundreds of millions of monks and nuns, and there are hundreds of millions or even billions of them abroad.
I wonder if there has ever been such a grand event in the ages.
And they are not fools who know nothing, but they are educated and knowledgeable.
What does this show? Becoming a monk is the general trend. Everyone has realized it. He really doesn't think there is anything wrong with being a monk.
Not to mention that being a monk in modern times is just a profession, which does not affect marriage and childbirth at all, and the threshold is not low, not everyone can become one if they want to.
Let's talk about ancient times. Why do monks have to abstain from sex?
Because there is a legend of the most lustful, and extreme repression will lead to extreme explosion. Just like the hundreds of millions of monks and nuns today, each with extremely rich theories. He-Chen and Xiao Weidong were chatting in the mountains, and Xiao Weidong repeatedly complained that He-Chen was talking nonsense. Xiaolingzi watched with a smile on her side, and secretly took a few pictures with her camera from time to time. The atmosphere made her feel particularly relaxed and comfortable, and she felt that it was really worth the risk to come here. It was just that with her old father by her side, even though she had a lot to say in her heart, she couldn't really say it out loud, so she just ate lunch at He-Chen's place at noon. In the afternoon, she tried hard to get her father to rent a tent and set up the tent, so that she could watch the stars with He-Chen at night, but Xiao Weidong firmly rejected it.
Are you kidding?
In this wilderness, boys and girls sleeping so close to each other is even more dangerous than upstairs and downstairs. Even with his old father by his side, it's not okay. Fortunately, he disagreed, and He-Chen disagreed, and gave a solution, so that Xiaolingzi could watch the stars together after returning to the hotel, on the phone, from two places. Xiao Weidong was barely able to accept it. After returning, he was extremely tired after a day, no, 2 days, and even if he wanted to watch the stars with his daughter, he couldn't do it, so he could only go back to sleep first. Xiaolingzi stood by the window alone, looking at the hill where He-Chen was from afar from time to time, and listening to He-Chen's stargazing experience from the other end of the phone from time to time. She felt that everything was too beautiful, and suddenly wanted to learn He-Chen's long whistle under the moon. But after opening her mouth, she thought that this was a hotel, and there were people living nearby. The long whistle at night was too disturbing, so she didn't shout out loud, and she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Although she wanted to imitate, she couldn't learn Hee-chan because of this kind of restraint. After the time, Hee-chan fell asleep on time. Another night passed. The third day of National Day arrived in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyingzi still wanted to go back with Hee-chan, but was interrupted by her father and reminded, "Are you going to die? Your mother is going crazy. She will definitely come to the airport to pick you up. If she sees Hee-chan with us, she will definitely go crazy." Xiaoyingzi thought so, and the joy from the bottom of her heart because of the 2-day vacation disappeared at once. Thinking of her mother's attitude, her heart was heavy, and she couldn't laugh at all. Xiao Weidong felt so distressed when he saw his daughter like this. He thought that his ex-wife Song Qian had done something wrong. He couldn't control his depression when he thought of his mother. After getting off the plane, he saw Song Qian coming to pick him up. As expected, he faced Song Qian's overwhelming accusations and scolding. When he thought of his daughter's smiling face in an instant, Xiao Weidong also got angry and scolded his ex-wife fiercely. Song Qian was so angry that she almost took action. Amid Xiaoyingzi's somewhat inappropriate shouting, Xiao Weidong left first, ending the farce. Tomorrow, Friday, October 11th, this book will be available at 12 noon. I was very happy and smooth when I first wrote this book. I saved more than 20 chapters and thought that I could finally try to get 10,000 copies per day this time. However, the third round of recommendations began to flood with negative reviews. Although I told myself not to repeat the lessons of the previous book, not to be affected by the reviews, and to follow my own pace, my writing mood was still affected. I don't know whether readers like it or not. Is it true that they only read the free version of this book and will definitely not subscribe to it, so I have no motivation to write? It's the National Day holiday, and the stock market is booming. New leaks are eager to enter the market. More than 20 chapters of manuscripts are gone. Suddenly, I received a notice from the editor that it will be available at noon tomorrow. I feel a little numb. It is said that the silent ones are the majority, so how is this book? Whether the silent ones are the majority or the comments represent the majority, it still depends on the real subscription. Therefore, I sincerely ask readers who like this book to subscribe and support. Guaranteed 3 updates per day. The performance of this book is quite good. The fake followers are over 6,000. And the real followers are 4,400. If the silent readers are the majority, then the author will work hard to strive for 10,000 followers every day. Chapter 80 People Hate Fang Yifan, Dogs Hate Fang Yifan, please pre-order. The 4th day of National Day. Others are still celebrating National Day. The senior students of Chunfeng Middle School have already gotten up early and returned to school. And the first thing they have is the monthly exam. Shu Xian Yayuan. Downstairs of Xiaoyingzi's house, upstairs of Ji Yangyang's house. Now it is Fang Yifan's house. That's right. Even though Hee-chan pointed out the dangers here, even though Xiao Weidong agreed and firmly opposed it, Song Qian, who was stubborn and had a good girlfriend, still rented the house to the Fang family. Fang Yuan, who had just come out and lost his job, got up early to prepare breakfast for the family, and then smiled and called his son to get up, while monologue in his heart. Although Fang Yifan's method of moving was a bit bad, we educated him well, and he realized that he was wrong, apologized to us in layer, and finally we moved to Shushan Yayuan. This is definitely not a self-punishment. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's inner monologue suddenly went off track, and the smile on his fat face froze, but he couldn't help but think of Hee-chan's sharp sarcasm. Yes. They definitely didn't punish themselves with 3 cups. The main reason is that the police uncle has criticized and educated them, and they have also educated their son. The son really realized that he was wrong and apologized, so of course he had to let it go. After Fang Yifan and the others got up, seeing that Fang Yifan was about to run away again, Tong Wenjie, with a bad face, quickly called her son to wait for her cousin Lin Layer. Seeing his wife's face suddenly turn bad, Fang Yuan immediately understood that his wife must be the same as him, and was unconsciously affected by Hee-chan. He thought of his son and nephew who were in the same school and grade. He had repeatedly told his son to take care of his nephew, but his son didn't even wait for his nephew to go to school and take the bus together. Not only did he make his nephew who could get lost when walking together miss the bus, he even drugged his nephew. When his nephew was confused, he didn't wait for him and let him walk and take the bus alone. If this wasn't his own son. Fang Yifan's smile froze on his face as he was anxious to find Xiaoyingzi and Taozi to go to school together. What his parents could think of, he, the person involved, could certainly think of more. Especially when he thought that his childhood sweethearts were getting farther and farther away, let alone having dinner together on National Day. He didn't even see anyone after moving downstairs, which made him feel even worse.
Liar, hurry up. I'm fine, cousin.
Lin Layer quickly agreed and walked out. His eyes swept over his aunt's family of 3, and he didn't dare to look at their suddenly ugly faces. The academic master who can always be the top of the list has an IQ that is beyond doubt.
Living under someone else's roof, one is even more sensitive and will think more about everything.
Lin Layer also guessed why Fang Yifan and the others suddenly acted like this.
So he dared not say anything more.
Although he still supported his aunt emotionally and believed that his cousin had no ill intentions and did not specifically drug him, his academic master's IQ made him think about what Chen said. Especially when he thought of his aunt's words and deeds when she took him to the hospital for examination, he didn't dare to think too much.
Thinking too much can easily hurt feelings. Alas!
When the cousins went out, Fang Yifan was not in a hurry to leave, but pulled his cousin to hide in the corner, and when Xiaoingzi and Huang Jitao came over together, he immediately rushed out.
Ingzi, Taozi, surprise. Fang Ho, don't be so surprised.
Xiaoingzi complained with some disdain, and was pulled by her bestie to walk around Fang Yifan.
Taozi, we are neighbors now, and we can go to school and go home together in the future. Fang Yifan came over again. You should spend more time with Lin Layer. Taozi reminded, he is not familiar with the road, and his body is not completely recovered, right? Don't let anything happen again.
Fang Yifan has always been thick-skinned, but this time he was almost unable to hold back because Taozi did not abide by the rule of don't hit people in the face, don't expose people's shortcomings. Huang Jitao saw him like this, but did not comfort him, and pulled Xiaoingzi to continue walking forward.
She really didn't want to pay attention to him.
Originally, she was very annoyed by Fang Yifan's various declarations of love, and now after listening to Chen's analysis of Fang Yifan's drugging, she was even more horrified.
Xiaoingzi didn't feel deeply, but she was Fang Yifan's clear pursuer. Fang Yifan's banner was to get close to her, so he got the moon first. How could he not feel it? How could he not be afraid? She still lives alone, her parents are not around, and now Fang Yifan has actually moved to her neighborhood, can get close to her at any time, and dares to drug her. I always like to compare it to Dream of the Red Chamber. Now think about it, it is really scary.
Lin Dayu and Xue Baochai both have to take medicine and can't stop taking it.
In the end, neither of them had a good ending.
I dare not associate it anymore.
Cousin, are you okay?
Lin Layer looked at Fang Yifan who was staring at Huang Jitao and Xiaoingzi going away, and asked with some concern.
I'm fine. Damn Chen. Fang Yifan gritted his teeth and hated.
All this was caused by Chen. If it weren't for Chen, it would definitely not be this result. In the past, he did things more than once or twice, and everyone forgave him in the end, and maybe even thought he was humorous and optimistic. But now, Chen directly made a big deal out of it. Compared with being invited to sit in the police station, Xiaoingzi and Huang Jitao's reactions made him even more unacceptable. Taozi, you, Xiaoingzi was pulled away by her bestie, and she felt a little reluctant when she thought of Fang Yifan's reaction.
How is the speech that Chen asked you to prepare? Huang Jitao interrupted her bestie and reminded her. Do you really need to give a speech? Xiaoingzi hesitated. Of course. Huang Jitao nodded, I think Chen is right.
This kind of thing can be big or small, with great potential harm and strong concealment.
Taking this opportunity, it is very meaningful to study, summarize and publicize it.
You don't have to worry about Fang Yifan. Since he made an unintentional mistake, there is no need to worry about being identified. I don't think he wants us to be harmed by others' drugs, right?
Let's not be afraid of medical treatment.
Let me think about it again. Xiaoingzi also felt that this was very meaningful, and it was Chen who told her, but she also knew how much of a blow it would be to Fang Yifan.
It might even completely ruin Fang Yifan's reputation.
However, after arriving at school, she suddenly felt relieved. It's not that she figured it out. Rather, she found that Fang Yifan had completely lost his reputation without her speech, and it could even be said that he was a bit disgusted. The girls looked at Fang Yifan with disgust and vigilance. It was obvious that the matter had spread, and many parents had probably heard about it. Any normal parent, especially one with a daughter, would definitely agree with Chen's words, and would tell their children to stay away from Fang Yifan and be wary of such drugging. Some parents with bad tempers even went directly to Li Taigun and the school to demand that Fang Yifan be expelled. They didn't want their children to be classmates with such people. The law could not severely punish Fang Yifan for the time being, but moral public opinion would not easily let Fang Yifan, who was still a child, go.
Fang Yifan came to school with his cousin Lin Liar in a depressed mood, and he immediately felt this unfriendly atmosphere. He was not feeling well. He claimed to be the Wu Dian man of Chunfeng Middle School. He not only thought he was handsome, but also felt that he was as popular as Wu Dian man. He could not stand the girls who were supposed to admire him looking at him like stinky dog shit. Google searched TWKAN, but he couldn't get angry at everyone. The anger in his heart accumulated more and more. When he saw Deng Xiaoqi staring at him with undisguised disgust, and when he caught her gaze, she didn't avoid it like others, but looked straight at him, he couldn't help it anymore.
What are you looking at? Deng Xiaoqi was close to Yichen, and she was the most cheerful when he and Yichen played basketball. Now she dared to look at him like this. If he didn't use her as a scapegoat, he would really treat him as a sick cat.
See what's wrong with you?
Deng Xiaoqi is not a hot-tempered person, and she has to maintain her image as a school beauty, so she can't fight back directly, but she can't stand the tomboy Lin Miaomia who is next to her, so she fights back directly.
If you can do it, don't be afraid of people seeing it.
The two of them exchanged a few words and then pulled apart.
After Lin Miaomia was angry, she asked her friend curiously, Xiaoqi, why do you hate Fang Yifan so much? Is it because of He Chen?
Deng Xiaoqi acted shy and acquiesced to this statement. But in fact, her eyes flickered, and she didn't hate Fang Yifan so much just because of He Chen. More importantly, after He Chen analyzed what Fang Yifan did, she was stimulated all of a sudden, and it can even be said that she hated it deeply. Because it reminded her of the things that she was most inferior and unwilling to touch in her heart.
Why doesn't she have a father? Why is there so many men around her mother, and each one is uglier than the other?
Girls are precocious, not to mention that she is almost an adult, and has lived in such a single-parent environment since childhood, and she knows everything she should and shouldn't know. In her opinion, the reason why her mother became like this today is probably because she was drugged and lost her virginity at her age, and then she gave up and could not turn back. Otherwise, her mother is not a female academic master from a prestigious school. How could she be so rational and willing to take this path today?
Well, so she must have been forced.
The subsequent impact of Fang Yifan's drugging incident was not enough to overwhelm the monthly exam after National Day, and everyone's attention was temporarily focused on the exam again. This is the third year of high school. In addition to the most important first and second mock exams, midterm and final exams, which are very noisy and simulate the big exams of the college entrance examination, there are also small exams such as monthly exams, weekly exams, and in-class exams. The big and small exams are continuous, and together they make up the learning career of the third year of high school. Class 7 of the third year of high school.
Everyone is concentrating on writing the test paper.
A girl with twin ponytails sitting in the middle, she was writing and her eyes were almost unable to open and she was confused. She was so sleepy that she fell asleep directly on the table. A few seconds later, before the patrolling teacher turned around, she suddenly woke up and looked around with a surprised expression, but her eyes were completely different.
She was no longer innocent as before.
She leaned over and asked the girl next to her, Yumeli, why am I here? As soon as she said this, she attracted the attention of the whole class. Because her voice was not small at all.
Exam.
The girl Yumeli who was asked quickly raised her finger to remind her that she was taking an exam. However, she ignored it and not only patted Yumeli, but also shouted louder, No, tell me, why am I here?
Don't talk to me.
Yumeli was so crazy. Are you confused or crazy? Don't take me with you. At this time, the teacher finally came over and frowned at the girl with twin ponytails. Nan Xiangwan, what's wrong with you?
Instead of answering the questions properly, what are you doing? Teacher Li?
Nan Xiangwan, the girl with twin ponytails, stood up directly, and became more excited.
She looked at Yumeli and smiled. Is this the unique class reunion you mentioned?
Those present, whether they know each other or not, have indeed not seen each other for many years.
It's really creative to turn the class reunion into an exam.
While speaking, she looked around at the classmates who cast their eyes on her.
When she saw He Chen, her eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, is this a classmate from our class? Could it be a family member of a classmate? Which girl is so amazing that she found such a handsome boyfriend?
She is willing to bring him out to play role-playing with us, and she is not afraid of being eaten. Nan Xiangwan, take the exam well now, and I will pretend that nothing happened.
If you make trouble again, you will not take the exam for me.
The bald male teacher said angrily. Teacher Li, you are also a retired teacher. Nan Xiangwan, a girl with double ponytails, looked contemptuous. You have been a teacher for a lifetime. How can you still be so fierce after so many years? While saying this, he also touched Yumei's hair, rubbed her face and praised her tender face. After being freed by Yumei, he walked around the classroom directly, looked here and touched there, walked to Yi-chan, sat down on Yi-chan's desk, and looked at Yi-chan with teasing eyes.
Handsome boy, who are you? Who are you playing? Transfer student?
If I knew there was a transfer student like you, I would have agreed to attend the class reunion long ago. Faced with the teacher's anger, the classmates were shocked and persuaded, and Nan Xiangwan applauded. Your acting skills are really good.
You usually play script killing a lot, right? It's a pity that I have a meeting to attend later. Teacher Lee, lend me your phone.
As she said that, she took the old phone that Teacher Lee had placed on the lecture, jokingly said, old teachers must also keep up with the times, and dialed a number, saying to the other end of the phone in a bossy manner.
Hello? Have you prepared all the information? I'll call you right away. Who am I? Company address book, Nan Xiangwan, HR director. What? There's no such person? I'll fire you when I get back. When Nan Xiangwan, President Nan, got mad, the whole class was already laughing.
Although they didn't know what Nan Xiangwan, who was always quiet, was mad about, it didn't stop everyone from having fun, especially because she messed up the monthly exam.
Yi-chen looked at the female classmate whose personality had changed drastically with a strange look in his eyes.
This scene was very familiar. But he didn't expect that Xia Luo in the next class hadn't been reborn yet, but a HR director Nan Xiangwan, President Nan, had been reborn in his class first. Teacher, take her to the infirmary to see if she was also drugged?
Yi-chen kindly reminded. Drugged?
Nan Xiangwan immediately looked at the class monitor Yumei upon hearing this. Great. You drugged me, no wonder I suddenly fell asleep, and when I woke up, you even changed my clothes.
This is too much, don't do this next time.
Other classmates at most drink alcohol and take the opportunity to indulge, relive youth and make up for regrets at a reunion. You drugged directly, it's too wild, right? It turns out that although the novelist looks like a nerd, he is very sultry inside.
I didn't. It's not me. Don't talk nonsense.
The class monitor Yumei stood up with a red face amid the laughter of others again. She just denied that she drugged, but she didn't think Yi-chen was wrong. Because she was sitting next to her, she did see Nan Xiangwan suddenly feel sleepy, and then fell asleep. This speed, and the madness after waking up, with the reminder of Fang Yifan drugging Lin Layer, it really seems easy to associate it with drugging. Some people even thought of Yi-chen letting Xiaolingzi give a speech on the harm prevention of drugging, which now seems to be necessary.
The atmosphere of the entire exam was disrupted.
Nan Xiangwan looked at her classmates who were laughing and her friend Yumei who was about to cry with anxiety, and finally felt that something was wrong. If this was acting, it would be amazing. The whole class is Oscar-worthy. And Yi-chan, a handsome guy she had never seen before, if there was anyone in the class who really had a boyfriend of this level, it would be impossible to hide it.
Everything was telling her that something was wrong.
When she saw a female classmate take out a mirror, she immediately ran over, snatched the mirror, looked at her face, and saw that her makeup was completely full of collagen, and then looked at the twin ponytails that accelerated the assist. She ran out directly.
Continue the exam.
Teacher Lee, who was also a bald male teacher, reminded with a dark face and quickly contacted Yi-chen's class teacher. This farce directly overwhelmed Fang Yifan's drugging of Lin Layer and was on the school's hot search list. Whether he was confused in sleep or was also drugged, it also became the content of many people's bets. After the 2-day monthly exam, Nan Xiangwan, who had caused this farce, seemed to have returned to normal. However, when she entered the classroom with a Starbucks coffee, her confident and proud attitude still seemed a little different.
Morning, President Nan.
Under the organization of sports specialty student Lin Xiaoran, many classmates in the class shouted in unison, and then the whole class laughed happily. Nan Xiangwan ignored the booing and laughed, walked to Yi-chen calmly, smiled and stretched out her hand. Formally meet, Nan Xiangwan.
What's the matter?
Yi-chen looked up at her who had changed from a double ponytail to a single ponytail, and did not shake hands with her who had lost a major feature and was now just pretty. You have good grades. You can squeeze into the top 20 of the sprint class even though you are in a parallel class.
I want to take the entrance exams for Tsinghua and Peking University. I hope to learn from you. Can you take me with you?
Nan Xiangwan glanced at the hand that was not held, and the corner of her mouth curled up, thinking to herself, you are handsome and arrogant, I like you. Although she was rejected, she still asked confidently.
No. Yi-chen refused. Why? Nan Xiangwan still smiled.
Now that she thinks she has been reborn, everyone she looks at is a brat, and she feels condescending.
No time. Yi-chen glanced at her. This is an excuse, Can you tell the real reason?
Nan Xiangwan stared at Yi Chen's eyes, leaned forward slightly, and put his hands on Yi Chen's desk. Just then, the bell rang, and the head teacher walked in happily, interrupting Nan Xiangwan's domineering president style, and praised Yi Chen in public. Not only did he stabilize his ranking, but he also rushed from the tail of the sprint class to the middle.
It's only been a month. If this trend continues, will his parallel class have a top few in the school, or even the first in the school? What will Li Taigun's face be at that time?
That picture is too beautiful, he dare not look at it.
He is really afraid that he can't hold it back and offend her, the great leader, ha 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 ha. School is over in the afternoon.
Everyone else has to go to evening self-study, only Yi Chen goes home on time.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Nan Xiangwan got up and chased after him, and stopped Yi Chen on the playground. Can you tell me the real reason now?
Don't worry, I just want to study and improve my grades. I definitely don't mean to chase you or fall in love with you.
No other meaning. In my eyes, you are all just little brats.
I hate people who drug me, and I also hate people who take drugs.
Yi Chen looked at her with scrutiny. I drugged you? I took drugs? Nan Xiangwan was stunned, looking at Yi Chen with a smile. What's the connection? Your reaction is very abrupt and abnormal, isn't it?
Yi Chen asked seriously, it looks like you took drugs, and your mental state is abnormal. You suspect Yu Mei Li drugged you, but I don't think it's her. And from the fact that you were holding a large cup of Starbucks this morning, no, it should be an extra large cup, I'm more inclined to believe that you have a bad habit of taking drugs.
You really dare to think so?
Nan Xiangwan smiled, hooked her finger at Yi Chen, signaling him to come closer, but seeing that Yi Chen didn't respond, she could only come closer by herself, and said mysteriously, actually, I didn't take drugs, but I was reborn, or traveled through time, anyway, that's about it. Seeing that Yi Chen was listening, she told Yi Chen in detail the whole story of her travel through time and rebirth. In the future, she missed out on Tsinghua and Peking University because she didn't do well in the exam, which became a lifelong regret. She finally got promoted to the position of HR director of a large company with her ability, and she has since suffered from the heart disease of academic discrimination.
That's right.
She didn't get into the top Tsinghua and Peking University, and after becoming the HR director, she has been extremely discriminating against others' academic qualifications. Before traveling back to Rebirth, she had just forcefully dismissed a graduate from a non-famous university. Before being invited by her writer classmate Yu Mei Li to attend a class reunion, she squinted in her office and directly traveled back to Rebirth. After figuring out the situation in the past 2 days, she immediately set the goal of crossing back to Rebirth, that is, she must be admitted to Tsinghua and Peking University, and stand at the top of academic discrimination from then on. It is said that the college entrance examination is the second reincarnation of life, and this time, she wants to be a legitimate daughter. But her grades are hard to describe, not to mention that they are even worse after traveling back to Rebirth, so she must find someone with good grades to help her. Yi Chen, who has made rapid progress in a short period of time, is in her class, and is extremely pleasing to the eye, is her best choice. Therefore, she doesn't mind confessing this big secret to him. Besides, this isn't the first time he's confessed. Impossible. Yi Chen listened carefully and laughed. You are not reborn through time and space at all, but you took some medicine or drank too much coffee, and your brain is in trouble.
Don't believe it? Let me analyze it for you.
You said that before you were reborn through time and space, you were the HR director of a large company at a young age, all thanks to your outstanding ability, and your IQ is at the level of a top student at Peking University and Tsinghua University. Then it stands to reason that your logical thinking should be very strong and meticulous. But after your so-called rebirth through time and space, your first reaction was that we were all playing role-playing games with you. How ridiculous. Unless someone drugged you, how could you sleep so soundly that you were moved from your HR director's office to the classroom?
A person fell asleep, but it was very heavy. Can Yu Mei Li do it?
You have such a big company with so many colleagues, and the security guards of the building all watched such obvious illegal and criminal acts, but did nothing? Could it be that Yu Mei Li is so bold, or in your circle, directly drugging people to make them unconscious, and then moving them away and changing their clothes is just a daily routine? If you have a little logical thinking, you suspect that you are dreaming, which is better than you think you are inexplicably participating in a class reunion for the role-playing class exam. Nan Xiangwan's confident smile froze, and he explained awkwardly, the class reunion for role-playing is indeed a bit far-fetched. But at that time, I was confused and suddenly encountered a time travel rebirth.
It is normal for my mind to be unclear for a while, isn't it? Chapter 83, Being Criticized for Doubting Life. did I really travel through time and reincarnate? It's still wrong. The logic is totally wrong.
Hee-chan held back his laughter and continued to analyze it patiently for her. When you found something wrong in the classroom, you ran out directly, and then ran home as soon as possible. When you found your young and alive mother, you cried and threw yourself into her arms, telling her that you loved her and so on. Then you went to the bookstore to look for books, and then searched the internet for relevant information to go back to the future.
This logic is totally wrong.
You were born in a single-parent family, and you loved your mother so much. In the future, your mother died early. Now that you have traveled through time and reincarnation, and you see your young and alive mother, shouldn't you think about living this life again? And the biggest motivation is to make your mother not sick or die early, and fulfill the regret of the child wanting to support the parents but not waiting? But how did you do it? You turned around and prepared to go back to the future, back to the time when your mother died because of a future of early death due to illness. More importantly, you don't just think about it, or look up information after knowing more about the current situation. You just looked up some information, and directly in the bookstore, learned the possible way to return to the future from the internet, sat on a chair, closed your eyes, and fell backwards, trying to return to the future by the feeling of falling.
You do whatever you want, this is too outrageous. Where is your favorite mother?
In this so-called past, you have your favorite mother, and you may also make up for this biggest regret. Oh, the biggest regret is not that your mother died early, but that you did not get into Tsinghua or Peking University.
Loving your mother the most does not mean saving your mother. The last love is to let go.
This is not surprising.
It's not like that. Nan Xiangwan blushed directly, unable to accept Hee-chan's statement. It was obviously defeated by the inequality. But it happened that she did all these. This is too embarrassing. The future cannot be changed, so no matter what I do, my mother's future is already doomed. Although I don't want to, I can't. Yes. That's it.
At this point, her expression became firm again, and her tone was confident again. She admitted that Hee-chan was indeed the first in the parallel class, with super logical thinking. After she told him the situation, he was able to unravel these problems immediately. But he was just a native after all, and she was a reborn person. In the future, he was still the HR director of a large company. He was a powerful existence who discriminated against people's academic qualifications and decisively cut people off. How could a little brat like Hee-chan, who was born with a congenital contempt for others, be suppressed by him? Whether the future can be changed is too mysterious.
No one knows.
Hee-chan looked at her with interest, but you obviously don't know anything, and you know nothing about the theory of time travel and rebirth. You still need to go to the bookstore to search for relevant information on the spot, and just try a method you find at random. You don't even know in detail whether the future can be changed. Even if your mother's future is not worth changing, you should at least not be so anxious. At least learn more about the relevant theories and confirm again and again that your mother's future cannot be changed. Also, even if the future cannot be changed as you said, at least you are here now, and your mother is here too.
If you really love your mother, shouldn't you take this opportunity to accompany your mother and fulfill your filial piety?
If the future really cannot be changed, and your rebirth is also a part of the closed loop of time, then you should be more filial now, which is truly to your mother.
Filial piety. Isn't this the most reasonable approach? What's wrong with you wanting to go back to the future without saying anything?
Whether it's filial piety or making up for various regrets, it's the most logical choice for you to stay in the past and fight again. Instead of risking a broken head to play with falling. The back of the head is much more fragile than the forehead. If you fall like this, it is very likely that you will really have problems. At the end, he looked at Nan Xiangwan with sympathy and looked at a fool, as if saying, your brain is broken, so you, a genius with super abilities, are inconsistent and illogical, but you were illogical before you fell, so there is only one truth, you were just an ordinary you. What time travel and rebirth, what young age to work as a human resources director of a large company, are all fake, fantasy. Nan Xiangwan couldn't even keep a forced smile on her face, and the whole person was a little dazed. Because she couldn't accept that she was unfilial. That was the single mother who raised her alone with great effort. If I am filial, then as Hee-chan analyzed, what I said and did have logical flaws from the bottom. Could it be that she fell backwards and her fragile back of the head hit the ground, which damaged her brain and caused hallucinations? It's not a time travel rebirth at all? More. Seeing her like this, Hee-chan found it even more interesting and continued to tease her. After your attempt failed, you went directly to your so-called future company, found your female boss, told her about the future, and said that you would immediately join your original company.
This is even more outrageous. If you really travel through time and space and were reborn, wouldn't the most normal thing to do be to bury the secret in your heart and tell no one? Aren't you afraid that someone will send you to the laboratory table for slices, which will be bad for you? What's the point of going there and confessing that you want to continue to be a cow and horse worker at the first time? Your noble female boss doesn't believe you and thinks you are crazy, so she asks you to go back and study hard, but you made an agreement with her that as long as you get into Tsinghua or Peking University, she will accept you after graduation and continue to take you with her. You have graduated from Peking University and Tsinghua University, so you have a higher starting point. No. According to what you said, you have traveled through time and space and have memories of the next 10 years. You have the super ability to become the HR director of a large company at a young age without the blessing of a prestigious school. Isn't it more reasonable to start your own business and become a real CEO, Nan? So what is going on? I am confused.
Nan Xiangwan's face became more and more distorted and dazed.
Don't say He Chen is confused. Now after listening to He Chen's analysis, she herself is confused. Is it all fake? Is she dreaming about all this now? Go back and sort out your basic logic.
He Chen looked at her like a fool. Don't talk about taking the entrance exam to Peking University and Tsinghua University anymore. You will not be admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University in the future. According to your logic of not trying to save your mother, all this is a destined time loop, so your current posture of trying hard to take the entrance exam to Peking University and Tsinghua University is simply useless.
So don't try to disturb my study. Nan Xiangwan's mouth twitched, and she felt even more numb.
This sentence, "Don't try to disturb me while I'm studying," was what she had just said to others. After she figured out the situation and didn't plan to return to the future immediately, she was determined to get into Tsinghua University and Peking University, and planned to make a full sprint in the third year of high school to make up for her regrets. She said it when facing all kinds of troublemaking from Lin Xiaoran, a sports specialty student in the class. I didn't expect that He Chen would use it on her in return. This feeling is really terrible. Chapter 84. Don't try to disturb my study. 10,000 more, please subscribe. After He Chen made her doubt her life, she continued to walk towards the carport. Nan Xiangwan stood there with a distorted expression for a while, and ran again, chasing after him with her ponytail swinging. When she was about to get close to He Chen, she was suddenly stopped.
Why are you stopping me? Nan Xiangwan looked at the long-legged Deng Xiaoqi who suddenly appeared, feeling a little unhappy.
The other person's appearance was comparable to hers, but her figure was much better than hers, especially the long legs, which made people envious. Not to mention that she was blocking her progress.
Now no one can disturb her study. Don't bother He Chen.
Deng Xiaoqi glared at her. If you have anything to say, He Chen has already told you.
I don't want to talk to you anymore. Why are you chasing after me? Does this have anything to do with you?
Nan Xiangwan's expression immediately returned to her superiority and condescending feeling. Little brat, you don't study hard all day long, just thinking about love, go read the middle school student handbook. In high school, you should focus on studying and should not be distracted by other things. If the situation is serious, you will be criticized.
Little brat?
Deng Xiaoqi stopped Nan Xiangwan, who wanted to bypass her and continue to chase He Chen. She pointed at her nose and looked down at Nan Xiangwan, who was nearly 10 centimeters shorter than her. In fact, Nan Xiangwan is 1.63 meters tall, which is not considered short among girls, but Deng Xiaoqi is 1.72 meters tall, with real long legs.
In my eyes, you are just a little brat who knows nothing. Nan Xiangwan looked up and looked down at him. Do you like He Chen so much?
If you have the courage to stop me, just chase him boldly.
Do you need me to help you say it? She then shouted loudly, He Chen. What are you doing?
Deng Xiaoqi immediately became flustered and turned back to see He Chen's reaction and worry. Nan Xiangwan bypassed her and wanted to chase him again, but she was very hesitant when she ran over and said, If you dare to stop me again, I will help you say it out loud.
She really likes He Chen.
If it was in the first year of high school, she would have confessed it long ago. But now she is in the third year of high school, and her mother's state and attitude have also made her feel deeply inferior, and she has no courage to say it out.
He Chen, please listen to me again. Nan Xiangwan blocked He Chen, who was getting his car in the carport. Let's put aside the question of time travel and reincarnation or hallucinations and dreams. Can you help me learn?
No. He Chen refused flatly, looking at her with eyes that said, Do you want to learn? You are obviously greedy for my body, you are cheap.
You. Nan Xiangwan almost exploded.
She was President Nan, a professional elite woman, and she was looked up to by others. Now she was back to the age of 18, which was a combination of future wisdom and current peak beauty. It was hard to understand that she was rejected once or even twice, but now she was looked at with such disgust. After taking several deep breaths, she finally adjusted herself, and blocked Hee-chun, who was about to leave again, looking up at Hee-chun with sincere eyes.
Hee-chun, I admit that you are handsome, but I really don't mean that. I am only focused on studying now, do you believe it?
I don't believe it.
Hee-chun sneered, you said that you are only focused on studying now, so you asked me for help?
But if you want to study, isn't your first reaction to ask the teacher when you encounter something you don't understand? Not only can you ask in and out of class, but now there are teachers from various subjects taking turns to sit in the evening self-study class, which are all the best learning assistants. Even if you turn a blind eye to the teacher, your first reaction should be to go to the cram school.
Enroll in the subject you don't understand.
If everyone is like you, find a classmate of students who are busy with homework help to study, won't all these cram schools starve to death? You are still so illogical. What are you still learning? You still want to take the entrance exam to Tsinghua and Peking University? Tsinghua and Peking University are so worthless, who can go there? So no matter if you are pretending to be stupid or crazy, don't try to disturb my study. He rode his bicycle around Nan Xiangwan, who was standing there, and went to the rural garden community. On the way, he met an acquaintance who greeted him and asked him if he seemed very happy today. He casually said, I met a girl today. He had roughly figured out what was going on with Nan Xiangwan. Whether it was really a time travel rebirth or not, it had no effect on Hee-chun. Because women's time travel rebirth, no matter how much they brag about it, and how ambitious the goals they set, will eventually become a love affair. Everything in the so-called future has no effect on the present, at most it makes love more industrial saccharine.
In fact, the illogicality that Hee-chun said about fooling Nan Xiangwan is completely clear as long as you think deeply.
How tiring it is to work hard on your own. Isn't it best to find a strong person to fall in love with, and then you will have everything you need? So after traveling through time and reincarnation, he still went to his boss to confess that he was reincarnated and wanted to work as a slave in the company in advance. This is the underlying logic of relying on the strong in others that is affecting him. Just like he can't admit that he is unfilial, Nan Xiangwan can't admit this underlying subconscious logic. Because that means that her glamorous personality and the slogans she shouts out have become a joke. Read as don't think about disturbing my study, write as don't think about disturbing my love.
Shu Xian Ya Yuan. Xiaolingzi's home.
What?
He got the top 20 in the school? Song Qian looked unhappy after knowing Hee-chun's results.
Yes. Xiaolingzi was cautious, but her eyes were excited. Hee-chun's grades improved by leaps and bounds, which made her so happy. Of course, it was also a bit of a blow to her. They worked so hard, and it was difficult to maintain their grades, and it was even more difficult to improve. But Hee-chun was so lazy every day, without any effort, but his grades improved so quickly, which was a bit of a shock to her. But overall, she was happy. Song Qian was completely the opposite. Not only because Hee-chun mocked and scolded her in various ways, and she had long regarded him as an enemy, but also because Hee-chun's continuous success would impact her position in her daughter's heart. Would it make her daughter think that Hee-chun was right? And her strict requirements and control were actually wrong? She couldn't accept such a possibility. Looking at her daughter's eyes, she felt bad. And the fact proved that she didn't think much. Xiaolingzi's mind was now full of Hee-chun and the combination of work and rest. The next morning, she was going to go to school with Tao Zi, but when she saw Fang Yifan waiting for her in front as usual, she turned around and went into her father's building, and went directly into the space fortress her father had set up for her, and started playing with the Star Wars Lego model she got from Tao Zi. Xiao Weidong prepared delicious food for his daughter and asked her if she would be late. Xiaolingzi said that she combined work and rest, and that was how Hee-chun's grades improved by leaps and bounds. Is that so? Xiao Weidong always felt something was wrong, but he didn't know what to say for a while, so he could only serve his daughter first, and planned to find a chance to ask Hee-chun after his daughter had eaten and played and went to school. Over there, Hee-chun also rode a bike to take Ruan Lujing to school. Ruan Lujing on the back seat had a stern look on her face, holding Hee-chun's clothes tightly with both hands, and she also fell into self-doubt. She worked so hard and studied so hard for 3 days during the National Day holiday. It was not easy for her ranking in the monthly exam to move up again this time, rising to 19th place. Hee-chun, on the other hand, went to bed early and got up early to exercise, and went camping in the mountains during the National Day holiday, having a lot of fun. Now, from being 8 places behind her before, he is now right behind her, almost bursting, almost surpassing her.
This sense of crisis, family members, who understands? Chapter 85 Bully Mr. Nan, come on, I wanna be He-Chen's deskmate.
Entered the campus.
Huang Jitao greeted them.
Ruan Luzheng suppressed his emotions, looked next to her, and asked in surprise, why are you the only one?
Where is Xiaoingzi?
Usually, Ingzi and Taozi, the best friends, always go in and out together.
She said something was wrong.
Huang Jitao was also very strange, but she still helped her best friend cover it up.
Ruan Luzheng didn't ask again.
She can't handle her own worries well, so how can she worry about others? The reason why she pays more attention to Xiaoingzi is that besides the fact that Xiaoingzi is the #1 girl in the 3rd grade of high school in the school, Xiaoingzi's father is very close to Yi-Chen, so she has to pay more attention to him. Although it seems to be a bloody trick of throwing money at people to break off relationships, the reason why it is bloody is because the connections are always broken and the blood is endless. She still has to be careful. This achievement was closely pressed by He-Chen, and the expected pattern of the male leading the domestic and the female leading the outside was shaky, which was enough to give her a headache.
We must always pay attention to these possible love rivals. Now I heard that a crazy and bold Mr. Nan appeared in He-Chen's class and stalked He-Chen. Oh my god. Why is He-Chen so good?
She suddenly had a deeper understanding of the term beauty is a disaster. Men don't have enough skills, and there are beautiful, family members, who are beautiful and troublesome.
It's really like walking on thin ice in an abyss. She is President Nan. Huang Jitao suddenly reminded her. Ha? Ruan Luzheng looked over immediately.
I saw a beautiful girl, not wearing a coat, carrying a school bag on one shoulder, with one hand in her pocket, holding the coat she had taken off on her arm, holding a crazy version of Teacher Luo's extra-large cup of Starbucks in one hand, swaying her ponytail, and a smile on her face, wearing a faint smile and walking calmly among the crowds of people. When he saw He-Chen and the others, he raised his chin to greet He-Chen from a distance, and then looked at them one by one with a playful
look. Sweep. This girl is so annoying, so annoying. Ruan Luzheng blurted out. Seeing everyone looking over, especially He-Chen's strange look, she felt guilty and angry. Do you think what I said is wrong? She does look quite cool.
He-Chen said perfunctorily with a smile, but what he was thinking about was that Nan Xiangwan's face looked very similar to that of Tutu-san in the TV series Holang, which could easily be confused. And the face of Tutu-san is also called Little Louis Fei.
That's right. Ruan Luzheng and Nan Xiangwan, rounding things off, still have this relationship. Now she felt that Nan Xiangwan was very annoying, and hearing it in He-Chen's ears, she naturally found it a bit weird and funny. Class 7, Grade 3. After He-Chen arrived, he joked a little with his deskmate Du Tian, and then helped him with some wrong questions that he didn't know. Originally, the two brothers were evenly matched, so there was no question of who would tutor whom or ask whom for advice. However, since He-Chen's grades improved by leaps and bounds, Du Tian often asked He-Chen for advice. He found that He-Chen's explanations were easier for him to understand and he was more patient. He was also his deskmate, so of course he was welcome. One of them was explaining and the other was listening. This scene was originally normal for a senior high school student, but it suddenly stung one person's eyes. If it's not Nan Xiangwan, who is it? Stop making trouble. Yumeli, the squad leader and Nan Xiangwan's good friend, was sitting next to Nan Xiangwan. She had paid more attention to Nan Xiangwan since she had a seizure. When she saw that her expression was wrong, she immediately pulled her to persuade her. I'm not making trouble. How could Nan Xiangwan listen to the little brat's opinion? He broke away from her hand and walked towards He-Chen. He stood there with his arms folded and looked at Du Tian with a smile. When Tian felt uncomfortable and looked up, she said, Du Tian, can I change places with you? Thank you. More of a demand than a request. This, Du Tian suddenly became at a loss. When faced with requests from pretty girls, it's really hard for high school boys to say no. And he didn't know what He-Chen was thinking. Ask yourself, if it were him, it would be really difficult to decide whether to sit at the same table with He-Chen or with a beautiful girl who suddenly became more attractive after causing a big incident. They are good buddies. Du Tian, who was comparing his feelings to others, stood up unconsciously. Sit down. Listen carefully. He-Chen's words made him sit back subconsciously. He-Chen, we are all classmates. You can tutor Du Tian, why can't you help me who want to study and improve? Nan Xiangwan was a little unhappy. Because my energy is limited. He-Chen looked at her, there is no time left to tutor Du Tian, and I don't think you really want to study and improve as you say. Okay. Nan Shangwan immediately became excited. As long as I prove that I am determined to improve my studies, I can be your deskmate and you can tutor me? Okay. He Chen didn't refuse in a hurry and decided to play with her. What qualifies as a dedicated study? It depends on how he defines it, and he doesn't believe that she who has been reborn really wants to study. Most likely, the slogans will still be shouted loudly. In a few days it was time to fall in love. Of course, if she could really make progress and make He Chen convinced, then it wouldn't be a big deal to help her with counseling. They are all classmates, and they are also classmates. He is also happy to help such people who are willing to make progress. Boss Nan, you should come over here and let me tutor you. Just when Nan Shangwan also thought that the definition right issue needed to be finalized, she heard the sports specialty student and school basketball team captain Lin Xiaoran loudly mocking over there. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Don't bother, He Chen. I, a sports specialty student, have better grades than you. The air was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. Nan Shangwan glanced at Lin Xiaoran, ignored him, and returned to her seat on her own, but she was quite annoyed in her heart. No way. The saying that mathematics is taught by physical education teachers is really influential. Lin Xiaoran, a sports specialty student, has better grades than her, and he still wants to teach her. This is really a slap in the face for her who talked about her ideals in front of He Chen and was confident that she would be admitted to Tsinghua and Peking University. But she thought she was a professional elite sister. Of course she couldn't lose her composure in front of these little brats, so she could only suppress her unhappiness and bury her head in reading. She thought she had good grades, otherwise she wouldn't have missed out on the chance to study at Tsinghua or Peking University. But after she was reborn, she found herself useless. Even with the experience and knowledge accumulated over a decade, and the youthful body of 18, she should have been invincible. But she found that this +1 was not greater than 10, not even greater than 2, but less than 1. She felt so difficult and had a headache looking at the questions. It turns out that the third year of high school is the peak of knowledge in life, and it's true. No matter how much experience she has later, it's not knowledge that is gained, at most it's posture. Chapter 86 I Have a Friend. He Chen, you are so nice. Du Tian waited for Nan Xianwan to leave, and whispered to He Chen, feeling both admiration and guilt. Because they were in the same situation just now, although he would insist for a while because of brotherhood, but if the other party added money, then he doubted whether he could bear it. And He Chen seemed to be completely unaffected, which was so nice, wasn't it? Nothing. He Chen waved his hand. Although he could bear Nan Xiangwan, it didn't mean that he was not a layperson who added money. Everyone is a layperson who adds money. There are almost no exceptions. He was unmoved, just because Nan Xiangwan was not taken seriously by him. Du Tian didn't know what He Chen was thinking, but he felt that he was too modest. For a while, he felt more and more ashamed of his hesitation, and made up his mind to be a good buddy of He Chen in the future. Adding money also needs to be raised to a few levels. After a day of class, He Chen was preparing to leave school again, but when he arrived at the carport, he found Ruan Luzheng there, and was immediately surprised. Aren't you going to the evening self-study? I don't want to go tonight. Ruan Luzheng said sullenly. Anyway, self-study is voluntary. Okay, let's go home together. He Chen looked at her, nodded and asked her to get in the car, and returned to the country garden. On the way, Ruan Luzheng grabbed He Chen's clothes, and seeing that he didn't react, she couldn't help but pull his clothes. Why don't you ask me why I don't go to the evening self-study? I probably know. He Chen smiled. It's not what you think. I'm not feeling well. Ruan Luzheng suddenly thought of something and denied it with a red face. I know. He Chen smiled and nodded. How do you know? Ruan Luzheng heard that He Chen not only understood her words, but also spoke confidently, as if he knew a lot, which made it difficult for her to tense. You pervert. I'm just observant. He Chen knew she wasn't really angry, but he still explained, it's not difficult to remember these. Stop talking. Ruan Luzheng couldn't listen anymore and interrupted, so what do you know? Since it's not physical, it must be psychological. He Chen smiled and said, is it because my grades have improved that you feel pressured? What kind of pressure can I have? Ruan Luzheng said but meant it, we are a family, we wish you could get as good grades as possible, and it would be best if you could get into Tsinghua or Peking University. He Chen smiled and drove her into the community. Seeing him like this, Ruan Luzheng was so angry that she pinched him. How can your grades improve so quickly? Is it true that going to bed early and getting up early, combining work and rest is more effective than the sea of questions? There's no rush for this. He Chen did not answer directly. Uncle Chow contacted me.
I'll talk to Xiaoingzi when I see her.
Xiaoingzi? Ruan Luzheng frowned. What's wrong with her?
She found that Xiaoingzi was getting more and more involved in her life. Whether it was active or passive, she was not very happy. You two, one didn't go to evening self-study, and the other didn't go to morning self-study, and the situation is similar.
He-chan said helplessly, it's probably because of me, right? She is also because of you? Ruan Luzheng was even more unhappy. Probably.
He-chan parked the car and asked her to get off, then took out the phone and called Xiao Weidong. After making an appointment, he ignored Ruan Liuzheng's questioning and went to practice his daily exercises. After practicing, Xiao Weidong called on time, told the name of the hotel, and asked He-chan to go over. He-chan explained to Ruan Lu, and took Ruan Luzheng to the restaurant by taxi. When they arrived, they saw Xiao Weidong had already helped to order the dishes, and Xiaoingzi happily greeted them.
Xiaoingzi, are you not going to the morning self-study? He-chan gave Xiao Weidong a reassuring look and got straight to the point.
I'm not going to school, I just want to take a break, Xiaoingzi said awkwardly. I think it's better to combine work and rest. What do you think?
It seems that you are indeed stimulated by me.
He-chan smiled and said, Ruan Luzheng is the same. Let me tell you a story. I have a friend who has always had excellent grades and works very hard.
A buddy in his dormitory is different. He has a better family background and can always get the best toys first and have a lot of fun.
I don't study much at ordinary times. Before every exam, I stay up for a few nights, hide in the quilt and use a flashlight to study. In this way, although he is not as good as my friend, he can also get a mid-tupper score. Then this roommate said proudly that it's meaningless for you to work so hard. I just don't work hard, otherwise I will definitely not be worse than you.
And if you are like me, you will definitely not be as good as me. Young people are impulsive and want to save face.
My friend was not convinced and thought he could do it. So he made a bet with his roommate. After that, he started to learn his roommate's study method, playing most of the time, thinking that he would cram before the exam. This play, it was all over. Before the final exam, he realized that something was wrong and he couldn't keep up. At that time, it was a bit difficult for him to change, because once he couldn't keep up, he didn't have the joy of studying in the past, and studying was very uncomfortable.
Once he was uncomfortable, he was always impatient and couldn't bear to study.
He would play when he was frustrated, and then his grades got worse and couldn't keep up. In this vicious cycle, his grades dropped sharply, and the teacher sighed and asked him what was wrong in class. He was speechless. In the end, his grades dropped to the same level as his roommates, and he couldn't get up again. No need to stay up late to cram, grades are very stable. This became his lifelong regret.
Xiaoingzi, Ruan Luzheng, you are all very smart. You should know why I said this real case? Those who learn from me live, those who imitate me die.
He couldn't say that his IQ was increasing as his spirit and energy improved, and he could really improve his grades quickly by just learning casually, while their IQs were fixed, and they worked hard to improve their IQs.
Completely different.
So he could only use his own unforgettable experience and lessons in his previous life to remind them. He really didn't want them to follow the old path of his previous life, and he would definitely regret it in the future.
Once people indulge and don't work hard, what they lose is not just academic performance, but also the entire attitude towards life. I know, we are not you, we can't learn from you.
Xiaoingzi was a little ashamed. She did start to be lazy because of He-chan. She thought He-chan would support her, but she didn't expect He-chan to persuade her like this.
Ruan Luzheng was even more shocked.
She is different from Xiaoingzi.
Not only is her performance much worse, but she doesn't have as good conditions as Xiaoingzi's family.
Xiaoingzi is useless, and there are billions of assets, which has no impact at all. If she doesn't pay attention and falls into this vicious circle, she will be completely useless. In the future, she still wants to support her family by herself and give He-chan a rich material foundation and a decent life.
It's a close call. In fact, it's right to combine work and rest.
He-chan saw that they listened to it, and Xiao Weidong secretly gave him a thumbs up, and continued, your academic foundation is already there. As long as you work hard step by step, there is a high probability that you will have no problem in your ideal university.
Don't give up on morning self-study and evening self-study.
But after studying for a day and going home so late at night, there is no need to stay up late to study hard. Not only will your learning efficiency be reduced, but it will also affect your learning efficiency for a longer period of time the next day. If this continues, your grades will only improve to a limited extent, and you may even damage your body. It is really unnecessary to be too tense and depressed.
You are so right. Xiaoingzi agreed.
The reason why she didn't attend the morning self-study and secretly went to her father's house to play with building blocks was because she was too depressed and had no time to spare from studying from morning to night. Her mother graduated from Chunfeng Middle School and now teaches cram schools. She always comes back from evening self-study at almost 10 o'clock and arranges several sets of papers for her to write. 7 days a week. Once her grades fluctuate slightly or her scores in any subject are not ideal, her mother will immediately add a few more sets of papers to strengthen them. The "oh my god" she said when she was mad was not just a casual remark, but came from the heart. Seeing that she worked so hard but her grades did not improve, while He Chen was so leisurely and made rapid progress, she, who already admired He Chen more and more, of course wanted to imitate him. Uncle Qiao, with Xiaoingzi's grades, if she studies normally, she will have a chance to get into Tsinghua or Peking University, and she will be guaranteed to get into 985. Are you satisfied? He Chen smiled and said, in your eyes, is there a big difference between Tsinghua or Peking University and 985? I am definitely satisfied. No matter what school Lingzi applies to, as long as she likes it, I can accept it. Xiao Weidong said quickly, it's just that her mother can't accept it. So this is mostly your fault. He Chen said honestly, if you hadn't let her develop the habit of saying what you mean, Xiaoingzi's life wouldn't be so difficult now. Yes, Xiao Weidong was embarrassed, and he couldn't get rid of the blame at all. What should I do? Xiaoingzi looked at He Chen pitifully. Of course, I have to tell her the truth and reason with her, reject her unreasonable demands, and follow your own pace. He Chen reminded, you are an adult. With Uncle Qiao providing you with a strong bottom line, you can completely follow your own ideas. Hiss. Xiao Weidong and his daughter took a breath of cold air together, and were stunned by He Chen's words. He Chen actually wanted her to fight her mother. This is simply a one-shot film by Zhang Yimou, very bold. I don't dare. Xiaoingzi smiled bitterly. Although Xiao Weidong didn't say anything, his expression was similar to his daughter's. You are not afraid, but too bold. He Chen smiled and said, as expected of a father and daughter, they do the same thing. What do you mean? Xiaoingzi was stunned. Hey, aren't you going to learn from your father and keep tolerating your mother until you can't bear it anymore, and then completely break up with her and get rid of her? He Chen pretended to be surprised. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Xiaoingzi immediately denied it 3 times, and couldn't accept this statement at all. That's her mother. She always loves her mother. There's no way. She is an adult now, with a high IQ. She sees her father living a prosperous life, while her mother devotes herself to her alone and has no intention of finding another person. As time goes by, it becomes less and less possible. She also understands her mother's way of holding her tightly and controlling her. It's just that sometimes she can't stand it and can't accept it all the time. But at most she wants to stay away from her mother temporarily and have some space of her own. She definitely doesn't want to leave her mother. You do. He Chen said seriously, peace survives if you fight for it, and peace dies if you compromise for it. You are an adult now, and you are obviously very depressed by your mother, and sometimes even very painful, but you have been enduring it, and you don't speak your mind to her at all, and say no to her unreasonable demands. Either you are driven crazy, or you follow your father's old path. You said it's not the latter, so are you going to do the former? No. Xiao Weidong couldn't listen anymore. He would rather his daughter choose the latter than the former. Although Xiaoingzi didn't want to choose either, if there were only these 2 options, she would rather choose the first one than the second one. Since you don't want either, then start learning to say no to her from now on. He Chen encouraged with interest. You are so smart. If you think rationally, you will know the current situation. It is she who cannot live without you, not you who cannot live without her. As long as you know that you will not be able to bear it in the future if you continue to tolerate it, you must make changes, insist on saying no to her, resist her soft and hard tactics, let her slowly adapt to you, and your life will get better and better. And you can completely give her a taste of her own medicine and learn the skills she uses on you. Slap her in the face and give her a sweet date. This trick is very old-fashioned, but very practical. You are invincible, and you will soon be able to use this trick to perfection. Many elderly people are afraid of their children when they are old and weak. Why? It is because they know how they treated their children in the past, and they have never changed. Knowing that the world is reversed and the heaven is reversed, they are of course afraid that their children will treat them the same way. If you don't make positive changes in advance, your best state in the future will be another mother. Imagine your mother getting along with you like this when she is old, or even your children getting along with you like this?
Xiao Weidong's mouth twitched when he heard it. He didn't need to think about it at all. He is seeing it with his own eyes now. Let me think about it. Xiaoingzi hesitated, but couldn't help but feel excited. If she could really get her mother's understanding, as Chen said, given how much she loved her mother and how emotionally unstable she was, the mother-daughter relationship would definitely be more harmonious. What a beautiful picture. But to achieve it, she had to withstand the strong backlash at the beginning. Her mother would definitely not want to accept it. She could imagine how her mother would cry and scream. She doubted that she could not bear it. He Chen said nothing more. He had said everything he should say. If Xiaoingzi really didn't want to change, he would not bother to persuade her. Even though he was very interested in the scene where Xiaoingzi rejected Song Qian and Song Qian was furious. But he would not force it. The four of them stopped talking about this and started to have a good meal. After the meal, He Chen said goodbye and took Ruan Luzheng back. Xiaoingzi looked thoughtful. Xiao Weidong saw it and opened his mouth to say something, but when he thought about how he was nothing in He Chen's mouth, a complete negative example, he really didn't know what to say, so he simply didn't say anything. Let his daughter decide for herself. Because although he wanted to help his daughter, when things really came out, he could do very little, and in the end it still depended on his daughter to deal with it herself. Xiaoingzi also knew this truth. On the way back, He Chen's words kept echoing in her mind. When she arrived at Shuxiangyuan, she was going to play in her father's house until the self-study was over, but the phone rang directly. It was her mother. Both father and daughter knew that Li Taigun must have notified Song Qian. After looking at each other, Xiaoingzi went straight home and answered the phone. "Mom, I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious." After quickly telling the matter, facing Song Qian's raging anger, she took a deep breath, hung up the phone, and walked into the house. Self-study is voluntary. What's the big deal if I take a night off? Yes, I went to dinner with my dad. I know my limits. Song Qian was angry with a cold face, but the more she listened to her daughter, the more she felt something was wrong. In the past, whenever she got angry, even before she got angry, her daughter would worry and fear, and try her best to cover it up. If she couldn't cover it up, she would explain it. What's going on now? Completely honest? No. This is called not caring about her. Song Qian was angry and felt boundless fear. Her daughter had changed her mind. Xiao Weidong. Song Qian first roared in anger, then thought of her ex-husband's cowardly look, and then denied herself, staring at her daughter with a change of expression. It's He Chen. The only one who can make her daughter change so drastically can be him. Only the strong attraction of hormones between boys and girls can overcome family affection and mother's majesty, and make her daughter rebellious to this extent. She knew that He Chen was her biggest enemy. Sure enough, the more you fear something, the more it will come. Did He Chen bewitch you to do this? Song Qian grabbed her daughter's arm and kept shaking it, asking her daughter to say it. In fact, she knew the answer from her daughter's expression, but she needed her daughter to say it herself. He Chen didn't bewitch me. Xiaoingzi didn't accept what her mother said. It was him. Song Qian said angrily, "You didn't go to evening self-study to see him, and you lied to me to see your father." Xiaoingzi, you disappoint me so much. I went to see my father. Xiaoingzi blurted out, and then felt bad. As expected, after Song Qian confirmed her guess, she shouted angrily, "You actually ate with that bastard Yi Chen, and you didn't go to evening self-study for this. What do you want to do? What does Xiao Weidong want to do?" "Mom, keep your voice down." Xiaoingzi asked her mother with a guilty conscience not to shout so loudly at night, so as not to disturb the neighbors' rest and make them laugh. "I keep my voice down? Why should I keep my voice down?" Song Qian became more and more excited. "You did it, why can't I say it? Mom worked hard to raise you alone, and for this critical moment of your senior year in high school, how much worry and effort she put in every day, and in the end I became a bad person. We didn't do anything, I just felt too tired and wanted to combine work and rest." When Xiaoingzi saw her mother crying like rain, her eyes turned red, her mouth curled, and she burst into tears all of a sudden. He Chen gets enough rest every day, and his grades are improving rapidly. I just want to give it a try. Sure enough, it's this bastard again. Song Qian cried and shouted, "He is a disaster. He has no father or mother, so he is jealous of others and wants to harm others. Xiao Weidong is also a bastard. There must be a conspiracy here. He wants to take you away from me, and he even uses such a despicable means. He dares not face me directly, and pushes out such a bastard. He has no sense of responsibility as a father. You are not allowed to see him again. You will not have him as a father in the future." "Mom, what are you talking about?" Xiaoingzi cried even harder,
Dad is not what you think, he just cares about me.
He Chen is not what you think.
He saw that I didn't go to self-study, so he took the initiative to persuade me not to neglect my studies.
He can do it, but I may not be suitable.
Vicious. Too vicious. Song Qian heard it, not only did not breathe a sigh of relief, but was trembling with anger, and felt that He Chen was too vicious. It is obvious that he came to be a good person because of her high-pressure management. After a few times, she must have completely won her daughter's heart. She is a teacher and is used to seeing students' families with one tough parent and one gentle parent. The tough one becomes a bad guy, while the gentle one makes the child more attached to him. Xiao Weidong had this in mind. Now he has also pulled He Chun, who is a fatal temptation to his teenage daughter, to do the same. How could his daughter bear it? She must want to throw herself into their arms.
No. This tendency must be strangled directly.
Thinking of this, she cried even harder. It was not the first time that the mother and daughter cried in the middle of the night.
The neighbors did not make a fuss, but it was different now. Song Qian's good friend Tong Wenjie and her family lived downstairs. This noise directly alarmed them, and then Tong Wenjie went upstairs and knocked on the door.
It was late at night, and it was not suitable for Fang Yuan, a man, to follow. But Fang Yifan followed closely.
Tong Wenjie did not stop him.
In fact, ever since her son drugged her in order to live in Shushan Yayuan, she regretted it every time she thought about it. If her son had discussed it with her, without those reasons, she would definitely support it. Moving here and renting a house does put a little more financial pressure. But compared with the huge future returns that may be achieved from the investment, it is a huge profit. It's a pity that her son didn't dare to tell her, and made such a mess without consulting her. Fortunately, she had a good grasp of her best friend Song Qian's mind, and directly used Xiao Weidong and He Chen as targets, scolded them severely with her best friend, and successfully appeased her best friend and moved downstairs. Now that there is such a big commotion upstairs, it is time for them to make contributions and bring Song Qian and her daughter closer again. But she heard that Xiaoingzi is very cold to her son now. Even if they live upstairs and downstairs, it is still difficult for them to meet, as if she is avoiding her son.
How can this be possible?
The urgent doorbell interrupted the quarrel between Song Qian and her mother.
Song Qian guessed that her bestie had come.
She wiped her tears and went to open the door to welcome the reinforcements.
It was indeed them.
Under the questioning of her bestie Tong Wenjie, she cried and told the story. Her bestie Tong Wenjie immediately helped to open the fire.
Ingzi, it's not that auntie is talking about you. How can you treat your mother like this?
We all see how much effort your mother has put in for you. Don't hurt your mother's heart because of a few words from others.
You were not like this before.
When you were with Fan Fan and the others, you were so well-behaved and sensible. Speaking of this, she glanced at Song Qian, who was still wiping her tears. Sure enough, she saw that Song Qian agreed with her and became more excited. Don't believe what He Chen said. He definitely has bad intentions. Everyone is working so hard, but he is trying to be different.
He is actually harming others. We must not learn from him. We don't need to learn from him.
Who knows if he doesn't go to evening self-study and works overtime and stays up late to study, so he improves so quickly.
It is probably like this.
But he is obviously working hard in private but pretends not to work hard to confuse others and affect others' efforts. His heart is despicable. It's just that his grades improve quickly.
What's so great about it?
Look at my Fan Fan, now he knows how to work hard, and his score has increased by 57 points at once. It's only been a month and he has already scored 57 points. If you work hard for a few more months, maybe Fan Fan can go to Tsinghua and Peking University with you. It can be seen that He Chun is nothing great.
Not to mention that Layer is definitely the first in the school.
Ingzi, you listen to your aunt, and stay with Fan Fan and Layer as before. Listen to your mother and aunt more, and don't mess around with He Chen, it will hurt you.
That's right, that's right. Fang Yifan nodded proudly and satisfied. And Tong. Xiaoingzi couldn't listen anymore, and wiped her tears. Fang Yifan is different from He Chen.
It's true that his total score has increased by 57 points, but that's because the monthly exam paper is simple this time. Everyone scored higher, and his overall ranking in the district has dropped.
What?
Tong Wenjie's smile froze on her face, and her voice pierced the night sky sharply, echoing over Shushang Yayuan.
Fang Yifan looked at Xiaoingzi with the eyes of a traitor in grief and anger.
This childhood sweetheart has really changed.
Chapter 89. He Chun is not decent. I will help him be decent. On the second day of the update, please vote for me.
After Xiaoingzi finished speaking, she looked at Fang Yifan's sad and angry eyes and regretted that she shouldn't have said this.
But she really couldn't stand to hear Aunt Tong Wenjie continue to talk about He-Chen like that. Besides, she is already in her third year of high school, and Aunt Tong Wenjie still doesn't know what's going on with her son's grades. She is so incompetent as a mother. If you don't even know this, then there is no point in learning to move for Fang Yifan. Network. The familiar chase began. Tong Wenjie means it this time. Because she was too ashamed and angry. For the sake of her son's future, she used her son's soaring grades as a basis to convince her best friend and her daughter, but who would have thought that not only did she fail to convince her future daughter-in-law, she was also slapped in the face. He was so caught off guard. It hurt so much. This was even more embarrassing for her than being embarrassed in public at school before. Because in Xiaoyingzi's case, she views Xiaoyingzi as an aunt and future mother-in-law. The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is an eternal problem. Now, before she has even entered the house, even before her horoscope has been revealed, she, the prospective mother-in-law, has been slapped by the prospective daughter-in-law. She has turned against the heaven. How can we get along with her in the future? And all this is Fang Yifan's fault. If he hadn't said half and kept half, and hadn't said the most important thing, would she have been so embarrassed? Fortunately, she was ready to reward Fang Yifan and take him to a high-end restaurant for a feast so that he could keep up his hard work. The mother and son chased and retreated. Xiaoyingzi still wanted to talk to her mother, but Song Qian calmed down after the fuss. She wiped her tears, turned around and entered her room with a cold face, ignored her daughter, and tried some cold violence first to let her daughter say it if you feel guilty and blame yourself. She also needs to calm down and think about how to fight back. Xiao Weidong, this scumbag, is so useless. He actually teamed up with the like-minded He-Chen to dare to drive a wedge between their mother and daughter, and wanted to take her daughter away. We must not just let it go. When Xiaoyingzi saw her mother like this, she knew that the familiar cold violence was coming again. That's right. She has not always been so well-behaved and sensible since she was a child. After all, she is also an adolescent girl. There are many such mother-daughter quarrels, but every time they end in her failure. One of the very important levels is the cold violence of the mother. Putting on a hurt, cold face, he ignored her no matter how good she showed him, and acted as if he wanted to give up on her completely. After a few moments, she couldn't stand it anymore, and surrendered voluntarily, admitting her mistake according to her mother's wishes. Now it's clearly here again. Xiaoyingzi sighed and went back to her room listlessly. She was not in the mood to write test papers anymore. She lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling in confusion. In a blink of an eye, the night passed like this. She didn't close her eyes. When the alarm rang, although she knew that the routine was the same, she still felt sorry for her mother as always. When she got up, she saw that her mother did not get up as early as usual to prepare breakfast, so she went to the kitchen to get busy and prepared it for her mother. After breakfast, he left a note and went to school first. In the bedroom, Song Qian had naturally woken up long ago, but she just couldn't get up. When she heard the sound of the door closing as her daughter went out, she got up and opened the bedroom door. When she saw the breakfast prepared by her daughter, her expression softened and she nodded secretly. Although the routine is old, it's good if it works. In the past, she already had confidence in her heart, because her daughter was very capable of handling this. But when she thought of her daughter's heartfelt impulse and defense when she mentioned He-Chen, she had trouble sleeping and eating, and her teeth were itching with hatred. No. What else must she do? At noon, she and her best friend went to a high-end restaurant for dinner again and confided in her concerns. Tong Wenjie tried to explain her son's poor behavior, but seeing that Song Qian had no intention of saying this, she decided to help her best friend get rid of the scourge of He-Chen first. He's already knocking on the door, what are you waiting for? Didn't you see that Yingzi was bewitched by him and changed into a completely different person? Even Fan Fan doesn't recognize him. If you continue to be indifferent, what will happen next? Will he not even recognize you as his mother? You should come to Professor Wan and ask them what they want to do in front of them. Let them make a promise not to harass Yingzi again. Just take advantage of tonight. He never goes to study at night. I'll go with you. Okay. Song Qian thought for a while, gritted her teeth and agreed. Since Professor Wan himself is not decent, then don't blame her for helping Professor Wan look decent. Tong Wenjie felt very excited when she saw Song Qian agreed. Now that his son is becoming more and more hopeless, he can only rely on her as a mother to help kill He-Chen, clear this obstacle, and ensure that the guaranteed wealth is not lost. Being a mother means being strong. She had a strong desire to strive and fight, and she discussed with Song Qian what to say when they met tonight.
After her lunch break, she returned to the company and went to deal with things quickly, leaving all the things at hand to the female assistant. Xiao Jin, tell her to pay more attention and don't interrupt her fight tonight. She was reassured by this. This is no longer the case twice. She was called to school every 3 days, and she always left the work at hand to her assistant Xiao Jin. Everyone was used to it. At nightfall, Song Qian and the others confirmed that Xiao Yingzi and the others had gone to study, and went to the rural garden community next door. They looked at Yi Chen, who was standing under a pine tree and practicing martial arts, and went upstairs to knock on the door of Ruan's house. Catch the leader first. This matter must be discussed with Professor Ruan. First, convince Professor Ruan, and then put pressure on Yi Chen together. Otherwise, with the young man Yi Chen's recklessness, they can't win over him at all. Ruan Lu was a little surprised when she opened the door, but she still politely invited them in. After the greetings, she frowned at the fact that Song Qian and Tong Wenjie were singing the same tune and speaking with a hint of sarcasm. Okay, I know, I will tell Yi Chen, but I believe he doesn't mean that at all. So Teacher Song, it's best for you to take care of your daughter. Professor Ruan, what do you mean? Song Qian was very unhappy. Do you think it's Ma Yingzi who is pestering him? You also have a daughter, how can you say that? My Zhangjing never does that. Ruan Lu said lightly, as for Yingzi, you know better than me. I only know that Yi Chen will never take the initiative to provoke Yingzi. He has high standards. Professor Ruan, you are going too far. Tong Wenjie immediately supported the trembling Song Qian and helped her best friend, Yingzi. How outstanding. The top girl in the school, a candidate for Peking University or Tsinghua University, and a well-off family. It is obvious that your Yi Chen wants to be a gigolo. He has always been like this. Otherwise, he would not have moved into your house. Isn't it? Watch your words. Ruan Lu reminded, some words cannot be said carelessly, otherwise, if they are spread, you will be the only ones who suffer. I believe you should have a concept of this, otherwise, you would not have come to your door today, right? Song Qian, Tong Wenjie, P.S. From the perspective of true pursuit, the silent ones are indeed the majority, but from the perspective of false pursuit, the silent ones are not the majority. However, although it is the majority of Schrödinger, the shelf performance is better than the previous book, film and television. God Doctor starts from Love Apartment, which is the best shelf performance of the author in history. The author is very satisfied. Thank you for your support and work hard to reach the second day of 10,000. Chapter 90. Say sorry. Song Qian, I'm sorry, I have a problem with my brain, I'm crazy. Is this how you are as a parent? Song Qian said angrily, no wonder Yi Chen is so arrogant. What's wrong with spreading it? Justice is in the hearts of the people. Your child has persuaded other people's daughters to go against their mothers. No matter how much you say, you are wrong. That's right. Tong Wenjie immediately echoed, what kind of parents raise what kind of children? If I were to say, Yi Chen is always extreme, and now he is even instigating the mother-daughter relationship. It's all your responsibility, Professor Ruan. You can't even educate such a child, and you are a professor at a prestigious university. I really don't know how you got the evaluation. Speaking of this, she squinted at Ruan Lu's enviable and beautiful face, dragging her voice, with an expression that there must be something wrong here. The slogans of protecting women's rights and creating a good working environment for women are usually shouted loudly, and she talks even more eloquently. But when she really met someone of the same sex, she would start poking at their soft spots from the angle that she hated the most, which was gossip and scandals. Because she knew that the dirtiest and most useful way to destroy a professional woman was always gossip and scandals. The more beautiful, the more useful. Ruan Lu was too convincing. Because no one could accept such a challenge to her soft spots after looking at her face. Even someone of the same sex like her, it was obviously a lie she made up casually, but when she said it out loud, she immediately believed it. The two besties saw Ruan Lu frowning, but she didn't fight back. The seductive look of frowning made them even more excited. They mixed double fights, as if they wanted to vent all the anger they had received from Yi Chen on such a beauty, which gave them the pleasure of ravaging beauty. Ruan Lu looked at them quietly, letting them vent for a while. When they gradually became dissatisfied with the one-sided output without any response for her to speak, she reminded them leisurely, Yi Chen is back. Come back. I want him to come back. We have to make it clear face to face. Song Qian and Tong Wenjie were already cursing, and they felt that they had found the trick and were not afraid to face Yi Chen at all. If they couldn't fight Yi Chen, they would not face him directly. In front of him, scolding Ruan Lu was enough to embarrass and hurt him. This is called giving someone a taste of their own medicine. You, He-Chen, specifically grabbed their favorites, Fang Yifan and Xiaoingzi, to trip them up and make them uncomfortable.
Now it's your turn.
When they heard the door open and someone came in, they immediately started to question and scold Ruan Lu again, looking at He-Chen who came in, enjoying He-Chen's ugly expression. As they wished, He-Chen opened the door and saw them scolding Ruan Lu, and his face really darkened. Auntie Ruan, what's going on? Ruan Lu roughly told the story, and then reminded, don't fight.
I know. He-Chen listened, nodded in agreement, and looked at Song Qian with a gloomy face. Apologize.
Apologize to my Auntie Ruan immediately and get her forgiveness.
Why should I apologize? Song Qian blared back unconvinced. What did I say wrong?
Since I can't communicate with a child like you, then we parents will communicate directly. I learned the communication method from you. You should apologize first if I need to apologize.
Well said. Tong Wenjie cheered. You usually curse people with pleasure, now you also feel the taste of being scolded?
You deserve it.
Apologize.
He-Chen glanced at Tong Wenjie coldly, stared at Song Qian expressionlessly, and said word by word, say sorry. Otherwise, I will dye my hair yellow now, ride a motorcycle to pick up Xiaoingzi from school, and you will be a grandmother next year.
I will do what I say. The three middle-aged women present were stunned. What kind of operation is this?
Ruan Lu's beautiful face showed a trace of displeasure, but seeing that He-Chen was standing up for her, she didn't say anything.
Song Qian, you can see it. He is really ambitious. Tong Wenjie shouted as if she caught you in the act.
However, Song Qian, who faced He-Chen directly, felt completely different from them. Seeing He-Chen's calm face and saying such harsh words, her high emotions suddenly became like a bucket of cold water poured on her head, cold from head to toe, from outside to inside. Yellow hair, motorcycle to the door, be a grandmother next year, keep your word. Every word had a strong impact on her.
No way. This is unacceptable to mothers abroad.
In the American TV series Young Sheldon, when Sheldon's mother was young, she was deceived by Sheldon's father who rode a motorcycle and got pregnant. Then Sheldon's grandmother never recognized him in her life, and wished that he would be cheated and divorced.
This is the case even in such an open foreign country.
Song Qian, a single mother in China, cannot accept such terrible consequences. What frightened her even more was that He-Chen was so handsome and her daughter liked him so much that she took the initiative to hug him and bite him to resist her without making a move. If He-Chen took the initiative, she didn't believe that her daughter could bear it at all. She was afraid that she would really become a grandmother next year.
It was terrible. Say it. He-Chen shouted. I'm sorry. Song Qian was shocked and trembled, and reluctantly apologized to Ruan Lu. Song Qian, why are you apologizing?
He was just trying to scare you. Tong Wenjie was anxious and wanted to say something but was stopped by Song Qian, who didn't allow her to say it.
Song Qian didn't dare to gamble at all.
He-Chen has this absolute strength and is so young, and being young means being impulsive and wanting to save face. At this moment, she dared not to obey and not give this face. She dared not to think about what he would do impulsively. This is a ruthless person who repeatedly called the police when he disagreed with something.
Say you are crazy. He-Chen continued to order. Don't go too far. Song Qian glared at He-Chen.
She couldn't stand the word crazy the most. It was too harsh and too heartbreaking.
Shut up.
He-Chen cursed, I tell you, my patience is limited. Many people say that I shouldn't just talk, but should move more and talk less. If you don't apologize as I said, and say one more word, the first shot will 100% fall on Xiaoingzi.
If you don't believe it, try it.
I'm sorry, I'm crazy. Song Qian was angry and afraid, but she could only suppress her anger, holding back her red face, and said the words she least wanted others to mention in front of her.
Say you have a brain problem.
He-Chen continued to order coldly. I'm sorry, I have a brain problem. Song Qian said it word by word with difficulty, and tears of humiliation flowed unconsciously from the corners of her eyes. How happy she was to scold people just now, and the frustration and pain now were 10 times stronger. But she was really afraid of He-Chen, who could turn into a ghost fire boy and treat her as a master at any time. No matter how unpleasant, aggrieved, or humiliating the words He-Chen asked her to say, she shed tears and turned into a repeater to say them, but every time she said a word, she looked at Ruan Lu with tears in her eyes, hoping that Ruan Lu would help her out of the predicament. However, Ruan Lu's reaction was the same as when she was scolded by them just now. She just frowned her eyebrows, listened and watched beautifully, and ignored her request for help at all. In her eyes, it was a silent mockery. It turned out that they didn't care at all just now, not that they couldn't fight back.
Don't go too far. Network.
Tong Wenjie saw that although her best friend was crying in pain, her words became smoother and smoother even if they became more and more excessive.
She couldn't bear it anymore and glared at He Chen.
You say that Fang Yifan is a loser like Jia Baoyu, and he wants to take advantage of your smart and wealthy Yingzi.
He wants to eat his shit.
He Chen glanced at Tong Wenjie, sneered, and directly pointed the finger at Tong Wenjie, ordering Song Qian.
Despicable.
Tong Wenjie's eyes widened in disbelief, and then she quickly advised her best friend, Song Qian, don't be fooled, he is now trying to sow discord between our best friends. Wenjie, I know, so you can understand that I mean what I say but I don't mean what I mean. Song Qian looked at her best friend with apologetic eyes, but only paused for a moment, before He Chen said, huh? With a threatening voice and a threatening look, he scolded his best friend just as He Chen said.
Tong Wenjie was trembling with anger.
Even if she saw He Chen's sinister intentions in advance, even if Song Qian explained it, she still couldn't accept the words that scolded her son from Song Qian's mouth.
Yes. Song Qian was forced. Song Qian means what she says but doesn't mean it. But the words Song Qian was forced to say were not lies and angry words in the strict sense. Many of them were inner calculations that could not be expressed aloud. Now that it was said from Song Qian's mouth, could Song Qian really be careless, and have no association? How is that possible? She didn't believe it at all. And the facts also proved her hunch. As He Chen taught each sentence, her best friend Song Qian repeated it more and more smoothly. The more she spoke, the more it was no longer numb repetition. She began to be full of emotion, and her eyes were a little different. I knew it was bad. He Chen's poisonous plan took effect. There was a rift between their besties. Xiao Weidong tried every possible means to persuade Song Qian, but failed to do so. The situation that she had reversed with just a few words was now torn apart by He Chen's backhand. From now on, their besties will never be as close as before. The guaranteed wealth she had planned for her useless son was no longer guaranteed. Of course all this is due to the vicious He Chen. But like Song Qian, she was also a little frightened when faced with He Chen's vicious methods. Not to mention facing He Chen directly, she had to be careful and avoid subconsciously even when she was scolding him in her heart. Instead, the current predicament was pushed onto Song Qian. If Song Qian wasn't too cowardly, how could they be so passive and how could they be so embarrassed? Useless Song Qian. Sure enough, there is something wrong with my brain. Isn't this a show of admiration? Xiao Weidong tried hard to convince Song Qian, but was even scolded by Song Qian in turn. It's fine now. He Chen was a little brat, but instead of talking to Song Qian, he was so domineering and cruel. As a result, Song Qian was not only obedient, but also became more and more devoted, so that she now felt that Song Qian was not forced at all, but I recognized He Chen from the bottom of my heart. Cheap or not. The great plan was ruined, and the son was scolded like a bitch by his best friend, the son's prospective mother-in-law. Tong Wenjie listened with a livid face, scolding Song Qian half to death in her heart. Seeing that He Chen was going on endlessly, Song Qian became more and more immersed in scolding her, becoming more and more emotional. She couldn't listen anymore and walked out. Go away. Next time you dare to bark in front of my Aunt Ruan, I won't just talk. Seeing that Song Qian was still unfinished, He Chen stopped talking and looked at him with tears in his eyes. He thought of Tong Wenjie for a moment. He went there, waved his hands in disgust, threatened her, and told her to get out. Song Qian left in panic. Aunt Ruan, I'm sorry. After they all left, He Chen apologized to Ruan Lu. Because of me, you have been wronged. It doesn't matter. Ruan Lu looked at He Chen and pursed his lips with a smile. I like to see your majestic look. That can't make you feel wronged. He Chen apologized. I really didn't expect them to have the guts to come to the door. This is not surprising. Ruan Lu shook his head. This is not the first time they have done this. I have already expected it today. Seeing He Chen's surprise, she explained, I was in a yoga fitness center with them, I have seen them and heard about them. Although they are both elite, Song Qian is still a teacher, but her quality is not very high. If they didn't like any coach, they would report the other coach together and make the other coach lose their bonus. The key reason was that the other coach was not good at teaching. However, the fact is that the other party clearly taught him very well. It can be said that it is completely wrong to people. When someone confronts someone, he still feels confident. I just didn't want to mess with them, so I simply quit the yoga class. I didn't expect that there would still be a conflict. So I like reporting. He Chen suddenly said, that's not surprising. Everyone knows who they like to report the most. Although Song Qian and Tong Wenjie are old, the domineering CEO can still fall in love with me when I am menopausal.
They are always young, like to report, and they are confident and okay when they are ignored. I like to see you majestic, but I don't like what you say. Ruan Lu smiled half-heartedly. You are still young, why would you dye your hair yellow and ride a motorcycle to make me a grandma next year?
Don't talk about it in the future. Don't even go there. Do it. I have seen Xiaoingzi, she is not worthy of Lin Daiyu, nor is she worthy of you. I'm just trying to scare her to vent your anger. He Chen said with a smile, when you go out, you can do anything, but aesthetics is definitely not good. The reason why I mentioned Dream of Red Mansions and Lin Daiyu is mainly because Fang Yifan's energy of being a good for nothing but still thinking about good things is so reminiscent of Jia Baoyu. Not to mention Xiaoingzi, in our generation, none of the so-called school beauties are worthy of Lin Daiyu. Among the people I know, Aunt Ruan is the only one who was worthy of Lin Daiyu's peerless beauty and unparalleled intelligence. After saying this, Ruan Yu smiled and said nothing more.
He Chen was about to say, but if she really dares to be disobedient and argue with me, then I don't mind giving benefits to Xiaoingzi and giving her an unforgettable lesson.
Anyway, it's not me who's in pain. I swallowed it back.
He knew that Ruan Lu would definitely object to him doing this.
But he won't listen to her in everything just because she's unhappy or against it. He has his own opinion. When it comes to matters of principle, he won't shy away from anyone. Neither can Aunt Ruan.
Here, He Chen and Ruan Lu were talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Over there, Song Qian, who was retreating in a hurry, left Ruan's house. After going downstairs, she saw Tong Wenjie in front of her. She subconsciously chased after her, but after taking 2 steps, she suddenly stopped and looked at Tong Wenjie's back, looking hesitant. But she couldn't help but think of the words she repeated word for word after Yi Chen's order, and she immediately gave up her plan to catch up and go back together.
Not to mention that it's awkward to meet each other now.
Just say that the words she cursed at Tong Wenjie were like a thorn, piercing deeply into her heart.
There is a huge difference in the effect between hearing it from others and saying it yourself.
She knew clearly that this was Yi Chen's poisonous plan, but she just couldn't let it go and always thought of it easily.
Chapter 92 Don't mess with Teacher Li? Is this what you, He Chen, should say? 9 o'clock in the evening.
The evening self-study of the senior year is over. Xiaoingzi returned home with a lot on her mind. She didn't know if her mother had recovered.
She saw Song Qian sitting on the sofa in a daze.
Her lonely and helpless look made her feel sad.
She didn't care about the previous conflicts and took the initiative to shout, "Mom, I'm back."
Unexpectedly, Song Qian's attitude was beyond her expectations. She came over and hugged her, crying and shouting her name, as if she almost lost her. This emotion and the surging tears and crying also infected her, making her unable to understand the situation, but she also started crying.
Network.
The mother and daughter cried loudly.
Song Qian was really sad and wronged.
At that time, she was threatened by He Chen at Ruan's house. She gritted her teeth and closed her eyes as if she was dreaming. She obeyed He Chen, repeated those extremely humiliating words that He Chen said to her, and scolded herself. Although she was angry and painful at that time, she had to do so because she had a goal in front of her. But after returning home alone, she became more and more afraid and wronged. When she saw her daughter coming back, she hugged her daughter and cried, but she didn't dare to reveal anything. She didn't dare to let her daughter know what was going on. She didn't dare to let her daughter know the ugly face of He Chen threatening and insulting her. Because she was afraid that He Chen would really do something like the ghost fire boy coming to her house and let her become a grandmother next year. This is a ruthless person who called the police twice for a disagreement. He is not here for nothing. So she was really scared. Telling her daughter about this matter can help the woman recognize who He Chen is, but she is more afraid that if her daughter knows about it, her eyes will light up and she will continue to provoke He Chen.
That's right.
No matter how ugly He Chen's face was, it seemed insignificant in comparison with his deceptively handsome face. His daughter might think that this would be a shortcut. Even if she didn't directly ask her to do that, if she really wanted to, there would always be a way to stimulate He Chen to become a ghost fire boy. She didn't dare to gamble at all. So she could only hug her daughter and cry loudly. Such a big commotion upstairs, of course the Fong family downstairs heard it. Fang Yuan and Fang Yifan were all very surprised that Tong Wenjie was unmoved even though she heard it. When they asked, she got angry directly, which scared them so much that they dared not say anything.
The next day, Class 7 of Senior 3. Du Tiantian, his deskmate, nudged He Chen with his shoulder, motioning him to look at the podium. He Chen followed his gaze and saw Nan Xiangwan walking and draggingly, holding a piece of paper, walked to the podium,
supported the podium with both hands, and looked around at everyone. Lin Xiaoran, the captain of the school basketball team and a student with sports expertise, immediately started to make a scene and asked her to read out her apology in public for disrupting the class yesterday.
Nan Xiangwan didn't feel embarrassed at all.
She smiled arrogantly, took the apology in one hand, and began to read. This disruption of the class was caused by Lin Xiaoran.
This person is narrow-minded.
In the name of learning, he moved in front of my seat, but in fact, he had already planted the seeds of disrupting my study. Reading here, seeing that the proud Lin Xiaoran's smile was gone, Nan Xiangwan's arrogant smile became more and more brilliant, and then she met He Chen's half-smile eyes, and her arrogant smile froze. Since she became the president of Nan after traveling back in time in the monthly exam, she accidentally revealed that a classmate in class 7, Zhang Jianfei, cheated in the exam room, and Zhang Jianfei was a good friend of Lin Xiaoran.
Zhang Jianfei was facing expulsion because of cheating in the exam.
Lin Xiaoran thought it was her fault, so he started to stare at her, finding faults in various ways, and wanted her to speak for Zhang Jianfei. He used methods such as dripping glue on her chair, throwing things on her hair, breaking her bicycle, moving it in front of her, and blocking her sight with his tall stature to force her to submit. She easily cracked the previous ones, but the last one really affected her study and progress, so she stood up and went to the back to listen. However, the head teacher, Teacher Li, said that she affected the class discipline and asked her to write a letter of apology. Of course, she was not afraid. Rather than writing a letter of apology, it was better to say that it was a declaration of war, criticizing Lin Xiaoran for affecting her study. She was reading it with great enthusiasm, but after meeting He Chen's eyes, she thought that He Chen did not believe that she would study hard at all, and was worried that He Chen would think that she and Lin Xiaoran were doing something bloody, so she quickly used her eyes to indicate that she did not mean that, and it was all Lin Xiaoran who was disturbing her. However, He Chen's eyes made her unable to laugh, as if he was saying with a smile, "No need to explain to me, so you are targeting me just for Zhang Jianfei. Frankly speaking, the tricks you used to mess with me are useless and just a waste of each other's time."
Nan Xiangwan looked at the relentless Lin Xiaoran in a bad mood.
"If you keep making trouble like this, you will only get hurt by mistake in the end. You want Zhang Jianfei to come back, but it's useless to embarrass me. Even if I go to the academic affairs office now, Director Zhang will maintain the original judgment, because I am still a student and my words have no weight. You have to ask the head teacher, Mr. Li, to intercede. As for the head teacher, he is unwilling, then things will be really difficult. If Mr. Li can be as gentle and open-minded as Mr. Pan, then maybe Zhang Jianfei can come back. You are so smart, you should understand, right?" Lin Xiaoran was still in a daze, and He Chen had already frowned and said, "Nan Xiangwan, Lin Xiaoran, don't mess with Mr. Li." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in class 7 suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at He Chen with strange eyes, as if to say, "Don't deal with Teacher Li? Is this what you, He Chen, who always argues with Li Taigun, should say?" Even if this Teacher Li is their bald male head teacher, not the famous Teacher Li Taigun, many people still feel that the contrast is too strong when He Chen, who always argues with Li Taigun, defends Teacher Li. "Don't deal with Teacher Li?" Lin Zhao's eyes lit up after realizing it belatedly. He finally understood what Nan Xiangwan was hinting at. Since the bald Teacher Li was unwilling to speak for Zhang Jianfei, then getting rid of Teacher Li and letting Teacher Pan Jianpan, who was better at speaking and more willing to speak for students, be their head teacher, wouldn't everything be easy? You know, Pan Jian didn't blame Ji Yangyang and Fan Yifan much. After they did so many things, he still treated them as usual. Zhang Jianfei just cheated and didn't want to study. He got angry and refused to give in, so he just didn't come to school. Nan Xiangwan frowned when she saw that He Chen was not only perceptive but also pointed out her thoughts in public at the first time. As the HR director, although she was very strong when she fired people based on academic qualifications, she was still very knowledgeable about the ways of the world. At least she knew a lot about self-protection. Therefore, she had only hinted at it and didn't want to say it in public to offend the head teacher, Mr. Li. It's not that she was afraid. But she didn't want to affect her own study and progress. If Lin Xiaoran was a waste and couldn't handle Mr. Li, it wouldn't affect her. Sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, kill with a borrowed sword, lead the wind to blow the fire, stand on the dry shore, and don't help when the oil bottle falls. As a white-boned demon in the workplace, she has all the martial arts of the hanger. But now He Chen exposed it at the first time. This is not good. Chapter 93, The Three Views Are Not Correct. Nan Xiangwan, the logic geek, congratulates you. Originally I didn't want to say it directly, but now that it's come to this, I'll tell you my opinion. Nan Xiangwan pondered for a moment and regained his charming smile. The class teacher, Mr. Lee, has a very problematic way of leading the class. From a teaching perspective, he only spends 40% of his time teaching us, and the rest of the time is spent on answering questions. This question-based tactic is very effective for those students in the sprint class who have good basic skills. But for our class, it is simply a waste of time. From the perspective of the class teacher, he only scolded and did not formulate some effective teaching control measures, which resulted in poor class style and discipline in our class.
Network.
In the case of Zhang Jianfei, he neither helped to excuse him nor helped to persuade him to admit his mistakes and come back to school.
There were also some flaws in the teacher's ethics. Because of his negligence, not only was my academic progress unsatisfactory, but I was also harassed repeatedly, which interfered with my academic progress.
So I can only remind Lin Xiaoran, who is always making trouble, and ask him to find a way to solve this matter.
Is there any problem? Is there a problem? He Chen shook his head and laughed. Of course there is a problem. Your three views and logic are as problematic as ever.
You said that Teacher Lee has problems when he is the class teacher, he will only reprimand.
Have you forgotten that there is also a Teacher Lee?
She only knows how to scold. But she is famous for her ability to teach high school sprint classes all year round. I am not comparing Li Taigang to our Teacher Lee, she is not worthy. I'm just saying that a harsh reprimand is not the reason you say you won't be a class teacher.
As for not formulating some effective teaching control measures, which resulted in poor class style and discipline in our class? This is even more ridiculous.
The head teacher, Mr. Lee, is serious about his work and scolds you frequently, but he still can't awe you. Not only in class, but also on important occasions such as monthly exams, you dare to do all kinds of things casually.
How can you let him take care of it? Will I coax you like a little kid? But if you really understand what a little kid is like as you say, then you should know that a little kid is not obedient at all. The more you say something, the less he will listen. If you blindly obey a brat, you will only raise a useless brat. Not to mention that there is not only one little ancestor in the family, but dozens of little brats and little ancestors in a class. Even if he wants to do that, it is completely impossible and he doesn't have the time. Nan Xiangwan's smile froze again.
She had always regarded herself as Mr. Nan, and often called everyone else a brat, but now in Yi Chen's words, she had become a naughty brat too.
This sounds too harsh.
However, Yi Chen's words did not stop because of the change in her expression. He continued to output logic. Let's talk about Zhang Jianfei. You were the one who exposed his cheating in the exam room. Teacher Lee, the head teacher, dealt with it seriously, but there is a problem? Lin Xiaoran and the others are qualified to complain because they are Zhang Jianfei's friends, but why do you blame Teacher Lee?
If you don't deal with cheating in the monthly exam, it will lead to problems with class style and discipline, right?
So do you want class style and class discipline to be good or bad? Please think carefully before speaking.
As for Teacher Lee, he didn't help excuse or persuade Zhang Jianfei to come back? Is this the first time Zhang Jianfei has been criticized for an issue? No. Zhang Jianfei is a frequent visitor to the teacher's office and even to the academic affairs office.
He didn't cause problems once or twice, and he was persuaded to leave now. It was the result of Teacher Lee helping him out again and again, fulfilling his responsibilities as a class teacher, and giving him more opportunities. Now that he is in his senior year of high school, Zhang Jianfei cheated in the monthly exams. Even you, who disrupted the exams, violated school rules by not wearing school uniforms, and disrupted the order of class, complained and accused him of failing to manage the class style and discipline. You let him continue to do what he did before.
Is it just a matter of persuasion but no effect? Not excusing Zhang Jianfei and not strongly demanding that he be dealt with was already his greatest kindness. Zhang Jianfei got into trouble and refused to admit his mistake, so he simply stopped coming to school. Can you blame Teacher Lee?
If our class was not Teacher Lee but Li Taigang, a high school freshman like Zhang Jianfei would probably have been persuaded to quit.
How could he survive until now? Is this also called a defective teacher's ethics? What's Li Tiegang's name again? Not a teacher? Everyone's lips twitched when they heard this.
What you said does make sense and is very logical.
But why did he bring up Li Tieguan to whip the corpse again? How narrow-minded are you?
Fortunately, he is handsome enough, so in the eyes of most girls, his small-mindedness is not a derogatory term, but cool and cute.
Nan Xiangwan's smile disappeared completely.
She really didn't expect that what she thought was a just and logical speech not only failed to have the desired effect, but before she could persuade the idiot Lin Xiaoran to help her deal with Teacher Lee who was affecting her study, she was congratulated as soon as she said it. He responded with a barrage of questions in the morning.
How quick and agile this mind is to be so sharp and sharp. Whenever He Chen was criticizing someone else, she would definitely be watching with a smile on her face, and even applaud and praise him from time to time. However, the one being criticized now is not someone else, but her. This feels so bad. And she had a feeling that He Chen was not over yet. This is indeed the case. The smile never disappears, it just moves. Now it has moved from her face to He Chen's face. Even the smiles are similar, both are the kind of arrogant smiles full of confidence and sarcasm. He Chen showed this hateful smile on his face, and looked at her deeply, and the most important thing, you accused Mr. Lee of having problems with his teaching style? He said that he only teaches for 40% of the time, and the rest of the time he is doing exercises, which is not friendly to students with poor foundation and is a waste of time? Please. This is class 7, a parallel class, not a basic class. You have a poor foundation and can't keep up with Mr. Lee's teaching pace. You can apply to transfer to the basic class, which will ensure that you can pass easily, and no one will affect your learning progress. You also said that Mr. Pan in the basic class is gentle and open-minded. You admire him so much, and your foundation is not good. Isn't it the most appropriate way to apply for transfer yourself? The key is that you don't have to worry about never coming back. Chunfeng Middle School implements a floating class system. When you go to the basic class to lay a good foundation, your grades are improved, and you do well in the next exam, you can go back to the parallel class. Then continue to work hard and transfer to the sprint class. This kind of upgrade is not only cool, but also very reasonable, isn't it? Nan Xianwan was speechless. Firstly, she really hadn't thought of this, and secondly, even if she had thought of it, she wouldn't be willing to do it. It's a floating class, and she can take the exam to come back when the time comes. But the class atmosphere and discipline of class 7 are already like this, which has a great impact on her studies. The basic class has two evil roots that have caused so many major incidents, and the class atmosphere and discipline will only get worse, which will further affect her studies. Those who are close to vermilion will be red, and those who are close to ink will be black. She can't let herself fall. He Chen, your logic is weird. Why is your logic so good? Chapter 94, Slap Someone in the Face, a Shrimp and a Pig's Heart. On the third day of the update, please vote for me. In full view of everyone, Nan Xianwan closed her eyes on the podium. She was in a daze again. A flash of hope flashed through her mind that this was a dream, that she would wake up when she opened her eyes again, and continue her life as the human resources director of a large company, where she would reprimand others instead of others. The key is that she knows this is not a dream. Because it is impossible to encounter a logic monster like He Chun in such a terrible dream. She could barely imagine someone as handsome as He Chun, but she couldn't imagine a damn logical monster like He Chun with her own knowledge. I just want to study hard. After adjusting his emotions, he opened his eyes again and looked at He Chen's defense. I just want a better learning environment, so I say whatever comes to mind, and Teacher Lee will correct it and encourage me. Don't you always give opinions to other teachers? The words are much more intense than mine. Are you only allowed to say it and not me? Don't be too double-standard in life. On this matter, I really can only say it, not you. He Chen felt guilty when he heard this, and couldn't help but laugh. I criticize Li Taigang because she was not qualified in life and work. It's about the situation, not the person. Our head teacher, Mr. Li, has no problems in this area at all. Instead, he is a very conscientious and good teacher. But you encouraged Lin Xiaoran to have sex with Teacher Li just for your selfishness, which is so vicious. Don't you know that this is not just as simple as transferring Teacher Li away? Once you succeed, it will seriously damage Mr. Lee's reputation and career. What is even more hateful is that you have hurt the heart of a dedicated and good teacher. It even chills the hearts of more good teachers like Teacher Lee. Why are more and more teachers now less responsible than before? Aren't they all heartbroken over and over again? A strict teacher gives birth to a talented apprentice, but what you did has resulted in an accident involving a strict teacher. He is always in trouble, not to mention the sense of accomplishment, and even his work and life will be seriously affected. Who is willing to continue to be a strict teacher with a compassionate heart? But you are still complacent and think you are wise, yet after being exposed, you still don't know how to repent. You always say that you want to study hard, and no one wants to interrupt your study. But it turns out I was right about you. You have no intention of studying hard at all. You have only been Mr. Nan for a few days, and you and Lin Xiaoran are going back and forth. You are not doing anything to study. What did you learn? Flirting? I didn't. Nan Xiangwan denied it gaffily, not to mention her confident smile.
This was a criticism she could never accept. Because this would fundamentally negate the vow she made after this time travel and rebirth. One student's grades were so bad that he couldn't keep up in the parallel class. Not only was he clamoring to go to the sprint class, but he was also confident that he would be admitted to Qingbei, so he announced to everyone, "Don't bother me studying." But in the end, after only 2 days of hard work, he was flirting with the handsome boy all the time? This is too shameful. You absolutely cannot be labeled like this. Some things are easy to do, but it's really hard to say. If I really wanted to fall in love, I wouldn't look for Lin Xiaoran, he is just a brainless brat in my eyes. I really want to fall in love, and I will only fall in love with a handsome guy like you who is more handsome and has more mature thoughts. But do you see what I mean to you? No. So don't slander me. Am I slandering you? He-chan sneered, look for yourself, you have only been President Nan for a few days, how many times have you and Lin Xiaoran come and go? I know you will say that Lin Xiaoran is deliberately trying to find trouble with you, and you are passively fighting back. But you keep saying, no one can disturb my study. After discovering that your counterattack is useless, and you just throw out gangster excitement punches like a girl learning boxing and trying to protect herself, isn't the most important thing you should do to stop this? Are you looking for a better and more effective way to deal with something that makes no sense? Most girls can't react because they're scared, so forget it. But you are the dignified President Nan. Faced with these challenges, you confidently make so-called counterattacks, and are even worried that the gangster will be injured by your counterattack. However, it is of no use. It only makes the gangster more excited. What does this mean? It can only mean that it is not impossible, but unwilling. You don't want to ask Teacher Lee to deal with this kind of matter seriously, to make a final decision, and to solve it neatly. Instead, he was willing to cooperate with Lin Xiaoran in playing this boring time-wasting game. In the end, you blamed Teacher Lee for not taking care of class discipline, and yelled that no one should affect your study? What is this behavior? Nan Xiangwan's face turned pale, and his mind was buzzing. It's endless, right? The scary thing is that He-Chen's endless chatter is not just nonsense and Che Zhuluan's back and forth, but he is analyzing her every move, word and deed, and details from various angles. Analyzing someone she is a little unfamiliar with, and completely unwilling to accept that this is her. Especially when she saw Lin Xiaoran, the tall little kid in her mouth, looked strange after hearing He-Chen's words, she felt her scalp numb. Damn it! Lin Xiaoran, this little brat, wouldn't take it seriously, would he? She really didn't mean it. At least that's what she thinks. The reason why she didn't do what He-Chen said was because she didn't think of this at all. At most, she has a little subconscious desire to flirt with handsome guys and pretend to be cool. But it's really not much. Why, in He-Chen's mouth, she is hypocritical, dirty, despicable, insidious, and brainless, as if all negative adjectives can describe her? She is now obviously an 18-year-old with invincible beauty, plus the wisdom of a 28-year-old human resources director. How could she be completely crushed by a little kid who is not even 18 years old? This is unscientific. Nothing to say? He-Chun saw Nan Xiangwan's pale face and said, then I will say the last 2 sentences. No matter what role-playing game you want to play, don't affect others. At this point, he emphasized word by word, the most important thing is, don't try to disturb my study. You. Nan Xiangwan's expression could no longer hold back. This is not the first time He-Chen has ridiculed her with the oath she made. But this time, it made her particularly embarrassed and unacceptable. This is a complete slap in the face. It's even murderous. Outside the door, the head teacher, Mr. Lee, stood for a long time, his eyes slightly moist. He really didn't expect that the one who understood him the most was He-Chen, who always argued with Lee Tai-gun. He didn't expect that this young man, He-Chen, would speak for him even if a beautiful girl of the same age couldn't get off the stage. Being chased to the office by Lin Xiaoran and repeatedly mocked for doing nothing, and hearing that Nan Xiangwan instigated Lin Xiaoran to get rid of him as the head teacher of Class 7, the grievance and sadness were mostly dispelled. There are still good students. That's enough. Lee Tai-gun, Team Leader Lee, Teacher Lee, you are wrong. When Lee Tai-gun heard about this, he was numb. Chapter 95 Mr. Nan He-Chen exclaimed, what else do you want to do? Lin Xiaoran. After He-Chen criticized Nan Xiangwan in Class 7, the air fell into silence again. Before the head teacher, Teacher Lee, could adjust his mood and go in, the class leader Yumei suddenly stood up, attracting everyone's attention. Next week is the autumn sports meeting. You are the sports committee member and He-Chan is an athlete.
Do you want to discuss the registration for the sports meeting?
Nan Xiangwan glanced gratefully at Yumeli, who had the courage to break the silence and come to her rescue. In her future memories, the two had a good relationship. But during high school, I didn't have as many contacts as I did in the future. At most, because Yumeli was the class monitor and had to deal with everyone, so if I had contact, I wouldn't be as strong as later.
But at the critical moment, Yumeli is still reliable. What are you arguing about? Don't you know there is class?
Teacher Li, the head teacher, heard the commotion inside, adjusted his mood, walked in with a straight face, and ended the quarrel directly.
Nan Xiangwan also walked down from the podium in despair.
Teacher Li, the head teacher, looked around at everyone, not in a hurry to go to class, and suddenly sighed, "Students, getting along with each other depends on fate.
No one can please everyone. He-chun couldn't even do it."
The class suddenly burst into cheerful laughter.
"I really can't do this," Teacher Li has the most say, He-chun joked in response,
which made the whole class burst into laughter again. Everyone could tell that the Teacher Li He-chun was talking about was not their class teacher, Teacher Li, but the Teacher Li Taigang who hated him the most. They all thought He-chun was very interesting.
He made a pun and the answer was wonderful. He-chun can't do it, and of course I can't do it.
Teacher Li, the head teacher, smiled and reached out and pressed down, gesturing for everyone to listen to him. "I know I'm old, and some people think I can't teach, or you think I'm being harsh. In short, there are various dissatisfactions. But what I want to say is, no matter what, don't joke about your future. What you have to do now is to study hard and not worry about being dissatisfied with the teacher.
Only 8 months to go. When 8 months pass, everything will be brighter and brighter.
But only if you don't let yourself go. Don't punish yourself for your dissatisfaction with the teacher. That is the least smart thing to do.
If you really feel that my teaching is not good, I can retire early on my own.
I've been in poor health, and it's really time to step back.
In fact, you are the last class I will lead. I wanted to have no regrets. But if you insist, I am willing to quit early and find you a better teacher."
These words were said with sincerity, which made Nan Xiangwan talkatively, made Lin Xiaoran stop his calculating eyes, and made He-chun sigh in his heart. In fact, Nan Xiangwan was right about something, that is, in the eyes of people like her and him, Lin Xiaoran and others were just brats. The little kid didn't feel deeply about Teacher Li's words, he was just temporarily infected by the emotion.
But He-chun understood it very well.
In his previous life, he had a friend who was extremely disgusted with a certain teacher and even had a quarrel. Later, he completely gave up on that subject and only took 20 or 30 points each time. In the end, he failed to get into a key university and suffered a lot in the society. Every time he thought about the beating, he realized that it was not the teacher he hated at all. To be precise, what he hates is himself. He is the one who is trapped in a vicious cycle, unable to keep up with the progress, giving up on himself, but unwilling to listen to the strict treatment and advice of the responsible teacher. The responsible teacher was unwilling to give up on him, and kept pulling him, trying to get him to cheer up again. He fell into a vicious cycle and couldn't get out of it. At that time, he couldn't feel the sense of responsibility and friendship, and only felt that his incompetence was being criticized over and over again.
Remind.
So I could only be helpless and furious, quarrel with this teacher, and give up on myself, trying to forcefully get rid of this pull.
Instead of improving yourself, why not blame others?
He-chun's ostrich mentality when he was young and ignorant. Looking back on it when he grew up, He-chun often regretted and blamed himself. Teacher Li, the head teacher, has obviously seen too many students like this and reminds them sincerely, but he knows that he does not need to remind them. For those who are young and ignorant, it is useless for him to remind them.
It's just doing your best.
Seeing that no one spoke, Teacher Li ended this emotional reminder and officially started class. After class, when he left, He-chun stood up and walked towards Nan Xiangwan in full view of everyone.
Nan Xiangwan was immersed in reading when she noticed something was wrong in the atmosphere.
She looked up and saw He-chun standing in front of her, and was a little surprised. "What else do you want to do?"
"Ha ha."
He-chun couldn't help laughing when he heard these ambiguous words. "You have all heard what Teacher Li said. He is in poor health and this is the last class he will lead. So I advise you guys, mouse tail juice, not to trouble him anymore by messing around. Don't end up tiring Teacher Li and hurting Teacher Li's body and heart, but you just pass by with a posture of touched, taught, and grown. Teacher Li's body and mind should not become the price and prop of your so-called growth."
Of course Lin Xiaoran forgot about it.
After all, in your eyes, he is just an ignorant little kid. If you really did it because you were ignorant, you can still explain and ask for forgiveness by saying that you are young and ignorant.
But you are President Nan, the dignified human resources director. Don't try to get away with it by pretending to be young and ignorant like him. I tell you it's impossible. I'm reminding you in advance now, so that you don't not think of it again and do such a bad thing with unclear logic again. Once you do it, I will remind you again and again in public. You will never forget it. I won't.
Nan Xiangwan's face changed, and she felt that He Chen's words were too heartbreaking, and she couldn't help but glance at Yumeli. Yumeli was looked at inexplicably, and thought Nan Xiangwan was asking for help. However, Nan Xiangwan thought that Yumeli in the future would be an online writer, and often wrote novels to find her for trial reading, so Nan Xiangwan still understood some novel routines. He Chen's reminder of accidentally and the sadness of others touched, taught, and grown is indeed a classic routine. And she, who traveled through time and space and was reborn, really has the appearance of a heroine. Now there is a conflict with the head teacher, Teacher Li thinking about it. If there is no with He Chen's strong intervention, will the development be very bloody? As He Chen said, that Teacher Li was driven away by the brainless brat Lin Xiaoran, who was instigated by her clever plan, and finally she was sad and had physical problems, thus staging a touching growth episode. Originally, she didn't think there was anything wrong with this, and even thought it was quite touching. But after being called out and analyzed by He Chen in advance, she immediately felt bad. This He Chen. He is so sharp-tongued. He is so sharp and smart. But he is so handsome. Is this the high IQ, sharp-tongued, arrogant male protagonist that she wants to challenge after traveling through time and reincarnation? It's really challenging. Chapter 96 Ma Dong? What winter plum? What kind of plum is this? He Chen, let's talk about registration for the autumn sports games. Lin Xiaoran looked at the interaction between He Chen and Nan Xiangwan and felt a little unhappy, so he quickly came over to interrupt. Although he kept finding trouble with Nan Xiangwan, he couldn't bear to see others finding trouble with Nan Xiangwan. Especially when he picked trouble with Nan Xiangwan, he was always solved by Nan Xiangwan, and it ended temporarily with Nan Xiangwan showing a sultry smile. However, when He Chen picked trouble with Nan Xiangwan, he always made Nan Xiangwan very embarrassed. Search TWKAN on Google, but in the end, Nan Xiangwan was not angry. Instead, the look he looked at He Chen made him very uncomfortable. It felt like he had seen such a look somewhere before. I will not participate in the sports meeting. He Chen refused directly. For no reason, he didn't want to bully anyone. In his current state, participating in any sport is bullying others and usurping the glory that others should have. If it weren't for the person he couldn't stand, he wouldn't do it. Still don't want to be in the limelight? Lin Xiaoran complained. Don't. Class monitor Yumeli heard in the audience, and was afraid that He Chen really wouldn't participate, so he quickly intervened and persuaded, He Chen, you can participate, this represents the honor of our class. At this point, he was afraid that He Chen would not be able to convince him, so he asked someone for help. Du Tian, what do you think? Yes. Du Tian was asked, and he was embarrassed to refuse, so he helped to persuade, He Chen, just take part and give everyone a lot of insights, and save them from sitting in a well and watching the sky. Okay. He Chen saw that his deskmates had all spoken, so he gave him the face and looked at Lin Xiaoran. I'll sign up last. When all classes have finished signing up, you can see who has a more arrogant personality. I will just take part in that one. If you can't bully honest people, then bully arrogant and domineering people. Let them experience the severe beatings from society in advance. It will always be good for them. You are too confident. Lin Xiaoran said speechlessly, you don't think that if you play basketball well, you can do all sports, right? It's not that I'm good at basketball, it's that I'm in good health. He Chen corrected, isn't it true that good health will make you competent in all sports? Sports student Lin Xiaoran was speechless. He wanted to say that it depends not only on talent, but also on hard work. But this is actually nonsense for people without talent. The real reality is that talent determines everything. As long as your body is in good enough shape, you can easily compete in any sport. Skills, like acting skills, are reserved for those without talent and good looks. Xiao Weidong put it well, who are you calling the powerful faction? I am obviously the idle faction. If you can rely on talent to make a living, who is willing to work hard and diligently? Just like if there is enough firepower, who wants to suffer from a lack of firepower phobia? If you are looking for players with more arrogant personalities in each class, you should compete with yourself. Nan Xiangwan couldn't help but join in the complaint. Is there anyone more arrogant than you? Speaking of arrogance, you don't have to wait for other classes to sign up, I know everything. Lin Xiaoran also nodded in agreement with Nan Shangwan's words, and his eyes lit up.
The first one is Ma Dongmei from class 12, grade 3. Ma Dong what? He Chen looked like an old man sunbathing. Ma Dongmei. What Dongmei? Ma Dongmei. What kind of plum is this? Ma Dongmei. Lin Xiaoran didn't know what was going on here. He Chen asked him this 3 times in a row. He got angry and glared at He Chen. Are you kidding me? The first time I thought He Chen didn't hear it. The second time I thought He Chen was joking.
The third time he gritted his teeth.
Am I playing with you? He Chen said angrily, you are playing with me, right? This Ma Dongmei is obviously a girl. I asked you to sign up for the list of arrogant people who competed with me. How can she, a girl, compete with me? Do you think this is a shy iron fist, or that gender cannot be assumed abroad? I'm sorry.
Lin Xiaoran suddenly realized what was happening. He slapped his forehead and explained apologetically, it was my fault.
Mainly because Ma Dongmei is usually too arrogant.
My first reaction was to her, and I have never thought of her as a girl. She has practiced martial arts since she was a child and loves to play javelin.
She is also a sports student.
She plays shot put and is more manly than men.
She still bullies you? He Chan said amusedly. How is that possible?
Lin Xiaoran immediately pretended that this was impossible, but it could be seen from his evasive eyes that they were often bullied.
At least he didn't get offended less. 2. He has been practicing martial arts since childhood, playing javelin, and now he is also practicing shot put. He is just like Xiao Lu.
Oh, wrong, I almost spit out my mouth when I get used to it, it's Xiao Huifei. Not as beautiful as Huifei, nor as strong as Huifei. But whether it is strength or skills, they are definitely far superior to ordinary people. Lin Xiaoran, who is also a sports student, although he is tall, he is fair and clean, and there is a high probability that he will not be Ma Dongmei's opponent. The boy who plays basketball is bullied by the girl who plays shot put, and it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Just like when Huifei was growing up, she often bullied boys and made them intimidated. It's just that Lin Xiaoran wants to lose face and doesn't want to admit that he has been bullied and angry all day long.
Is there anyone else?
Although He Chen saw it, he would not compete with Ma Dongmei. First of all, the other party is a girl and they wouldn't compete together. Secondly, Ma Dongmei is a good person, she is quite infatuated and can tolerate poverty. Such a woman is better than 99% of the women in the world, so He Chen will naturally not have any bad feelings.
Of course there are more.
Seeing that He Chen did not want to compete with the bully Ma Dongmei among the sports specialty students, and see who was more manly, Lin Xiaoran felt a little regretful, but he continued to introduce the best sports specialty students in the 3rd grade of Chunfeng Middle School to He Chen. Li Qixing from class 13 of the 3rd grade. A track and field specialty student, he is best at high jump, and he is also good at fencing. He seems to know boxing.
What did he do to you? He Chen asked curiously. It's nothing, but his father is very arrogant and annoying.
Lin Xiaoran opened his mouth, but finally decided to tell the truth.
Anything else?
He Chen saw the disgust from the bottom of his heart when Lin Xiaoran talked about Li Qixing's father, and he knew what was going on, so he did not continue to ask.
There is also Zhang Tianhao from class 2, grade 3.
This time it was not Lin Xiaoran who said it, but the class monitor Yumeli who reminded him with some gossip. He is very good at studying, almost able to enter the sprint class, and is also a sports specialty student, good at track and field running. He is a loyal admirer of Deng Xiaoqi, and you are getting closer to Deng Xiaoqi now. If you participate in a track and field competition and compete with him, he will definitely provoke you and have to compete with you.
That's true. Lin Xiaoran watched the fun and didn't mind the big deal. Zhang Tianhao is very interested in Deng Xiaoqi.
He has liked her since the first year of high school.
You are so close to Deng Xiaoqi.
I wonder why he hasn't talked to you. It must be Deng Xiaoqi who told him in advance not to bother He Chen. Class monitor Yumeli gossiped, he admires Deng Xiaoqi the most, and he will definitely not go against the goddess words.
Speaking of the latter, envy and jealousy naturally arise.
He Chen smiled without saying a word. It turned out to be a dog.
He Chen, sign up.
When Lin Xiaoran heard the gossip, he immediately urged He Chen to sign up. After all, Zhang Tianhao was also a member of their sports specialty student circle, and the key was that he was also very good at studying. He also wanted to see someone make a fool of himself. As for whether it was Zhang Tianhao or He Chen who made a fool of himself, he didn't care, he could do it.
Don't worry. He Chen smiled and said that he would think about it.
In fact, he had already agreed in his heart. After all, licking dogs will not die well, and everyone has the responsibility to crack down on licking dogs. But he still needs to know more about who the other party is, and he can't just listen to rumors, so as not to hurt good people by mistake, or the intensity of the crackdown on licking dogs needs to be considered again.
Nan Xiangwan, are you going to sign up?
Lin Xiaoran persuaded again. Seeing that He Chen was determined and the class was about to start, he cast his eyes on Nan Xiangwan, who was studying hard again.
Okay, count me in.
Nan Xiangwan raised her head again after complaining about He Chen just now, temporarily stopped studying hard, and smiled arrogantly. She considers herself a workplace elite, so of course she will not fail to exercise. But in the future, she has the will to exercise, but the effect of exercise is a matter of opinion.
It is more of a show, practicing yoga, and cooperating.
Now she is back to the age of 18, her physical condition is at its peak, and with her will, she is still invincible. The confidence that was hit by He Chen needs to be cultivated. For the time being, don't think about studying in the short term, so let's surprise He Chen at the sports meeting.
What are you participating in?
Lin Xiaoran looked at her with interest.
Sprint. Nan Xiangwan smiled.
Okay. Lin Xiaoran nodded, then sign you up for the 100-meter sprint.
Add the women's 4*100-meter relay.
Class monitor Yumeli added tentatively, team up with me.
Okay. Nan Xiangwan had no objection. The class bell rang. Everyone returned to their seats.
Lin Xiaoran sat in front of Nan Xiangwan as he wished, but he didn't sit properly. He leaned back and half-pulled his body diagonally towards Nan Xiangwan. Rather than looking at the blackboard, it was better to look directly at Nan Xiangwan. Such an ambiguous posture, not only the teacher didn't care, even Nan Xiangwan, who was facing this flirtatious posture, didn't care, with an expression that said this was just right for me to move aside so that I could look at the blackboard properly. As for Lin Xiaoran being able to look at her with his peripheral vision at all times, it didn't affect her at all. Anyway, as long as she didn't care, it wouldn't interfere with her studies. And as long as it didn't interfere with her studies, everything else would be fine.
School was over at noon.
He Chen left the classroom and was about to go home when Lin Xiaoran caught up with him. He Chen, after thinking about it, I still want to ask you for a favor. Nan Xiangwan said that she is just a student and her words have no weight. We need to ask someone with weight to go to the academic affairs office to speak for Zhang Jianfei. The head teacher, Teacher Li, is unwilling, so we are willing to change the head teacher. But now it is obviously not feasible. But it is not only the head teacher who has weight, but also you. As long as you are willing to speak up, I think the academic affairs office will also consider it carefully. You think too highly of me. He Chen shook his head. My confrontation with Li Taigun actually had a bad impact. At least it left a very bad impression on the school leaders. It's fine that I don't have any handle for them to hold, but I took the initiative to send it to the door to ask for mercy and get through the back door? Are you eager for me to be humiliated? Besides, what identity should I go with? Zhang Jianfei's classmate? Zhang Jianfei himself doesn't want to come back, and the academic affairs office hasn't given any specific punishment. He just got angry and left and won't come back. You still want me to go? But we have to do something. Lin Xiaoran was a little embarrassed, but still insisted. Zhang Jianfei won't come back for the time being, but what can he do if he doesn't study? If we don't do something, his life will be ruined. People have to help themselves, and then God will help. He Chen shook his head. Zhang Jianfei has been like this more than once or twice. Even the head teacher, Mr. Li, is discouraged. We are even more powerless unless he changes his mind. You have this time, you should think more about yourself. What's wrong with me? Lin Xiaoran was puzzled. Zhang Jianfei is just a part of your and Nan Xiangwan's growth journey. He Chen looked at him with a smile. If you keep entangled like this, and use this as an excuse to entangle Nan Xiangwan, be careful to sign a master-servant agreement. Master-servant agreement? What the hell? Lin Xiaoran was a little embarrassed at first, and then he was shocked. He didn't understand what a master-servant agreement was. If you have time, go read female novels. The master-servant agreement is the most classic and indispensable routine in it. It can be said to be an important part of the industrial saccharin assembly line. He Chen reminded him, then waved his hand and left. He was telling the truth. Lin Xiaoran now seems to be busy for his good brother Zhang Jianfei, and even targets a girl without grace, but this is probably just a part of the game. Zhang Jianfei will soon be forgotten. But this pair of male and female protagonists who look like female novels need to have more ambiguous connections to promote their feelings. Then various forms of master-servant agreements will inevitably come into being. Most of them are in the form of bets. Even He Chen could guess the process. It must be Lin Xiaoran, who had better grades, who seemed to have lost his mind and consulted the arrogant President Nan about everything, asking her to give him advice. President Nan, who only wanted to study and didn't want to be disturbed, of course couldn't give him advice for free, so she had to sign an agreement to let Lin Xiaoran be her errand boy, helping her run around and saving time, so that she could focus on studying and making progress. By then, Lin Xiaoran would definitely be convinced by Nan Xiangwan, the culprit he once believed was the reason why Zhang Jianfei was persuaded to quit, and would willingly sign the contract to sell himself, and Zhang Jianfei would be forgotten from then on. And one of them was a good brother who stood up for Zhang Jianfei, and the other reported the culprit of Zhang Jianfei, and they naturally officially partnered to produce industrial saccharin. So sweet and choking. After He Chen left, Lin Xiaoran immediately took out his phone and quickly searched what the master-servant agreement was. After understanding the general situation, his first reaction was shame. How can there be such a stupid agreement? What do you think of men? Slaves and accessories? How can anyone be willing to sign such an insulting thing? Even if you sign it, there is no need to execute it. This is not legal. He thought very clearly, but then he put himself and Nan Xiangwan in the situation, and his expression changed. He was 1.83 meters tall, and was being directed around by Nan Xiangwan, who was 1.63 meters tall. It seemed a bit interesting, a bit flattering, and a bit sweet. He Chen didn't know Lin Xiaoran's reaction, but even if he knew, it wouldn't be strange at all. What's the matter with picking a fight for a good brother? In fact, it's just a copy of the little brat pulling a girl's hair in school days, with more excuses that the child doesn't need. For Nan Xiangwan, Nan Zong is so good-looking, and his personality suddenly changed. He was so arrogant and flamboyant, so naturally he said, "Woman, you successfully attracted my attention. It's normal to fall in love at first sight." Chapter 98 Challenges are coming one after another. He Chen, who else? He Chen went home for lunch at noon. After lunch, he practiced martial arts and took a nap. He went to school again in the afternoon. As soon as he arrived at the class, he felt that everyone looked at him strangely. He sat back in his seat. Du Tian, his deskmate, immediately reminded him, "The news has spread. Jiang Tianhao couldn't wait to challenge you just now." "Really?" He Chen smiled slightly, not surprised by this. His gossip has always spread fast. Not to mention that Lin Xiaoran and others must have helped to stir up the flames. After being invited and not completely rejected, he guessed that this might be the case. They are all young people, who is willing to submit to whom? It's just that unless you are as brainless as Fang Yifan and take the initiative to provoke, there is no suitable opportunity to compete. Now it happens to be the sports meeting, and there is a legitimate opportunity to compete, so why not make an appointment quickly? Especially Deng Xiaoqi's famous lick dog Jiang Tianhao. Although he was unhappy that he had promised the goddess not to look for He Chen, this was a sports meet organized by the school, encouraging everyone to compete with their level and style, and he did not force He Chen to participate. So when he heard that He Chen was interested in participating, he was the first to run to He Chen. Even though everyone knew He Chen's schedule, he could not bear it. He came to class 7 several times at noon just to wait for He Chen to arrive and immediately make an appointment. He wanted to let the goddess Deng Xiaoqi see that she had first misjudged Xian Sanyi, and now she had misjudged He Chen. He, Jiang Tianhao, was her true love. "He's here again." Du Tian pointed outside. He Chen looked over and saw a spirited young man walking in from outside, holding a piece of paper with a smile and putting it directly on He Chen's desk. "I am Jiang Tianhao. I believe you also know, this is my sports meet registration project. I hope you will also participate. Let's have a good competition. Compete with him." Lin Xiaoran immediately started to make a noise. He Chen took a look and found that they were all track and field running events. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take a look first. Any questions?" Jiang Tianhao couldn't wait to confirm the competition and asked, "As long as you are willing to compete with me, you can ask for anything. I have no problem, but there should be more than one person who wants to compete with me, so I can't confirm all the events for the time being to avoid time conflicts. I need to consider it comprehensively, so I can only wait for a while." He Chen told the truth. Jiang Tianhao's mouth twitched. He forgot about this. The more glorious He Chen is, the more people want to suppress him, so that they can directly inherit the first place and be more glorious. Therefore, if the news spreads, it is impossible that he is the only one who wants to challenge He Chen. There is nothing wrong with this. But why does it sound so Versailles and domineering? Anyway, I'll wait for you at the stadium. Jiang Tianhao left class 7 after saying a word. He Chen looked at him and shook his head. He was telling the truth.
But he didn't say it all.
Although licking dogs is not a good death, and beating dogs is everyone's responsibility, Deng Xiaoqi has a good relationship with him after all, and Jiang Tianhao is still a good friend of Lin Miaomiao, so how to beat him has to be determined after talking with Deng Xiaoqi and Lin Miaomiao.
Beating a dog depends on the owner.
As expected, Jiang Tianhao is only the most impatient one, and the others are not to be outdone. Especially the Li Qixing mentioned by Lin Xiaoran, although he looks polite, but the words he says are full of arrogance in his bones. I heard that you belittled Ji Yangyang, saying that he only relied on his family background, so he could only go on a niche track and block the public outside the threshold, so that he could be powerful for a while. So I won't compete with you in fencing.
I'm also good at track and field.
Whether it's sprinting or high jump, I can do it.
Is this enough for the public? There is no threshold at all.
Anyone with legs can run and jump.
Let's compare. How is your family compared to Ji Yangyang's family? He Chen asked curiously. Li Qixing was speechless. What does this have to do with the competition? Do you really hate the rich? Or do you only pick on the weak? I'm just curious about your family background.
He Chen smiled and said, but it really doesn't matter.
Since you want to compete, then compete.
Not only sprinting, high jump, and fencing, I will also participate.
As long as you are good at it, you can bring it up, I will participate.
He was conservative and almost forgot that Chunfeng Middle School is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers.
Children from ordinary families can't go here to study.
In this case, there is no such thing as in taking away the glory that should belong to others and affecting others' future. On the contrary, his severe blow is good for sports students who come from ordinary families and practice sports. Because young masters like Li Qixing, the reason why they choose sports students is mostly not because they really like it, but just like art, it is just a shortcut to the end. Most of these people are just playing around, and they will definitely occupy the toilet without doing anything. After squeezing out the quota for ordinary people to practice sports, most of them will not really go this way. In this case, it is best to hit them hard, and it is best to hit them so hard that they lose confidence and give up this track directly, and just follow the crowd and spend money to go abroad to get a degree. If there is one more quota freed up by this, and students with sports expertise from ordinary families can grab it, He Chen will be satisfied and think it is worth it. Thinking of this, he made up his mind and looked at Lin Xiaoran. Sign me up for the decathlon. Anything that can be signed up and does not conflict with the time, sign me up. Give priority to Li Qixing's competition. Speaking of this, he looked at the people who were watching the excitement outside the classroom of Class 7, and asked naturally, who else?
Everyone's mouth twitched at the same time.
These words were really domineering.
I'll arrange it.
Lin Xiaoran was very happy, and he shouted to the crowd, you heard it, who else wants to compete with He Chen, then hurry up and tell me, I will make a comprehensive schedule, first come first served, if you miss it, you can only wait until next year's spring sports meeting. The spring sports meeting is too close to the college entrance examination, and the school may not allow us seniors to participate, so the autumn sports meeting should be the last time.
Class monitor Yumeli reminded in a low voice. Yes. It's the last time.
Lin Xiaoran clapped his hands and cheered, and this time you can't beat He Chen, then you probably don't have the face to do it again.
So seize this opportunity. Are you really so confident? Li Qixing looked at He Chen in disbelief. Aren't you confident?
He Chen looked at him strangely and said frankly, if you are not confident, why do you come to challenge me?
Are you looking for trouble? Li Qixing's mouth twitched, and he said unhappily, don't forget, in the kung fu movies, what happened to those who arrogantly shouted, who else? With that, he left without waiting for He Chen to answer. Originally, he just listened to his father's words and had a good relationship with Ji Yangyang. Seeing this opportunity, he was ready to help Ji Yangyang and find a place to deepen Ji Yangyang's favor. But now that he was face to face with He Chen, he immediately felt Ji Yangyang's feelings. Now it was not for Ji Yangyang at all, but he wanted to destroy He Chen's prestige from the bottom of his heart. The leader of the crocodile gang who arrogantly shouted who else had his legs cut off by an axe in the end, and then was chopped into mud. Chapter 99 There are still experts. 4th day of 10,000 updates. Please vote for me. Decathlon. Nan Xiangwan looked at He Chen strangely and suddenly asked, can you swim? No, He Chen shook his head. Then aren't you afraid that others will challenge you to a swimming competition? Nan Xiangwan's disappointment flashed in her eyes. He Chen was not like her who showed off his figure without wearing a school uniform. He wore a loose school uniform and his figure could not be seen at all. She had only paid attention to his face before. Now she has a strong interest in his figure. What kind of figure does he have to be so confident to claim that he can beat 10? Oh, it's a decathlon.
I don't have a chance to watch it normally, but if it's a swimming competition, it will be eye-opening.
It's a pity that Hee-chan can't swim, so naturally he can't wear a swimsuit.
Hee-chan saw what she was thinking and swallowed the words that were about to come to his mouth. I can't swim, but it doesn't mean I can't compete in swimming.
Just learn now. He gave her another, are you worried that I will be challenged to swim? You are just craving my body, you are cheap. Eyes.
Nan Xiangwan's smile froze, and her eyes moved away unnaturally.
This time, she really wanted his body.
The key is that she was caught in the act, which was very embarrassing. Lin Xiaoran looked at the eye contact between Hee-chan and Nan Xiangwan, and suddenly felt uncomfortable again, so he could only interrupt and said, Hee-chan, this time it all depends on you. Our class 7 will definitely be in the limelight in this sports meeting, and then we will all go to cheer for you, Hee-chan.
Class monitor Yu Meili was very happy.
Although registration is the responsibility of sports committee member Lin Xiaoran, she is the one who is responsible for the overall management. She still cares about this kind of collective honor. Besides, appreciating Hee-chan's competition and cheering for Hee-chan is also a legitimate visual feast.
Isn't this better than watching a star concert? Not only is it close, but maybe you can also interact.
The rest of the girls in the class, as well as some boys, all echoed and said they would go to cheer for Hee-chan.
After school in the afternoon,
Deng Xiuqi waited for Hee-chan as usual, and walked out side by side with Hee-chan. At this time, she already knew about Jiang Tianhao's challenge, and apologized, I'm sorry, Haozi, I've already said it to him.
He has no ill intentions, don't mind it. It's okay. Hee-chan was very calm. Not only because Jiang Tianhao was a bootlicker,
but also because in the afternoon, he had passively heard more information about Jiang Tianhao, Li Qixing, and others. As expected, Jiang Tianhao was not a child from a simple family. His family was engaged in catering, with a brand of Jiangjia kitchen and many patents. He lived in a villa at home, and was also a billionaire family.
And Li Qixing was not simple either. His father Li Sun was a business star in the financial industry. He was very powerful in the financial field.
With such a background, and both of them were the only sons in the family, it was destined that the sports specialty students of the two of them were just for fun, so Hee-chan had no psychological barriers to giving them an unforgettable game in the next sports meeting.
Hee-chan.
Just when Deng Xiaoqi was about to say something, a shrill female voice suddenly came. The two looked back and saw a female man running over.
My name is Ma Dongmei, I want to talk to you.
You guys chat.
Deng Xiaoqi nodded and smiled at Ma Dongmei, and left first.
If it were another girl, she would definitely be angry, and even unwilling to leave the space, but Ma Dongmei is different.
That's a real man. It's impossible for Hee-chan to have anything with Ma Dongmei.
Deng Xiaoqi is very relieved about this, more than her best friend Lin Miaomiao. After all, although Lin Miaomiao is still very slow and uninformed about the things between men and women, she is pretty and cute, and it's hard to guarantee that Hee-chan doesn't like this type. But it's impossible for Ma Dongmei.
Hello, what do you want to do with me?
Hee-chan looked at Ma Dongmei's funny face and asked with a smile. I heard that you are very good, and you want to do decathlon and sweep our sports students.
Ma Dongmei looked at Hee-chan, I have also practiced since I was a child, let's compete? Let's compete?
Hee-chan shook his head, forget it, I am not American, I will not ignore the natural differences in the physiological structure of men and women, I don't bully girls.
Do you look down on me? Ma Dongmei was unhappy, I am the best sports student in Chunfeng Middle School, regardless of gender.
What's the point of comparing with them? If you want to compete, compete with the strong.
It's more interesting for us to practice alone.
They are useless, I don't look down on you. Hee-chan looked at her thoughtfully, why do you have to compete with me? Tell the truth. As expected, you are a top student with grades that can enter the sprint class, your brain is good. Ma Dongmei hesitated and said frankly, I want to compete with you, both to prove that our sports students are not all useless.
I also hope that if I beat you, you can agree to one condition of mine. What condition?
Hee-chan looked strange. Nan Xiangwan hasn't signed a master-servant agreement with Lin Xiaoran yet, but Ma Dongmei has to sign one for him first.
I won, you promised me to pursue Choya. Ma Dongmei blurted out.
Why? Hee-chan was relieved when he heard it, but he still pretended not to understand and smiled playfully.
Because you are a perfect match.
Ma Dongmei wanted to cover up a little, but in Hee-chan's eyes that advised you to be honest, she finally spoke frankly. Our Ban Xiaoluo is my childhood sweetheart, and I don't like the way he looks at Choya.
If you take action, you will definitely be able to catch Choya. With your level of excellence, Xiao Luo will definitely give up. He Chen thought as expected.
I also agree with Ma Dongmei's logic. Although Qiuya also has a deskmate named Yuan Hua, the two seem very ambiguous. Yuan Hua even wrote about the second generation of my district chief father, but he was relatively pure when he was a student.
Family background does add to personal charm. But it has not yet reached the absolute bonus of being out of school and entering the society.
Therefore, the proximity of Yuan Hua and Qiuya is not enough to dispel Xiao Luo's thoughts about Qiuya. This made her childhood sweetheart Ma Dongmei unhappy but helpless. Now that she knew there was such a way to kill two birds with one stone, she hurried over to try it. At this time, the football being played on the playground flew over, and a request came from the stadium to kick the ball over.
I hate it. Don't interrupt me. Come on. Take my kick.
As she said this, Ma Dongmei picked up the football and kicked it. The football made a wide arc and was kicked directly into the goal net from the bottom line. This miraculous scene stunned everyone playing football in the stadium. Sure enough, the masters are all among the people. As long as a pure man like Ma Dongmei is allowed to play in the men's football team, there is no way he will be kicked 7 o'clock. But Ma Dongmei kicked him casually and didn't care, and continued to stare at He Chen. Seeing that He Chen hadn't answered yet, she felt that he was not straightforward, so she shouted impatiently, either you chase Qiuya and make Xiao Luo give up. Either you chase me and make Charlotte jealous. You choose one. He Chen, Chapter 100 Run, Qiuya. 5th day of 10,000 updates, please vote for me. Just give me a straight answer. Ma Dongmei urged. Sorry, I can't agree. He Chen shook his head, high school students can't fall in love, and feelings can't be used for gambling. Don't pretend. Ma Dongmei looked unconvinced. Don't tell me you don't like Qiuya? Qiuya's plump figure, which boy wouldn't be jealous? And I can help you play support. It's not because of Qiuya. He Chen looked at her, it's because of you. Xiao Luo doesn't deserve you to do this for him. Ma Dongmei was stunned. Because this sentence seemed very abrupt, but she could see that He Chen's eyes were very sincere, which made her feel confused. He Chen was indeed very sincere. He had seen the famous movie Charlotte's Troubles, and he didn't have a good impression of the male protagonist Xiao Luo, and he really couldn't relate to it. In addition to the classic scene of snowflakes fluttering and the north wind whistling, He Chen's biggest feeling was that Xiao Luo was not worthy of Ma Dongmei. Just like his childhood sweetheart Fang Yifan is not worthy of Xiaoyingzi. He doesn't know the future direction of Fang Yifan and Xiaoyingzi. But he knows the direction of the famous Ma Dongmei and Xiao Luo. There is no timeline of rebirth. The two are childhood sweethearts. Ma Dongmei has loved Xiao Luo since she was a child and has always been sticking to him, while Xiao Luo has a crush on the class flower Qiuya and chooses to marry Ma Dongmei. After marriage, he does not work or earn money to support the family. He stays at home all day and does nothing. Ma Dongmei relies on several jobs to support him. He does not do any housework at home all day, and lets his wife Ma Dongmei, who is too busy to take a break, take on all the housework. Even so, she did not dislike him. In the so-called rebirth timeline, Xiao Luo thought he was the protagonist and was so arrogant that he did all kinds of tricks. Ma Dongmei thought he was in danger, and she rushed up without hesitation with a brick regardless of her own safety. In order to avoid the danger caused by Charlotte, she was willing to exchange her voice for Charlotte's voice, so that the gangsters would not destroy Charlotte's voice. This sincere love did not receive any positive response in both timelines, and was completely let down. Now it is considered to be the third world, this urban film world. He Chen watched Ma Dongmei continue to work hard to be with Charlotte. He was very moved and really wanted to persuade Ma Dongmei to give up Charlotte and not be let down by such a bad person. In other words, Ma Dongmei really did not meet his aesthetics, and he, who had traveled through time and space with a system and cheating, was destined to take the path of literary master and popular vulgarity. Otherwise, he would come directly from the sky and completely cut off the childhood sweethearts of Ma Dongmei and Charlotte, so that Charlotte would never have the opportunity to let Ma Dongmei down again. I think he deserves it. Ma Dongmei was stunned and looked at He Chen strangely. If you don't pursue Qiuya, you can pretend to pursue me and make Xiao Luo jealous. Just tell me which one to choose? Sorry, I really can't help you with this. He Chen swallowed the words Xiao Luo will never be jealous of you that were about to come out of his mouth and shook his head to refuse. In the movie Charlotte's Troubles, Xiao Luo would rather give Ma Dongmei, who has always been his wife, to Dashikan, and he doesn't care. The banner is that he is not suitable for Ma Dongmei, and Dashikan is more suitable than him. This is indeed the case. If He Chen came to pursue Ma Dongmei, Xiao Luo would definitely be more eager to do so, so how could he be jealous? This is not easy to say. Not only is it hurtful to say it out loud, but now that he hasn't crossed the timeline of rebirth, Xia Luo hasn't married Ma Dongmei yet. He has been too familiar with her for half his life and is eager to find a good next home for Ma Dongmei, his brother and wife.
Now that they are childhood sweethearts, Xia Luo might really be jealous of Ma Dongmei. Even if it's not much. I'm afraid there might be some.
After all, she is his childhood sweetheart, and the girl who has been pestering him must have a certain place in his heart. Forget it if you don't help. Ma Dongmei stretched out her hand and hooked her finger at He Chen. Then let's just make friends with martial arts, practice.
Come here.
He Chen was speechless, walked around her and walked out. Ma Dongmei raised her fist and gestured several times behind He Chen, but seeing that He Chen had no intention of turning back, she retracted it angrily. Looking at He Chen's back, a complicated look flashed in her eyes, stomped her feet, making the ground shake, and turned back to class 12 of grade 3.
She is not like Lin Miao Miao, who is ignorant of the relationship between men and women. She understands even if he is a female man.
In the movie, Dashikin took flowers to confess to her, but she slapped him away before he could open his mouth.
After Dashikin left crying, she directly revealed his intention to pursue her and said with disdain, "You still want to pursue me? A toad wants to eat stewed goose."
She also misunderstood whether He Chen was interested in her, but looking at He Chen's face, let alone slapping him. Even facing He Chen's back, she also resisted the urge to force him to practice with him.
Goose does not associate with swans. Not to mention cranes.
But she did not give up her efforts.
When she returned to the class, she found Xiaoya. "Xiaoya, the autumn sports meeting is coming soon, why don't you participate in the girls' relay race?"
This made everyone look at her strangely. You know, Xiaoya's good figure is known to everyone, but such a good figure was a bit shameful in high school, so Xiaoya, who usually covered it tightly with loose school uniforms, made it difficult to get a glimpse of her charm.
Running and the like are extremely unfriendly to people like Xiaoya. She usually avoids physical education classes in class, not to mention running and jumping in front of teachers, students and parents in the sports meet.
Xia Luo wanted to stop it, but she opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. All this fell into Ma Dongmei's eyes, making her sneer. Since He Chen is so stubborn, she will persuade him in a roundabout way and let Xiaoya show her good figure to make He Chen upright.
She didn't believe it. Xiaoya's running and jumping couldn't make He Chen's heartbeat faster.
Didn't you see that Xia Luo knew that she was making things difficult for Xiaoya, but she couldn't speak because she also wanted to see the benefits.
And Xiaoya's deskmate Yuan Hua, facing Ma Dongmei's embarrassment of her deskmate goddess, also stopped thinking for a few seconds, and the CPU was used to imagine that kind of scene. But he was able to write such a good article as "My District Chief Father," and his pattern was still bigger than Xia Luo's, so he came to his senses and spoke for the embarrassed goddess at the same table, and rejected this difficult request. Xiaoya immediately cast a grateful look at him. This made Ma Dongmei very unhappy.
In front of him, she forcibly broke his pencil, and the threat was obvious. Yuan Hua immediately became timid, lowered his head, and muttered, "You girls should discuss it yourself." "Dongmei, I'm sorry, I won't participate." Seeing that Junjie Yuan Hua was so sensible, Xiaoya could only helplessly reject Ma Dongmei herself.
Unlike Yuan Hua, she was not afraid of Ma Dongmei.
Even though Ma Dongmei's martial arts value was very high, she was a real female man.
She was still not afraid.
The reason why she used her eyes to ask for help from Yuan Hua and others just now was just because she was used to doing so.